with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the power pin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mind Joke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the beautiful Knoxville, Tennessee, here at the Pokemon Video Game Regional Championships. 463 Masters are vying for the title of Regional Champion here at the Knoxville Convention Center. Dweeha, Scott Glaza, and Jake Mully here, ready to bring you all into the action here.
Excited to get started here. Should be a really great event. We just saw a couple of fantastic regionals the last 2 weekends, and I'm sure this one's going to be even better.
Yeah, it's 3 of 4 weekends in a row with the North American or European regional, so we're in the middle of all the action here in Knoxville, and I don't expect it to be anything less than another amazing weekend.
Right, the middle of the season, exactly the middle of the season. If we take a quick look at the season schedule, last week was Charlotte, or sorry, 2 weeks ago was Charlotte. The next regional after this is Vancouver, leading up to the European International Championships in London, as well as more regionals to follow until the North American International Championships in New Orleans, and then finally the ultimate event of the season, the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Tension's kind of rising for the players now, running out of events to achieve those Worlds invites, so every game really matters.
Definitely crunch time now. If you don't have enough CP for your invite just yet, you gotta start getting on that grind real soon.
Of course, let's take a quick look at the championship point breakdown here. 500 points is the magic number here. You need 500 points if you're a North American player to qualify for the World Championships. On the left there, you'll see the breakdown of how many points are awarded at these regional championships and how important they are.
Yeah, it's a lot of championship points, that top 8 range. Players are probably already starting to look towards the end of the season. You really want to avoid the situation where you're looking at NEIC and like, all right, I need top 1 in order to make Worlds.
And of course, always important to call out that if you do manage to win a regional championship, that is automatically an invitation to the World Championship. So as long as you got 1 regional left, never out of the question.
Yeah, so getting as many championship points as you can, wherever you can, whether they're local events or these big regional championships or international championships, is very important. 2 weeks ago, we saw the Charlotte Regional Championships. Let's take a quick look at how that went down.
The Charlotte Regional Championship was the largest competition to date, and it's time to take a look back at what went down. With a staggering 838 players in day 1 and different tools being utilized in Regulation F, it seemed nothing was quite off the table with some truly unique picks in a field of truly talented players. One of those players, Wolf Glick. He's so back, but instead of reinventing the wheel, he was piloting a more traditional team paired up with Frigoraf for a near flawless run to the finals. Meeting him there was Nicholas Donali. He pushed through the competition to achieve his first day 2 and first top cut. It was only Wolf Glick who had managed to best him not once, but twice. Going into game 1, Nick looked to open up with pressure right away, but Wolf wouldn't back down, thanks to his Hearthflame Ogerpon. Game 2 started off on a critical note, with Nick losing momentum with his Ogerpon taken down, but he wasn't out. Better positioned, Nick cleaned up the second game in the set, giving him one final opportunity to take down his tournament demon. In Game 3, Nick launched a powerful Blood Moon to one-hit KO Wolf's Ogerpon. One threat was eliminated, but Wolf had an array of threats on his squad, and Urshifu with a big KO set the pace for Wolf Glick to take the set, making him the Charlotte Regional Champion and earning his invite to the World Championships in Honolulu.
And with that attack, Wolf Glick
becomes your Charlotte Regional Champion, 8-time winner.
The
No
king
way.
is back, ladies and gentlemen.
The events are getting bigger and better every time, and it's not too late to get involved. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out more.
Wolf Glick, your champion, and your finals, Nicholas Donnelly, with the teams that they use for the regional championships in Charlotte.
Yeah, great matchup between the two of them, and I think a lot of Pokemon and teams here we're likely to see throughout the weekend, especially with it being so close after, I guess, both of the last two events. Should be teams to beat coming into this weekend.
Of course, Wolf's team winning Charlotte and then Liverpool last weekend under the piloting of a European player. You have to imagine it's something players are prepared for. And of course, Nicholas running the Ursaluna and Frigoraph combo that's also become very popular.
Yeah, and what a tough matchup that was for Nicholas Donnelly, where he had to face his only losses of the entire tournament were to Wolf Glick multiple times, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be so frustrated at this, and right, it literally doesn't lose to anyone else in the tournament and has to keep dealing with Wolf in each stage of the tournament. Like, come on, like nobody can deal with this guy for me. But a great run from him, and he's competing again this weekend. I think he's off to a pretty good start, so I'll be excited to see if he can pull it off this time.
Yep, of course, Wolf Glick adding himself to the list of North American regional champions. All of these players on the screen right now have qualified for the World Championships. Some have qualified multiple times over because of how many championship points that they have.
At the end of the season, Riley probably has about 4 or 5 Worlds invites with the amount of championship points that he has. But just looking at this list, it's all players that have been very consistently performing across the season. I think, of course, winning a regional, but also making another day 2, maybe even another top 8. There's no surprise to see people on this list, and I'm excited to see who gets added in that Knoxville slot.
Yeah, it's a really cool group of players too, where so many of these players have been so good for so long. It's really nice to see these players get rewarded for all their hard work over the years with these regional successes.
North America is not the only circuit going on, of course. There are European regional champions as well. Let's take a quick look at the list of European regional champions. As you mentioned earlier, Jake, Antonio Sanchez used that team that Wolf Glick used in Charlotte to win the Liverpool Regional Championships just last week. But what a strong list of players here as well. Again, Scott, as you mentioned, a lot of these players are players that have been around for a very long time, and we're starting to see, them just being on the screen. It's like, wow, they're still around.
Yeah, it makes it really fun looking forward to the World Championships too, right? Where it seems like the best players are all qualifying. It should be a lot of fun, and makes it that much more exciting to see who can join this list of decorated players this weekend.
And we already have at least 2 prior world champions qualified, Eduardo on this list and then Wolf on the American list. So it's like we have to have those best players now at this point. There's no question as to whether the best ones will be there. It's just how many of the best ones we'll see.
Of course, there's a lot of action to come here in the Knoxville Regional Championships. There's the Twitch community vote, which will be going live in round 4, which will be notifying you when you will be able to vote for who you want to see on the broadcast. So stay tuned. Don't forget, that will be happening throughout the entire tournament, so just stay tuned. Anytime that we ask you to vote, please feel free to vote and have your voices heard on Twitch.
Yeah, I was excited to see what the community picks. I feel like so far this year, they've made some pretty good choices.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's always fun. Takes a little bit of the work off our shoulders too, so never going to complain about that one.
Yeah, if they don't like the match, it is their fault. So think about that when you're voting.
Of course, this weekend does bring up a topic that we are going to discuss right now, which is dynamic duos in this Regulation F format. We've seen a couple of very dynamic duos. I think that's actually straight up a team archetype where you have just like 3 good pairs of Pokemon. Of course, 2 pairs to talk about right now are the Indeedee F as well as the Iron Crown and Frigoraph and Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, I think I have PTSD now just thinking about those 2-2-2 teams. But yeah, I mean, though, I think the one that really excites me is that Frigoraph Ursaluna. We just kind of saw it with Nicholas's team on that slide. But I think it's just such a fun duo. I mean, Frigoraph is so flexible, like both helping enable TR, Trick Room, but also to counter it, I guess, depending on how you're using it. And then that Ursaluna, man, it just puts you at so much damage where sometimes if you don't get speed control, as long as you can click Blood Moon once, you're going to trade 1 for 1. So kind of who cares?
Yeah, I think one thing that the Frigoraph and Indeedee share among them is that they both have access to Trick Room. They both deter priority attacks, which is really important in this metagame. And of course, the Indeedee also sets up Psychic Terrain to enable the Expanding Force from Iron Crown, which is a new toy we got in this regulation. That's a very powerful Pokemon. Tachyon Cutter is a very strong move as well. So it's a huge offensive threat. It matches up pretty well into a lot of what's been popular this season so far. So a few reasons why it's been very popular so far in Regulation F.
Yeah, Farughraf, of course, is one of the best Pokemon in the format right now. I'm going to go out and say it right now that it's one of the best Pokemon in Regulation F. Indeedee has this thing where it doesn't show up in the top 12 usage of day 1, but it somehow slips in day 2 of the Regional Championships top 12, which I think is really fascinating.
Yeah, I think it kind of makes sense, right? Where I think it's a little less splashable, right? Where typically if Indeedee is on a team, it's a key element of the strategy, right? Where like Farughraf is kind of fun, where over the course of a season and a half now that players have had it available, I think they've really optimized how to use it. And unlike most Trick Room using Pokemon, it is really flexible, right? Where it can kind of trade blows pretty well. It can set up Trick Room. It's an imprison Trick Room where I think it fits into more strategy. So maybe it makes sense, regardless of the power of the Pokemon, that its usage is a little bit higher.
Kind of the reverse Chin Pao in that Chin Pao has kind of been showing up on day 1 and then just vanishing on day 2.
Of course. We talk about those Trick Room setters, but boy, do I have a surprise for us when we go into our caster predictions on Trick Room setters. Let's take a quick look at the caster predictions of most likely to succeed. And what do you know? Porygon 2 all the way at the top. Invest in Porygon 2 right now.
Do you know if ducks are native to Knoxville?
I hope so. I know that one of these ducks looks a little bit different than the other. Hopefully we see, Slitherwing surely this time.
It's gotta be.
Yeah, we'll go into more detail about our caster predictions and why we chose that throughout the weekend. Let's take a quick look at the players to watch this weekend, players that we think are going to do exceptionally well. We got Luka Traegett, we got Justin Tang, and Nicholas Donnelly.
So I guess a couple of these trainers, players we've seen get to the runner-up stage over the course of this Regionals Championship season. Hopefully maybe one of them can finally get that big win.
Of course, Justin Tang returning to where he had his first big success last year. He was a 2-time regional champion back in the 2023 season and now is defending a championship for the first time. So it's going to be really exciting to see how he does this weekend.
Luka, of course, one of the best King Gambit players in the world, plays a much more offensive variant of King Gambit using the dark terrestrialization and the black glasses. So excited to see how Luka does. One fun thing to note, Justin and Nick are friends. And it was really awesome to see an interview where Justin was rooting on Nick just right before the finals. It was really awesome, and the fact that both players are featured right now is going to be really cool to see, and I think that all 3 of those players are going to do exceptionally well. Of course, follow us on social media. Go ahead and use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We will be pulling tweets throughout this entire weekend, and your tweets could possibly be featured on the broadcast, and it's always really nice when you see your tweets featured, your art that you want to show off that could be featured. I always really love it when I see really cool art on these tweets.
Yeah, I'm sure the players always really appreciate it too. Sometimes we kind of get like the cool art of players or fans making art of like the players and their teams and everything, and that always makes them really excited. So show us your best.
It's also really fun to see everyone showing their experiences at these regionals too. We've seen a bunch of people come, dressed in like themed costumes, or just having like a really great time with their friends, and I always love seeing those too, so make sure to share those experiences as well.
Yeah, what Pokemon would you want to be seen drawn with fan art of? Scott? Jake?
Definitely Raging Bolt. Yeah, good luck drawing that one.
Victini, obviously.
All right, of course, follow the channels if you want to keep along. Follow us on YouTube/Pokemon and of course Twitch/Pokemon. But that's all for us in the lounge right now because round 3 of Swiss here in Knoxville is about ready to start. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Rosemary and Sierra at the desk.
Thank you so much for such an incredible introduction to the action that we have in store for us for this weekend in Knoxville, Tennessee. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Sierra Dawn for the first time in a long time. I'm so excited to be doing this with you.
It's been a while. Last time we casted together, Murkrow was the hot thing out there, and now Murkrow's completely gone as we have so many different powerful Pokemon in the format. So definitely excited for that, especially too, I feel like with Knoxville, kind of just how Regulation F has been going along as well. There's been a lot of really interesting picks that have really made these broadcasts just so exciting. You never know what's going to happen.
I don't have no idea what's going to happen for this weekend in particular too, because think about just the meta development that we've had over the last 4 weeks. It feels like somebody is coming up with the new tech, the new innovation, and things are going to look pretty different, I think, between Liverpool and now.
Yeah, and Liverpool was already just the pinnacle of, hey, there is some crazy stuff out here. There is the Galarian Articuno that we got to see at one point. There was so many fun picks. So that'll be really interesting to see kind of where things have adapted from Liverpool, but also who wants to go with something a little bit more comfortable or who's looking to kind of redefine or break that meta game we have.
Well, last event we had in North America was Charlotte, where we got a chance to make some history with the largest Pokemon tournament to date. So if you're tuning in for the very first time, don't know what to expect this weekend, we've got a format video to show you what it's all about.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
We're hoping that you're here because you heard about the awesome stuff that happened in Charlotte, or you're just gonna tune in because we've got some amazing Pokemon action ahead of us. Hope that all gets you so excited, especially because our trainers are gonna be fighting for a lot. There is prize money on the line. We've got those sweet championship points. It's a lot to play for.
100%. That's going to be a nice chunk of change in your pocket if you can take that first place spot. And of course, as they touched upon in the pre-show, that is going to be your Worlds invite. So, hey, more money to, make sure that you're all set for the World Championships. Absolutely no shame in that. And even just getting to a top 16 spot, you're still going to be walking away with something. So definitely looking for which trainers are going to be pushing through.
Yeah, and especially when that first place spot is going to get their ticket to the World Championships right away on top of all of that amazing prize money. I cannot wait to see who else is going to be joining that elite slate of players that we have on those regional winners. But we are just moments away from being able to kick off our action here in Knoxville. And before we do that, we got to look at what the top 12 Pokemon are heading into today. I feel like there's a couple of surprises here. Rapid Strike is back on the menu.
Yeah, just narrowly beating out the single strike form here, which I'm most intrigued when we get into tomorrow what the conversion rate is going to be, because we gotten to see that Rapid Striker Shifu has definitely been one of those Pokemon that's been leading the charge when we're looking at our top usage, but it wasn't necessarily the greatest conversion rate last time, and that's where we really got to see the single strike shine. Looking on this as well, Raging Bolt's not really a stranger to this graphic, but I'm definitely eyeing up that Gouging Fire. That was definitely one of those Pokemon that we got to see a little bit more of coming out in Liverpool, and I think more and more trainers are kind of picking up on it.
One of the things about the Gouging Fire I feel like makes its staple in the meta is just how well it's able to not only boost up its own partners with Howl, but you can also play a little bit more of a supportive set, and so you're really looking at Breaking Swipe to get that stab damage while also being able to drop the attack stat of the Pokemon on the other side. That can come in so handy.
And the fact that you're getting the same type of attack bonus Breaking Swipe, so you get that a drop, but you're actually dealing a significant amount of damage, I think is absolutely huge. And it's definitely one of those Pokemon that has a really nice typing going on. And even if you're threatened by something on the other end, well, that, hey, Breaking Swipe's not going to touch, looking at a Fluttermane, you got a Heat Crash that definitely can deal with that pretty handedly.
It's a bulky Pokemon. You're not taking it out super easily either, so you know it's going to be staying on the field to be able to get maximum value. And I think that's really where we're starting to go in terms of the meta, is we're bulking it down. And when we take a look at both of these players, you can see that immediately from looking at their teams.
Yeah, no Gouging Fire to start things off here, but a couple of different bulky options, especially when we're looking over at Mezzi's side of the field here. Looking at something like Como-O, Ting-Lu, Amoonguss, these are Pokemon that are quite difficult to be taken down, and I love the fact we get to see something a little bit different coming out here.
Yeah, and we got the iron hands on Justin's side as well, so I think that's another way that you can really look at how much bulk we're really playing around with. As we hone in on Justin's team in particular, you can see that this iron hands is still going to be the assault vest variant that we're really used to seeing looking at regulations D and E. But you're rounding it out with a couple more familiar faces, maybe one of which we haven't seen in a while is the Roaring Moon.
Yeah, Roaring Moon's one of those Pokemon that's quite interesting because it kind of ebbs and flows when we see it in the meta. All of a sudden, it's just completely gone. Then one person starts bringing it at an event. I believe it got top 8 when we're looking at Charlotte. And then everybody's back on the Roaring Moon. So being able to see this adjustment from Justin Burns' previous team with the top 32 placement at Charlotte, where it was something more along the lines of the Blood Moon, Ursa Luna and stuff, he's definitely taking a close look at the meta, where it's adapting, and trying to be at the forefront of what's going on. And I think being able to have those powerful knockoffs and the acrobatics into the format, it can definitely deal some damage. But I'm intrigued when we're looking to a team that's a little bit more unconventional, like Mezzy's here, how that's going to be stacking up.
I agree with that, because we did get a chance to see some inspiration of this team back at Liverpool. And when you take a look at the updated version of it now, it's got the Golden Go over the Flutter Mane. And so you're looking at a different source of special attack damage on this team that can really help to round it out, especially when, hey, Golden Go, good as gold, great ability to still have.
Yeah, that can just be dealing some absolutely massive damage, and you kind of have that way you can be going about the team, just dishing out some powerful damage with the nasty plot and then make it rain. Or you can be slowing down the game and trying to make it to your own pace. Of course, keeping that Coma O safe, you have the redirection, you have the Tinglu to mitigate some of that special attack damage headed your way. You can all of a sudden start setting up, get those iron defenses, and deal some powerful body presses.
What I'm really interested to see is how Mezzy's going to adapt his play style heading into Regulation F. The last time we got a chance to see him was at the Latin America International Championships, and we also saw him get a top 8 at Pittsburgh. So it's been a couple of regulations now and a couple of weeks for Mezzy to have to adapt that play style. As we head into this very first game, it's going to be a Cineroar on both sides, but curiously enough, that Porygon 2 is going to be hitting the field immediately.
Yeah, attack boost to start things off with that download. So, of course, that's not going to be an Ice Beam that's boosted over at this point, too. But the Porygon, a little bit more of a bulky option. And, of course, having that option be setting up Trick Room at this point. Of course, you do have to be worried about a potential fake out on the other end and a Flutter Mane that can definitely try and deal out some damage.
That's where the speed of these Incineroar is going to be really important, because if it's going to be a fake out coming in from Justin's Incineroar, Opal Mezzy could actually take advantage of that if he thinks that his Incineroar is going to be faster and just go ahead and hit it with a fake out as well. But Porygon 2 is going to be terastallizing immediately into that Poison Terra type. And it's so nice to not only have just the really nice defensive Terra typing, but you do also get a chance to boost up that Terra Blast. You can see the fake out comes through though, so no more fake out on the board.
This Terra Poison from the Porygon 2 is so nice because you're making sure that you cannot take these super effective fairy hits from this Flutter Mane on the opposing end, but also now you can threaten a Terra Blast over onto the other end, something that this Flutter Mane's not going to be appreciating whatsoever. And now that you are going to be the slowest thing there, definitely one of those situations where this Flutter Mane might not be too long for the world.
Yeah, the one thing about Terra Blast that's really interesting too, even though we're going to see the Porygon 2 leave the field, we'll have to see if it comes into play later, but Terra Blast can actually change its attack, or it could be special attack focused.
Will-O-Wisp, that's going to be going into the Amoonguss swap in here. Make sure that the Porygon 2 doesn't get too out of control there and that damage over the turn, but the Amoonguss having to deal with that instead. Knockoff over on the other end into the safety goggles. So now this Incineroar not going to be safe from the powder moves that the Amoonguss on the other end has. These Dazzling Gleams just good for a little bit of chip over and over, and it will be putting the Incineroar in range of its Citripary.
It's really tough here too, now that you see the Amoonguss on the field in Trick Room, is safety goggles gone, you already called out, now you could Spore that Incineroar, but if you feel like you're under threat, Justin could swap anything off of the field and it would just have to take the Spore. There are not too many things on his team that actually do resist that outside of the Ogerpon.
Yeah, and
the Amoonguss.
Yeah, but with no swap in, that will be a Spore right into the Incineroar over onto Justin's end. So Incineroar not going to be able to act this turn, as it is going to be that first mandatory turn of sleep. At this point now, we can just go for a parting shot onto the Flutter Mane over onto Justin's end. It already wasn't dealing the most amount of damage with those Dazzling Gleams. And now the position for Mezzy to swap out and start taking advantage of the neutralized Pokemon on Justin's end.
That's the trick in this matchup, is Mezzy wants to be able to utilize these Trick Room turns, but the longer that you sit here in the Trick Room and the longer that Justin's able to stall that out, you're losing a ton of momentum on Mezzy's side to actually get some of that damage down while you have guaranteed slower Pokemon on the field.
Well, the Golden Go, definitely one of those Pokemon that you can start trying to offset a little bit of this pressure with, considering that we talked about the powerful Make It Rains, the fact that you can actually have the opportunity to try and be setting up at this point because nothing's really threatening at this point, especially with the Amoonguss next to it. So this is one of those Pokemon that Mezzy, it's been a couple of turns, but now maybe in a position to actually make something happen.
Just going to be a switch out, though, of the Amoonguss. You get that Regenerator healing, which will help to be able to keep that Amoonguss in the game for just a little longer. And the Intimidate coming back down, just in case that Incineroar wakes up, you are going to be mitigating how much damage it's able to do with that Flare Blitz into the Golden Go. Ogerpon now also going to be making a switch here. Fluttermane wants to keep itself safer outside of Trick Room.
Yeah, and that will be the first turn wake up here from the Incineroar and Flare Blitz into the Golden Go. Less damage thanks to that Intimidate, so the Golden Go will be able to be sticking around. Nasty Plot, +2 to its special attack, making sure that once it goes on the offensive, these are going to be attacks that stick. And of course now, with that Incineroar swapping over on Mezzy's end, you do have some Faker pressure going in on this turn.
The sad part, though, is what is Justin going to do to switch in here? Ogerpon's still going to take a considerable amount of damage. We do still have the opportunity to Terrastallize, so you could technically go for the Terrastalization, get the special defense boost with the Embody aspect, but you still have to consider how much damage you're going to be taking from this Golden Go and how are you going to actually get rid of it.
That's the biggest thing here, especially too if the Incineroar over on Justin's end can be dealt with. You can fake out on this turn. All of a sudden you can try and fire off a powerful Shadow Ball into the slot. So Incineroar going to be swapping out on this turn. A little bit of a dance over on Justin's end, and Fluttermane coming back out. This Fluttermane, it's definitely a tough spot, but wanting to make sure that the Incineroar is kept safe this time around. Spiky Shield, so the Ogerpon is going to be going on the maximum defensive, and the fake out, nothing this time around. This does allow the Golden Go, though, to fire off its first attack, the Make It Rain into the Fluttermane. Super effective hit. It's completely gone.
Yeah, what you're hoping for there if you're Justin is that it was a single target attack into the Ogerpon. The Shadow Ball is pretty easily able to knock out the Ogerpon there, but now you've lost your Fluttermane, one of your fastest pieces outside of Trick Room. Good thing though, Justin does have the Roaring Moon in the back, and we get a chance to see what this booster energy is going to activate.
For the Roaring Moon, it is going to be at this point the attack. So whatever you want to be firing off an attack with will be super duper strong. At this point too, though, being able to bring this in on the last turn of Trick Room is going to be nice because you do have a decent amount of speed on your side. And of course, with that attack boost, you can be threatening a lot of powerful hits onto the opposing end, including this Golden Go already taking so much damage from that Flare Blitz earlier on. Definitely susceptible to taking an attack there. So even if you lost your Fluttermane for that swap in, I don't necessarily think this is the worst position.
Yeah, I mean, Roaring Moon is pressuring with that super effective knockoff. Now that Terrastalization is off the board from the Porygon 2, there's no real way for you to be able to save this Golden Go from that Dark-type pressure. It's going to be a Amoonguss, though, that takes the Incineroar's place, and you can see how that Regenerator healing has really helped out here for that Amoonguss's bulk.
But even though Mezzy had used his Terrastalization, Justin has not. And the Roaring Moon, it's going to be that Fairy type. One of those Terrastalization types that hasn't necessarily changed too much through this Roaring Moon's lifespan, of course, being able to fire off a very powerful Acrobatics. Ivy Cudgel into the Golden Go, considering how low it was. Golden Go, that is going to be an easy KO there. And if this is the Acrobatics into this Amoonguss, freshly swapped in, yes, you did get more health at this point, but that's not going to matter.
Justin has done a fantastic job of stalling through these Trick Room turns, and now that they are over and the Roaring Moon is able to come in at the perfect time, there's nothing much that Mezzy can do in this situation to stop the steamroll effect of this Roaring Moon. You've got the Incineroar now that's going to help mitigate that booster energy boost just a little bit, but Porygon 2, can it do the job all by itself?
That's the thing here. Porygon 2 has definitely gone through some nutty endgames when we're looking at just the passive Pokemon here. It definitely can be dealing a lot, but at this point, this Roaring Moon, this Ogre Pawn. There's so much damage output on the other end that even if you do try and go for the Trick Room, I think it's going to be a pretty difficult situation, and I don't think you're just really threatening enough damage back. The Ice Beam is definitely cute, but you have to get into that spot in the first place.
Yeah, and it's going to be an attack boost there on the download as well. So Porygon doesn't even get a chance to increase that special attack output, and that attack is now going to be mitigated again when you see the Incineroar swap in on Justin's side. It's been just expert positioning on Justin's end.
That's why you didn't necessarily mind about losing the Flutter Mane earlier, because the more important piece in this puzzle is going to be that Incineroar. And of course, taking that fake out on the swap in is just going to be a negated hit. Evolate knockoff onto the Porygon 2, so it is going to get this opportunity to be going instead of Trick Room again. But at this point, you need to be looking at that damage coming out from Mezzi's end and where you're necessarily going to be able to see that. The Incineroar brought in by Justin, you do have your own fake out pressure on this first turn, and that can be a Porygon 2 that can be completely eliminated from that point.
And you have to, because Porygon 2 is threatening recover. So if your Porygon 2 is left alone, then it could just get out of hand. I don't think the game is going so long that we would get into a timer situation, but you never want to actually leave that option on the table for your opponent.
Yeah, Porygon 2, that's definitely something that you need to give at least a decent amount of respect to at this point, and Incineroar are going to do just that, fake out into the slot. So Porygon 2, no opportunity for an Ice Beam. Parting Shot to try and eliminate some of the damage over on Justin's end. Of course, with Mezzi only having 2 Pokemon left, it's only just going to be for that damage mitigation. But the Roaring Moon still has a lot it could be doing, and the acrobatics into that Porygon 2 is going to leave Mezzi down to his final Pokemon.
That Incineroar on its lonesome. It was already so tough when Mezzi went down to just the Porygon 2 and the Incineroar. You're looking at the Golden Go as your big source of damage in this matchup, and it just wasn't quite able to get into the position that Mezzi wanted it to be able to secure those knockouts. The Ogerpon going for the Spiky Shield on that turn and allowing that Flutter Mane to get knocked out really put Justin far ahead, being able to secure the knockouts once the Trick Room had ended. So we're really going to be looking at the game 2 and what adjustments Mezzi can make.
Yeah, I feel like it was called out pretty well earlier on by you that the Trick Room, that if Justin can be playing through it, all of a sudden, Mezzi, when you have this team that's designed around it, at least with the 4 Pokemon that you brought, it's going to be a little bit of a tricky situation. The for fun fake out on the way out here, of course, not long for this world, as it will be a double up into the Incineroar to be taking us into our game 2. But I feel like for Mezzi, you have to be looking at, if you want to go for that Trick Room option the next time around, how are you going to be able to enable that a little bit sooner? Because we got to see the Golden Go on the 4 swap. It already took so much damage. And then the KO that you took wasn't necessarily impactful for the game, considering Justin still had so many powerful options on his team. That will be the biggest thing he has to find the answer to going on forward.
I think Mezzi has a really tough time in this matchup because there are already so many naturally fast pieces on Justin's side. When you look at the Flutter Mane and the Roaring Moon, you almost feel forced into the situation where you have to go for the Trick Room. Otherwise, you're relying on the bulk of your Pokemon to just kind of get you through this game. But Justin has the Roaring Moon, the Flutter Mane that can really run away with things for how offensively trained they are.
What I really want to be looking at is specifically the Golden Go. This is a Pokemon that Mezzi definitely has liked when we're looking at past teams that he's used, but when you're looking at it paired up into Justin's team, obviously when you're looking at the Make It Rain, which is one of those, it's the spread damage move, that's where you're taking your double KOs, that's where you're dealing that bulk damage. But when all of a sudden, this Incineroar doesn't mind it, the Ogerpon doesn't mind it, the Ogerpon can even Terrasilize, be taking even less if you're trying to fire off a Shadow Ball. It just kind of seemed like there was too many answers over on Justin's end for that to be one of those key Pokemon where you're looking for that damage from.
It's tough too because Golden Go was at such low HP by the time that Trick Room had ended that there wasn't enough for Mezzi to actually go for what I would consider in this matchup necessary, like 2 Nasty Plots. That sounds so aggressive, but otherwise, how are you going to be getting through all those resists that you just called out? Otherwise, you can kind of look at some of the other options. I do wonder if there's a place for this Como-O to make an appearance, but it's going to have some trouble getting through the Roaring Moon and the Flutter Mane if not positioned correctly.
I do want to give credit to Mezzi in that first game though, because of course being able to set up your positioning that you could spore then the Incineroar on the other end, one of those things that is threatening into your Golden Go, that positioning was good, and it did happen to be a first turn wake up on Justin's end, which really was then the bulk of the damage and put the Golden Go in a really difficult situation. So knowing that too, there definitely was good positioning then coming out. So you can try and go for it again with a couple of different option changes, or hey, if I don't get unlucky with this first turn wake up, all of a sudden I can be doing a lot more. So there is that. But heading into game 2, we'll have to see where changes are. But the Porygon 2, no change there.
No, it's actually not going to be a change on either side here as we see a run back of the leads in game number 1. But what about this turn 1 could be different? I feel like Mezzy can absolutely just go for the Trick Room here. He knows that his Incineroar is faster, so the fake out would absolutely work into the Incineroar on the opposing side. I wonder if you Terra though, because I felt like that Terra actually left Mezzy with way less options when it came down to trying to preserve that for the Golden Go later.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure if there's no Terastallization that you're not going to be susceptible to a powerful Moonblast from the other end. But it will be a Moonblast with no Terra that is launched into the Incineroar again. So smartly saving the Terra from the Porygon 2 this side around, and Incineroar just brought right below half will get some recovery back. So that is now a Terra that can be used for later, and the Porygon 2 an opportunity for the Trick Room again.
And it's nice too because with the fake out, if Justin wanted to go for something like the parting shot, you're now denying that for another turn. You could end up going for just the manual switch out here, but one thing we haven't quite talked about yet is that Incineroar is packing Will-O-Wisp. And so what a unique supportive option to have on this Incineroar that can help just start to slow the game down on Mezzy's side.
It's definitely super nice to see that Will-O-Wisp come on by. Last time, going into the Amoonguss on the swap one from Mezzy, not necessarily quite as impactful, but keeping the Porygon 2 honest at this point, I definitely think is useful. Ice Beam into the Flutter Mane, so little damage at this point, and no freeze, and now the Will-O-Wisp connecting, that will be the burn.
But now Porygon 2 is actually doing some damage. If you hit the Ice Beam, good chance that you might even just get a freeze. So hey, sometimes you got to try to go for that, and you could see that Mezzy just having to go for some of these other options and tell that he is still struggling to try to figure out a good way to be able to try to get in this damage. Incineroar is going to go down for all of its troubles too with the double up, with the Moonblasts.
See, if it wasn't for the Intimidate drop, that double up could have been something to take down that Flutter Mane over at this point, but now the Incineroar from Mezzy is gone. You do get the free swap into the Amoonguss this time, though, so you can be threatening a little bit onto this Flutter Mane, but notably, no knockoff onto the Incineroar. That is going to be a Spore Resist over on the other end, and the Flare Blitz is definitely something that can be dealing some damage, even if it is at a -1 from the initial Intimidate to be starting things out. And from Mezzy's end, you're in this Trick Room, but you still just really don't look like you're threatening too much damage.
No, the Porygon 2 just isn't quite what you would be looking at in terms of being able to just kind of chunk away at these Pokemon. We saw just how little damage that Ice Beam was doing, and you can't always rely upon that unless you want to Terastallize this Porygon and go for those Poison Terra Blasts. We're going to see the Flutter Mane leave the field, though, and so one of the other Pokemon we have to kind of consider when it comes to the sport is going to be that Ogerpon that takes its place.
Yep, and that is going to be doing a whole lot of nothing from that spot. Porygon 2 with the Ice Beam follow-up. Still just slowly but surely chunking away at things is now a swap over on Justin's end. He has not stopped pivoting from that first match. And the parting shot into the Amoonguss. Hey, a chance to be bringing something in. It might be a little bit better poise going on forward. Roaring Moon maybe doesn't necessarily like Trick Room too much, but you have to protect, and hey, that could be good enough to get you through the turns.
Yeah, it's almost over, so it doesn't really feel too bad to be able to bring it in here. You know you're going to be getting the attack boost because the Incineroar is off the table, so Mezzy couldn't even bring it in to be able to try to deny that. Now, you're looking at the situation, though. You still have 2 turns of Trick Room. Justin has to play around this a little bit, but there's still a way for you to protect here and then go for a Follow Me or something else on the next turn.
Yeah, or even how we get to see that the Incineroar going to be getting back in also works. You'll have that fake out on that last turn. So definitely super, super smart how he's navigating through this. And I'm curious then where Mezzy's going to be going on from this point. We haven't gotten to see his 4th and final Pokemon yet. This is going to be the opportunity for it now. But if it is this Golden Go, that doesn't really have the longest time to be making an impact. But here is that adjustment. Como-O hitting the field. Not necessarily the highest usage Pokemon around, but if it can start getting set up, it could be very heavily threatening Justin.
Yeah, this is what I was excited about seeing, is whether or not Como could make an appearance over something like the Golden Go. The Intimidate, though, it's gonna hurt a little bit if you want to just go for something like a raw Iron Head, but you still, of course, as you mentioned, have the Wombo combo of the Iron Defense and the Body Press for a little bit later that doesn't necessarily care about those Intimidate drops. Amoonguss is not going to fall for it. It's just going to be a Pollen Puff to try to get some big damage down onto the Ogerpon that left the field.
And at this point, at least you do have the fake out here over on this end. Had Justin left in the Ogerpon for the chance at a follow me redirection, this could have been a free turn for Mezzy to be getting that Como-O set up. So now you do have the fake out, and the Como-O, once we get out of Trick Room, is going to be behind on that setup. And that's going to be a really important part of this, because it is definitely one of those typings that's a little bit weird. If you're committing your terrestrialization to it, then you're going to be weak to that Incineroar over on the other end. So as Mezzy goes ahead and terrestrializes into the Steel type, that's going to be something to keep an eye out for.
You could just go for the Iron Head to try to fish for a flinch. That is something that you could kind of go for here, but the fake out into the Amoonguss, so we'll have to see what this Como-O is going to be up to. Also, it's just really nice to have that defensive typing against something like the acrobatics that could be coming through. It is just going to be that Iron Defense here, but Rowan goes for the knockoff, and now those leftovers are completely gone. Oh, the Rocky Helmet's gone. Even better, honestly.
Yeah, just neutralize the Amoonguss as much as possible, but now with the +2 defense over onto the Como-O, we are out of Trick Room, and this is where you have to start looking at this Pokemon. If Como-O isn't necessarily supported by things around it, though, then it can start to fall apart. So targeting into the Amoonguss, especially since you do have those side pollen puffs, if the Como-O gets some damage not taken down, I definitely don't mind trying to take care of both these Pokemon and not just focusing straight in on the one.
Did you see the terrestrialization we're going to get here? It's going to be a Ghost Terra onto the Incineroar, and that may just seal the deal. If Mezzy goes for a Body Press into that slot, which would naturally be super effective into the Incineroar, that would now not actually get any damage down. On the table, for just thoughts for later as we do see the Amoonguss switch out.
That's definitely one of the ways that you can keep a Como in check. That is for sure. It will be the Amoonguss swapping out, Porygon 2 brought in, and as the terrestrialization comes out, that's going to be what to look out for. Where did this Body Press go?
Yeah, it could be the Body Press. It could end up also just being an Iron Head here, but it's not going to be effective if that's going to be the case. The knockoff, though, this time into the Porygon 2 will knock off the Eviolite, so now Porygon 2 might just get blown over by a little bit of wind, but it was a Body Press in the Incineroar. What a great play from Justin here to keep that Incineroar alive and get the Will-O-Wisp down onto the Como.
Honestly, just a perfect turn coming out from Justin at this end. Of course, this Incineroar being one of those things that could really threaten into this Como as it's trying to set up. You want to get it off of the field as fast as possible, but so smart of a Terra, a defensive Terra at this point in the match. And the Iron Heads are going to be doing less and less as, of course, that is something that can be Intimidate spammed down.
Yeah, another Body Press too. It feels so bad because you could go for another Iron Defense here, but you're already such on the back foot when it comes to momentum. You have this Amoonguss that could switch back in, but also doesn't have the Rocky Helmet anymore, so any sort of physical attacks aren't even getting chip damage down to help soften them up for this Como-O to take down.
And the Como-O too, one of those things is you're looking for it to not be taking too much damage when you're setting up this Iron Defense, but you're also looking to deal out some good damage at this point, and the burn coming out too is definitely going to be hurting on that. Porygon 2, no Eviolite, powerful attack from this Roaring Moon is going to be taken down. Body Press into the Roaring Moon slot. That one is going to be taking the KO, but Mezzy's losing pieces really fast to this team. You're not going to be able to have an opportunity to get the Trick Room set back up, and a parting shot into the Como-O. All of a sudden, there'll be fake out again next turn, and a chance for Justin pivot once again.
Yeah, you can even just bring the Ogerpon in here and go for something like the Follow Me. You could also leave it for later. There's just so many options that Justin can play around with. And even looking at the Flutter Mane, it's going to be a great option to have here.
Well, at this point, too, Mezzy's down to not very many Pokemon where we're looking at this Como-O over on his end. And this Flutter Mane, yes, it has the choice specs, but it also does have that Perish Song. So you can even just put a complete end to that there. But I feel like you would just be able to outdamage it at this point anyways. So Justin just has so many options. And down to just the Como-O and Amoonguss on Mezzy's end, Mezzy doesn't.
Yeah, I actually love the call out for the Perish song here because Como is still going to be a very bulky Pokemon. Now that the knockoff is no longer a part of the equation, because Como still has access to its leftovers to be able to kind of mitigate some of that burn chip that it would be taking. So you just go for the Perish song here. You have plenty of pieces to be able to play around with, and you just knock out both of these Pokemon by the end. We're going to see an expert display here. Mezzy is shaking his head. He knows this is going to be the end of the game in just a couple of turns.
Yeah, the Como might have a pretty strong defense here, but no getting around that Perish song. And at this point, too, no way to really be out-damaging Justin to try and even up the score. All it's going to take is a couple of swaps. So sure, you kind of have one of those setups that you can try and be doing something with, but the Flutter Mane, it's always a struggle for which is going to be that fourth and final move. But the Perish song, so smart in this case to really just put a lock on Mezzy's chances in this match.
Yeah, with choice specs, no less, right?
Yeah.
And so it feels so funny to be able to see something like a supportive option in that fourth slot, but now you can see why. A lot of trainers are also opting for Protect in that final slot, or you can even go for something like the Misty Terrain. That's another option we've seen a lot of, but the Perish song is perfect in this situation. And just let's get that revolving door started.
Yeah, at this point, it's a pretty quick swap in the fact that, hey, this body press can't actually do anything to the Flutter Mane or the Incineroar. And for the Iron Heads, you've been intimidated once, you've been a parting shot, you're going to get intimidated again. You're not doing any damage at this point. So, hey, at this point, we're going to be swapping around, but that switch is going to lock it.
Yeah, the only way that I could even see this is if the Amoonguss gets like a crit on the palm up or something.
No.
I don't know. Spiky Shield again makes a lot of sense here, but we are going to see the Iron Head and see how much this actually does. Oh.
A whopping 3 HP Iron Head.
No.
Absolutely insane. The Amoonguss doing spades more damage with that Pollen Puff. And that has been an Amoonguss that has had a parting shot into it as well.
I've never thought I'd see the day, honestly, that Amoonguss would do more damage than its partner. But here we are. We're going to see the Perish count fall again, and we are just a couple of turns away. Flutter Mane even in this position. Like, after how little the Incineroar took, it might be even 3 hits, but we're not even going to see the end of it. Mezzy's going to lock in the towel, and Justin with a 2-0 victory to start off our stream in Knoxville.
I'm glad to see the game cancel as opposed to playing for the win con of Justin accidentally pressing the run button at that point, but such a great match coming out from Justin to be putting himself at a 3-0 record here at the Knoxville Regional Championships. I feel like, too, when you're Mezzy, looking at Justin's team, first off, you're against a phenomenal player. Also, this phenomenal player has a phenomenal team that does have answers into your own. It was definitely just a tough situation.
There were so many answers to the Amoonguss, and that's something that a lot of trainers have been preparing for. You need to have a Grass Terror on your team. Safety Goggles is very much one of the high usage items that we're seeing in the meta. And you also have natural grass-type Pokemon like that Ogerpon that make fantastic switch-ins if you are expecting a Spore to come through. So I feel like Justin played around a lot of the game plan that Mezzy needed to go for in this game, given that naturally fast pieces on Justin's side. Trick Room has to be part of that plan.
That's kind of one of the issues when we're looking at a team that is built around a Pokemon that has this setup, is you need to be supporting this setup and start to be a little telegraphed on what you need to be doing. Of course, the Como is a Pokemon that, hey, it's going to be doing better in Trick Room. So all of a sudden, okay, you're bringing the Porygon too. Hey, you need a way to be setting up safely. You're going to be bringing the Incineroar. Things start to be very specifically tailored to a game plan. And then when Justin has a team that has an array of options, that is something that you can really start to be playing around and really start to be punishing at that point. So definitely a tough situation. Not being able to have the proper answers into Justin's team in time. Like, we got to see the knockoff Incineroar to knock off the Safety Goggles, so then all of a sudden the Amoonguss can pressure. But that piece being taken away from him so early in game 2, it just makes the situation oh so tough.
On top of that as well, I think the Incineroar in particular on Justin's side was just so well positioned to be able to handle this team. The Will-O-Wisp, both games. Whether you are pressuring down that Amoonguss to have to switch out a little bit more frequently because it has that burn chip, want to make sure you get that regenerator healing going, or it's just going to be the constant rotation of parting shot into Intimidate. Just a ton of answers, you're right.
Yeah, that's definitely a frustrating strategy to go up against, is an Incineroar that keeps Harding Shot, comes back in, intimidates, but hey, it's the reason that Incineroar has been one of those Pokemon that has definitely been talked about for a long time, for better or for worse here, and I feel like that was the perfect display on why people love or hate that Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the jury might be split on that one in particular, but when you look at Incineroar, people have started to really figure out how to use it. I think where it really struggled at the beginning of Regulation F is people had put it into a very well-defined box. But there's so many options that this Pokemon gets. It gets Helping Hand, it gets Knockoff. Those are new utility moves that this thing gets. It didn't need any more. Why did they give it a buff? I don't understand. Game Freak, hello? You made Incineroar even more broken.
Hey, it's pretty strong, but it's only going to be a broken Pokemon if piloted by a broken player. And
That's
with
true.
that, Justin Burns is in the lounge for our post-match interview.
Thank you, Rose and Sierra. I am currently joined in the lounge with the winner of Swiss Round 3, Justin Burns. Justin Burns, congratulations. You just told me that this is your first time winning a stream match in Scarlet Valley. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I was like, I think 0 for 5 or something, that I lost all my stream matches like all last year. So it's nice to, finally get a win. Nice to actually be in the lounge. I don't think
It's great to have you here, Justin. I just want to let you know that it's great to have you here with me right now. Can you talk to us about kind of like your team? I mean, I think it's really interesting that you have Roaring Moon, which is a Pokemon that I predicted, as well as Incineroar and Iron Hands, where, I don't know, I feel like when Incineroar was first reintroduced, I feel like a lot of people thought Iron Hands usage would drop off. Why do you have these two Pokemon that can fake out?
Yeah, so I think, they're both really bulky. Both Incin and Iron Hands are very hard to, take down. And they both have fake out, and they both have a pivot move, but I think that's where the similarities kind of drop off. The typing, both of their typings are obviously super important. Iron Hands is a bit more of a self-sustainer, so you can kind of play towards an Iron Hands win condition with the, clicking Drain Punch and pollen puffing it with Amoonguss, and Incineroar is more of a disruption for the opposing teams.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
So double support right there. I think during that entire set, you navigated through the 5 turns of Trick Room really well. Can you give us a little bit of insight on your thought process on how to navigate those 5 turns of Trick Room?
Yeah, so I knew once I wanted to put myself in a position where I can start, immediately start doing damage as soon as Trick Room's up, because that's when, I get my opportunity against the slow Pokemon like Porygon, Incineroar, Amoonguss. So I was fine letting my Incineroar stay on the field and take a few sleep turns. Luckily, I got the first turn Wake, and just try to put damage with Dazzling Gleam just so everything would kind of be chipped for when Roaring Moon came in. Game 2, it was a little more fortunate because I just Moonblasted the Incineroar twice as my adjustment, and I KO'd it pretty early. So Roaring Moon was able to come in a little earlier than I wanted it to, and was able to do damage on the last turn of Trick Room, which really kept the pressure up, especially against that Como.
Have you had a lot of practice against these types of teams, this Porygon 2 Ting-Lu team, which we've seen sort of like this rise in usage?
Yeah, so I've played against it a lot in practice. I've also used a lot of Porygon 2 Incin Amoonguss in when I was testing for previous tournaments. I think I really like the core, but there was some issues with like some Tailwind matchups that I couldn't really get around, and I think Ting-Lu's a good addition to help that out. But I still kind of prefer the less like Trick Room speed control, more just having really bulky Pokemon that can work in and out of Trick Room.
Yeah, and it definitely worked for you. Perish Song was also a very key move right there. Choice Specs Perish Song, not a thing that you really see happen a lot, but it does come in clutch. When did you realize that Perish Song was sort of your end game in Game 2?
So when he brought the Como, I knew I was going to have to play towards Perish Song because, Como is kind of hard to take down without, this burst damage, especially, special burst damage. And my only, special attacker is Flutter Mane. But the Shadow Ball usually isn't enough because they can tear a Steel Iron Head and they win that damage trade. So what I really had to like try and slow it down with the Terra Ghost Incineroar with the Will-O-Wisp having the body press damage.
Yeah, that was a really key play right there.
Yeah,
just
and then
seeing that Terra Ghost.
And like just trying to double the other slot down and make sure it can't switch out on the Perish Song.
Well, definitely paid off for you. Justin Burns wins the 3rd round here of Swiss. Do you have any goals that you want to set for this weekend? Like any goals in particular?
I really want to make day 2. I've made it to day 2, 2 regionals in a row now after I'd say I had a pretty abysmal all of like 2023. So I'd really like to, keep the like my placements consistently, pretty good. If I can make a run tomorrow, that would be nice. But that's the cards always don't fall that way. So just getting to play tomorrow would be nice.
Yeah. Well, that's a good goal to set. Thank you, Justin, for taking time to talk to us in the lounge. I'll let you go ahead and prepare. Before I let you go, though, do you have any shout-outs that you want to make? Yeah,
shout-outs to my family. They're all so supportive when I'm, I'm sure they're all watching right now. Shout-outs to Tub, my friend group, and shout-outs to all the guys that were helping me with this team leading up to this event.
Well, thank you for joining me here in the lounge. We'll go ahead and throw it back to the caster desk for another round 3 match right now. Take it away.
Looking forward to seeing if Justin can get that day 2 performance. I know that's what a lot of trainers are after, especially because these competitions have gotten way harder. Scott, is so great to be back beside you for another round.
Yeah, I feel like the last time we were casting together was a completely different universe, right? Going through a
different
time warp.
System, different game. Yeah, we really have gone through like a hyperbolic time chamber, I think, in order to get to this point.
Yeah, and things are so tough for trainers now. I mean, not that they were easy for trainers back then, but there's so many more competitors. I feel like everyone's so more practiced. The growth in the circuit has been really incredible, and I guess we saw that last round, right, where Justin is really impressive performance, kind of just dominating a game against another very good opponent.
Yeah, Alphamezi's really been tearing it up in the local scene, so it was really impressive to be able to see him come here with, especially an archetype that has really picked up in popularity, and then Justin also just able to outsmart that with the positioning. And can't wait to see how Alphamezi is going to do for the rest of the day as well, because we still have 6 more rounds of Swiss before we figure out which players get a chance to move on to day number 2. So a lot of wiggle room there for our trainers to work with.
Yeah, it's as much as you want to try to take those losses as late as you can, right? It's too early in the day to be too stressed, right? As long as you get to the 7-2 record at the end of the day, you'll move on, and then hey, after that, who knows what can happen.
That's what the lunch break is for. That's why we've got another round coming at you for round number 3. But before we get into that, we got some tweets. I heard we got some good stuff to look out here, like a Gengar plush. How could I not be excited looking at the Gengar plush? Leon says, good luck to everyone playing today. May the critical hits be in your favor. Has to be talking about Ogerpon, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping for no critical hits, right? But good to see Gengar here. Unfortunately, we don't get to see it too much in the video game championships, so at least a little cutie on the sidelines.
I miss Gengar. I miss Mega Gengar specifically. I feel like that was really fun.
Miss Mega Gengar. Yeah, I like switching a lot, and Mega Gengar did not like me doing that, and he tended to win.
Well, you could play Gothitelle now, and maybe have the same experience. So we'll just not talk about that. We'll move on. We got another tweet to show everybody. We've got a puppy. Pepsi is ready for day 1. Pepsi, the Pokemon Go dog that we always get a chance to feature on stream. We love Pepsi.
I was happy to see this. It's especially with Pokemon Go, right? You gotta walk around, be a little athletic anyway, and what better way to enjoy that than having a friend with you?
I always have my furry friend with me too. It's always better when you get to walk around the city and then your dog is also very happy to be walking around with you. Dirk, I hope you have a great day, and I hope Pepsi the puppy also has a great day. Let's see if we got anything else in the tank here. Time for another regional. Loving the Eastern Tennessee vibes. Let's keep it rolling and stay for the good times. Good luck to everyone competing today. Maddox, thank you so much. I love this. It was really cute that they put the Pokemon regional sticker up on the Knoxville sign.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's like usually I'm like kind of half asleep while I'm walking in, but I happen to notice like, oh, like it's it's fun. You get to I feel like we see I don't know how many times I've seen the Pokemon Regional Championships logo at this point. Definitely too many to count, but I hadn't seen that before. Like I feel welcomed. We feel like part of the event now.
Yeah, it's a creative way. I actually remember one of our VG players, Justin Knox, had a great tweet where he was in front of the Knox sign. He's like, Justin Knox, like in Knoxville. I'm like, I love the play on words. Maybe get a chance to see from him a little bit later too. I know he's excited to be competing this weekend. Maybe we got another one? We got another one. We got a Weedle this time. Now that I don't think is a Pokemon we're ever gonna see.
It is a Pokemon I love to see.
Wrong.
Yeah. If you manage to get any championship points with Weedle, my hat's off to you. But
I need a shoe.
I love this Pokemon. I don't know. Well, as much as I'm not the biggest fan of the real life bug types, love the bug type Pokemon. Yeah.
I like them too. We are back, baby, chilling at the Knoxville Regional Championships, playing some good old Weedle V-Star.
Yeah, that's probably real, right?
Yeah, surely. I mean, my knowledge of the TCG isn't that great, but like that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, that's the deck I want to play. Yeah. Where's my Weedle deck?
Where is my Weedle deck? Wasn't Beedrill good at some point? Or am I like just thinking of Dawes being so Beedrill-pilled?
Beedrill's been around for so long. Like, surely at some point someone threw it a bone, right?
Someone look that up for us. I have to know. But Dominic, best of luck to you as well with your Weedle V-Star deck. Last one we got here. The Tyranitar is smaller than the Larvitar. It's an extra large Larvitar and an extra small Tyranitar.
Yeah, I can't claim to be a Pokemon biologist here, but this seems a little, unlikely. I love it. I mean, I love the texture on the Larvitar plush.
It looks so soft.
He looks fun. Yeah, I want to pet him through the screen, but
so fluffy.
I'd be very disappointed if I touch our monitor.
Yeah.
It's not going to be fluffy at all.
It's too smooth, actually. That was not enjoyable. I will says, good luck, have fun to all my opponents at Knox Regionals. Well, good luck, have fun to you as well. If you want your tweets featured on the Pokemon stream so we can have a good laugh or chuckle or just show off some amazing artwork, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We also have a lot of other exciting stuff coming at you on the regional circuit. We're here in Knoxville right now, but you could also use that hashtag #PlayPokemon and you could see your tweets at any of these other events that we have coming up this season. I'm so smooth.
Yeah, still have a lot to look forward to, right? A lot of great locations coming up. I'll be in Canada next. Really excited. Vancouver, I think, always one of the most fun regional championships. It's a great city, so definitely recommend it.
How excited are you for NAIC in New Orleans, though?
Yeah, I'm extremely excited. I will say I'm a Columbus defender. I know a lot of people were excited to get out of there. I enjoyed Columbus, but yeah, I've never been to New Orleans. I've always wanted to. I think you probably have the lower 48, then definitely the city. But like, oh man, I really should have gone there by now. So I can't wait to check it out. Should be a lot of fun, and kind of excited to see. Maybe we'll see a little different group of players moving further east.
I like the change of scenery. I feel like also when we look at the East Coast, we get huge turnout. I mean, take a look at this event. Take a look at Charlotte that just happened a couple of weeks ago. The East Coast, or just the eastern half of the United States, might just be where it's at. But if you want to make sure that you are in the know for all of the action happening on the Pokemon stream, make sure you are following all of our channels, all of our socials. You get the alerts, yada yada. You guys know what to do at this point. So make sure you're there and make sure you're here to be able to enjoy the stream with us, because we still have another round 3 match heading up.
It should be a lot of fun. Yeah, I enjoyed round 3 so much the first time. Figure we run it back here. Try it again.
Round 3, Electric Boogaloo, I think is probably what we call that, but maybe more Pokemon terms would be like electric hair. Yeah, actually, just take it away from me.
At least we have electric here, right? The TCG stream, Lightning Boogaloo would be a little weird. So
yeah. Well, speaking of some electrifying trainers, we've got Aaron Trailer and Kazuki Kanehira for our second round 3 match, and boy, can I not wait to get into these teams, Scott, because all my eyes are on the Iron Jugulus right now.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. I think Aaron's using the same 6 Pokemon we saw Brendan Zhang use, and I'm pretty excited where, when I first heard of this Iron Jugulus, I thought, oh no, like this is a 3-4 drop waiting to happen, but it's much more powerful than I was expecting it to be, right? It's a Pokemon that a lot of people aren't preparing for. I feel like we had a pretty centralized group of key Pokemon coming to this weekend. I mean, I think they can still throw trainers off a little bit.
You're right about that. When you take a look at the Iron Jugulus too, what what really impressed me about how Brendan Zhang used it was that it's got the snarl pressure, the booster energy makes it really, really fast. It's also surprisingly bulky when it's able to take a hit from something like a Flutter Mane and still survive.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun too. It's just one of those Pokemon, right, where you don't face it every day, so maybe you don't know your calcs as well. You can misplay into it a little bit, you know. These open team sheet formats, sometimes, you know, even though you can see all the moves and items as we're looking at here, it's still, you know, the way the Pokemon are trained can make a difference, and the less conventional Pokemon tend to have a little advantage there. I think another thing to keep in mind of his team also is this Ursaluna. I believe a little speedier than we'd seen from most Ursaluna on Brendan's version of the team. We'll have to see if Trailer has opted to train things the same way or not, but something to keep an eye on.
What I love about how trainers are kind of playing both sides of the fence with that is that it can operate outside of Trick Room, which makes it really fun to see how these trainers can use it. Aaron Trailer is, in fact, the connoisseur of various ice cream flavors, and if you haven't seen the flavors that he's come up with, I think some of them would blow you away.
Yeah, not just eating ice cream, but creating it. Yeah, the man's a little unhinged, and we love him for it. Although I will say, I have eaten some Aaron Trailer brand ice cream, and you know, he's pretty good.
I'm very interested in trying the Pocari Sweat flavor that he put together. I know that sounds weird if you've never heard of Pocari Sweat, but it's a delicious, hydrating drink that we got a chance to try in Japan, and he made an ice cream flavor out of it. It has to be good.
Yeah, it might sound even more unhinged if you have heard of Pocari Sweat, but you know, that's what you gotta do sometimes. A little mad scientist never hurt anybody.
On the other side of things, we've got Kazuki Kanehira, who is coming off of a top 32 at the Charlotte Regional Championships, also got top 32 at Toronto earlier on this year, and is using another team archetype that I feel like we've seen a lot of at this point, just updated to include things like the Urshifu Single Strike, as well as the Entei with the Assault Vest that can really help to give some power to this team.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. You know, Glamora spent a lot of time over the course of the last season and a half kind of just being like Dondozo's sidekick, but now with this Power Herb Meteor Beam combo, it's really it and Tornadus that are kind of the engine of his team. The thing that stood out to me, this one though, is actually that Entei. I don't know, I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can make this team. I think a few times I've seen the Chi-Yu in that slot instead, so I'll be excited to see how this team plays differently with Entei playing a little bit more of a supportive role in that slot.
I think what's nice about the Entei over the Chi-Yu is that Assault Vest makes it so tanky. You're able to take a lot of different hits, especially if you're able to get a Snarl off onto something like the Blood Moon or Saluna. If Blood Moon comes, I'm expecting that Entei and Ogerpon are going to be huge pieces to be able to mitigate some of that special attack damage.
Yeah, I really like Entei in kind of these matchups against bulkier teams where you can hang out in the field for a little bit longer. You know, Entei kind of does a lot of cool stuff, right? Where can inflict burn, can reduce special attack with Snarl. Oh, that's so cute.
I love that. Kazuki's VG hero is world champion Ryota Otsubo. Isn't it all of ours, honestly?
Yeah. So it's a good hero to pick, right?
Yeah.
Very fun team builder. I think I actually have something that he put together loaded in my game right now.
Really? What are you playing?
I mean, gosh, I'm trying to remember which one's his. I don't want to misattribute it, but yeah.
Oh, you also don't want to spill your secrets. I get it.
Yeah. The fantastic teams I'm using in my very successful battling efforts.
For the global challenge, I won't ask you to spill the tea here, but I'm very much expecting this to be all about the leads in this game. I think you have to consider that. You also have to consider what is the game plan here. For Aaron, I think it could very well be just trying to set up a Tailwind and go, but the problem that I see with that is that Kazuki also has his own form of speed control with the Tornadus and the Tailwind. And also, the taunt does actually not matter since Iron Jugulis is a dark type, right?
Yeah, it's kind of fun where a couple different ways of getting around that taunt, where either the Iron Jugulis can just Tailwind over it, or the Farigiraf can just ignore it because of Iron Tail and Trick Room that way. So some tricky options, right? I think that's sort of the fun of this Iron Jugulis Farigiraf team, where the team preview is a little bit complicated, where the game is like somewhat vastly different if Aaron picks a path involving Trick Room or a path involving Tailwind. And that'll be something to see over the course of the set, right? If the game one doesn't work out, maybe just try it the other direction, or you double down maybe and trying to get Kazuki to anticipate a switch.
Yeah, catch your opponent off guard, or think like 6 steps ahead and really hope that it averages out to 1.5. But yeah, I'm with you. I think that speed is really important in this matchup. I think also when you look at just how these two play against each other, Blood Moon or Luna feels like a very important offensive piece here for Aaron, but you can support it in so many different ways that Kazuki might have a hard time figuring out how to counterbalance that.
Yeah, I think another attacker on Aaron's team that's sort of fun to look at too is that Ogerpon. I think it's really cool over the course of the season to watch the different ways players have trained the Ogerpon, where for a while there I felt like the Wellspring mask was always the Follow Me variant, and the Hearthflame mask was always the Swords Dance variant, and we kind of seen it get switched both ways. As you saw a little bit when we were showing you Aaron's team. He's got the Swords Dance option on that Wellspring Ogerpon, so I think that's kind of interesting, this matchup. I think the big problem with it would be the opposing Wellspring Ogerpon, which, isn't going to be hugely excited about allowing him to get those free IV cudgels off, and it does have the Follow Me to attract those attacks into the water absorb. So something to keep an eye on. If Aaron's able to pick up a quick knockout on the opposing Wellspring Ogerpon, that could open that up. But I think I agree. It's more likely that the Blood Moon or Saloon is going to have to pick up some big knockouts here if Aaron wants to take this one.
So both of them, it's going to be really important to figure out those Ogerpon speeds then as well, because as you mentioned that there's many ways to be able to build the Ogerpon. One of the things that we see change a lot is the speed investment into this Pokemon. So whose is faster? Can you also force out a Terra on Kazuki's Ogerpon, make it weak to something like the Horn Leech and just be able to get that one-hit knockout? Can you also navigate it in a way that you know that you're going to have the faster Ogerpon? Both of these trainers have to figure out a lot in this first game.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun too. I mean, I love those interactions, right? On either side here having the full Fire, Water, Grass core, they've just stopped it. Well, I mean, I guess in a way they have both the water and the grass, right? It's combined them into one piece.
That's true.
I just think it's fun though, right? Because yeah, I mean, when you terrestrialize, or if you terrestrialize at all, it makes such a big difference. Where I think one of the things that maybe was a problem in that previous matchup was that, especially in game one, we saw that quick terrestrialization on the Porygon, where it didn't really do anything, and then also it committed the piece. Where I think probably in this game, both players are going to want to be a little careful when they choose to hit that button, right? It really does change the way predictions work throughout the rest of the match, and what I think is kind of a very tenuous matchup that could go either way.
What do you think about the Urshifu single strike in this matchup? I feel like it actually has quite a good place here.
Well, I like it a lot too. Yeah, I guess looking over, I mean, there aren't a whole lot of things that really threaten with a lot of damage, and so maybe even without that Focus Sash could survive a couple of hits. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that it looks like it can chunk. It might be one where you typically, you see Urshifu using kind of like the non-fighting type attacks with the the Wicked Blow on this version of Urshifu. But in this case, close combat's looking pretty good, right? There's not really any resist to start out with, and other than the poor Amoonguss here, who is, I guess, going to be a pretty important crux in this matchup, and lots of things that really don't want to be hit by that move.
Yeah, and I think the other thing about the Amoonguss that makes the Urshifu even in a better position is that the Amoonguss is Citrus Berry. It's not Rocky Helmet. So there's no way that this Urshifu can actually take any recoil, because the Farigiraf isn't Rocky Helmet either. It's going to be that Throat Spray. And we've seen just how much special attack output a Farigiraf can actually have, but it's so difficult to get that to actually withstand something like the Urshifu that could Terra Dark unless you want to terrestrialize the Farigiraf into the Fairy type.
Yeah, I mean, it always hurts a little bit when you have to do that, right? Where if you've got to do it, you've got to do it. Get that Trick Room set up or whatever. But the fully defensive terrestrialization hurts a little bit. Speaking of that Rocky Helmet, it is on Incineroar, so that's one way that it could get in the battle. But I think between that and maybe the Hyper Voice of the Farigiraf, on Aaron's side, trying to find a way to break that Focus Sash on the Urshifu without committing a full power attack. It really is only kind of those two moves that can do the tiny bit of chunk damage. I guess maybe a Snarl from Iron Jugulus or something, but it's like mostly bigger attacks on Aaron's side of the field, so the Focus Sash could be a little bit annoying.
I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that, especially if Ogerpon wants to try to knock it out in one hit. You can't do that, so maybe you can just go for Fake Out, actually.
Yeah, because that's the greatest way to break a Focus Sash, max value.
Yeah, it doesn't get a chance to move, and the Focus Sash is broken. We love that. We love that. But it looks like we are just waiting for our trainers to get ready for their match, and we just want to make sure that everything is all ready to go before we do load into the game. So I got a fun question for you. So what is your hot take for a Pokemon that could be good in Regulation F?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I've been playing weirdly standard. I mean, I guess it depends what you mean by good. I do want to be. I think for me broadly, one thing I'd like to see more of in the metagame is Sun. I think it's fun. I think it's been underplayed like basically since it was like Regulation C where Joe Garte was playing that Sun team. I just think like, yeah, with photosynthesis being everywhere and most players who have are relying on the ability, focusing on like having the booster energy to power it up. I feel like there's got to be someone like, all right, I'm just gonna photosynthesis spam. That's one thing I have been playing, right? With I was using all of Walking Wake, and it's friends over there, and like probably not gonna win a regional with that team, but I do think it's a lot of fun, and I think that like a more serious version of that team, you're kind of just stacking photosynthesis on the Pokemon who maybe aren't always seen could be a lot of fun. I feel like there's like a group of like 20 or 25 Pokemon that like we're all kind of expecting, and like breaking outside of that could mess with some defensive cores.
Well, that's what you were talking about with the Iron Jugulus, and I think something else that people might have to start thinking about. Okay, low-key, Galarian Zapdos. Galarian Zapdos, I think, could be absolute heat. Quote me on this. I think that Galarian Zapdos is really good in the meta right now because it has access to same type attack bonus flying type damage, which feels so valuable against all of the grass types and all the grass terras that we have in the meta. But you also get access to stab fighting type attacks. Look at all the dark type Pokemon that are running around. Urshifu, we see you. I raise you a Galarian Zapdos that can hit you for super effective damage no matter what you are.
Yeah, I might agree with you. Because I mean, yeah, I guess if you kind of think about the metagame too, I think people are a little scared to use fighting types other than Urshifu because of that Flutter Mane. But like, you can find a way to protect, Zapdos from it. I mean, yeah, the offensive coverage is great, right? I mean, gosh, I forget. It's when I was watching someone like just for fun ladder Zapdos the other day, and like it was pretty strong. So you might be onto something here, I think.
I think Aaron Clemens also used the Galarian Zapdos in Charlotte, so maybe that's where I got the inspiration from, honestly. But I think overall, like, flying type damage is super well positioned in the meta right now, and I think that is heavily understated, but maybe why we're seeing a bit more of the Roaring Moon, the Iron Jugulus, even with the Air Slash. I think Tornadus is also back. It's so back. Bleakwind Storms feel so bad, but it's back.
Yeah, I mean, it's great as long as you hit, right? You just believe in yourself, I guess.
Hit. Yeah, believe in the heart of your Pokemon or something like that.
I do think it's kind of fun with like most of the Pokemon being available now, right? Where like there's so many high base stat Pokemon that you could use, but kind of just thrown to the wayside because the popular Pokemon are so strong and kind of like people have figured out those archetypes already.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you look at like even, I guess like Portland compared to the last 2 weekends of regionals, right? The metagame looks pretty different, right? And I think it'd be a little arrogant just in, it's been a month, so we've solved it now, right? We figured it out. We know all the good Pokemon, it's over, right? So there's got to be some of these Pokemon like hiding somewhere, like, maybe that should have been a bigger part of the metagame. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell which one just because I think there's so many candidates who I think seem reasonable, but whoever figures out that puzzle's got a lot to gain.
Like Iron Hands. Iron Hands.
I remember Iron Hands. Yeah.
Where did it go?
Felt like for a while there we couldn't stop catching those Iron Hands, and now we can't find them anywhere.
Well, that's why Raging Bolt has Thunderclap now. So, it's a different type of hands, I guess. And Cresselia also has hands. Guys, look at it. I can't unsee it now. I'm glad we don't have one on screen, but go look at the Cresselia. It does have hands. Back to the matter at hand. I hate myself. Aaron Trailer versus Kazuki Kanehira. Scott, save me.
Should be a fun match here. You see, again, you're kind of talking about this matchup almost to exhaustion, but don't worry, everyone. We're almost into the game now.
Let's TLDR for them really fast.
Yeah, it's a fun match with Trailer side. We've got multiple speed control options with both Tailwind and Follow Me, and the offensive threat of the Ursulin next to the supportive threat of Amoonguss, a Pokemon who does not have hands. On the other side of the field, you have this Tornadus Glamora-based offensive team with the surprise Entei that I think we're excited to see, and then potentially some big offense from that Urshifu as well.
There is such a clear mode here for Kazuki to go with something like the Tornadus and the Urshifu just kind of hit really hard. What I wonder is if Kazuki knows how much damage he could do into something like the Farigiraf, especially if it Terras. Does a double up actually KO it if you go for something like the Wicked Blow plus maybe like a Moonblast into that slot? Entei, even with the Assault Vest, can do a surprising amount of damage, so that just might be a big piece that Kazuki has to focus on in order to actually actually get rid of the Friggraph if he's expecting something like Trick Room to come through.
Yeah, I think this game one will tell us a lot. I'll be excited to see how prepared for this matchup he is. I think while players are preparing for the Friggraph Ursaluna combination, it's a little different version of it than what trainers might have been expecting. So perhaps the tweaks will throw them off a little bit.
Well, it's going to be the Glamora and the Entei for Kazuki in this game number 1, and it is the Friggraph and the Incineroar. This already kind of speaks to me that Aaron is going to try to go for the Ursaluna Blood Moon in the back with another key supportive piece, but hey, anything can really happen.
A lot of options here, and sort of a tricky combination of Pokemon to face off against. Really seeing the effect of Entei's ability. Doesn't care about Intimidate, doesn't care about Fake Out, so Entei's going to get to do something here, but yeah, I mean, it does seem like a pretty clear path to a Trick Room if Aaron wants it, although if he does go for the Fake Out here, it's going to wind up in a little bit of a slow start where, like, well, great, the Trick Room's up, but he doesn't really have the ability then with the Pokemon out to take advantage of it. And we saw the pitfall of that last round, right, where Trick Room kept going up and then not really doing anything.
What's really tough about this, though, is that, yes, you can go for the Fake Out here into the Glamora just to be able to stop something like the Meteor Beam that would be able to get a knockout onto the Friggraph with a double up as long as it hits. The sad part about this is that you are actually going to be setting off the Toxic Debris, so anything that comes in now into that Incineroar switch is going to have to take that poison, unless you have something like the Amoonguss in the back, which would be able to help absorb those toxic spikes.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's only one layer for now. So just that regular poison, not quite as devastating as the toxic, perhaps, if I guess especially for a Trick Room team, right, where like you really don't want to waste turns switching around needlessly. But there will have to be a little purposeful switching around here, probably. Unlikely the Incineroar is going to want to stay on the field and try to duke this one out against two Pokemon. It's not going to do a whole lot again. So we'll have to see if Trailer can successfully pivot at some point the Ursaluna onto the field and get off some attacks to take advantage of this Trick Room.
What's really nice about the Entei, though, is that it's so bulky. There's not really many ways that Aaron can, at this point in time, be able to chunk down that Entei enough that you can actually get rid of it. One way that'll help that, though, is the knockoff to get rid of that pesky Assault Vest. So it opens up this Entei to take even a little bit more damage from this Hyper Voice. Now that Hyper Voice is also going to be boosted up thanks to the Throat Spray to help get that special attack up into a really nice spot, but that's why the Entei has Snarl.
It's trading boosts and drops there now. 2 Snarls and 1 Throat Spray, so 1 level of reduced special attack for this poor Friggraph.
But now the Meteor Beam. Glamora, can you show us a Meteor Beam? You've got the special attack boost, but you have to actually hit your move. Power Herb is going to allow this Glamora to go ahead and fire it off immediately, hitting its mark into the Friggraph, and that's just going to be a knockout. Very clean here, but the only problem is it does open up Aaron to be able to bring in a new Pokemon in its place.
Yeah, that's one way to get the, or I guess say Pokemon in the back end, but as you called out before, it is this Amoonguss going to remove these poison spikes from the field and start threatening a Spore onto either of these Pokemon. Perhaps now will be the time where Aaron goes for the pivot, but he's got to be a little careful here, right? We got the spoilers there as he was looking at the Pokemon in the back. We do know it is that Ursaluna, but with Friggraph having been defeated, there's not going to be a second Trick Room, right? So the Ursaluna, only a couple of turns left of Trick Room to try to take advantage of before it's going to be facing most likely a speed disadvantage for the rest of the game.
And a lot of times when players are playing this matchup with a couple of faster pieces on it, what Kazuki has, you wait. You have your fast mode in the back for once you've stalled out the Trick Room. So we don't know what's going to be in the back there, but
See extreme speed going onto the Glamora, activating the toxic debris. It's like, hey, nice job trying to get rid of this poison, but I think I'd like it after all. But Aaron firing back for some poison of his own.
Yeah, that's going to be a Sludge Bomb, not a move that we typically see on something like the Amoonguss. It does get the poison, so just in case that Entei did not survive the Flare Blitz, it would have been able to take the rest of the chip at the end of the turn. But I do love seeing that extreme speed play. We also have the Glamora able to fire one back itself, and it's also going to set up a poison onto Aaron's Incineroar.
You're in an aggressively poison-feed game here. 2 different Pokemon getting poisoned this turn, and one in the back has basically been poisoned by the effects of this turn, right? Not any way to get Amoonguss in and out without bringing Ursaluna in first and getting poisoned now. So sneaky little play by Kazuki there, but I like it. Entei, as it turned out, wasn't going to be able to act anyway. Would have just been knocked out no matter what. So some irrelevant damage on Glamora in exchange for the poison on Ursaluna. I think that's not too bad.
No, it's really not. Like, you love to see plays like that. Now the Ogerpon gets to come in and also threaten a ton. It's a natural grass type, so it's going to be immune to the Spore. But you also have the opportunity, if Kazuki sees it as an option, to just go for the Terrestrialization and get that special defense boost. Could really help out against something like that Blood Moon or Saluna.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to look really tricky for Aaron, right? Where Kazuki just played the beginning of this game so well, hasn't really given too much up. Entei did its job, and by the time it left the field, I think it was kind of done. And now, yeah, it's easy spiky shield, avoid anything too crazy happening. As Ogerpon's looking pretty safe against both these Pokemon, can't be spored, so going to be able to get an attack off here. Just really well played game by Kazuki so far.
Absolutely. Parting Shot, though, was also going to go into the Glamora. What a smart spiky shield here, because you're stalling out yet another turn of Trick Room where we can't see this Blood Moon Ursaluna come in. Of course, though, Ivy Cudgel can do the job for you, so while you don't get the Parting Shot to naturally get that Blood Moon Ursaluna in, almost better that you didn't at this point, so you can get it in now for free without taking any damage apart from this poison.
Yeah, I mean, at least maybe an opportunity for Aaron to start trying to pick up some knockouts. But I think he's also just kind of fishing a little bit there, right? Where realize he's losing the game. Well, okay, well, it's likely I'm going to see this Glamora protect itself from attacks, but I kind of have to go for it anyway. We're like, I'm going to need maybe Kazuki to give me something in order to get to this game. But Kazuki plays well, right? It doesn't do anything unnecessary there, and yeah, boy, this poor Ursaluna is going to have to do a lot of damage here. Get the right Pokemon next to it if he wants to try and pull that off, but yeah, Ogerpon in particular, they're looking pretty scary on the other side of the field.
Yeah, now it can terrestrialize, so I would be very nervous about this Blood Moon or Saluna. But it's so tough in this position because it's a 50-50. Do you want to try to go for the Blood Moon, which is a huge nuke of damage, or do you want to just go for the Hyper Voice, which gives you great spread with this terrestrialization?
Yeah, I mean, I guess speaking of that terrestrialization, kind of necessary. There do want to be a pure normal type Pokemon in this matchup.
That is so true.
But I guess the nice thing here too is, I guess defensively and offensively you want the same thing, right? Shores up your ability to fight against Ogerpon and also increases the damage. We'll have to see if it's enough. Ogerpon this time going for the spiky shield, preferring to keep itself healthy.
Glamora is going to get put to sleep as well, so a smart choice here by Aaron to just continue to try to mitigate some of this damage. But with the Hyper Voice, of course, you're not going to be able to hit the Ogerpon, but does it get enough damage down onto this Glamora? It is.
That's a ton.
Yeah, that's a ton.
It's a critical hit.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a critical hit. I'm just saying. I mean,
like, wait a minute, that shouldn't be
Ursaluna's pretty powerful, but are you kidding me?
Yeah, not quite that much.
They were in fact kidding me.
Yes. Now we have Kazuki, though, down to his final two Pokemon. But Trick Room is over. So what is in the back that could potentially run away with this game? It's the Urshifu.
Oh, this got interesting in a hurry here. I mean, Urshifu going to be threatening a lot of damage on the other side of the field. And as you mentioned, critically, that Rocky Helmet not on the Amoonguss, right? If there is the Rocky Helmet there instead, maybe just redirect an attack. Then Ursaluna can pick up a knockout, but without that, I don't know how you get the second hit on the Urshifu, right? Like, you need something kind of crazy here.
Well, crazy just might be what we're getting. We're going to see a terrestrialization for one of the final turns of this game number 1. It is going to be the Urshifu that gets the Terra Dark, able to help boost up something like the Wicked Blow. It's not also, because it's Focus Sash, it's not choice locked in anything. But here is the big difference maker. What about this turn could be different? It's going to be a Rage Powder and a Follow Me on both sides to try to keep these huge attackers safe. But the Wicked Blow, how much damage does this do into the Amoonguss? Is it even able to hang on through this? It does, and it now gets a Citrus Berry as well, so it's got one more hit that it can take here. This Ogerpon, though, is about to take this Blood Moon. That is a little scary, but it is... it might not survive this.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most powerful attacks of the format, easily taking down this Ogerpon. And Aaron's turned a pretty difficult-looking matchup into a temporary, at least, Pokemon advantage here with this 1-0. However, still a tricky spot is Ursaluna taking damage now, both from the poison and from the Life Orb recoil, and sort of a tricky spot where Urshifu could knock out either of these Pokemon with one more Wicked Blow, and critically still has that Focus Sash intact.
So that's really tough here, because you can go for the Hyper Voice. It is going to be single target, so you're able to get some decent damage down, but the Wicked Blow is going to be plenty to be able to finish off this Amoonguss based on the damage we saw on the turn prior. So it all comes down to whether or not this Ursaluna is going to be able to withstand an attack, but this Urshifu could just close combat it next turn.
Yeah, hard to imagine how it's going to survive this one. And yeah, I mean, I guess with close combat available, maybe it didn't really matter, but you do kind of see too the benefit of that sneaky extreme speed earlier. You know, that poison damage continuing to whittle down the HP of this Ursaluna, ensuring that a knockout here will be inevitable. And we see because of that, Aaron locking in the forfeit. So a fantastic game 1 win here by Kazuki.
He did a great job of stalling out those Trick Room turns, so I feel like maybe taking a bit of a page out of Justin's book from that previous match, where Trick Room is just such a vital part to Aaron's team and the game plan he tried to go for in that game number 1. Now that the Trick Room had gone up from the Fergaraf, how do you get the Blood Moon in without it taking too much damage? That was so difficult, and Kazuki made that the struggle for him.
Yeah, I wonder if that won't just be the story of the weekend, right? We've seen a lot of teams with like kind of Trick Room modes, even if they aren't like hard Trick Room, do really well the last 2 weekends. And you know, we've seen now a game and a round where the Trick Room team's got Trick Room up, but then what, right? Where I think the other side of the field, you know, you can see Kazuki doing such a good job here, picking up that quick knockout in the Fergaraf, not having to worry about a second Trick Room because of it, and then just keeping pressure enough on the field. It was never safe for Aaron to get Ursaluna in and start rolling.
I think that was something else that I was really impressed by with Kazuki is I think a lot of people would look at those free switches and go, in Trick Room? No way am I giving this over for free. That would feel so bad. But recognizing that doesn't really matter. I get the Fergaraf out of the way. You can't go for Trick Room again. I've got so much pressure with Protect, Spiky Shield on this team. I can just stall out these turns of Trick Room, especially if I get some calls right, where you think that I'm going for Protect here and I can damage with something else. Fantastic. You saw the double hit into the Spiky Shield of Glamora before. Great call there from Kazuki.
Yeah, especially given how close the game wound up being, right? I think I really like the foresight that he had planning this end game, right? Where it was really close, but also it kind of wasn't, right? Where at some point, because like, oh, I see the path to the end where I win no matter what here. I just need to make sure that I set up my board correctly. You know, 1 HP, but you know, it's a focus sash, right? There was not really any way that Aaron could have broken it. You can't protect against it because it's Urshifu, so you know, you can kind of just safely Wicked Blow there. And yeah, I mean, I guess that's going to be one thing for Aaron in this second game, right? He's going to have to find a way to get that extra little bit of damage on the Urshifu so he doesn't need 2 full power swings from the Ursaluna in order to knock it out.
Yeah, you called it immediately when we were looking into the game. You said, oh, that focus dash is going to be really pesky. And so it absolutely was. And I think we also have to consider how much work that Entei was doing. We were discussing, hey, like, what are the differences between like Entei and Chiyu on this team when a lot of cases we've seen the Chiyu in that slot over the Entei. Well, I think it showed off why. It was able to take so many hits and still be able to put on that snarl pressure.
Yeah, I think the snarl is really good in this matchup, right? You don't want to just like hard switch into a snarl because that's also going to stop your Ursaluna from switching, right? So, and then yeah, I mean, even in Trick Room, right? You know, the classic pivot with these teams, like, oh, I'll just parting shot with Incineroar and then I'll get in for free that way. But you're just going to trade stat drops if you do that. And you know, when one side really needs speed control and the other doesn't so much, that's really to Entei's advantage.
Wow, this is a very different looking game right off the bat for this game too. Kazuki is up 1 game and we are seeing a big pivot here into the faster modes for both of these teams. The Iron Jungulus on the field.
That's a lot of fun. I think kind of both sides may be predicting where this is going. And we mentioned again in the pregame, well, you know, maybe if you lose the Trick Room, you try out the other speed control move. But Kazuki looks like he was ready for it here, right? A very different approach, likely anticipating something similar to what he got. Although, you know, maybe the Iron Jungulus is probably not going to be the most upset not to be facing Glamora down on turn 1 either. So, you know, who knows? Maybe this is what Trailer was looking for.
Yeah, Iron Jungulus is like guaranteed to be the fastest thing on the field. It was going to be a speed boost that it got from its booster energy, so it's going to be able to dish out some pretty meaningful damage here as well. I love the Air Slash option too, because not only is it super effective into both Pokemon, but you also have a chance to flinch here. It is going to be a Detect to kick things off, and Kazuki could very well just go for the double Protect here. Doesn't though. Ogerpon takes a ton of damage from the Air Slash. The Horn Leech does go into the protected Urshifu, but this is going to be an attacking Ogerpon with the Wood Hammer, no less. Recoil though is going to be through the roof.
Yeah, it does barely survive there. I was kind of wondering, well, man, that's a lot of damage to take recoil from, but that works out okay for Kazuki, right? Looks a little sketchy when he takes that flying type attack for free, but both sides trading pretty well here. And again, important to keep the differences between the two Ogerpon and in mind. They look the same, both wearing the same mask, but beneath those masks, one of them, the more aggressive swords dance version of Ogrepon on Aaron's side of the field versus the Follow Me version on the other side. Certainly with super low HP, I think I'd rather have Follow Me, allowing the turn to play a little more predictably. Could be an option for Kazuki to go for a Follow Me and attack with this Urshifu and then pick up a knockout without risking that focus sash.
This is really tough, though. I mean, the Iron Jugulus here is going to go for the Snarl, so it does have an opportunity to break the Focus Sash, but it's going to be Entei that takes its place. Actually, really nice to catch on a switch in here for the Snarl, so you are going to be able to just help kind of whittle away a little bit. Urshifu special attack, though, that doesn't matter. Entei's honestly doesn't either. But the Ivy Cudgel is going to be faster than the Urshifu. That's huge to know that it is going to be able to get the leg up in speed.
Yeah, going into the Urshifu slot, though, rather than that juicy fire-type Pokemon just switched in, and the first knockout, once again, will go to Kazuki.
It's hard to be able to make that call, though, right? Because it was the Ogrepon, and if you just hit it, it's going to be able to get that HP recovery thanks to that Water Absorb.
Yeah, Aaron's decision so far feel a little tepid to me, right? Where kind of like spreading damage out, kind of like he's like kind of like picking the middle option of everything, right? Where he's like he can play super conservatively, he can play super aggressively. He's straight in the middle right now, right? Well, I'm gonna do a little damage to everything. I'm not gonna lose the game on this turn. So he splashed a lot of damage, but he's gonna have to figure things out now, right? Where it's a big decision now. Do you bring a Moongus or Farigiraf in? It really changes the course of this game. It's sort of awkward. We have two Pokemon who probably would prefer the Trick Room option and the speedy Iron Jugulus right next to it, where it's sort of a strange option here. And we do see Farigiraf coming in, having to face down this Urshifu. Gonna want its buddy Iron Jugulus to protect it a little bit here.
We could just Terra. We have thought about that option as well. The Terra Fairy would help be able to protect it from something like the Wicked Blow. But it's tough because you're right. Like, Kazuki has been taking positive damage trades here, really starting to gain some momentum in this second game. But where does Aaron go from here? You have to lean into offense somewhere now that your main source of damage is gone.
Yeah, Urshifu getting out of here too, which I don't mind at all. It's pretty pinned there, right? And yeah, I don't think Glamora is like super concerned about either of these Pokemon yet. It would have been pretty crazy to fire a Psychic into that slot, but it does give Aaron a free Tailwind. Well, air quotes free.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little free, though, depending on how you look at it, but you can see the Assault Burst and the Entei coming in so handy. It's really taking any damage from that Hyper Voice, and even if it's able to get the special attack boost thanks to the Throat Spray, Entei can just mitigate it again with another Snarl. Kazuki is doing such a phenomenal job of making sure that Aaron can't do damage.
Yeah, it's a big deal too, right? I mean, Farigiraf typically has some significant defensive training, so they can actually survive using Trick Room. So that the Throat Spray, the damage is a little bit underwhelming, right? Is threatening a potential Psychic across the field onto this Glamora, but that's pretty telegraphed, right? And Entei is still feeling pretty comfortable here, not overly threatened by either of these Pokemon thanks to the Assault Vest, so they kind of just keep whittling away, perhaps, while its teammates do their best to avoid taking too much damage.
Yeah, like Air Slash is still not going to be doing very much. You kind of hope, though, that maybe you're able to catch a Terra. Like, Glamora could go for the Terra Grass. Entei is Terra Fairy, so it's still going to be a nice defensive option for it to have, but just a Spiky Shield here. Kazuki is playing this game so well.
Yeah, we're going to see a bunch of attacks whipped into the Spiky Shield there, trying to catch the Terrestrialization, but it doesn't come. Instead, just like that previous game, 2 attacks going to a Spiky Shield, and now it'll be a free attack for Entei and a free turn of Tailwind burned.
Free attack from Entei is going to be another Snarl as well, so we thought that Hyper Voice was a little bit lacking. Now it's going to be even more so. And the double up there is nice because it does cover for the Terra, whether the Glamora Terras or not. But it could Terra here pretty safely, I think, and still be able to survive the double up.
Yeah, I mean, now it's a really tough spot for Aaron, where you have 2 Pokemon who do want their special attacks, who have just been getting pelted by this Entei Snarls. And, you've already lost 1 Pokemon. Now you kind of feel like you need to rotate all of the Pokemon in the field in order to start shedding these Snarls. On top of that, you still need to pick up the knockout. And once again, we see this Extreme Speed play.
The Extreme Speed play here, too, is really important because now that Toxic Debris is full stacks. It's going to be a Toxic as soon as that final Pokemon hits the field. And Kazuki's really hopeful it's going to be something that it actually can take advantage of. But with the double up into the Glamora, it is going to be taken off the field.
Yeah, although Snarl's not amounting to much there, certainly it still keeps this board position a little more positive for Kazuki, where now whatever's coming in doesn't have to worry quite so much about the attacks of these Pokemon. But in the end, still picking up that knockout. And unlike Kazuki, we do know the possibility of this final Pokemon Aaron side of the field, right? The toxic spikes look real good if it's Ursaluna. Not nearly as good if this Amoonguss comes in and just eats them right up.
Nope. So it feels really important to come in here. Okay, I thought there was a fake out or something that went into the Glamora before, but I think the spiky shield has it has bamboozled me yet again. But honestly, in this situation though, Aaron has to kind of get around the Tailwind to get to Trick Room, because now he guaranteed has the slowest Pokemon on the field. Also, leaving the Iron Jugulis leaving means that also the booster energy is gone.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, actually good to lose the booster energy. And then with the Terrestrial coming in on this Farigiraf, a sort of interesting spot for Aaron, right? Kind of mentioned that with that spiky shield, Kazuki had done a great job of burning a turn of Tailwind. Perhaps it was actually Aaron who had done a good job of burning a turn of his own Tailwind. Now, flipping speed control mode, showing the flexibility of this team, but both the Tailwind and the Trick Room. Urshifu here going to go for the Detect. That's not going to be quite what he wants, but great Sacred Fire catching this Amoonguss on the switch.
Wow, it is going to be taken down to its berry, and as we can see from the HP recovery, one more Sacred Fire would do it. The Trick Room is able to get up, so you now know that the speed is going to be in Aaron's favor, but yeah, but what do you do here? Like, Iron Jugulis has, you almost, I wonder, feel like have to switch out the Farigiraf to get rid of those special attack drops.
Yeah, sort of a tricky spot, right? I think if I'm a Kazuki said, I just knock out the Amoonguss, right? Just start focusing that slot down. Like, well, you're really going to leave the Farigiraf out in the field here with all these reduced levels of special attack? Like, I'll take that one. Although, I mean, on the flip side is, Kazuki's Pokemon have been pretty weakened, right? Where, Hyper Voice says it's going to beat a couple reduced levels of special attack, maybe it adds up.
Maybe it does add up, but I want to keep in mind that Kazuki hasn't used the Terrestrialization yet, and that Wellspring Ogerpon is still in the back. So if you keep this Farigiraf on the field, or you're able to keep the Entei up long enough to continue to get another Snarl down, then the Ogerpon can just come in here, Terra, get the special defense boost, and it's so hard to break after that.
Yeah, I think it was very appealing in that last turn to try to spore this slot. It's going to look really ugly if that happens out, the Ogerpon coming in. However, if a Hyper Voice is coming out from this Farigiraf, despite all his reduced levels of special attack, very unlikely to be able to take a Hyper Voice. So this turn could be very volatile either direction. We'll have to see what both trainers opted to do.
It's a good point to remember too. I kind of forgot that the Ogerpon was really, really low already, so it makes the perfect switch in here to take the Spore. But the Hyper Voice here is just going to be able to get the double knockout. That's really big to be able to get rid of both of those Pokemon, but I don't know if there was a sigh of relief on Aaron's face or if he was worried about that Entei just getting the free switch back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy if I'm Aaron, right? Because now Trick Room's active, Entei's going to come in, can't extreme speed because of Farigiraf. With that Assault Vest, doesn't have any way to avoid being spored here. Aaron's looking like he's going to push this in the next game, and wow, how about this Farigiraf, right? We're belittling its poor reduced special attack stat, but picks up 2 knockouts on its own and pushes us into this game 3.
So impressive that Aaron was able to get the Tailwind up, stall it out long enough to be able to kind of even things back out after Kazuki had taken so many positive damage trades there, and then got the Trick Room up. That was masterful. We don't always get a chance to see that happen. Both of those speed modes on the same team happening in the same game.
Yeah, I really see why Aaron's one of the greatest in this game, where I think, it starts out looking pretty bad for him, where he does give up that first knockout, and I think it's just such an important decision point for Aaron, right? Where I think at that point he kind of has to figure out, like, well, what's the rest of the entire game for me? Because sequencing what I have left is really important. Ogerpon going down at this point here, and then yeah, in the back he's got Amoonguss and Farigiraf, right? Like, well, this is probably not like the ideal combination of things. How do I set up a winning endgame? And I think Kazuki actually played really well, right? He blocked 2 attacks with the Spiky Shield. He caught the Amoonguss on the switch with the Sacred Fire, but Aaron kind of just figured out the right endgame where it didn't matter that much what Kazuki did.
Yeah, definitely a sigh of relief there. You can see that a little bit of a personal pump up when you get a chance to look at how difficult that situation was at the beginning of that game too. Now though, okay, Scott, we're getting to a point. It's game 3. How far around in the rotation mind game are you going to see whether or not you go with the Trick Room or the Tailwind?
Yeah, I feel like this is such a miserable matchup for just trying to guess the team preview too, or like, there's so many different reasonable things both sides could do. I think the nice thing on Kazuki's side is that, like, I don't think you have to commit super hard to predicting anything that Aaron's going to do, or like, you kind of want the same group of Pokemon generally no matter what, so it's hard to lose the game on turn 1 probably, but this is an important prediction, right? You know, we kind of saw that last game where Aaron didn't really have to like commit to making any difficult predictions until he lost his first Pokemon, where he kind of just like, oh yeah, it's gonna splash some damage around, get the game to a winnable state. So maybe a quicker start would make a big difference for his opponent here. Another thing to keep in mind too is we've now seen the extreme speed play onto Glamora twice. I think so far it's been more cute than effective, where it didn't end up actually mattering in either game, where nothing wrong with it, right? I mean, the Entei wasn't really going to do anything in either case, but maybe a little more straightforward path would be all right.
I think, too, you called out something really important in that game, too, from Aaron's side, is he was playing a little tepid. Maybe you get a chance to go a little bit harder on some of these reads, but it might be a little difficult. Kazuki's going all-out offense here.
Oh, that's a lot of fun. So I'm going to take back something I just said, where I was like, oh, he kind of probably wants to pick largely the same Pokemon no matter what. Instead, we're seeing the Pokemon we didn't see at all in game 1 or 2. So we'll see if that's what Aaron was expecting, right? Where he's trying to like go for the harder Trick Room setup here with the Incineroar next to the Farigiraf, but these are 2 Pokemon here that could potentially cause some problems.
We do see a Protect come through onto the Farigiraf. It's really interesting to see that, if only because I think, like, how much do you take from something like a Choice Specs Moonblast from the Flutter Mane? I think that could do a lot of damage.
Yeah, especially because this Tornadus, it can't taunt the Farigiraf, but it does have Sunny Day, right? So you're able to stack the multipliers of this Flutter Mane. Both Choice Specs and Sunny Day is just horrifying. So Aaron kind of wisely backing off here, but Kazuki perhaps anticipating that, going for a switch, maybe expecting that there'll be a parting shot reposition on the other side of the field.
Yeah, it is just the Protect on the Farigiraf, which is a super nice play to be able to stem some of this actual damage, but it's not even a Terra here. It's just going to be some spread chip with the Dazzling Gleam. Incineroar doesn't really mind that too much, but it leaves this Incineroar to go for the parting shot here. And so now Flutter Mane kept in check a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that changes things a lot, right? No longer a threat of the Sunny Day, at least not imminently. Now the reduced special attack on this Flutter Mane going to make it a little more possible to get this Trick Room up. And with the Moongus coming out, yes, now it looks much safer, right? The Flutter Mane holding the Choice Specs as mentioned previously, so a Spore in that slot is potentially an option if you think that Farigiraf can Trick Room safely. Also, 2 Pokemon who don't want to be hit by Sludge Bomb, right? So lots of good options for Aaron now after that switch. He is considering just bringing Incineroar back in instead, kind of seeing his willingness to grind away, not just immediately take the Trick Room. So, the immediate Trick Room path hasn't looked so good on stream so far today. Maybe this will go better.
I love that approach, because I think what Aaron struggled a lot with in that game number 1 was making sure he was able to actually take out like some of the bigger damage threats before actually getting the Trick Room up. The Ivy Cudgel comes through, it is going to take out the Incineroar, but it did get Intimidate drop, so at the very least the Farigiraf may take less now when it tries to actually go for that setup. Sludge Bomb takes out Ogerpon to half, and the Farigiraf now gets a chance to come back in at full HP.
Yeah, I think critically too. You mentioned in the previous game that had Ogerpon been healthier, it would have been really difficult for Aaron to deal with. And even though you could have spored the Flutter Mane, maybe he doesn't need to, right? I think now Ogerpon would have to Terastallize to avoid being knocked out by another Sludge Bomb, and certainly at a point now where a Hyper Voice from the Ursaluna later in the game would pick it up. So maybe now it looks a little safer to go for that Trick Room, and I think this looks smart. Losing Incineroar there looks a little silly, like, oh, you switched into Ivy Cudgel, but I don't know that it matters that much, right? Incineroar's job is to create a safe situation for Ursaluna to come in and take over the game, right? And maybe Incineroar's done enough here. The one thing to keep in mind, though, if that last Pokemon is Urshifu, once again will not have that Rocky Helmet as a means of trying to break the Focus Sash.
But this Flutter Mane is switching out. It wants to get off the field. It is going to be Entei as that 4th and final. So that is definitely a very important Pokemon to try to get out of the way. It has given Aaron so much trouble in both of these games, but can it pay off to try to catch this Entei off guard?
Oh, he catches it with the Spore on the switch there, so kind of an interesting spot where Entei being put to sleep isn't great. clearly. But because there was no Trick Room on that turn, right, there's like, Aaron's not immediately ready to start taking advantage of that. So if this winds up being a short sleep, there's a world where Entei wakes up just as it needs to snarl and still gets it off here, right? It's going to be important now for Trailer to quickly reposition and get the Ursaluna out quickly enough to take advantage of any potential Trick Room.
All right, the Tornadus is just going to switch in to take that Ogerpon's place. Entei is going to take its mandatory turn of sleep. Once this Trick Room goes up, though, it will be one of the slower things on the field. But this Tornadus, honestly, I really like the switch in here. You can just kind of keep going for damage. You've bought yourself a turn if you're Kazuki. How do you get this Amoonguss off the board or the Blood Moon in?
Yeah, it's sort of awkward now, right? Where I think on Aaron's side, there's a lot of incentive now to not bring the Blood Moon Ursaluna in. Like, try to wait for Entei to wake up so you can respore and then make the switch. The nice thing about how conservatively he's played this game, too, is like, Vergraf is still looking super healthy. The Throat Spray is still intact. You know, if he has to, maybe he just plays this so slowly he gets another Trick Room out. But it looks like he's going to commit and bring the Ursaluna in, perhaps. So kind of betting that, okay, I can win the game because of this Trick Room.
That's if Entei also stays asleep. I think that's really important here. Otherwise, you are going to take a Snarl while you switch in your Blood Moon. That's a lot of damage, though, from the Hyper Voice. Look how much it's able to do when it hasn't taken a Snarl drop. But Entei wakes up! That's huge here because it just goes for the Snarl. It mitigates the Throat Spray, and now Blood Moon Ursaluna is at -1.
Oh, that's really tough for Aaron. It's like the one thing that really needed to not happen for him here. Both sides going to take a Bleak Wind, you know, potentially not super critical damage, although, again, you know, both these Pokemon getting weakened more and more. Another thing to keep in mind for this matchup is going to be, you know, if Kazuki's able to stall out this Trick Room, you know, and just have last Pokemon Fluttermane click Dazzling Gleam and clean the game up, having these weakened Pokemon's a little bit scary.
What's really tough about this, too, is that I'm actually not 100% sure that Blood Moon actually picks up here. At -1, it does not feel like a guarantee. It might come down to a damage roll.
Yeah, at the very least, you get the Hyper Voice here, right? Where there's not really any reason not to, so get a little bit of chip. But yeah, I mean, we've seen how sturdy this Entei is throughout the set. It has that Assault Vest, so big situation. Aaron is kind of betting, okay, I'm pretty sure I win the game if Entei doesn't wake up. It did wake up, so we'll have to see how this goes.
There's also nothing that can really take a switch in that slot, too. So either way, I think you're getting some really big damage down, but you're starting to run out of Trick Room turns. And so Aaron's going to have to make the most of these that he can, which is why we see the Terrestrialization onto the Blood Moon now to get that normal Terra to boost up this Blood Moon and these Hyper Voices. Vergraf goes first, though. That actually weakens up the Entei quite considerably, given that that was a critical hit.
Yeah, this Vergraf's living, right? Like the second critical hit for a bit. This one might matter a little bit more. Blood Moon's coming down. It's huge if this is a knockout.
Yeah, if this is a knockout, this feels like it could be game, and that it is. 130 base power, by the way. That is a lot of damage. And now Kazuki has no choice except to bring in this Ogerpon and this Fluttermane that Aaron has already taken down to half HP for the Ogerpon.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot, though, right? Where what hasn't been weakened so much is this Fluttermane, and you know, at some point you'd like to match up the Amoonguss against it, but we'll have to see here. Maybe this is a choice specs Fluttermane, so it's going to have to lock into a move. Aaron, you know, pretty clear decision here, right? You know, you go for the Hyper Voice, the Psychic, the Fluttermane, kind of just hope things are enough, but neither side really have like a whole lot of flexibility here. They kind of just have to go for it.
Yeah, you sadly can't go for the Hyper Voice because while we do have Mind's Eye for the Ursaluna, Vergraf does not get that. I think it'd be pretty broken.
Yeah, if only, right? Yeah, that and Armor Tail, yeah. What a Pokemon that would be. But yeah, and Trick Room winding down here too. Have to see how much damage all this does. Psychic coming in.
That's considerable. That is a lot of damage. I think the Hyper Voice may just seal the deal here. The Ogerpon for sure is going to get knocked out. The Fluttermane is barely able to hang on. But what does this Fluttermane lock into as its final move of the game? It is going to be the Dazzling Gleam, hoping that the spread damage is enough. The Blood Moon Ursaluna goes down, but the Vergraf critically is able to hang on.
Yeah, that'll reduce the damage of any future Dazzling Gleams as Amoonguss comes back on the field, but I just don't think it's going to matter. Full health Amoonguss is very excited to see the Fairy-type attack, and because he really has no choice but to lock into it. There's 2 Pokemon remaining. Really well-played game by Aaron, and this Amoonguss been a little feisty using all these Sludge Bombs, and one more could close the game.
That is going to do it. We won't even see it because Kazuki knows that the writing's on the wall. Aaron wins this set 2-1 after a very long couple of games. That was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, what a great set, right? I always feel a little bad for the players who have to play during the lunch break, but they really made the most of it there. Thanks, Kevin. What a great show. It was a fantastic match. I think all three of the game could have gone either way. I think both trainers showing how clever they were, where I think some really complicated endgame pass there. And yeah, probably not a game that either of them had played in practice, right? Where things got a little crazy there throughout the set, but both players really held strong. I was really impressed.
I think what's amazing about both these teams is we called out early on that they are archetypes that we are very familiar with, but with maybe one piece that's different, that changes it completely. For Aaron, that was the Iron Jugulus. For Kazuki, that was the Entei, and how important Entei was in this matchup to be able to withstand some of these powerful special attacks and also get those snarls off. But Aaron, especially in his game number 3, impressed by how much patience he had to actually get that Trick Room up and running.
Yeah, I think that's a great learning kind of the Trick Room heavy games we've seen in the set so far.
I'm taking notes.
Yeah. Quick Trick Room has lost every time so far. Delaying it a little bit more was great, and I really liked kind of the way he played both game 2 and 3. One thing those two games had in common is that he gave up the Incineroar first pretty early, and normally it's like, oh no, I've lost my defensive pivot, but he gave it up at the right time where I was able to kind of like lock it and close the game from there.
Yeah, super, super well done. Hats off to both of these players. I feel like we still are going to end up seeing Kazuki at the high tables at the end of the event. That's going to be 2 top 32s back-to-back here for Kazuki. So definitely not going to be surprised to see him back at those tables. But for Aaron, congratulations. That was a very, very hard-fought set. And I think also everybody can take a lot away from. You don't have to get the Trick Room set up right away. Even if you're a hard Trick Room team, there may be an opportunity for you to wait just a couple of turns till you've done enough damage and chip that you just swing.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. I think both Adam and kind of just like the willingness to stick it out with his snarled Pokemon as well, where we saw a lot of knockouts taken during that match by Pokemon with reduced special attack, right? And, I mean, it's not an ideal situation, right? You'd love to have, +1 special attack, but I don't think Factura ever made it to that state, even though I think it activated the Throat Spray every game, right? Just couldn't quite get there. And the Entei did a fantastic job in that side. I think that adjustment to the team was pretty impressive, I thought. But yeah, I mean, just what a fun set. And then I thought the way that Game 3 played out is pretty interesting too. We didn't get a chance to talk about it too much, but I think in retrospect, because you're probably expecting to see the Iron Jugulus again on the other side of the field, and didn't quite get what he was hoping for. But I just thought both players adapted in such a fun way where, man, I hope every set the rest of the day is as good as that one. I mean, for round 3, that was amazing.
The only thing that I could even think of is, like, I wonder if Kazuki with the Entei could have gone for more damage rather than just damage mitigation with the Snarl. Because as you called out, Aaron was like, okay, no sweat. I could be at -3, not a problem. As long as I chip away enough, the Hyper Voice only has to do like 20 HP of damage, and then I'm all set. So had maybe a couple more Sacred Fires gone through, or even maybe, I think the other move was Stomping Tantrum, we could have maybe seen a little bit of a different game there.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe it's just the blood coursing through Entei's veins, right? Looked a little bit like Gouging Fire out there, just reducing stats and not like doing anything. But
and it's really powerful.
Yeah, and we saw the few times it was able to use that Sacred Fire, really put a lot of damage the other direction. I'd still probably give MVP honors in that set to Entei for its team at least, where, man, I'm kind of regretting predicting Gouging Fire over it instead of my caster predictions, because I thought it looked pretty impressive in a losing effort there.
Yeah, I agree. I think Entei still has a very strong place in this meta. We just have seen a lot of people start to move away from it when there's so many other fun fire types to play with. But even looking at the Entei switching over something like the Chi-Yu, you can see why the Chi-Yu could be very impactful in that situation as well. Might not be the bulkiest, but still gets access to Snarl, but it also gets access to a ton of offensive pressure, especially next to something like that Flutter Mane.
Yeah, I mean, cause I guess that's one thing the match came down to, right? Aaron was kind of able to stall out game 2 and 3, pivot around so much and get that good position. Yeah, Pokemon like Chi-Yu really punishes that by just threatening more damage.
Yeah, but there's only one way to find out how that match went for Aaron, and that's to talk to him, and he's ready in the lounge. So let's go ahead and hear from him about how that set went.
Thank you so much, Rose. I'm joined right now by the winner of Swiss Round 3, Aaron Traylor, here in the lounge. Aaron, how's it going?
It's going great, Dwayne. Thanks for having me here.
Of course. Congratulations on your Round 3 win. Tell us a little bit more about your thought process going into this matchup.
Yeah, so I mean, when I saw Kazuki's team, I was pretty scared because he's got this really strong Tornadus mode and all these really strong attackers, and I have Iron Jugulus, which commits to Tailwind, but not as hard as Tornadus and all of its friends do, so they tend to have the upper edge because their Tailwind goes first, and then they outspeed Iron Jugulus, so I was like, uh-oh. And then I knew I had this, this Trick Room mode going on as well, and I knew that, okay, if I get this set up, then you know, he's kind of in trouble. And when I was reading his team sheet, I saw the key thing was that he only had one Pokemon that would not fall asleep to Amoonguss' Spore, and that was the Ogerpon Wellspring. And I sort of made my game plan around that in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, and you know, I think one thing that's really cool about your team is that, you know, your Amoonguss has Sludge Bomb, a move that it doesn't really commonly carry, but we saw how much damage it chunked away at those that Ogerpon, right?
Yeah. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, Sludge Bomb Amoonguss has, like, there's only been 3 rounds and it's been my MVP. A week or so ago, my friend Trista Medina was like, this is really strong. I've been trying this out. I think it's really good. And I was like, huh, that does sound strong. And then when I was making my team the night before the tournament, my friend who I'm here with, he was like, you know, when talking to her, he was like, hey, it's pretty good, right, in this team? And I was like, yeah. And so really, it's thanks to those two that I have it to begin with, and it did so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, 3 rounds in, you're already claiming it as your MVP.
It's crazy.
There was a turn that was really pivotal. It was, I believe it was the last game when you switched in your Blood Moon Ursaluna into the sleeping Entei, and it woke up. What were your thoughts when it woke up and snarled your Pokemon?
I was thinking bummer. You know, I was like, man, because it wasn't just a bummer that it was it woke up because that's going to happen, but it was also a bummer that, you know, he clicked Snarl because now my Pokemon had the special attack drop and I didn't know if I'd take any KOs. So I think really the pivotal part of Game 3 was whether that Blood Moon with the Terra Normal was going to take out the Entei. And, you know, luckily for me it did. I think it had a little bit of help from its Farigiraf friend. But like once I was through that Entei, I could just Hyper Voice, and then at the end of the game, you know, the Fluttermane has to lock into a move with Choice Specs, and it's either going to lock Shadow Ball, not be able to hit the normal types, or lock Moonblast and really not deal any damage to the Sludge Bomb Amoonguss that really wants a piece of it. But I was really, like, from that set, the thing I was most happy about was my Game 2 plan going into Game 2, because this team, Iron Jugulus, Amoonguss, Incineroar, Ogerpon, Wellspring, they're all like kind of dancing around Ursaluna Blood Moon. That is the main damage vehicle of the team. It's just always, you know, as much damage as possible. And down a game, like, I found this, like, path where I could use Amoonguss and Farigiraf for damage on the whole team once I dealt with the Ogerpon Wellspring's health bar. And I was just really proud of finding that. You know, my friend Brendan Zhang made this team. He used it successfully at Charlotte, and he was gracious enough to let me borrow it. And I could just imagine it. I locked in those Pokemon. I could just imagine him at home being like, buddy, what are you doing?
Iron Jugulus. Iron Jugulus, a Pokemon that will help your team operate in Tailwind. We heard a little bit from Charlotte with Brendan saying that, you know, some of the Pokemon on your team are a little bit more speedy than you expect, just so that you can operate in that Tailwind mode too. Yeah. There was also that turn where you actually Tailwinded, or you had Tailwind set up, and right as it expired, you set up Trick Room, right?
Yeah. I was actually thinking about setting up that Trick Room a lot earlier. I was thinking about doing the 1-turn Tailwind, turn 2 Trick Room to get Amoonguss in, because even with all that speed, you know, I didn't know whether Amoonguss was going to outspeed all of his Pokemon or not. But I'm just so proud of being able to play that game too, like, flexibly in and out of Trick Room and Tailwind. I think that just made me really proud as a battler, you know?
Thank you, Aaron, so much for sharing your thoughts on your match and going into it. 2 more questions. Ice Cream Connoisseur, have you scoped out the ice cream situation in Knoxville yet?
I gotta say, they've got some good pickings here. Last night, I had not one but 2 ice creams, if you can believe it.
2 ice creams.
Yeah, that's right.
Connoisseur
that's right.
Ice cream
I gotta see it all here in Knoxville.
Last question. Any shout-outs that you want to make besides the Trista?
Yes, besides the Trista, Brendan, thanks for the team, buddy. I'd like to thank Aaron Zhang. I'd like to thank all my friends here in Knoxville. I'd like to thank Jake for helping me with the spreads. And then I want to thank Wolf, Abdullah, and Rajan for, you know, helping me always believe in myself. So thank you very much.
That's it for us from here in the lounge. Thank you, Aaron, for taking time. I'm going to go let you get ready for round 4. Those pairings are coming up very soon. We'll go ahead and throw it back to the caster desk right now as we navigate our way to round 4.
Thank you so much, Dwee. I think we're gonna both have to talk to Aaron about some good recommendations for ice cream here in Knoxville.
Yeah, I'm impressed that he's found so many already, right?
I do.
Yeah, I feel like I've been in Knoxville for about 20 minutes, and he's already had a whole buffet of ice cream. So some of us a little bit better at time management than others, I guess.
I know. It's going to be my treat at the end of the day, after, of course, all of the amazing matches that we have ahead of us. But we do want to be, we want to take a look back, though, at the day one meta, because I think what's really interesting about what we've seen so far is we've seen quite a few of these Pokemon. Maybe not Rapid Strike yet, but we saw Tornadus. We obviously have seen Incineroar, Ogerpon, Fluttermane, Farigiraf, Moongeist, Single Striker, Shifu. Yeah, what are we missing? 4? No. We're
5,
missing,
right?
Wait.
Yeah, it's like almost like a Rillaboom. Yeah, the last 3 and Rapid Strike. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're going to tell me, yeah, in the first 2 games, we're going to see everything on top except for Rapid Strike, Urshifu, and Rillaboom, I would not have been upset. So, yeah, fun group of Pokemon so far.
I know, it's been fun. I miss my Raging Bolt, though. Where's the good boy?
Yeah, I huge agree. It's definitely my favorite Pokemon of the Pokemon have been discovered in the Paldea generation, I guess, where it's just so ridiculous, right? Where I think all Pokemon should be more giraffe-like.
We've got 2 great giraffe types on this list right now, the Farigiraf and the Raging Bolt. But we do want to know your predictions on what you think is gonna win the regional. We did this last time in Charlotte. I'm very disappointed in all of you that you picked Fluttermane. Maybe Rillaboom can get it out of here. Actually, that seems really hard, but what would you pick?
Yeah, I mean, I think I wouldn't pick Fluttermane. I feel like that's cheating. Not fun. I'd pick a fun Pokemon.
Like Incineroar.
Yeah. I was just trying to figure out, how can I not lead it in? Yeah. Well, we both saw where that ball was going. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think, like in a totally serious sense, I think it's a tough pick where, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to see about 4 of these Pokemon the winning team. I'm a Tornadus hater, so I definitely wouldn't go with that one. But, I hope it's a single strike. I just like watching the single strike Urshifu play, where I feel like the swings are so big, where either like it gets that huge knockout or like it just fails horribly, it faints. And yeah, I want that to be the answer for them. And I guess that's not what our friends in the Twitch chat will select.
Well, Twitch chat, it's up to you. You can vote right now on the very first poll for the prediction bracket. Who's going to win the regional? Is it Fluttermane? Is it Rillaboom? Do you guys want to have fun with things with the Rillaboom, or do you guys want to play your odds with the Fluttermane, because those are also pretty good odds. We even last regional, the Fluttermane usage went up from day 1 to day 2. Over under on how much up we can get with the Fluttermane.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Yeah. As long as the number's below 60, I guess I'll be happy. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, it was like 68%.
I'd like the chat to think about this too. Statistically, like a third of you started with Grookey, right? So like, are you really gonna betray Rillaboom by voting for Fluttermane like that?
This is a pretty good campaign right here. I'm not gonna lie. I'm with you.
Rillaboom's your friend.
He's a cool drummer.
Yeah,
I mean, like he's got the hairstyle. He's got the beats.
Yeah, you may or may not have bothered to defeat Leon last generation. If you did, it's like celebrating with your win or whatever. I don't know.
I did pick Score Bunny though. I'm not gonna lie. So do it for all the Score Bunny and Sabo.
They're all friends, right?
Choices out there.
There's like that cute cutscene you get before you pick your first Pokemon where they're all just kind of like being buds.
True. Well, get your votes in now. I think we made some pretty strong cases here for the Rillaboom over the Fluttermane, but it is ultimately up to you, Twitch chat. On top of that, it's also up to you what we see for our round number 4. After we run this community choice poll, you can also keep an eye out on the Twitch extension, because we are going to allow you to pick between 4 incredible matchups. So make sure you get your vote in, or as Scott put it, it's your fault what we watch.
Yeah. So, we're gonna have to deal with this together, Twitch chat. Let's get through this one.
All right, Twitch, you've got a lot on your hands right now, so we're gonna leave you to it. As we take a short break, we're gonna come back with your choice for round number 4.
Want to be the best, you got to beat the best, and Marco's proving he is one of the best trainers in the world.
My main strategy was to use the Tailwind mod, so a really offensive mod with the Tornadus, Arcanine, Urshifu Water, and Iron Hand.
Now Head Smash in return. This could be a lot more damage, one-hit KO.
My main plan was to overwhelm them with damage with the Tailwind mod, and also to keep Iron Hands and Urshifu alive.
Now it gives Marco the opportunity to bring in this Iron Hand.
Goldengo and Among Us are extremely good in this format. I adapted my strategy during the Swiss round. In fact, a lot of times there were a lot of teams that were really weak to the Goldengo Among Us core, so many times I would end up bringing that.
Now, Spore into the Reggie Alekis.
You played into Marco's trick.
The most challenging match in Top Cut was definitely the final, since both me and my opponent had basically 20 hours to prepare.
This is the rematch of all rematches, each of them taking a loss to each other in Swiss.
Both of us really tried to think about every option that the other one had.
It's time to get started with match number 1 here. The grand final. Drain Punch will be a super effective hit, getting some of that HP back. The forfeit comes on through. Game number 1, going over to Marco Silva.
I think in both the end games, in Game 1 and Game 2, I can understand that at some point my opponent didn't really have much way to touch my Iron Hand.
Now his Iron Hands will be the only to act on the turn, and he'll start dealing some damage and finish off the KO in the NDD.
So at that point, I kind of knew that I just had to click the right couple of moves, and it was basically over from there.
Looks like both of the trainers know. Wild Charge goes off, takes the final KO. Marco Himeta Galadora Silva is your 2024 Latin America International Champion, having etched his name amongst the great as an international champion for not just the first, but the second time in his VGC journey.
So nice, he's done it twice.
I don't have a specific strategy. I try to win as much events as possible, but the main goal will definitely be winning the World Championship. I think a lot of players already consider me a threat, but I should never underestimate my opponents.
That I think will beat the meta, and I think it's a couple steps ahead of where the meta is at right now.
With the team ability, I am definitely trying to stick with the meta. There are a couple in my team that aren't meta, just so that way I can have that block ability. But I am definitely trying to stay with the meta and learning from the greats, hopefully.
When I'm building a deck, I would like to make it spicy, but I definitely consider the meta. So now I was making my Mew deck. I was debating on if I should do like a hybrid between Fusion Strike and Double Turbo. Then I just picked to go with Double Turbo. It's still spicy list though.
When I'm building my team, I like to not go by the meta because it makes it harder for people to counter you.
I tend to go somewhere on the fun side of the decks. Cloth Electro just happens to be semi-meta, so it's just super exciting, but I go for the fun decks more so the meta decks.
The way that I prefer to approach it is to look at the more meta options. In the beginning, when regionals and these types of events started, I wanted to aim towards building a spice team, but I ended up not being as successful as I would have liked to have preferred. So as I've gotten more and more experience, I've learned kind of sticking to the core meta mons until I feel like I've improved my abilities enough where I can try to run some unique options. That is my best bet in finding success in these events.
Welcome back to Knoxville, Tennessee, everyone. I am Jake Muller, joining Scott Glaza for our next round at the Pokemon VGC Regional Championships. Scott, those are two really great round 3 matches we got, and it's going to be fun to see how the tournament progresses from here.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as much you could possibly hope for in a round 3, right? I mean, at this point, we're going to need like live action Pokemon or something in order to keep things ramping up.
I mean, we are, but I think the two players we're going to have next, not to spoil anything, are going to be two of the better players we have here in the country. A very exciting match, but before we get there, let's kind of talk about those matches. We saw 4, I think, really distinct teams, which is kind of indicative of how this metagame is kind of spreading out a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun, right? Where I think if you go back to Portland, everybody seemed a little bit lost.
Yeah.
And now, kind of as the meta is developed, it's like there's a lot of archetypes. So even though we kind of see the same groups of Pokemon, kind of, there's a lot of them where I feel like usually it's like, oh, here's your 3 archetypes or whatever, but in this format I feel like more it's like, what, like 10?
Yeah, it's interesting too because we've had so many regionals back to back now. How much of an influence do you think, Liverpool last week over in Europe and then Charlotte just 2 weeks ago in North America, what kind of influence do you think they've had so far today?
I think probably a lot, right? And I think the grassroots events that have happened kind of as well, where I don't know if I can remember a time where it felt like the metagame was developing as quickly as it is right now.
Yeah.
I feel like some of the trainers have kind of been complaining that it's so difficult to keep on top of metagame trends just because people are playing so much. And I think because this format's really interesting in the sense that, like, there are so many powerful Pokemon that like the off-meta stuff is a lot like stronger from a pure power perspective than it normally is. So like I think Roaring Moon is a great example, right? Where just like not a Pokemon that people were really thinking about even like a week ago, but now like is pretty top of mind.
It really is. That's a great example too. I think the best part of it is that we've had these 2 regionals. We'll have another one next week over in Germany, and at all 4 of them, other than the same team winning the last 2, we can't discount that. But it seems like it's been a wide open field, right? Like the team that comes to the top happened to be the same one, but that's not to say that the rest of the field wasn't very stacked.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's like by far the strongest or anything.
Right. Well, let's go back here to Knoxville. We have some round 4 standings for you. After 3 rounds of Swiss, we still have a good chunk of the field at undefeated 3-0, including Aaron Zhang, one of our caster friends, doing very well so far. Coincidentally playing Aaron Trailer, who we just saw in this round, in the next round, round number 4. But a lot of other good players on this list as well, Scott.
Yeah, a lot of big names, and I think a lot of fun too. Maybe a few names that we haven't seen so much. Hopefully get a chance to see both groups of players show up on stream throughout the day. The next matchup's definitely going to be a showdown of the bigger names. I think a lot of the fun is tournaments have gotten bigger and bigger, right? It seems like every event, it's like 1 or 2 players you kind of aren't expecting who do wind up in that top 8, and I think that story is really fun. It's never been harder than now, so like everyone who kind of like is, paving their own paths, it's just even more impressive than it's ever been.
We do get some new players in each top 8 as we move forward, but we also have some of the same faces popping up. Number 5 right there on the screen, Riley Factura, someone we've been talking about since the first regional back in Pittsburgh, which he won, and then has continued to have some great success throughout the season. I think at this point, you'd be surprised if he's not 3-0 going into a 4th round at a regional.
Yeah, I mean, from a raw, like, Swiss rounds win percentage perspective, if he's not, like, the highest of all time, it's got to be very close, right? Where it just seems like he's always doing well, and then often, even when he makes top cut, it's with some pretty gross records.
Well, speaking of Riley, let's see what the community vote ended up panning out. These were our 4 match options, and Riley Factura versus Jody Azzarelli, 2 fantastic players that we are going to be able to see on round 4 here, thanks to your pick in Twitch chat. So thank you for participating, everyone. And I think, not that the other matches aren't great, but this is probably the best one of the round, so I support that choice.
Yeah, I think Rillaboom probably had a better chance against Fluttermane than these other matchups had against this one. Should be a lot of fun, right? Like 2 of the best players in the world. I always love watching Jody on stream too.
Yeah.
Definitely a player where like he'll sometimes maybe be a little risk-taking, a little fun, maybe even at the expense of his own odds of winning the game.
Right.
As much as if I was his coach, I might not love that. As a spectator, it's exactly what you want, right? He's always fun to watch.
Jody's a very enigmatic player, both in terms of how he actually plays the game and also just how expressive he is as a person while he's playing. I think one of the most fun experiences I've had was playing against Jody at a regional, and he was just very like talkative and friendly the whole time, and it was great. It was really fun. Jody's a great guy, and it's also kind of a fun comparison to Riley because Riley's a lot more stoic, both in terms of, again, how he plays and his presence when he's sitting at the table playing his matches. So it's going to be really fun to see those 2 contrasting styles.
Yeah, I mean, Riley, at least for me, most famous for being the guy who doesn't use music when battling.
Yeah.
Which is like, it's slightly unnerving behavior for me. So, yeah, I mean, I love the showcase of styles, right? And I think, on Riley's side of the field as well, even though maybe he's not like his outwardly charismatic sometimes, I think the way he plays is really interesting. He uses some Pokemon and sets that other people don't use. It's kind of sticking to his own archetype for a while there, where like I thought about writing in my notes for the event, right? It's like oh, you're gonna use 10 or 11 real archetypes, and then it's Riley playing Riley's team.
Yep.
That's kind of it.
I mean, not to give anything away, but he's using Riley's team again. Of course he is, and why wouldn't he at this point? He has so much experience with it. He's won a regional with a very similar team and a different regulation, but then just carried it forward and used the same, really kind of the same sets, the same attacks, the same items. And like you said, kind of some things that people don't use as much, like the Thunder Punch Dragonite. The Dragonite in general, I think, is something that's kind of combining a bunch of different inspirations because it's Assault Vest, but it's inner focus, and it's got Terra Normal Extreme Speed, which you usually see on the choice band set, but it kind of combines everything there.
And I think it's really cool, too. I think where you place the Assault Vest is really important in this format.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many powerful special attackers. And yeah, Dragonite, it's an unconventional choice for that item, right? No one's really doing it but him. But it's been really effective for 2 regulations now. I think the first event he brought that to, I was casting. I remember seeing his team sheet. It's like, what? Thunder Punch Dragonite, what is going on here? But it was so much better than I would ever have imagined. And now that he has so many tournaments playing it under his belt, he's just so good at knowing the right time to have the right Pokemon on the field. And even if other teams might have more raw power, beating Riley using his team is so difficult. At this point, it has to be pretty intimidating for competitors too, right? Where you know what he's done with these Pokemon.
And if you're Jody going up against Riley right now, how do you take that into account? Like if you're Jody, probably running a newer team. We see Jody's also running the Roaring Moon, like we saw from Justin Burns earlier on, and like you mentioned. Do you have to take that into account? Like, do you think Riley has a lot of practice against this archetype with this team in this specific matchup just because he's always been running it? Or do you think that the new things you've brought might be able to throw him off a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, would I if I was Jody? Because,
fair point.
Is Jody nervous? No.
No.
But, yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty interesting because, I think probably in general, I would always assume Riley knows the matchup better than his opponents. The more people have opted not to copy him, the better it gets. I think maybe in comparison to someone who picks up Wolf's team, for instance, then you can expect those to be popular enough in the field that everyone should have a pretty good plan there. Where Riley might be a matchup you think you can I probably won't play him. I don't have to worry about this. And approximately 15 trainers are wrong about that every weekend. But yeah, I think Jody's side feels a little interesting too, right? Where it seemed like at least based on his social media posts. And he is one of VGC's great social media posters. That he wasn't super sure on his team choice until recently either. So, I guess good in the sense he's probably right on the edge of that quickly changing metagame, but probably less practice too.
That's something I didn't even think about. If you're Riley going into a tournament now, not having that, what am I going to use anxiety is so nice. What's that like?
Yeah, I think it's the skill curve of using a team to me is a big deal, right? I think one of the things I say too much while I'm casting is well, if you want to win the tournament, you have to be the best person at using your own team, right?
Yeah.
And it's tough to do. If you just want championship points, just use what Wolf's using, right? You'll probably do well. But if you want to win the tournament, then Riley's going in every time knowing that, all right, well, certainly I'm going to be the best at using these Pokemon, and also even relative to other people's skill at their own teams. I'm so comfortable. I know all of my calcs. I know all of the weird positions where it might look better for my opponent than it actually is. But I've won from this position 40 times this season already, and I think it's a smart way to play, right? And I think certainly in a regulation like this where it's changing so quickly, it's tough. But I think probably most trainers would do better with that level of comfort.
I think there's also a question to ask when you're picking a team for a tournament. Do I think this is a tournament-winning team? Do I think this is a day 2 team? Do I think this is a 6-3 team? There's certain levels where I think if you're running Wolf's team, for example, people are going to be more prepared against it. You might not have those kind of stronger matchups that you might going into a tournament with a newer team. But if you're Riley, that question's already answered because it's already won. You know you can win with this team, and at this point, you've put so much hours into it that you may as well just capitalize.
Yeah, why not, right? I do think it's kind of interesting too, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with picking a team well, my goal is 6-3, and I think this team can get me there, right? Maybe you're a newer player, maybe you just need some championship points. Maybe you've had a very busy week and you were hoping you had more time to prepare, and it turns out life happens sometimes, right? Especially, if you're trying to qualify for the World Championships and you aren't already sitting on, a big hoard of championship points, then it's important to shoot for the moon sometimes, right? And I guess, again, Riley with his 1,100 championship points or whatever.
Not even an exaggeration.
It doesn't have to stress too much with the Worlds thing. But I think that makes it almost that much more fun to watch, right?
Yeah.
Where, there's no point in him being here if he doesn't at least get top 16. So,
at this point, yeah.
A lot of pressure for him, but also he's going to bring his A game every time he shows up.
No. Well, talking about what people have brought to this tournament, let's take a quick peek at our day 1 metagame once again. We have our top 12 Pokemon in usage on day 1. I think the biggest thing that jumped out for me is that Farigiraf is all the way up at about a quarter of the field, which I think we briefly talked about earlier, Scott. We both think that's a little bit high, maybe a little bit overreactionary. But it kind of goes to show just how good Farigiraf, and I think specifically Armortail is.
Yeah. I'm a huge Farigiraf believer, don't get me wrong. It's just 25% is a lot of usage, right? I know it doesn't feel like it anymore because we've seen Fluttermane sitting at Fluttermane % for so long. But it's still, if you're gonna, you're expecting to see that like 2 to 3 rounds every day.
Yeah.
At day 1 regional, I guess like. Now that I say that out loud, like maybe that's not that crazy, but like, it's a lot of people using that Pokemon, right? And like I think especially because its role is so contested, nowadays you pretty much never use multiple Pokemon in your team that know Trick Room.
Right.
So it's kind of like occupying almost all of that niche, while also providing that Armor Tail. And I do think it's like probably the best Pokemon at both of those jobs, just like broadly.
Yeah.
But lots of specific Pokemon can be better for specific team comps at either job. So yeah, it surprises me a little bit to see it so high.
You have to imagine it faces competition from Porygon 2 in that slot as well, both being like generally bulky, normal type Trick Room setters. But I think some other interesting things here. Gouging Fire has made this list. It's kind of been on the rise lately. There's a lot of people running the supportive like Booster Energy Howl set, which is really cool. I've seen some Dragon Dance going around too, which is an interesting set. What are your thoughts on Gouging Fire, Scott?
I think it's a lot of fun. Like I hope we get to see it a bunch where I'm a little bit of a hater of the Howl set, not because I don't think it's strong, but because I haven't seen anybody put the comp together that feels like the one. I think the person who really solves the Howl Gouging Fire team probably wins a regional.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen the team sheet yet.
Right. All right, well, our players are just about ready for their match. Before we get into our battle between Jody and Riley, let's jump into a video where we learn a little bit more about Riley's personal journey.
I first got into Pokemon when my parents got me the Pokemon Blue version for the Game Boy, and I've been hooked ever since. I love it. My first starter Pokemon was Squirtle back in Pokemon Blue. This was around 1999. My earliest memory was when I was a little kid, and it was Christmas time. We had school off, and I could not wait to play my Game Boy. And I just remember drinking hot cocoa and catching a Haunter. If I were a Pokemon, my type would be Ghost, Poison, like Gengar. I go by Gengar Boy, and I love that Pokemon. I've really learned how to just be a more nice and friendlier person, because at the end of the day, it's still a community. We're hanging out with friends, and we also meet a lot of people we don't know. What drives me to compete, it's just preference. I love competition. I just love winning. I love the feeling of it. And it's a game that I'm good at. Well, I try to be good at. So, if I have more wins and losses, then it's just a fun activity.
Both Wolf and Riley winning regionals in the 2015 season.
Oh yeah, I looked up to Wolf. Yeah. He's a really good player. He always plays optimally. I look up to Alberto too, my friend, and Gio as well, and Chase. Number one goal is definitely to just play optimally at every event that I go to.
Always fun to learn a little bit more about our players. Of course, we see them on stream competing so often, but we don't get the chance to talk to them about some non-Pokemon things sometimes. So thank you, Riley, for doing a little interview with us. But now, of course, it is time to jump into our round 4 battle between Riley Factura and Jody Azarelli.
You're kind of getting the varying personalities of the trainers right from the word go here. Really fun compositions on both sides. I think it's kind of fun, again, Riley, kind of using the Riley stuff. It seems like you're either like really a King Gambit player or you're really not, and nobody's really in the middle there.
Riley and I think Joe Ugarte being, and Luca Trega. Those are like the King Gambit players in North America. But of course, Riley running that King Gambit will have to face down Jody, who is running a very similar team to what we saw Justin Burns use earlier. I believe Raging Bolt is being used in place of Iron Hands, but the other 5 are the same. And again, it is that Incineroar, Roaring Moon, Raging Bolt, Ogerpon, Wellspring Mask, Fluttermane, and Amoonguss.
Yeah, I think Jody had a spinner of what his team archetype was going to be this weekend. And Raging Bolt Balance was on there. I think this qualifies.
Of course.
A little different version of it than we've seen. Again, that Roaring Moon rising in usage should be a lot of fun here. And I'm excited to see Raging Bolt. Kind of one of those Pokemon. I think it's probably at about the right amount of usage. It's like 16%-ish. Strong Pokemon, a great holder of that Assault Vest item. And a Pokemon that kind of I feel like fits Jody really well with Thunderclap is a very prediction-based move, and he sure does.
He absolutely does. He's good at it too. There are some really good ones out there.
Yeah, I think he's probably, we're all hoping to be the very best as Pokemon trainers. He's probably the very best as a Pokemon memer.
Yeah. I love that Incineroar set, too, that both Jody and Justin have been using. It's got the Will-O-Wisp, which I think at first glance I wasn't super sold on, but then Justin kind of closed out one of those games on stream very handily with it. And looking at Riley's team, there are 4 things on this list that really don't want to be burned. The other one is a fire type that can't be, and one's an Amoonguss, which really doesn't care.
Yeah.
But that could come in very handy here.
Yeah, I had the same reaction to you as you to the Incineroar, where I'm curious about non-knockoff moves in that slot.
Yeah.
Will-O-Wisp wouldn't be the one I picked, but yeah, I closed the game so nicely, and yeah, I think this is interesting. Speaking of that fire-type Pokemon as well, typically Ogerpon selecting one of Follow Me or Swords Dance kind of in that open slot. Instead you have a Stomping Tantrum. So Riley, I guess if there's a theme throughout his team, he's got a lot of different coverage moves, certainly far more than the average player.
Absolutely. I mean, just looking at the Ogerpon and the Dragonite, there's like 7 different, I guess 6. They both have Stomping Tantrum, but 6 different types of moves between those 2 very strong attackers gives Riley play into pretty much anything. There's not a whole lot that Riley can't face with a team like this that has so many options. Riley, his fun fact having played since 2010, that is a lot longer than most people that are still around in the scene. So really impressive that he's been able to stick around this long, and I think have his best results now.
Yeah, I think peaking so late's amazing, right? I think I'd been familiar with Riley even before that.
Right.
I've been kind of a member of the online battling community for a very long time, and it's like he's obviously someone I remember in the old days, but not for being a super strong player. So it's funny now that he's maybe the best player in the country.
Urshifu and Qianpao, Riley's first 2 Pokemon, met by the Incineroar and the Ogerpon on Jody's end. Leaving the Intimidate into the King Gambit can always be a bit of a gamble, but it pays off here as the Qianpao will be a -1 attack, as will the Urshifu, but thanks to Surging Strikes, might not be as big of an issue here.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the start of what's likely to be a theme in this matchup, where both sides potentially threatening a lot of damage either direction. Jody probably a little bit more on the back foot here, but it has the fake out option, has the parting shot option to try to reposition, and now these Pokemon want to get burned. Also, just the general weirdness, right, where Urshifu, in theory, loves facing down this Incineroar, but tough to actually take advantage of that because of the Follow Me on Ogerpon.
Ogerpon does threaten to redirect Surging Strikes. We're going to see Riley swap out that Qianpao right away. We'll bring in Ogerpon instead, so wanting to possibly try and catch a Fire-type move or even a Will-O-Wisp into that slot. Mold Breaker will activate, and U-turn comes out into Ogerpon, doing a big chunk of damage.
Yeah, no fake out coming from Incineroar, so perhaps it will be a Will-O-Wisp. It seems to be what Riley's fishing for, and I guess the great thing about U-turn is now he's making the switch after knowing that Incineroar did not use fake out, so it's Dragonite who might have to risk getting a potential burn here.
Dragonite comes in, very great defensive swap as it will resist all of Fire, Water, and Grass type attacks that could be coming its way. Eats up that Horn Leech very well, and Ogerpon gets a little bit of that HP back, and a Flare Blitz comes in, so a great defensive swap from Riley with that U-turn.
Holding my breath there, but no burn from that Flare Blitz. And really nice turn by Riley. I think something for Riley for me is I don't know if there's any player who's better at getting himself in advantageous board states and then just swinging away and taking advantage of that. A really nice pivot there where that's sort of an awkward turn 1, didn't really give up anything, and now both of his Pokemon are in a much better position to start dishing out some damage safely.
I think the nice part for Jody here, though, is that now that the Ogerpon's on the field and we know that Riley's 2 back Pokemon are the Qianpao and Urshifu, Will-O-Wisp into that Dragonite slot becomes much more safe. There's no Follow Me on this Ogerpon like you mentioned, Scott, so if it goes into that Dragonite, which doesn't even have Protect either, something gets burned unless Incineroar gets knocked out. We're going to see a Terrestrialization happen here, though, the first one of this round 4 match, and it's going to be the Ogerpon Hearthflame. Embody Aspect will activate and give it a +1 attack boost, so any attacks coming out from this Ogerpon on this turn will be very, very threatening.
Yeah, pretty scary, but interesting to make that choice, taking away that grass type when facing down the water type Ogerpon in this of the field, who's now going to choose to become a pure water type Pokemon by terrestrializing as well. The 2 Ogerpon styles facing down.
You're dropping the flying type weakness, so Aerial Ace will now be neutral, but you do gain the weakness to grass. So if this is a grass type attack coming into that slot from Riley's Ogerpon, that could be pretty disastrous. We do see an Ivy Cudgel come out though, so big fire type damage into Jody's Ogerpon, a great defensive terrestrialization, but it doesn't matter. The +1 attack Ivy Cudgel is enough regardless.
Yeah, the U-turn's really paying dividends from that Urshifu, and yeah, nice type chart.
Yeah, type threat doesn't matter anymore. Stomping Tantrum comes out here, does do super effective damage, but won't be enough for KO as Will-O-Wisp does go into that Dragonite slot. So Dragonite is burned, but this Ogerpon is sitting at +1 attack still. Since Incineroar is on the field, it cannot be intimidated yet. This is a very, very scary Ogerpon.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a great turn for the Riley side of the field there. As you mentioned, something had to take a burn, so why not get some damage onto Incineroar? This is a safety goggles variant of Incineroar, so no way of healing that damage, at least not without a convoluted series of events involving Amoonguss healing with Pollen Puff later, perhaps. Fluttermane having to come out here and help deal with the threat of these Pokemon. So nice early advantage for Riley. And now Incineroar is sort of in a weird spot, right, where one Pokemon's already burned, it can't burn the other. Both of them resist fire-type attacks. So while Fluttermane's looking pretty good here, Jody's not going to have a whole lot he can do with the slot other than perhaps just taking the party shot and pivoting out to Amoonguss.
Ogerpon also looking very threatening offensively. We did see Jody's fourth Pokemon being that Amoonguss, so neither Fluttermane nor Amoonguss can really take an Ivy Cudgel anymore. A +1 Terrafire boosted Ivy Cudgel is very strong, especially into that super effective grass type in Amoonguss. So if Ogerpon gets the chance to fire off Ivy Cudgels into that slot, especially considering the Fluttermane is holding Choice Specs, cannot protect itself, it could be big damage. Shadow Ball comes out first, though. That Choice Spec Shadow Ball does a lot to Ogerpon, but not enough for KO. It will have the chance to retaliate with an Ivy Cudgel and claim a one-hit KO on this Fluttermane. Critical hit, even more. Why not?
Yeah, maybe not that critical in this particular case, but it's a big knockout. And Dragonite going to tag a little bit more damage than their Stopping Tantrum. This one doing half as much because of the burn.
Yeah, the burn keeps the Incineroar around to go for this parting shot. Will bring Ogerpon back down to neutral attack, and because Incineroar will have to come back in at the end of this turn, it'll be down to -1, so that's good for Jody at least. But the bad news, the Ogerpon can just swap out, come back in, get that Embody Aspects boost, and it will be at +1 and faster than the remaining Pokemon on Jody's end for the rest of this game. I have a hard time seeing, Scott, how this Ogerpon doesn't just kind of win the game from here.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Oh, man, things look really bad, right?
Yeah.
I feel like even after, as soon as that Ogerpon on Jody's side of the field went down, I just know what you do, right? Because instead of just sitting there doing nothing, it's threatening a free knockout of the other slot. You're like, maybe instead he could have tried to bring Amoonguss in Beta Protect or something, but I'm still not totally sure that's getting you to a winning board state.
Yeah, I don't think it is at this point in the game. Spiky Shield coming out from Ogerpon, keeping it safe for at least one more turn, while Dragonite goes for Stomping Tantrum. Into this Incineroar is enough for the KO, so Jody goes down to 1 Pokemon remaining to Riley's 4. Really tough board state here, especially considering Amoonguss has really never been known for its offense.
Yeah, we saw some pretty aggressive Amoonguss play the last round, but both of these players using the more conventional pacifist Amoonguss, and I don't think that's going to work out here for Jody, as we see Forfeit getting locked in here and a decisive 4-0 in this game one from Riley.
That game was pretty quick. The Ogerpon came in, and at that point, I mean, the crucial point was certainly the Ivy Cudgel KOing Jody's own Ogerpon. Jody used the Terrestrialization, tried to resist that Ivy Cudgel, but ended up not mattering thanks to that U-turn chip damage earlier on. So I think if you're going into game 2 here and you're Jody, you probably have to be a little bit more cognizant of how strong that Ogerpon can be, even without a Swords Dance.
Yeah, we've really seen the Hearthplane Ogerpon picking up over the course of the past couple of weekends. I felt like by the end of the previous regulation, things have shifted almost entirely to the Wellspring Ogerpon. Yeah. But we're seeing why initially trainers were so attracted to this Ogerpon form, just absolutely dishing out the damage.
That's a huge Ivy Cudgel coming through here. I thought that might have been a critical hit. It does have that boosted critical hit chance, but not even. It was just a raw +1 Terrafire Ivy Cudgel that did that much damage. And even that big chunk on the Incineroar with the Stomping Tantrum ended up being relevant because at that point it was just the 2 burn Stomping Tantrums are still enough for that KO. I think maybe if this doesn't KO, you can try to find a way back with some Pollen Puff play, but knowing that the Incineroar was gone, I think Jody just knew that Amoonguss cannot 1v4 this.
Yeah, I think for me there's 2 takeaways for that game. One is that was like the most Riley game I've ever seen. Yeah. Where starts out with sort of a bad lead combination, gets to the perfect combination of the Pokemon in the field, swings until he wins the game, right? Nobody's better at playing that way. He does it masterfully there. The other thing is you were talking about the concept of kind of team comfort before this match. Maybe Riley knows that calc, and maybe Jody doesn't. Right. And that's kind of what happens there, right? Where I don't know what else you do for Jody a little bit there. I think that would have been a tough spot to get out of no matter what. But yeah, I mean, maybe instead you go for a spiky shield there instead or something if you realize you're going to be knocked out, like getting a parting shot out, and it changes the way the game plays out quite a bit. At least in this game, Jody will have a better idea of how much damage that Hearthflame Ogerpon can do, although still not really, right? Like, well, I know it does at least this many, but yeah, it's not like you get the number.
Where's that line? It's hard to tell just because the +1 Terrifier Ivy Cudgel can do so much damage, and then not even factoring in the critical hits. I think if you're Jody, the start of that first game wasn't too bad. It just started to unravel pretty quickly with that really good defensive swap into Dragonite. Incineroar leading again for Jody here. We'll get another Intimidate drop onto these 2 physical attackers, but Amoonguss is next to it this time instead of that Ogerpon. Riley again going with the Chien-Pao Urshifu combo.
Yeah, I theoretically like having Amoonguss out here a little bit more. It's harder to make a safe switch you do, right? There still is the option of trying to block a Spore with an Ogerpon switch, but at least 3 of the 4 Pokemon in this team really don't want to be hit by Spore. So yeah, it's like the trick is to keep the board position under control. You can't allow Riley to double pivot again and just pin both of his Pokemon. So this first turn is really important.
Yeah, I like what you said there. There's less of an option to kind of swap willy-nilly here because catching a Will-O-Wisp or a Spore on something coming in, other than the Ogerpon, of course, happens to be immune to both, but that would be a lot worse than possibly just taking like a Flare Blitz or an Ivy Cudgel into a resisted slot. Ogerpon switching in here for the Urshifu will be able to absorb a possible Will-O-Wisp or Spore if that's what Jody opted into. Mold Breaker activates once again, and Chien-Pao goes for Protect, not wanting to have its Focus Sash broken or be put to sleep or burned. Incineroar fakes out that Ogerpon slot, though. That was a fake out into the... no, it wasn't the Dragonite. It doesn't have inner focus. But Spore going into that Urshifu slot there. So Jody trying to catch the Chien-Pao, going for Protect smartly as it did. But Riley seeing right through that, not allowing the Ogerpon to get a status move.
Yeah, I mean, and then once again, right, Riley has a combination of Pokemon in the field who are looking pretty good here. Amoonguss certainly doesn't want to fight against either of these Pokemon now, so it's a tricky spot, and Jody's got to find a better way to pivot this time. Showing the Terastallization, perhaps that'll be a means of more safely getting to some other Pokemon.
Terastallization will be coming out here. It's going to be the first of Game 2 here in Round 4. The Ogerpon on Riley's end, again, going to be Terastallizing, turning into a pure Fire type, dropping that Spore immunity, but more importantly, getting the +1 attack boost from Embody Aspect, empowering up the Ivy Cudgel even more thanks to the Terra Fire power boost. Terastallization matched here from Jody. It's going to be the Incineroar turning into a Ghost type. Great, kind of good into like Sacred Sword, but you're losing the Fire type resistance here.
Yeah, awkward, right? I guess it probably feels like you have to, right? Like, well, I can't just like get double targeted and potentially lose Incineroar here, but and then Amoonguss protecting, right? Realizing it has to respect the threat of this Ogerpon, so this could go better for Jody this time.
A good start. Sacred Sword goes into the Incineroar, which is now immune, and Stomping Tantrum, so 2 super effective attacks into that slot, now neutral or doing 0. It still takes a lot of damage from that Stomping Tantrum, but more importantly, the Parting Shot comes through into Ogerpon. We'll drop it back down to neutral attack, give Jody the chance to pivot out into something else, and possibly bring that Incineroar back in on a later turn.
Yeah, I think it's a nice situation, right? This time, too, Ogerpon looking a little bit better in this matchup. It has to be careful with the Chien-Pao on the other side, right? Where it's going to do I guess similar damage to before because now the attack drop is missing, but a much better by Jody, right? And hey, if nothing else, this man has never seen a read he didn't want to try to make on stream, does successfully Terastallize to gain immunity to that Sacred Sword.
It gains immunity to Sacred Sword, but it does open up the option for a Sucker Punch later on from Chien-Pao, and I think more importantly, this Chien-Pao's Focus Sash still intact. It's a really big resource there for Riley that becomes really important later on in the game because at Chien-Pao, not always known for its defenses, but with that Focus Sash, doesn't really matter. You are going to have the chance to swing twice if you're facing down just one Pokemon later on.
Focus Sash looked incredible, too. All day, it just seems like nobody has the moves that chip. This could be a lot more than chip. The big Ice Spitter coming down as Amoonguss.
Does over half to this Amoonguss, which will eat its Citrus Berry and recover a bit of its HP. We do see, again, it's not Rocky Helmet, so Focus Sash stays intact, and Ivy Cudgel comes through from Ogerpon on Riley's end. No Intimidate swap coming through from Jody's Incineroar, so Amoonguss will be knocked out by the combination of those 2 attacks. I think a really safe, double target there, considering the Terastallization and the option to protect are gone. But Ivy Cudgel, in return, should be able to KO Ogerpon. So the big bad Ogerpon has been knocked out. The scary Ogerpon on Riley's end is gone, but Riley still has a lot of very powerful Pokemon remaining.
Yeah, both Ogerpon now have traded knockouts of one another, but I think on Riley's side, and that was clearly the way he expected the turn to play out, right? We're like, all right, Amoon gets protected. I know I get a knockout if I double that slot. And if he made that choice, that means he already thought through that and believes that he's going to win the game from that situation, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, he makes a different move. So we'll have to see what both trainers have in mind. But you'd think on Riley's side, if he went through with that trade, he's looking pretty good here.
Yeah, you have to imagine he was kind of planning for that. Urshifu does come in. Will is holding that choice scarf, so will be faster than both the Fluttermane and Ogerpon on Jody's end. But you really have to worry about going for surging strikes. The water absorb on the Ogerpon on Jody's side is a big deterrent, which actually makes this Fluttermane much safer than it would be otherwise.
Yeah, I think it's a great time to get the Fluttermane in, right? Where it's certainly at least going to get to attack once, and it's sort of a tricky turn to play as well, where like you're like mispredict which of Follow Me and Spiky Shield gets used here. There's ways where this looks really bad. At least the Fluttermane can't protect, though, which I think makes it a little bit harder for Jody and keeps him honest here. And so we're going to see a switch.
Incineroar comes in for that Ogerpon, gets an Intimidate down onto both Chen Pao and Urshifu. Jody really hoping that the Surging Strikes doesn't come through here, because I think either of these Pokemon are probably knocked out by it. But it is, in fact, U-turn. Riley playing it safe. Again, not wanting to have that attack whiff into the Water Absorb. And Riley will have the chance to bring out his 4th Pokemon in this second game in round 4.
I really like that pivot by Jody there, right? Where applied just enough pressure where there really was no option for Riley but to give this up. Now this Dazzling Gleam is going to do a ton of damage to both these Pokemon, slashing the Qian Pao and taking Dragonite below half as well.
Really nice play there. The Dazzling Gleam does so much damage. We see Fluttermane attacking before Qian Pao as well, and also didn't even get targeted at all. This Dragonite does not have Protect. It is the Assault Vest set, and because Qian Pao is at -1 attack, a Sucker Punch surely shouldn't be able to KO this Fluttermane. So this is actually a much more commanding spot for Jody right now.
Yeah, super free switch with the Incineroar if he wants it too, right? Fluttermane doesn't need any help to pick up these knockouts, and Incineroar, has to be a little careful with the potential of Sucker Punch, so it would have had to fake out probably if it stayed in anyway. So yeah, why not switch it out? The option of a fake out again later in the game, and that's another means for which you can get around potentially Urshifu later. So looking pretty good so far.
Incineroar does come back, like you said, Scott. The Ogerpon will come back in for Jody, and Fluttermane should get the chance to attack before it is knocked out. The Qian Pao, in fact, does go for Protect, though. Does not want to lose its chance on the field yet. Dragonite does not get the chance to attack, though, as a Specs Dazzling Gleam will come through and should pick up another knockout here, bringing Riley down to 2 Pokemon.
I mean, that's great, but now what, right?
Right.
Urshifu comes out, and I don't know what the solution to Follow Me Dazzling Gleam is here.
It's lose? I don't know.
That doesn't sound good at all.
No, it's not. I mean, and Riley, I guess, possibly not even considering how much of an impact that Incineroar in the back could have. It was under half HP remaining, but being able to switch in and out and threaten this Water Absorb, not allowing Urshifu to go for those Surging Strikes, which is really the only way that it has to kill this Fluttermane, is so big here. As Ogerpon does go for Follow Me, will be able to protect the Fluttermane from any kind of attacks. Close combat comes through, though. A big amount of damage into Ogerpon, a 1-hit KO, actually. That is not something I expected coming out from this Urshifu. But Fluttermane, considering it has been attacking before this Qian Pao, should get the chance to go for a Dazzling Gleam here, which should just seal up this game for Jody. I did not expect that close combat to KO, Scott.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. I mean, kind of good information from both players, perhaps. But yeah, I mean, Ogerpon feints a hero there, where it does exactly enough to allow Fluttermane to pick up this knockout. And I think both players are going to have a lot to chew on as we move into Game 3 here. Some things to think about that stood out to me in that game. I guess once again, I don't know how this Ogerpon is trained, but it's really good at being knocked out by physical attacks so far. However, Incineroar looking great again. That Terra Ghost at the time looked a little suspect, right? Where it's like, well, I mean, what does this really do for you? But apparently it does everything for him. And the turn that I keep going back to as I think about this game was that it turns out actually trading Ogerpons maybe wasn't so good for Riley after all.
Yeah, I think, like you said, that first Terra Ghost in the Incineroar maybe didn't make a whole lot of sense to us right off the bat, but it meant that Incineroar stuck around that turn, and the Incineroar just existing for the rest of the game is essentially what won Jody that match, because he still had the chance to pivot that and Intimidate in and out, get the Water Absorb, Follow Me in and out, and really just prevent the Urshifu on Riley's end from ever locking into Surging Strikes, which I think if you're Jody, that's a great way to protect your Fluttermane from it.
Yeah, I think the Ogre Pond there, even though it didn't really do much other than, I guess, crucially picking up the knockout in the trade against the opposing Ogre Pond, just kind of like being there to be a problem for Urshifu the whole game was a big deal. I mean, this is why the Wellspring Ogre Pond's usage is so high, right? Because the Rapid Strike Urshifu is devastating, its power is overwhelming, and it's much easier to win the game if you have some solutions to it. Jody bringing both the Ogre Pond and Raging Bolt, even though we haven't seen it so far this set, as solutions to the Urshifu, and I kind of see the drawbacks. It's some of why Riley opted to terrestrialize Ogre Pond both games, right?
Yeah.
Because it gets this team comp. It's just very difficult for Urshifu to be the Pokemon that wins in the game.
Even the Amoonguss on Jody's end, a great deterrent for that Urshifu as well, but also kind of invites the Hearthflame Ogre Pond to go for that terrestrialization on Riley's end. You have to wonder if that's going to be Riley's game plan once again, because we did see it do obviously a lot of damage in that first game, taking a couple KOs there, but even so, it threatened a lot of damage in that second game and forced Jody to kind of pay attention to it, even though it doesn't have Follow Me. Like terrestrializing with a +1 attack boost is kind of a Follow Me in and of itself. So it's going to be interesting to see how these players adapt, because I think they both brought the same, if not similar, lineups each game, but they played it very differently.
Well, we see something a little bit differently here in Game 3. This time, Riley opting to change things up, and it's King Gambit making his first appearance in the series. And it's found something juicy. He's going to catch that Intimidate right on turn 1.
Yeah, this is kind of the pitfall of leading Incineroar into a team that has King Gambit on it, because you do risk giving it a Defiant boost right off the bat. Luckily for Jody, though, this is kind of the best Incineroar you could have for the job in this case, because it is carrying that Will-O-Wisp. It is not Terrifier King Gambit. It doesn't have a Lum Berry or anything that can protect it. Again, the Ogre Pond does not have Follow Me either on Riley's end, so a Will-O-Wisp into King Gambit should be pretty secure. If the King Gambit really can't dodge that Will-O-Wisp.
Well, it can use Protect. I think that's one thing to keep in mind here. It's not like the Assault Vest variant. It's Black Glasses, so Riley now probably going to see the same thing you are, right? Well, if I don't do anything, I'm for sure getting burned, so how do I adjust? And you adjust by bringing these Urshifu in, at least in theory, but now you got to worry about that Ogre Pond, right?
Protect does come through, will not be burned this game, but Incineroar, instead of going for Will-O-Wisp, goes straight for a Fake Out into that King Gambit instead. Will be no damage or no flinch in that slot, and Ivy Cudgel comes through into the Urshifu, takes a non-negligible amount of damage there, but ends resisting that Water-type move.
So Riley sets up an interesting trade here through the course of his moves. Like, okay, well now if you want to, you can burn my King Gambit, but I'm perhaps going to close combat that slot. Jody has got some interesting options though, right? Like, well, if you make that play, I think the two Pokemon he's most likely to have in the back both resist close combat, so that's not really open. Do you go for the Surging Strikes and just hope that there's no Follow Me? I think the right play here is probably you switch King Gambit out and have to give that boost up. So good job by Jody. But no, he's going to stay in, get some big damage with this U-turn, but likely going to take a burn in response.
Yeah, there's nothing that can come in other than this Ogre Pond that would be immune to the burn, but that would not protect the King Gambit, if that is what Jody has opted for. Amoonguss coming out, though, instead. There's no Chan Pao this game. Amoonguss taking its spot. And Ivy Cudgel comes through from this Ogre Pond, does another non-negligible chunk of damage to that Amoonguss, but Will-O-Wisp comes through and is avoided by King Gambit. That is a huge break for Riley.
I guess that's one way to avoid the burn.
Literally avoid it.
Picking up the knockout, and King Gambit wants to win this one.
It really does, and it's doing a great job so far. Ogre Pond on Jody's end does get knocked out by that Kowtow Cleave, and Jody's own Amoonguss comes in. Now we're threatening with two different types of status here, the burn and the sleep, but Incineroar, I don't know, it's threatening the Flare Blitzes here, but you can't Flare Blitz both. And obviously, if you're Flare Blitzing either slot, you're losing a good chunk of your own HP. It's still not the worst spot, though, because Incineroar does have the safety goggles, Scott, so this is... Incineroar has some play here, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not awful. I mean, King Gambit still finds himself in a similar situation in the previous game. But I think on Riley's side of the field, now you're just like, okay, well, how can I just trade my way through the rest of the game, right? I mean, again, that's kind of what he's known for. He just gets in a good board state, just fights his way out of it, right? King Gambit is, even if it's, neutered here eventually by a status condition, able to put a bunch of damage in that Amoonguss slot. Maybe he can heal that off with Regenerator, maybe not, but I think, one more knockout for Riley, this game would start getting pretty simple.
No burns, but a Flare Blitz right off the bat. Critical hit Flare Blitz from that Incineroar is a one-hit KO into King Gambit. A massive turn for Jody there. No need to eliminate the Defiant boost with a burn, you can just knock it out instead. Pollen Puff going into Riley's own Amoonguss. Another critical hit. Jody's hits are all critical coming around this game. And a Clear Smog for a little bit of chip damage into Incineroar there, but a massive turn for Jody.
Yeah, that's huge. Not only does he avoid, or I guess, knockout is the best status condition, right?
Right.
We're able to not have to deal with the King Gam for the rest of the game. That makes it much easier to play this Incineroar, where now he can cycle Intimidate as he needs to safely. Potentially can have some issues actually doing that because with Ogerpon down, Urshifu can potentially just, Surging Strikes his way through any Intimidates anyway. But, we got sort of an interesting situation with Riley's side of the field. We have that Fire, Water, Grass core all still intact there. So, both sides of the field now going to have to try to position Pokemon in such a way that they can actually take advantage of that. Urshifu coming out here going to threaten potential damage on Incineroar, but the expected response to that be like, okay, well then I guess I'm Rage Powdering with my Amoonguss.
Yeah.
So what will the response be?
Yeah, you can lock into Surging Strikes now. There's no Water Absorb left, but there is still the Amoonguss that can just redirect it. The Rage Powder will be affecting this Urshifu. It does not have the option to go for a Terra Grass or anything like that. So Urshifu, it doesn't have to worry about doing negative damage with the Water Absorb healing, but Amoonguss is still a pretty good stop to this Urshifu, and of course, we have the Ogerpon in the back for Riley still, which I think is now the bigger threat.
Yeah, I think it's scary too. I wouldn't have been shocked if we saw like a U-turn in order to try to avoid the status conditions. Like Riley also has to be careful he plays this turn too passively. A U-turn potentially just allows a Pow and Puff from Amoonguss to heal all that damage off of Incineroar. But we do see Rage Powder instead, so Riley not going to at least take a negative damage turn.
Surging Strikes does come through into this Amoonguss doing paltry damage. Will hit all 3 times, but leave the Amoonguss very, very healthy. But Ogerpon does come in for Riley now, which will be threatening big damage with something like an Ivy Cudgel later on. 3 hits into the Amoonguss will be followed up by an attack from this Incineroar. It is a Flare Blitz coming into Ogerpon. That is some really meaningful damage because now the Flutter Mane in the back for Jody is actually threatening KOs on it as opposed to, not being able to knock it out from full with a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, we're quickly winding up the situation similar to last game, where last Pokemon, Flutterman could be pretty scary. However, there is still the Amoonguss intact on the other side of the field, but both sides now at a point where they really can't afford to give up any more damage. The next trades are going to be really important, and Urshifu now locked into that Surging Strike, so on Jody's side, you feel pretty committed to needing to Rage Powder. It was scary next to this Ogerpon, so do you now just give Amoonguss up? Is there a trade Riley can make that will make that work out? Is there a trade Jody can make that will make that work out?
The other issue now is that the Ogerpon has not terastallized yet. This might be it, but until it does, it will not be redirected by anything like a Rage Powder from the Amoonguss, but it does, in fact, turn into a pure Fire type. The 3rd game in a row, Riley opts to terastallize his Ogerpon, get the +1 Embody Aspect boost, and boost the power of Ivy Cudgel with the Terra Fire. This Amoonguss is not running the Terra Water like we see on some sets. It's actually Terra Fairy, so you cannot terastallize into a resistance anymore. So these Ivy Cudgels are going to be very scary. Surging Strikes, though, right away is going to be able to just KO this Incineroar.
Yeah, Amoonguss sort of failing in its duties as a support Pokemon here, opting to protect itself, allowing Incineroar to go down instead. So Jody's bet that the way that he closes this game is with the combination of Amoonguss and his final Pokemon.
It's going to have to be that final Pokemon. Ivy Cudgel goes into Amoonguss's Protect. I guess the benefit of protecting the Amoonguss there, even though the Incineroar did get knocked out, is that now you have the option to redirect a Surging Strikes from this Incineroar on Riley's, not the Incineroar, the Urshifu, on Riley's end of the field. It is holding the Choice Scarf. It will act before the Ogerpon, so Surging Strikes will have to go through before Fluttermane is able, or before Ogerpon is able to Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, I think definitely the right move there, but still, it's a tenuous position, right, where you're going to potentially take a lot of damage in return, and now Fluttermane has to lock into a move, right? Unlike last game where it could just safely lock into a Dazzling Gleam, it's not going to work to close out this game, right? It's got to knock out an Amoonguss eventually, so sort of forced into locking into Shadow Ball here. We'll have to see how much damage it does.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough choice for Jody here because he will have to lock into one attack for the remainder of this battle. Riley not wanting to lose Urshifu just yet, will be swapping it out for the Amoonguss that is left in the back. I think a smart swap there because if it does lock into Shadow Ball, then you have the option to just redirect it on a following turn. Spiky Shield comes out here, not wanting to take any damage or a possible Spore, but Shadow Ball into the Amoonguss slot. Great call from Jody, and that's a lot of damage. That is a critical hit into Riley's Amoonguss, which might put it in range for one more Shadow Ball after the Citrus Berry.
Yeah, sort of a interesting spot here where I'm curious if Pollen Puff would have either, at least got it low enough that perhaps a one Shadow Ball would have done it either way. But yeah, a really interesting spot now where Urshifu is safe for now. Either of these Pokemon likely will be knocked up by a single Shadow Ball, but the other one's going to get to act here, right? So either a Spore or an Ivy Cudgel, that Flutterman would be pretty devastating.
It really would. I don't know if Jody has enough turns left in this game because you're going to get at least one more Shadow Ball off. but this Ogerpon will be able to KO either of Jody's Pokemon with this Ivy Cudgel, again because of the +1 attack and body aspect attack boost, the Terra Fire boost on the Ivy Cudgel, and so I don't know that there's anything, even an Amoonguss that terrestrializes into a Fairy type might just be KO'd anyway, so you're going to have to create more turns.
Yeah, I wonder if you switch Ogerpon here and like try to get him to knock out Urshifu so you get the Spore, because I just don't know how you close this otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be tough. Jody does opt to terrestrialize his own Amoonguss, turns into a Fairy type, so is not weak to fire anymore. But the Ivy Cudgels are very, very strong, might just bypass that type chart entirely. Rage Powder comes through here, trying to protect the Flutter Mane from an attack, and a Rage Powder from Riley's own Amoonguss will redirect Shadow Ball from Flutter Mane. Shadow Ball will come out here from this Flutter Mane, most likely KO this Amoonguss, I'd have to say. It is enough, but Ivy Cudgel will attack into this Amoonguss on Jody's end now. Let's see how much it does. Ivy Cudgel coming out here with the Terra Fire boost, with the +1 from Embody Aspect. Big damage into this Amoonguss, and it is enough. That is a KO coming out from Ogerpon Harsh Flame into the Amoonguss. Even a Fairy type terrestrialization will not save it, and now Riley has two very strong Pokemon against this Flutter Mane locked into a single target attack.
Yeah, that seems real bad, right? Where Riley plays it safe there, just does the Rage Powder, avoids having to make any reads. Again, kind of Riley at Riley's best. Just doesn't do anything silly. Now with these two Pokemon, it's a pen, and really fantastic set once again. Comes down to the wire here, but Jody thinking it through, but doesn't see any outs.
I don't think there are outs anymore. If the Shadow Ball could somehow hit both of them, then maybe, but that is not the option for the Flutter Mane. Riley will move on to 4-0 here in Knoxville. A perfect start to the day, and Jody takes his first loss, but 3-1 is still not a bad place to be. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see both of these players tomorrow, Scott.
Yeah, certainly not the matchup either of them were hoping to find themselves in so early in the tournament, but both players played well, right? Not only do, it's a little unlucky, right? Only one trader can win, and great job by Riley to pull that off, but I don't think either of them are coming out of that match feeling too badly about themselves, right? Like, played great against a great player, and who knows, this match could definitely happen again, late in the afternoon tomorrow.
And if you're Jody, too, you at least won one game. You put yourself in positions to take the set. I think even that game 3, if a couple turns went differently, that could go Jody's way as well. So nothing to be too ashamed about there. And of course, we still have the chance to see them both play tomorrow. I think Riley just consistency. It's shocking if Riley doesn't make day 2. I don't know if he ever hasn't made day 2. Like, has he ever not made day 2 at a regional this season?
Gosh, I don't know. I mean, he's been so dominant. And I thought the switch up in this game was pretty interesting too.
Yeah.
It winds up being the King Gambit doesn't make too big of a difference, right? Other than, kind of just being a problem that requires attention to be removed. And sometimes maybe that's all you have to do, right? A King Gambit absorbing these attacks, kind of just staying on the board early in the game, allowing Ogerpon and Urshifu to hide in the back and stay healthy. And then come out in this situation later in the game where it's a little safer for them. They have a pin on both Pokemon here. So it winds up being Incineroar who has to go down. And I do like the way that Jody plays that. At least he kind of gets a situation where you can believe he might be able to pull it back, but it's a little bit short.
Yeah, I think at the very end there, like you said, Scott, Riley just put himself in a position where he had the advantage and all he had to do is make favorable trades, or not even favorable, just even trades for the rest of the game. And with a team like Riley's, that's something that you have plenty of tools for. The Ogerpon can deal so much damage, even in a neutral type matchup, that it's very difficult to have anything that can just hit. And I think the Amoonguss on Jody's end, not opting for like a Terra Water that we see a lot of the time, while it probably came in handy, in practice this event, maybe earlier today even, not in this match, unfortunately.
Yeah. And, I got to say, I don't know if I've ever seen a format where the Fire-type Pokemon have looked as good as this one, where not on both sides, both the Incineroar and the Hearthflame Ogerpon, both of them using slightly non-standard sets, right? Both have, like, one move that's a little bit different than what we normally see. And I think both of them had a huge impact in that match, right? Where it wound up being that, Riley, master of positioning that he is, was able to avoid getting got by the Incineroar, but it was just that close to catching its prey a few times there, right? And was able to do a shockingly good job at dealing with the King Gambit, despite being the one that triggered the Defiant. At least it cleaned up its own mess.
Well, speaking of the King Gambit and avoiding the Will-O-Wisp miss from Jody's Incineroar early on in that third game, how much of an impact do you think that had?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a decent chance it flips the result, right? I mean, it's easy to go back and like, oh, well, it didn't really matter, right? Just got knocked out anyway.
Yeah.
But, maybe Jody plays completely differently with Burn King Gambit on the field instead, right? Effectively at that point, even though the math's a little bit different, it's at one reduced level of attack instead of one increased, and then you maybe get in a situation where you can kind of ignore King Gambit a little bit and focus on his partners.
Yeah.
I think knocking out King Gambit first, that's not the ideal path of the game for Jody, right? Where it's really those other 3 Pokemon that, were the ones he needed defeated. That's why Chien Pao was the one who got replaced by King Gambit to begin with, right?
Yeah.
The least important member of that core.
Yeah, it was. I think the Chien Pao and the Dragonite both got replaced. The Amoonguss came in very handy for Riley in that game because, again, the Ogerpon on his end didn't have Follow Me. But you bring in the Amoonguss and now you have Redirection all of a sudden, which kept that Ogerpon and the Urshifu, kind of the 2 main damage sources at the end of that game, very healthy.
Yeah, I think it was kind of like a great playstyle adaptation too, right? Jody's specialty is just making those fantastic reads, right? And Amoonguss doesn't care about your reads, right? Well, we kind of make fun of Urshifu ignoring Protect and not letting you play the game, but Redirection kind of does the same thing, right? It's like, well, no reads. Like, you attack me.
Exactly.
And it worked out very well there, right? Where, on the flip side, Riley put the opposing Amoonguss in kind of a funny situation where it just couldn't save Incineroar because it would have been knocked out for it, and that would have ended the game even faster.
Yeah. Well, let's hear from Dwee and Riley over in the lounge, get some more insight into how Riley opted to play that match. Dwee, take us over.
Thank you, Jake and Scott. I am joined in the lounge right now with Riley Factura, perhaps one of the best players in the world right now. Riley, congratulations on round 4 victory. Can you walk us through your thought process going into team preview and the match itself?
It was a game or a team that I saw on the ladder a lot, the Roaring Moon balance. The Incineroar is very scary since it has safety goggles and Will-O-Wisp. Usually I bring King Gambit versus that, and then I could like Rage Powder away if it had Will-O-Wisp, but it didn't. I got a little bit lucky because of the miss, but I felt like I still was gonna take control of the match even if it hit, because I was gonna do a lot of damage at +1, plus the burn, and I can get Ogerpon in range of other attacks. The Flutter was very scary. I was surprised to see it basically just sweep my team game 2. So I knew I had to make an adjustment and bring my Amoonguss, which I did not game 1 and 2.
And that definitely paid off for you. I mean, that helped you secure that victory in game 3. Riley, I got to ask you a question right now. This team is a team that you've been using since the start of this regulation. You are the last player kind of using this type of team right now, and you're piloting to such success. Tell me more about why you believe in this team and why you haven't changed it up despite, like Farigiraf is everywhere, as well as a lot of like Intimidate and as well as a lot of Will-O-Wisp.
Good question. I actually don't believe in the team as much anymore.
Oh no.
This was the first tournament since Worlds where I did not feel confident in any team at all. And after the last regional, I thought my team was outdated. And I was testing a lot of other things, like I didn't practice with my team. I tried Iron Crown in DD. I went 17 on the ladder, and then I lost 1 set to Wolf's team, and I was like, I'm done with this team. And I actually locked in another team, which I locked in for the Global Challenge, got it in game, had it submitted to Arcanine until 9:30 last night, and I was like, it seems way too weak to Tornadus. So I was like, I'll just go back to what I know, and I mean, I'm comfortable with it. I think it's still good, but probably not as good as it was in the last regulation.
Do you find that, playing a team with that you're more comfortable with pays off better than kind of like trying something new that you think might work, but you're less comfortable with? You know what I'm saying? Like a team that you're very comfortable with that might not be doing as well versus a team that you're not comfortable with, but might do well. Like, do you prefer to play comfort or do you prefer to play different?
Good question. I like both. I think I just stuck with this team. Today I stuck with it because of comfort, but I was bringing it in almost every tournament, not because of comfort, but because I truly did believe it was the best team in the format.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that we should stick with one team comfortably if it's not good.
Yeah.
So at least it has to have some results.
You're 4-0 right now.
Yeah.
You're 4-0 right now. That's pretty good.
But 5 more to go, and then 8 more tomorrow.
Is that your call right now? You're gonna go undefeated tomorrow?
I'll try my best.
Are you gonna call it right now? You're gonna win the whole thing?
I'll try my best.
What happens if you win this tournament with this team? What happens in your thought process behind like team building? Are you like, this team's still good? Are you gonna change your mind? Yeah.
I mean, I think that it's gonna be good. It'll probably. I thought it was like the best, and then now I thought it was a little bit lower. And if I win, I would assume that most people are gonna try to counter it. So it might even be a little worse after this tournament.
Are there any matchups that you're really kind of scared of with this team?
Everything. Iron Crown and DD, like Raging Bolt stuff, Arcaludon, Gouging Fire a little bit. A lot of the new Pokemon, I feel like, are giving me trouble.
Yeah. Well, you're still piloting extremely well. I'm going to go ahead and let you prepare for your next match. Riley, do you have any shout outs that you want to make out to all your friends and family out there?
Yeah. My mom, dad, sister, thank you so much. Serena, Gio, Alberto, Chase, everyone who's helped me with the team, Kaylin, Tachi, Joe, and Matthew, Ethan. There's a lot of names out there, but
that's a lot. Yeah.
You should know who you are if we're talking. So,
congratulations, Riley, on your round 4 victory. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. But for now, we'll go ahead and throw it over to the casters to get ready for round 5 Swiss.
Thank you, Dewey and Riley. What a great interview. I think it was really funny hearing that Riley was so ready to switch teams and then last minute went back. It reminds me of like Alberto Lara last season, who was running very similar, if not the same team all year and had some great success with it. But I think at this point, Riley kind of knows, if I'm not sure, just stick with what's working.
Yeah, I think having the backup option's great, right? Where to me, that might almost be the best thing. Like, I think if nothing else, even if you kind of like plan to use the same team over and over, at least preparing with something else kind of like helps you learn more archetypes and learn the other side of the matchup a little bit more. But yeah, what a great thing to both fall back on. And yeah, Alberto's a good example, right? I think it was like, what is Fresno last year? He's like, I used this team again. Guess I'm in day 2.
I think he's like said the same thing for NEIC too. It was great. You've heard enough from us for a little bit though. Let's hear from you guys. We have some tweets we'd love to share with you guys using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. First one from Matt Patrick, Knoxville Regionals VGC prep list. 1, offering to the Dondozo Shrine today for my Dondozo to be strong tomorrow. And then 2, hot tub pre-tournament meditation. Good luck, have fun, everyone. Is it, you think hot tub meditation or waterfall meditation is better, Scott?
Definitely waterfall for me. I mean, I can't say no to a classic. And then I think also, it's a dangerous group of Pokemon to try to do hot tub meditation with. I think at least 3 of these Pokemon are much more likely to be found in a boiling pot, so you need to be careful there.
I don't know. I, as a Dondozo predictor on my caster predictions, support Matt Patrick's offering to the Dondozo Shrine. But let's move on to our next tweet. Number 2 from Corey Blankenship. Chunk of the squad this weekend in Knoxville. #PlayPokemon. This is like the best part of tournaments, right? You come to compete and enjoy the tournament itself. But then when you're not competing, in between days and on Friday night beforehand, you get the gang together for a nice little dinner.
Yeah, I mean, that's half the fun, right? You can't win every tournament, but you can always have fun with your friends. It's great, you get to make so many, what I think will be for a lot of us, lifelong friendships with this game. And, it's fun to catch up, right? We all live in different places, but it's fun to come together on these weekends and check back out with everybody.
Exactly. Let's jump to our third tweet here. Next one is from Speedy, Need for Speedy Go. I honestly couldn't have wished for a better birthday celebration. These people are absolutely amazing, and today was so beyond incredible. Rocking the birthday hat, baby Evie as well today. Looking forward to a fun weekend. This is so great. This is really special. Again, kind of like you mentioned, Scott, this is just kind of the lifelong friendships that we can make coming to these tournaments. And Sabrina is a Go player, one that's very well known throughout the community. So it's great to see her recognized for her birthday this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that's half the fun. A lot of faces I recognize in there. Some good people in this picture. It's, I don't know, it's great too, right? Where I know a few friends like have birthdays that always seem to overlap with events. And it's kind of a fun tradition to get to have.
Of course. All right, we have one last tweet to show you all. This one's from William Bauer. I found my spirit sister here. We're both loving #Pokemon and representing Care Bears. This event is so much fun. Great job, day 2 events. And it's always fun, show up at a Pokemon event with some merch from a different fandom and you find your connection here.
Hey, yeah, I mean, it's, interesting way. You already know you have one hobby in common, right? Most of us are at least like a little above neutral on Pokemon. And then, who knows what else people could be into? It's a great place to meet friends.
I love the shout out to day 2 events here. They're our organizer this weekend here in Knoxville. And they, of course, do a great job of bringing us some exciting Pokemon action. And we have some action of our own here, Scott. Before we get into our round 5, we're going to be playing some Who's That Pokemon? We have some Pokedex entries that I'm sure are going to stump us and have some answers that are entirely out of left field. First one, this Pokemon is from roughly 100 million years ago. Its terrifyingly tough face is harder than steel. I think I have a guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very clearly Fluttermane. No, I'm gonna go Gouging Fire.
Ooh, okay. That's a good guess. I was thinking Bastiodon, because it's like one of the fossil Pokemon from a long time ago. We get a shout out to our Go family over there, where Bastiodon's actually a good Pokemon.
Yeah, I refuse to acknowledge that Pokemon because I've lost to it in the Pokemon Go Battle League a few too many times. So I only acknowledge new Pokemon, or newly discovered Pokemon.
New old Pokemon, yeah. There, Gouging Fire, Bastiodon, let's see the answer.
It is Bastiodon.
There we go. The tough face really did it. It's like its whole thing.
Yeah.
It is a face. It's a large steel face.
Yeah, I refuse to acknowledge him.
Well, let's get him off the screen then. Next Pokedex entry. Although it's rough-mannered and egotistical, it finds beating down unworthy opponents boring. It gets motivated for stronger opponents.
Wolf.
I see it. I don't know. Motivated for stronger opponents. That gives me like King Gambit almost.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think it's Pokedex entries are all kind of like about it being a terrible leader.
Yeah.
But it could be. Yeah, it's like I think it's got to be like either something with lots of stats or like a fighting type of some sort.
Yeah.
But, I am drawing a blank here.
I can't think of anything other than King Gambit.
I think egotistical fits. I think you're probably right.
All right, that's gonna be my guess.
Yeah, no, I can see. I'm gonna agree with your guess. I can't think of one of my own.
Well, let's see it.
Oh, that makes sense too.
Yeah, I guess it does. I would not have thought of that, but
that's sad. Cause I think it's other Pokedex entry, like it's like the split in the two versions. I know the other one is kind of like about how it liked its whole acting shtick because it likes entertaining the children, which is extremely cute. Yeah. This one is much less cute.
It is, yeah. This is when it's not with the Masked Royal. Yeah, that's like the more fun, family-friendly Incineroar.
Yeah, this is Dark type Incineroar.
There we go. Yeah. All right, I believe we have one more. An academic theory proposes that this Pokemon's arms were once the head of an ancient dragon Pokemon. The theory remains unproven. I love that is the end of it. We're not sure, but the think it might be the case.
Yeah, I mean, at least in this one, they're admitting that the Pokedex entry is like maybe a little sus, where some of the others,
I mean, like Hydreigon, maybe its arms have heads on them, but
I feel like this one, the ambiguity of this one makes me want to believe that this one for sure is one of the past Paradox Pokemon.
Yeah, or maybe it's Iron Jugulus, because that's like an ancient thing would be like Hydreigon in their era. Yeah, they're so far forward.
Oh, that's good. I like that. That's good. That's good logic.
I'm gonna go with Iron Jugulus then. Let's see it. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. They look like heads.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have called them arms, but
right.
But now that I'm looking at it,
arm-like appendages. I don't know. They're arm enough.
I honestly, despite actually thinking being pretty good in this format, I may have entirely forgotten Regidrago was a Pokemon 20 seconds ago.
Yeah. Well, we went 1 for 3 at least.
Yeah,
we got one.
I'd like to, I don't know who the best caster is at the various games we play on stream. I think I'm pretty comfortably the worst. Must be nice for all of our skilled, knowledgeable casters. I'm doing my best.
All right. We're going to jump to a quick little break here, but please don't go anywhere. We have round 5 action coming up soon for you here in Knoxville.
So I started playing in 2017. My first event was at Hartford Regionals. First competitive event was actually a PC or Premier Challenge it was in New York, in Brooklyn. I still remember this because it was like my first tournament ever, and I got to meet a ton of people. It was a lot of fun. It went okay for your first tournament, I think. So my favorite Pokemon, it's kind of been contentious over the past couple years. I think my favorite right now has to be Lunala, but King Gambit and Yveltal are kind of up there for me as well. I think I look up to everyone who's able to really perform consistently. One person this year who's been really impressive to me has been Riley Factura. He's had a lot of consistency, and I definitely respect that a lot because I understand how hard it is to be consistent. Even having to do that myself in previous years, it takes a lot of work and effort, and it's just something that I think is really cool when players are able to show they're consistently good at the game in a game where there's a lot of chance. I would be a Dark type gym leader for sure, no question about it. I think Dark types have some of the coolest Pokemon by far. So this has been kind of a tough question because there's so many good players you'd like to play versus. I feel like the one player I haven't gotten the opportunity to play versus that I want to is Naoto Mizobushi. He's actually a really, insanely good Japanese player. He won in 2019, so I'd love to get the opportunity to play him at some point. I think my favorite part about Pokemon events, so I've been going for a while, and the competition was always the main driving force for a while, but I really do think the friends that you make and the ways that you can learn things in ways that can impact your own life outside of the game are really important. I think Pokemon's actually really good in a lot of cases of teaching you life lessons, how to get back up when you have a bad tournament, how to keep pushing through, how to get through adversity, and I think it's actually really, it's a really useful ability to be able to take these lessons and kind of take them into real life. I think the go-to, I actually don't really eat anything during events for the most part, but if I'm ever getting a snack, it'll probably just be like a cookie or something. I don't typically like to eat too much just because like, I feel like it can kind of distract me sometimes, or like, your stomach gets a little like worked up because, you're nervous or something. So if I won the World Championships, I would definitely call my mom and my dad first. They've been some of my biggest supporters, and, I love them. I wouldn't have to call Sierra because she'd probably already be watching. So then, mom and dad would definitely be the first for me. Am I Team Rocket? Maybe.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. It's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute, and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and like really just try to not think about the match. Because yeah, it helps a lot because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not gonna go good. But yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as like being able to like take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that like sometimes like even talking to friends or even just like being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with like calming down nerves, and especially for a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best basically with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous, and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Knoxville Regional Championships. We are going to continue to roll through the action here and also roll through our rotating door of casters. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Jake Muller once again on the casting desk.
Yay!
I feel like we just got throwback after throwback here. I haven't casted with all of you in such a long time.
I think it's been 4 years for the two of us.
Oh my God.
I know. That was, like 2020 was 4 years ago.
It was Dallas 2019.
2020.
Oh,
yeah.
2020. Oh God, 2019 would have been like fun.
That is how math works sometimes, but it's fine.
Anyway.
That's why we're here and not the ones playing.
You know what? Sometimes I do be like that. But yeah, I'm so excited to be back. I'm so excited to get this action rolling as we take a look ahead at our Swiss round number 5. We've gotten some great matches already. What stood out to you about the last one that you watched?
I think it's really fun just watching Riley play with that team. Like, no matter if he's winning or losing, he has such an understanding of how that team needs to play and like the best ways to use each piece on that team and like when to bring each Pokemon. It's really like inspiring just to see someone that good.
Yeah.
It's like I wish I could do that.
Because it's been what, like 6 events now that he's brought the exact same team to, and he continues to get day 2 after day 2 after top cut after top 16.
I mean, like, to his credit, too, he has made some, like, little tweaks along the way. Like,
Yeah,
I
it's
think
the
he's moved some
Terra-type or
items, the
something.
Terra types,
Yeah.
but it's always those 6 Pokemon as he's sticking to his trusty team there.
Man, I wish I could do that. I wish Sylveon was good in every format, and it isn't. Although there is a Sylveon out there in the field that is a 3-1.
Okay.
Keep doing you. Come on, you can do it for all the Sylveon fans out there. But otherwise, like, I think when we start to take a look at the players that are sitting undefeated, I think there's a huge spread of teams that are doing really well. I mean, when we've taken a look at the top 12 graphic, I feel like, same old, right?
Right.
But there's there's a Hisuian Goodra out there. There's a Galarian Moltres. Trying to think of some of the other top Pokemon that I think would be curveballs for people.
Yeah.
And there's like quite a few.
There are. I think it just goes to show, like, even though we have, obviously there's going to be a hierarchy of Pokemon within any metagame, but the way that you can piece them together can be very wildly different. So you can have, Urshifu and Flutter Mane and Ogerpon up in the top 12, but you can use some of them together, you can use just one of them, and then fill in with some other, like, outside picks. But the way that the trainers are, putting their teams together and then performing with them, it just goes to show kind of how wide open this metagame is.
I think the second match that we showed on stream was a great example of that.
Yeah.
Two very familiar archetypes of teams, but then you've got an Iron Jugulus and an Assault Vest Entei that make them totally different. And so it's really innovation like that I feel like is continuing to keep Regulation F so interesting, and I'm very excited to see where we get to go from there to continue to change things, because it already looks so different. And I think even when you take a look ahead, we've got Dortmund next weekend. Melbourne is also taking place this weekend, so who knows what's happening over in Australia and Oceania. It's all over the board right now.
And it's really encouraging, too, because Regulation F has been kind of jam-packed with events. We've had, a lot of regionals so far, and we still have a couple more to come. But we've seen so many players opt for, like, these really innovative strategies, these new teams, different ways to play different Pokemon, that it just kind of gives you hope that, it's you can really just do whatever. Like, not whatever, maybe not whatever. Okay, let's reel it back a little bit. But if you have, like, a really good strategy when you're team building and you execute on it, it can be kind of whatever you want as long as it's fulfilling those roles and it plays out well.
I was going to say, Sierra's going to hear you and come out with the most cracked Slitherwing team we've ever seen and just take down a whole regional with it.
She's already threatening me with another caster battle, too. And I don't know.
Have you been scarred by the Weepin' Bell?
The Weepin' Bell. Wheatley's tied, okay? I got one game off the Weepin' Bell.
Okay, so we need to have the finale of that match is what you're saying.
I don't know if I want to. I'm scared.
Oh, I would be too, actually. Weepin' Bell is looking a little scary over there. But these trainers that are sitting at the Swiss rounds right now are also looking very scary. These are our undefeated players so far in the top 16. And Justin continuing the win streak. Toller, once again, we get a chance to see him doing very well at an event. Aaron Clemens, that was another trainer that ended up doing super well in, like, the Sword and Shield era, and now has come back for Scarlet and Violet, has really picked up some momentum. And then also Sohaib, we got a chance to see him as well at the last regional, and still doing very strong.
Other players on the right side of the graphic, like Joseph Ugarte and Aaron Trailer, who we saw earlier today, having a great start to their tournament. Marcos Perez and Eric Bartlett, who we've seen in the past at different events, also at 4-0. And of course, some other players who maybe haven't had those huge finishes trying to break in to day 2 or into top 8. I think Aaron Clemens, like you mentioned, was also a finalist here last year alongside Justin Tang, so hoping to repeat that success, make it into day 2 here in Knoxville.
Yeah, I think too, when you look at some of the interesting Pokemon that we get a chance to call out. Aaron Perez is using an Iron Jugulus and a Weezing.
Okay.
Miles Davis has a Walking Wake and a Heatran.
Ooh.
Which is so cool to think about.
Yeah.
And then we also have another player that's at 4-0 with Comfy, Archaludon, and Annihilate.
That's really cool.
Wow, right?
I'm here for that.
It's so neat to be able to see that. I think Rochelle is not on this list, but is also 4-0, rocking the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri again. And it's so nice to see just the assortment of Pokemon that we have so far and where these trainers can go. I definitely think Joseph Ugarte is coming off the back of a fairly strong performance at Liverpool.
Yeah.
See if he can continue to keep that up. But
let's see what these players have in store. We have our notable pairings for round number 5. Here in Knoxville, we're going to be showing you Mia Gray versus Matt Gendreau. But before that, we have a lot of other notable matches here. Joe is going to be playing Marcos. We have James Evans and Aaron Clemens, two very strong trainers. Of course, down the list, everyone on this at this point is very strong. But Eric Bartlett and Aaron Traylor, Justin Burns, Eric Stewart, Toller Webb and Anthony Luganbiel, and Quentin Rains versus Sohaib Mufti. But again, round number 5 is going to be Mia and Matt, the battle of the M's here in Knoxville.
I'm so excited about them too because like Mia is not somebody that we were able to feature last event, but did end up getting a day 2 and with a really cool team. It was with the Ndidi and the Iron Crown, which in fact we are going to get a chance to see run back today. So maybe we get to see what that team is all about and how Mia was able to find success with it last event.
And not only is Mia running it, Matt is also running the Ndidi Iron Crown. So that's a cool little mirror. I don't think I've personally seen that mirror yet on stream.
We haven't.
And that's a combination that's been picking up a lot lately, so it's kind of bound to happen at some point. But both of these trainers, recognizing that the Iron Crown and Ndidi combination is very strong, opting to bring it here to Knoxville to a perfect start so far. Unfortunately for one of them, that will have to end after this 5th round.
It's so interesting about the Ndidi and the Iron Crown because Toller and also Justin Karras and Yotam, I think we're all running that team that we got a chance to feature in Charlotte.
Yeah.
And I felt like it showed off so many amazing reasons why that duo is still very flexible, despite on paper looking like something that's super one-dimensional.
It really is. That's the thing too. When you're playing a team or you're playing a set of Pokemon like the Iron Crown, like the Ndidi, you look at it and you think, expanding force. That's the big threat right off the bat. That's going to be
horse.
Expanding force.
Expanding horse.
Expanding crown. But that's kind of the bread and butter of that combination. But if you look at the Iron Crown, Tachyon Cutter is a very, very strong move. Hitting twice means that you get to bypass anything like Sturdy or a Focus Sash, which comes in very handy. And Steel typing, as far as attacking moves, is really nice in this metagame. You hit something like the Chanpao, the Flutter Mane for super effective damage. So it's a really dynamic combo, especially considering Ndidi also has options to set up Trick Room. And there's also 4 more Pokemon. You can't forget about that as well.
That's true. And those 4 Pokemon are really where we get a chance to see trainers get really creative. Because while that duo is, you see it and you're like, oh my gosh, that could fit on, like, you could put like a Hatterene on this team. Yeah. You could also just make it hard Trick Room. You could put an Armarouge if you want it for another expanding force option. Yeah. I'm just throwing it out there. Yeah. Not that it's the best idea, but it
like
sure
Iron
is
Crown
an
is
idea.
Like the spiritual successor to Armarouge in terms
so.
of like good Ndidi partners.
Yeah, very true. But let's get right into it. You can see the teams that we were hinting at, both the Ndidi and the Iron Crown on both trainers' teams, but it's about those 4 Pokemon that round it out that really make these teams different.
It really is. Mia is going to be using the Tornadus, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, and Wellspring Ogerpon alongside the Ndidi and Iron Crown. But Matt has opted for the Urshifu, I believe that's Rapid Strike, the Water type, the Regidrago, the Ogerpon Hearth Flame, and the Tornadus. So we have some Tailwind options. Both of the Ndidis on both of these trainers' teams are carrying Trick Room, so they have the option to reverse those speeds. But if you look at their teams, neither of them really want Trick Room. It feels like that's more of like a Trick Room deterrent than an active use of it on these teams.
Yeah, I agree with you. So I don't think that we're going to see that as an option, but what's even going to be more important is the speed interactions between these faster pieces. So how are the Iron Crown and the Ndidi trained? Who's going to actually be able to get the leg up in that situation? You also have like the Rapid Strike Urshifu with the Choice Scarf, and that's going to be faster than most of the components that are on Mia's team, unless she's able to get up that Trick Room.
Yeah, the Trick Room is going to be interesting here. I think if one trainer sets up Tailwind with their Tornadus, that really opens up the option to go for a Trick Room with your own Ndidi. But looking at how these trainers have built their teams, the Iron Crowns are slightly different. They're both Terra Water, but Mia is running a Life Orb with Focus Blast, whereas Matt has the Booster Energy with Terra Blast. So a little bit different coverage options there for both trainers, and of course the item choice might come in handy. We're not sure whether or not the Booster Energy is speed or special attack for Matt yet, but of course we're still focusing on Mia here. Mia's favorite Pokemon is Lumineon. It's a fun one.
That is a
nice
fun
Sinnoh
one.
throwback there.
I've played against an Lumineon in a local, And I only remembered the cry for one of those like group barbecues because I heard it so much.
I remember the first time I was playing through Pokemon Pearl, Lumineon was like the last thing I needed to finish my national dex, and I just couldn't find it. It was so hard.
Just evades you. Just listen for the cry next time. It's very distinctive. But on the other side of things, Matt is also going to be running the Iron Crown and the Indeedee. You call out the other 4 pieces. The one thing that I want to point out here is there is actually potential for a weather war.
Yeah.
Mia's Tornadus has Sunny Day, but Matt's has Rain Dance, both for 2 very different reasons.
It's also funny too, because if you look at their Ogerpons, the weather move on their Tornadus is kind of the opposite. Yeah. Matt has the Rain Dance with the Fire Ogerpon, and Mia has the Sunny Day with the Water Ogerpon. I think in this case, Rain Dance is to set up the Urshifu Rapid Strike for extra damage with Surging Strikes, and possibly some defensive options. Some Rain Dance can be great against Torkoal. It can protect your Iron Crown from any kind of fire type attacks. And on Mia's end, the Sunny Day is pretty clearly for the Chiyu Fluttermane combination to just boost their damage even more, which is somehow possible beyond doing as much damage as they do. But it's going to be really cool to see how these trainers opt to use those different pieces on their team. Matt, like you see there on your screen, started playing pretty recently in terms of attending these tournaments in person with picking up competitive VGC in Scarlet and Violet. But it's great to see him make it this far in a tournament pretty early on in his career still.
That's really awesome. I love that we get a chance to see this new generation of player that has come to compete at these events. And they've just continuously surprised us around every single corner in terms of what they're able to bring to the table. So I can't wait to see how both of them are going to navigate this matchup, because there's so many different things that my eyes start to wander towards. Is Urshifu Rapid Strike even the right choice in this game? Are you gonna get caught by something like a Sunny Day or like an Ogerpon switch in to be able to take some of those rapid strikes? Or vice versa, would you want to bring like the Regidrago, but can you? Because there's a Fluttermane on the other side.
Yeah.
So many different rock, paper, scissors things in this matchup.
I think anytime there's a Rapid Strike Urshifu and a Wellspring Ogerpon on opposite sides of the field, it has to be really hard to be the one bringing that Urshifu. We saw Riley have to deal with that in our prior round thanks to Jody's Ogerpon Wellspring. And if Matt does opt to bring that Urshifu, you have to be very, very careful when you opt to go for those Surging Strikes. Because if you do happen to go for Surging Strikes into a Ogerpon Wellspring swap, or even worse, a Follow Me, that is a really bit of unfortunate turn of events there.
I think what's really tough is that there's also no Psychic Resist on Matt's team. Like, if you take a look at Mia's, there is that Dark type Chiyu. So that is something that would be able to come in and take an Expanding Force.
Right.
But you don't have that. Typically, we're looking at something like the single strike Urshifu that would have that dark, natural dark typing, but that's not present.
That's a good point. The Expanding Force, rather, switch options are somewhat more limited for Matt than they are for Mia, because Mia does have the Ogerpon Wellspring, which can boost its own special defense. Like you called out, the Chiyu will be immune to the Expanding Force. And Fluttermane has a pretty good special defense stat, naturally. Might be able to survive one of those Expanding Forces. It also might just depend on whether the booster energy on Matt's side is boosting the speed or the special attack. Because a speed boosting one is going to be attacking much faster, obviously, but it's much less strong in terms of raw damage output, which might be kind of a difference maker here.
Yeah, which is where the item difference came into play. What you were calling out before is that Mia's Iron Crown is going to be the Life Orb, so it's always going to be hitting really hard. And once you've used the booster energy, you can't get it back. So if you want to switch in the Iron Crown in and out, you have to do that knowing that you are giving up that item.
Exactly, yeah. Much more flexibility when you're running the Life Orb. You just trade a little bit of HP every time you attack. And on a Pokemon like Iron Crown, that can be relevant. Steel Psychic is a pretty good defensive typing. It has some pretty solid natural bulk. So you do kind of opt to trade that away for that flexibility when you opt for the Life Orb over the booster energy.
Let's get into this very first game of this best of 3 for Swiss, round number 5 at the Knoxville Regional Championships. Mia is going to be leading on the offensive with the Iron Crown and the Indeedee, but on Matt's side, it's the Tornadus and that Rapid Strike Urshifu.
Kind of the tried and true combination combination there. Tornadus and Urshifu facing down the newer additions to the metagame in Iron Crown and Indeedee. This is kind of a great spot for the Iron Crown. You're facing down an Urshifu, which will be vaporized by an Expanding Force, and Tornadus, which threatens absolutely 0 damage into the Iron Crown. Indeedee has the option to go for a pretty simple follow me, and it is carrying Rocky Helmet as well, so it punishes any kind of physical attack coming out from this Urshifu. So a strong start from Mia, but Matt does have the option for something like a U-turn. You have the option for like a Tailwind and Pivot. Certainly not an inescapable position, but it's certainly not the best start either.
This is a really tough decision to make. You can see Mia kind of floating through a couple of different options, but the follow me is going to be the safest of those. As the U-turn comes out, it still does a significant chunk into the Indeedee, but it is going to allow this Urshifu to stay safe from anything like an incoming Expanding Force. To take its place, though, Matt has an opportunity to bring out the Ogerpon, and that would be able to take this attack just a little bit better.
It maybe takes it a little bit better, but it still will hurt a lot. Expanding Force comes through here. The Life Orb, Psychic Terrain boosted, does a big chunk of damage to both of those Pokemon.
Could you imagine if that Helping Hand had been used there?
Yeah.
I think both things just go down immediately. But the Bleak Wind Storm in response, this Indeedee does get taken down really low, but still with enough life left that you could just go for another follow me here for the Ogerpon.
Yeah, it's crucial that Indeedee survive. That means it does have the option to go for a follow me on this turn. Depending on how Tornadus and Ogerpon are trained, it might be a little bit rough, because if Tornadus does attack before the Ogerpon, it should be able to knock out Indeedee, provided Bleak Wind Storm connects, and then Ogerpon is free to swing at this Iron Crown. No speed control coming out here, though, means that if Tailwind does go up, that's later on into the game that it will last for Matt.
Well, the Indeedee uses the follow me, so that was going to be the first turn of events, but Matt gets to follow this up with the Tailwind. So now speed is going to be on his side as the Ogerpon now goes with the Ivy Cudgel. So a big knockout here onto the Indeedee, but it kind of feels like the Indeedee got the job done and needed to.
It really did. You're getting more, turns for this Iron Crown to stick around. Luckily for the Ogerpon, Ivy Cudgel is not a contact move, so the Rocky Helmet chip damage does not come through. But Mia now switches in her own Tornadus. Should be able to match Tailwinds because Matt's Tornadus is not running Taunt. We have the option for some more Bleak Wind Storms, maybe a Rain Dance if you want to, set up the Urshifu for later on. But more importantly, the Indeedee goes down, and this Iron Crown now has to worry about a Ivy Cudgel coming through from Ogerpon.
What's really tough about this is, at the very least, Mia gets to stagger Tailwind turns.
Right.
So that is nice to know that Matt has already used up one turn of Tailwind. That Tornadus is sitting at such low HP that you could very well just go for a Tailwind on Mia's side and know that you have at least one turn to try to outspeed that Urshifu.
That's why I think Matt maybe could have considered going for something like a Bleak Wind Storm on the prior turn. I think not having that scenario where you're going to have at least one turn without Tailwind with your opponent having it can be pretty detrimental later on.
No, the Tailwind comes through, and so now this Iron Crown is going to be able to really do some big damage. It's going to go for the Expanding Force first, even before the Tornadus gets a chance to move. That's how fast this Pokemon is trained. And so Tornadus gets knocked out before it's even able to go for an Expanding Force in response, or Bleak Wind.
Exactly.
So many spread moves.
I know. It's hard to keep track of them all, but Iron Crown claims the first KO for Mia in this first game of the set. The Tailwind going up for Matt hasn't really done a whole lot just yet, and I believe there should be 2 more turns left, so you still have a chance to make use of it. Mia has shown 3 of their Pokemon, but not the 4th yet, so there's still a chance that Ogerpon could be lurking in the back, waiting to soak up a Surging Strikes from this Urshifu on Matt's end. But more importantly, Urshifu also just heavily threatened by Bleak Wind Storm from Mia's own Tornadus here as well.
Well, it's just going to be the U-turn. Okay, so a considerable amount of chip to return to Matt and be able to reveal that 4th and final Pokemon. Maybe it's going to be something that's able to take things a little bit better, but it's the Regidrago in the back.
Not going to be wanting to take a big Expanding Force here. Bleak Wind Storm comes out for KO on Ogerpon, and the Iron Crown has a chance to fire off another attack here as well.
It's going to. That's just going to be another Expanding Force right into that Regidrago. Got the speed drop as well, so even if it's able to survive through this, it's not going to be able to be fast enough. And so with that single target, Expanding Force on the terrain, that is going to be plenty to knock out the Regidrago, and it's just the Urshifu left with a single turn of Tailwind, but then Mia's going to have all the speed.
Mia has all the speed left, and then just looking at the 2 Pokemon we see on Mia's side of the field right now, both of them threaten super effective damage into this Urshifu on the special attack side, which is Urshifu's weaker defensive side. So this is looking like a rough spot for Matt right now, because this Urshifu, even if it is able to survive an attack, it's hard to imagine it has the firepower to take down 3 Pokemon on its own.
You still have terrestrialization though, so at the very least you are able to remove that fighting type weakness to the expanding force, but it's just, can you actually get enough damage down? I think regardless, you're looking at the Tornadus being able to do plenty with just a Bleak Wind Storm, but the Surging Strikes does hit into the Iron Crown, and one hit will do it to be able to knock it out. But what's in the back here, and what's going to be able to take advantage of that, this final staggered Tailwind turn?
And if the Ogerpon is in the back from Mia, the game is over. Like, the Urshifu has locked itself into Surging Strikes, and it cannot deal damage as long as Ogerpon is going for that Follow Me. Even without the Ogerpon, though, the Urshifu is in range for one more attack. Chi-Yu here coming in, it would be knocked out by Surging Strikes pretty cleanly, but like you said, Rosemary, Tailwind is staggered, so a single attack from either of these Pokemon will be able to deal the last bit of damage that Mia needs to take this first game.
Yeah, you can just go for a Dark Pulse. No need to mess with the Heat Wave or the Overheat
Please
here.
don't, actually.
Please don't do that. But it should be faster in the Tailwind. Bleak Wind Storm is actually going to critically miss the Urshifu, but the Dark Pulse does not. And so with that last hit, Mia is going to take this game number 1.
And that's the nice thing about the Tailwind's kind of staggering there is that, you know, if Tailwind does end the prior turn, you do have to worry about Bleak Wind Storm missing. So if that played out differently and the Urshifu KO'd the Chi-Yu and the Bleak Wind Storm missed, then Matt actually takes that game. But Mia using her Tailwind, I think a little bit more efficiently than Matt's, just because she knew she had that one turn at the end. She took KOs when she needed to put herself in that spot where I just need this one turn to clean up the game, and that's exactly what happened.
I think what's really interesting about this matchup too is like the Iron Crown is faster than Matt's Tornadus.
Yeah.
Right, and that makes things really, really difficult because you could see that you just move first.
Yeah.
So if you're not going to go for the Tailwind here, I think that puts a lot of pressure onto Matt to actually have to think about using that Tornadus in a different way.
I think one thing that Mia did really well too is the turn that, I think it was the second turn of the game, she opted to go for Protect an Iron Crown and Follow Me with Indeedee. And Follow Me Protect is something that might not make a whole lot of sense right off the bat, because you're usually using Follow Me to like create space for your partner to attack at the same time. But in that case, all Mia wanted was the Indeedee to get knocked out so she could bring in Tornadus, get the Tailwind up, and then make sure that Iron Crown was attacking first. And you really don't need to Follow Me anymore if you're just taking KOs with Expanding Force, because you're not letting your opponent attack at all. So I think a really smart turn there for Mia.
Expanding Horse.
Expanding Force. Force. It's force, it's not a horse.
It's a horse. It is a horse.
I don't know. What is it? Iron Crown.
I don't know.
It's something. It's got 4 legs. It's horse-like.
It's horse-like. I don't know.
It's interesting, too, because we kind of talked about the lack of psychic resist in terms of how having to face up against Iron Crown and Indeedee. And looking at Matt's team, Matt brought 1 Pokemon weak to Psychic and then 3 neutral to it. And the only things that resist the Expanding Force on his side are his own Iron Crown and Indeedee. So considering that Mia's Iron Crown kind of just ran that game, you have to wonder if Matt's going to make the switch up, kind of bring his own, and then kind of force that mirror, which might be just the best way you have of dealing with it.
I don't think that's a bad idea either, because we still don't know what that booster energy is. What kind of boost are you going to get? If it's a speed boost, you know you are faster. And then you can just leave the Tornadus at home, and lo and behold, as you call it, it's going to be a mirror on both sides of the Iron Crown and the Indeedee. They're literally staring at each other.
Yeah, they are on the same sides of the field, too. We're going to see the battlefield get weird, Psychic Terrain goes up, booster energy comes through from Matt's Iron Crown, and it's going to be speed. All right. So a little bit of a drop in power, but moving first could actually be much more useful sometimes, because if you don't attack at all, your power boosting really doesn't matter.
That's a great point. That's a very, very good point.
It's weird, though, because these Iron Crowns, like, I guess Mia has kind of an advantage here in that the Focus Blast from her own Iron Crown threatens a lot more damage than a Terra Blast from Matt's. But the Tachyon Cutter and Expanding Force both resisted attacks. Tachyon Cutter is your best option into Indeedee, but if you're attacking the Indeedee on the other side, you're kind of leaving the thing that's the bigger threat alone. So it might be a little bit of a trading blows here between these Iron Crown.
It's going to be a helping hand. So at the very least, if Mia's Iron Crown is able to stick around long enough, you will be able to do a significant amount of damage. But the Tachyon Cutter into the Indeedee, even with a helping hand, it's not going to be enough to be able to knock it out, but it still takes it to about half
Oh,
as
no.
the Focus Blast gets fired off, and okay, you're sticking around for one more turn, but wow, that did a ton.
It did a ton, but also maybe slightly less than I would have expected a Helping Hand Life Orb Focus Blast to do. That's a bit of a trading damage there. The Indeedee taking that Tachyon Cutter very well. It probably trained to be very specially defensively bulky, just because that Helping Hand Tachyon Cutter, I would have expected to maybe do a bit more damage. I think if you're trading damage here, Mia maybe comes out of that one a little bit better, because the Iron Crown, again, is kind of the bigger threat compared to the Indeedee. And Matt got a lot of damage on Indeedee, but Mia got it more on Iron Crown. So, I don't know. And now at this point, Expanding Force maybe 2-hit KOs, even though it is double resisted, just because those multipliers are kind of crazy.
They do a lot of damage, but I think in this situation, you're really okay, yeah, to just kind of try to do what you can. The Helping Hand here, okay, not worried at all that the Iron Crown is going to go down this turn, as it's another round of applause here for our Iron Crown that are on the field, as Mats does get a chance to attack first. So second round of Tachyon Cutter will be enough to knock out this Indeedee, but I think Mia's okay with that, given that you now get a free switch into something else in the back.
A free switch in now, but this Iron Crown no longer has the protection of Follow Me next to it. Expanding Force comes through here with the Helping Hand boost, is able to KO the Iron Crown on Matt's end. So we're again trading damage on Iron Crown for damage on Indeedee. You have to wonder, I don't know, it seems like both of those players were prioritizing either Indeedee or Iron Crown, and getting those knockouts might be exactly what they want. It just depends on how the rest of the pieces of their team fall into place here. Looking at what we see on Mia's side, the Tornadus and the Chi-Yu are her last two Pokemon. And we see another Tornadus from both players coming in here. They have some similar game plans, it seems.
Mia's like smiling and nodding a little bit, because she's like, you know what, I see you. We're going for like the same moves here, same Pokemon, same strats. But the biggest key here is that we've seen the speed interaction. So if Tornadus doesn't go for the Tailwind here, Mia's Iron Crown is just faster anyway. What can Indeedee do in this situation that actually helps to kind of stop the pressure?
You have to wonder if now is when you consider Trick Room as well. If you're thinking that Mia's Tornadus is going to go straight for Tailwind, you can kind of take advantage of that with your own Trick Room. Just depends on what Matt's fourth Pokemon is. Because if it's something that can possibly be underspeeding this Iron Crown in Trick Room once the Tailwind runs out, it becomes a much better option. But actually no Tailwind's coming out at all. Bleak Wind Storm from Mia's Tornadus.
Wow, that's going to bring this Indeedee into KO range, but the Tachyon Cutter is going to finish the job right away. So Matt's just going to go for a Bleak Wind here, I think.
It looks like it, yeah. Bleak Wind Storm, I think smart from both of these trainers not immediately going for Tailwind, because we saw how important staggering them in that prior game is. Both the Tornadus missing at least one Bleak Wind, but Matt actually missing both. That is really unfortunate. It would have been, not a whole lot of damage into the Iron Crown especially, but more importantly, that could have been a speed drop, which would have been really important for Matt there. Regidrago being his last Pokemon might be rough to use into the Steel-type Iron Crown. You are carrying Earth Power, but if you're Earth Powering, you're not Dragon Energying.
No.
And so that's kind of what you want to be doing most of the time.
That's true. It's such a feels bad, because that could have been a huge difference maker here. But the Iron Crown still feels like it's just a naturally fast Pokemon. So do you even get a chance to actually get a Dragon Energy off before you do take some considerable damage?
We're going to see a Terrestrialization here from this Regidrago. It is going to be a Steel type. So at least you're going to be resisting Expanding Force now. Give yourself, maybe a bit of an out. I love that it's like Terrestrialization Crown. It's like on its side. It's always so funny to me.
I love it. Well, Mia's going to play it safe here with the Iron Crown. Wants to keep it safe as the Tailwind now from the Tornadus. It'd be nice, too, if the knockout just goes through onto the Tornadus here, as the Regidrago still gets a chance to attack. If it is going to be that Earth Power, then, it's not going to be something that will affect the Tornadus, but it is the Dragon Energy, and this is at full power because it is still full HP. Tornadus goes down to that, but that's exactly what Mia wants with something in the back.
Yeah, considering it's a Chi-Yu, you might be having to rely on like a Bleak Wind speed drop here, because the Terrestrialization into the Steel type means that Chi-Yu's fire type attacks will now be super effective. Considering it is the choice specs Chi-Yu, it does have the Bead of Ruin, lowering the special defense on Matt's side of the field, and of course on the Iron Crown as well next to it. But even just a single Heat Wave, probably enough to KO Regidrago, and in combination with Expanding Force, KO that Tornadus. So I think Matt's one out here is now first of all, the Tornadus being faster than Shiyu, going for a Bleak Windstorm, connecting, getting a speed drop, and then trying to go for something like a Dragon Energy to KO it. But Shiyu set up very well for success here in this second game.
It's a tough call, though, because if you go for the Heat Wave, it has a chance to miss.
Yeah, it does.
So
it's always, you gotta worry about that.
Yeah, like, do you feel like you have to run the risk here? Or is it okay if you go for the Heat Wave and it still misses, that you'll be okay in the game? That's a huge risk you have to take here and calculate out if it's worth it.
Mia's going to index fully into this Chi-Yu, using the Terrestrialization to turn it into a pure fire type, further boosting the power of that Choice Specs Heat Wave that we will hopefully, if you're Mia, be seeing come out here on this game.
Well, it's just going to be a protect, and this is really smart from the Regidrago just to be able to see what this Chi-Yu could be locking into. It also gives a chance for this Tornadus to potentially have a shot at going for a Bleak Wind Storm and maybe getting a speed drop, but it just drops like a hot rock to that expanding force, and so now it's just Regidrago to have to deal with the power of the Chi-Yu and the Iron Crown.
I think if you're Matt, you saw your own Tornadus survive an expanding force in game 1. Unfortunately, the Bead of Ruin gives it a power boost thanks to lowering the special defense on the Tornadus. So that is a difference maker here. You don't need to worry about Bleak Windstorm speed drops anymore. Now all that matters is connecting with one single Heat Wave.
Yep.
So that's what's going to be coming out here from
even Tachyon Cutter, though, that's not going to be very effective. You can see the power of the Beads of Ruin to be able to drop it to half HP. That's going to take away a significant power spike from the Dragon Energy, but the Heat Wave to be able to connect onto the Regidrago to knock it out means that Mia will take the series 2-0.
Really well played from Mia in both games there. It felt like she had a really strong command of just what exactly needed to happen with her team. She made use of the Iron Crown a lot better than Matt did in that second game, which was a big difference maker. I think prioritizing damage onto the Ndidi, if you were Matt there, it made sense because you kind of, it made the Iron Crown much more vulnerable, so you have to you have to respect that decision making, but at the same time, Iron Crown just became too much, especially in conjunction with the Bead of Ruin coming out from Chi-Yu, which we didn't see in game 1. It really throws off all of those kind of damage calcs you might have in your head.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, look at how much Tachyon Cutter did to a Terra Steel Regidrago.
That almost, if it wasn't Terra Steel, that almost would have won a KO'd.
Yeah.
And it's like a neutral attack.
Yeah. Yeah, that's honestly wild. But congratulations to Mia. That is going to be a 5-0 record for her as she continues through her day 1 of Swiss. There's still 4 more to go, but you are one step closer to being able to run back at day 2.
And of course, if you're Mia now at 5-0, you just have to go 2-2 the rest of the day.
Yeah.
If you're going 2-2 across 4 rounds, that gets you into day 2. Of course, you strive for that 9-0. You want to set yourself up even better on the second day. But it's a much more comfortable position to be in. Matt at 4-1, in 5
Still
rounds,
a great
losing
shot.
once. Of course, yeah. You've set yourself up pretty well. And I think now at this point, it's a matter of can you bounce back from a loss and continue on with the rest of your day. If you end the day 8-1, it doesn't matter when that loss came. You're still 8-1 and in day 2. So hopefully Matt able to turn it around. But of course, congrats to Mia for making one further step to day 2 here in Knoxville.
I love the differences that both of these players made to the Iron Crown and Ndidi combo that make them such unique teams. I think that Regidrago is such a unique pick in this meta as well.
It's something we've seen kind of off and on throughout the year across different regulations since it's been legal. It's not something I would have expected to put next to Iron Crown, but I think it makes a lot of sense. We've seen a lot of Regidrago and Golden Go next to each other, which are just 2 very strong special attackers. And you just replace Golden Go for a different steel type, and it's kind of the same thing, right?
It's kind of the same thing. It's also, it does like a just disgusting amount of damage if you have a full HP Dragon Energy. It can be really tough too because of Regidrago's natural speed to actually get any damage down onto it before it's able to hit you with that fully boosted attack.
And it makes sense to pair it with Pokemon like Tornadus and Ndidi too. Obviously, Ndidi pairs very well with Iron Crown with the Psychic Terrain synergy. But of course, next to Regidrago, you have the option to Trick Room. Maybe your opponent's team is very fast. You can set up Trick Room instead. Or you can just keep it safe with Follow Me. Regidrago and Iron Crown both benefit hugely from Tailwind as well. So putting a Tornadus on the team makes a lot of sense. So it just kind of, you have a lot of pieces that similarly support both Iron Crown and Regidrago. kind of in the same way that we've seen teams support both Golden Go and Regidrago. So I definitely see the reasoning there for putting the Regidrago there. I mean, we saw Dragon Energy just cleanly KO a Tornadus, so you have to respect the damage still, regardless of what state of the metagame we're in.
That is very, very true. So a really unique pick that I hope we get a chance to see more of, but a player we are going to get a chance to hear from is going to be Mia over in the lounge for that winner's interview.
Thank you, Rosemary. Thank you, Jake. I am currently joined in the lounge by Mia Gray, the winner of Swiss Round 5. Mia, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Never played on stream before, so I'm glad to start off on a win.
Yeah? What were your thoughts playing on stream for the first time?
It was certainly an experience.
Okay.
It was very fun. The judges were very nice and everything. My opponent played very well.
Awesome. Your first victory on stream, your first time on stream. Congratulations to that. Can you talk to me more about your thought process going into this this matchup, right? You were playing a Psy Spam style team with the Ndidi Iron Crown, and then your opponent was also playing Ndidi Iron Crown as well. What were your thoughts going into that process?
It was mainly about trying to position my Iron Crown to chip away until Pokemon like Chi-Yu or Tornadus could really just finish them off. It was playing the Psy Spam lead mirror was kind of interesting because they have Terra Blast, of course, that they can use to hit me. But then they leave themselves open to Expanding Force.
Mm-hmm.
So it was mostly about hitting that Focus Blast to get it low and just try to get rid of my opponent's Iron Crown so that I could basically spam Expanding Force.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely paid off. That first Focus Blast with the Helping Hand did a lot of damage in that Iron Crown. And then I was sitting backstage. I wasn't actually sure if another Expanding Force boosted by Psychic Terrain would get the KO, but it did from there. Once you cleared off the opposing Iron Crown, did that kind of open up your matchup for the rest of the game?
Yeah, because Ndidi, it was only at about half health, so it couldn't really take an Expanding Force that well.
Gotcha. How long have you been playing this team, and how comfortable do you say you are with playing the Ndidi Iron Crown team?
I picked it up for Charlotte Regionals. I practiced it a bit before that regional, and then kind of refined some things for Knoxville.
Do you mind telling me what some of those refinements were?
It was, the main change was Wellspring Ogerpon over Urshifu, because a lot of times my opponent would just bring in Amoonguss or their own Ogerpon that would make Surging Strikes do very little or force me to use U-turn. So having not just a physical attacker that can hit as a grass type as well, also having a Spore immunity and being able to redirect Spores from Amoonguss, which was one of the more problematic matchups, especially when it runs the Dark Terra.
Gotcha. Well, it definitely paid off for you. Currently 5-0. What are your goals for this regional championship?
Top 8.
Top 8?
Yep.
Do you believe?
I believe in the team. I believe in myself.
That's awesome to hear. I believe as well. Any shout-outs that you want to give out before we let you go back and prepare for your next matchup?
I want to give a shout-out to my team building group, everyone that helped me refine all of the sets and just helped get practice games in. Very helpful. I couldn't have done it without all of you.
Heartwarming. Thank you so much, Mia, for spending some time with me in the lounge talking about that matchup. Anyways, again, I'll let you get back to preparing for the next round. Best of luck making it to the top 8. We'll go ahead and throw it back to the casters to get ready for the next round.
I love hearing the insight about that matchup because it's really not been very often we've gotten a chance to see like an Iron Crown and Ndidi versus an Iron Crown and Ndidi.
Yeah.
And so to hear Mia kind of talk about it, it's like, well, that sure was an interesting experience to have to navigate. I'm like, yeah, and kind of like, pointing at each other like, whoa, you're also doing this. So.
Iron Crown and Ndidi like crossed the threshold from this like new thing that not many people are using to like, oh wait, I actually have to prepare for the mirror for this now. How do I do that?
Right? that was really great to be able to see that matchup play out. And once again, congratulations to Mia for being able to get that win on stream. We still have 4 more rounds of Swiss to get through, so I'm pumped because this upcoming one, I believe you will also have a chance to have a hand in. So I don't know, some of them. All surprises. Keep your eye out on the Twitch extension so that you can be a part of the conversation and also what match we see, because as Scott said, it's your fault what we watch. Now, we also have a lot ahead of us for the 2024 season, so maybe you've been inspired to come bring your own team out to a regional. Well, you still have a ton of opportunities, as we're just in Knoxville, which is right around the halfway point for the season, but the rest of the season is going to get shorter and shorter as we look ahead at our international championships and, of course, the final stop at Worlds.
It's crazy to think after Knoxville, we just have 4 regionals remaining. We have Vancouver, that is the last one before the European International Championships, and then a string of 3 more in North America running up to New Orleans, the North American International Championships, of course culminating at the World Championships in Honolulu, the biggest event of the year that everyone is trying to fight for those championship points to qualify for.
Yeah, I'm pumped too, because like it's not just the North America stops that we have. We still have a couple more over in Europe as well, with Dortmund happening next weekend. And then we have a couple more events over in Europe, as well as Latin America and Australia and Oceania, to be able to round out our competitive circuit. But it's coming down to the wire, because this is the halfway point to the end of the season, which means that all these championship points that are up for grabs, you got to get them quick.
All the championship points remaining become more and more important. There's only like a finite amount that can be given out from your finishes at regionals, at EUIC, at NAIC, and after NAIC, it's just done. So if you don't have your Worlds invite now, you gotta play in some more tournaments. Get that number higher and higher. Maybe try and finish it out at an international championship, which gives a really big chunk of points, a lot more than regional ever could. But again, season's getting shorter and shorter. It's gone so quickly, and everyone's trying to fight for that spot in Honolulu.
Well, if maybe you don't get a chance to travel out to see us here at an in-person regional or international championship, you can also participate online. We do have a global challenge that is taking place this weekend. You can see updates about all of that by following the Play Pokemon social channels. There's also 2 more that are happening in the next few weeks. So really nice to know that you can participate and get championship points sitting at home.
Of course, it's great. It's a fun way to compete, but not have to deal with maybe the hassle of the actual travel to the events. It's a great way to kind of supplement your championship point count if you need some. It's like a pretty good chunk. It's comparable to maybe a top 32 64 at a regional, or a high placement at a local tournament like a Premier Challenge or a Mid-Season Showdown. So it's certainly nothing to take for granted either.
Yeah, and it's definitely something that I know a lot of our top trainers are taking very seriously, that are looking ahead to like a travel stipend or a travel award, or we also have day 1, round 1 buys on the table, which could be a huge leg up for our trainers that are able to grab those ahead of the World Championships. So every little bit matters, as you said. So all these championship points really will add up.
They will. It's going to be great to see how it plays out, too, because as it gets closer and closer to the very end, we see trainers fight harder and harder for those points. We see, the best strategies, the best teams come out, the most practice put in before events, and it really just culminates in some really great Pokemon.
Well, I know it's so tempting to just sit at home and play the game, but if you do come here, we have an amazing community for you to meet, and I did get a chance to hear from some of those community members as we went out on the floor to talk to them.
Hey everyone, Dwee here, out on the floor, joined by Andrew Novak and Leonard Kraft III, 2 players here at the Knoxville Regional Championships. Drew, what's your record right now?
So far today we are 3-1. A lot of good games so far, a little bit more to go, but feeling good.
Leonard, what's your record?
Same, I'm also 3-1. Played some great opponents today, and I'm looking forward to playing some more.
Sounds good. 3-1's a very good record. Best of luck on everybody to make it to day 2, hopefully. I heard from before that you guys are running the same team. Is that true, and what is that team?
It is the exact same team. So the 6 is Gouging Fire, Raging Bolt, Whimsicott, and then we decided to get boring. Incineroar, Ogerpon, Wellspring, and Fluttermane.
And Leonard, you helped build this team, right? So can you tell us more about what this team does and what it benchmarks for?
Yeah, so probably one of the most important modes of the team is with Gouging Fire. We opted, instead of probably what's most current right now in a support set with Howl, instead we opted for a Dragon Dance set with Clear Amulet. So our team is able to support the Gouging Fire. If you set that thing up, it's very powerful. Our Whimsicott, for example, has the move Sunny Day. That can increase Gouging Fire's damage with both Photosynthesis and with the Sun damage boosts on Heat Crash, so it's very powerful. And the team is a really nice mix. It can be bulky when it needs to be. You can be offensive when it needs to be. Has a lot of modes and makes it tricky for the opponent to figure out what they need to do.
That's awesome to hear. Drew, how has this team been performing for you? Like, is it working in sort of the same play style that you like to play and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, I mean, if anybody knows me, I know Dewey, we've known each other for a while. You know I like to be an offensive player. I think everybody remembers the Pheromosa days from 2017, but Gouging Fire feels that really well. Like my last set, actually, I just recklessly clicked Dragon Dance in front of some stuff and then got to click Heat Crash a lot. So it's definitely got the offensive options. And when you have Flutter Mane too, I mean, there's no more punishing Pokemon in the current format than Flutter Mane. So when you can play offensive like that, like it's just really good for me. I like it a lot.
That's great to hear. Leonard, does this fit your playstyle?
Yes, it does. Unlike Drew, I think Drew excels in being able to create offensive pressure and then utilize that well. I'm not so good at that. I don't like to commit. I prefer to be able to exert offensive pressure while still remaining safe. I try to model my playstyle after Wolf Glick. That's my playstyle that I like to emulate. And I think this team is really good because it allows both of those sorts of styles. It also means that even if one player plays against one of us, if they happen to play the other, they may be in for a rude awakening. They may not be the exact same thing twice.
That's great to hear as well. I'm going to go into some more personal questions. Drew, you have won regional championships before. What would it mean to you to add another regional championship to sort of like your Pokemon resume?
It would definitely feel really good. I mean, I've been out of the game for a while. Like, I took a break after 2019, and I didn't start playing again until last year. And even then, it wasn't anything, like, super, like, didn't get back to what I was. So, put in a lot of work for this one. So, if I can bring that home, get that Worlds invite, like, it would just make me feel like I'm back. Like, there's no other way to put it. It would feel just burden off my shoulders knowing I can still do this. And you've seen some other people do it that I would consider the old guys like us. Like, you've got Shuppa doing really well. Jody's come back and done super well. So just being able to put my name up with those people would just feel really good.
Leonard, what would it mean to you to add a regional championship to your Pokemon resume?
It would be amazing. Currently, my best regional finish is top 4, and that was back in 2018. I've cut a couple of regionals since, but no wins. It always feels good to be able to go all the way. Right now, I'm gunning for my Worlds invite prior to the North American International Championships, and winning a regional would be an excellent way to do that. So I would love to have that underneath my belt.
Awesome. One more question for you, Leonard. Leonard, I feel like when anybody has any questions on Pokemon mechanics of any sort, you're always the go-to person. I remember one time I've actually asked someone, it's like, hey, how does this mechanic work? And someone's like, let me message Leonard. How do you go about discovering all these like different things that we just don't think are like, you know, why would it even be a thing in the first place?
Mm-hmm. Probably one of the easiest way to do it is just by tinkering. You kind of have an idea, like, is it supposed to work this way? Like, you may be practicing for a tournament, and you may ask yourself, like, if I use U-turn into my opponent and I send out my Rillaboom, do I immediately get priority on Grassy Glide? The answer is yes. And those sorts of ideas, you might concoct situations that could come up with your team or against opposing teams. So being familiar with it is really nice. It means you have an edge in the battle because you kind of already know what's going to happen. You may not know what moves they're going to use, but you can know that if they use a certain move, this will be the outcome. And for discovering those things, it just takes a lot of time, honestly. Sometimes I'll do streams where I will do mechanics research to try to figure that kind of stuff out. Other times I am grateful to be a part of community that can share that information. There's online forums where I get information from, and it's accurate, and these guys are just as smart as I am. So it's a combination of lots of... I understand how the game works, and the game kind of runs on the same engine since Gen 5, so I've been playing since around then, so it's about the same.
That's awesome to hear. Drew, Leonard, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. That's it for us.
Listen, one of these players is going to have their cake and eat it too.
James Beck.
James Beck.
I think what we saw from James throughout this entire weekend was just a masterclass in how to have that proactive play.
My strategy involved two different modes where it was either try to overwhelm teams using a Scarf or Shifu next to Tornadus, or by setting up Nasty Plot with Golden Go and supporting it to sweep other teams.
Golden Go is just going to go for a Nasty Plot here.
I think that is the right play at the end of the day.
It shifted between the matchup, and if I thought that there was something better that I could do, I would change up leads and board positions. When I made it to top cuts, it was all the opponents that I actually played in Day 2 Swiss. I actually got to rematch everyone, so my strategy actually did not really end up changing except my finals match.
GU is knocked out for all of its troubles, and it's just the Ogerpon remaining. The Rock Slide to connect. James takes it out, and he wins this top 4 set 2-0.
I was worried about facing the Fire Ogerpon Rillaboom, specifically with Sword Stance, alongside King Gambit.
Game number 1 of the Peoria Regional Finals between James Beck and Luca Traget is underway. Luca is going to kick things off with the Fluttermane and the Hard Flame Ogerpon.
My plan was to bait attacks and get calls correctly because they hit me for so much damage, so overall I do just have to get the read right of who they're going to target and then punish it accordingly.
Luca's just content for this Ogerpon to go down here as it's going to fall to the Earth Surging Strikes coming through from James.
My most difficult matchup, I would say, would have been Luca in the finals. He was the one who brought me to one of my closest sets today, and he's just a really good player, one of my best friends too from this game, so like I knew that he would be able to threaten a lot of pressure against me.
That is not an Ogerpon. It's not an Ogerpon. That is in fact a Tornadus, and you are seeing things correctly. That is the Poison Terror type. Luca's going to continue to commit to the Tailwind and Bleakwind Storm.
The moment that I knew was when I was able to just get Scarf Urshifu into a really good position with Surging Strikes under Tailwind, and he just was not able to do enough damage to bring back the position, and I had Water Ogerpon in the back to threaten the Fluttermane in rain.
James Beck is your Peoria Regional Champion.
Maybe when I was like 7 or 8 on the Game Boy, Fire Red, Leaf Green, that's the first games, and then start from there. Mudkip was my favorite. It's just some guy back from Knoxville. In the competitive scene, I look up a lot to Aaron Zhang. He's just a great content creator, and I think he's just a great face for the community, and he's one of the reasons why I got to VGC. Really, really great guy. Flying after today, the Salamence, so that'd be kind of cool with all the bird types. My favorite Pokemon is Pancham. I always bring him to every event, and he's just kind of there. It's just kind of my persona. So yeah, there he is. My favorite part of Pokemon events is meeting new people and just playing just like new players and just anyone I haven't faced before. It gets like a strong challenge, and it's always great to just meet new people overall. My go-to event snacks will be protein bars. I usually have one on me all the time. They're just very convenient, and they're easy to eat. And my Team Rocket? I am not Team Rocket.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, to play TCG live all the time, and I spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying. It makes up the work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
everyone, and welcome back to the Knoxville Pokémon Regional Championships. We're moving along in our day 1 of competition, getting closer and closer to finding out which trainers are going to be securing their spot in day 2 of competition. Of course, be one step closer to becoming the Knoxville Regional Champion. My name is Sierra Dawn, and joining me on the desk for our next round is Scott Glaza. This is the first time we've gotten to cast together, right?
Yeah, I feel like we're due, right? I feel like we've done, it's like the 300th event we've done together. Finally, we've made it on the desk together.
The two people that move their hands the most while talking, and we finally get to be on a desk together.
Yeah, please look forward to that. I'm sure Chad is going to greatly enjoy making fun of us for this. So, this is our gift to you.
Yeah. So you're welcome, everyone, or not, depending on where you are on that. But hey, we got quite a few things to talk about. I know start of show, y'all got to talk about the caster predictions and what you expected. I think my caster predictions were the most spot on. So thought it'd be fun to dive into that again and let's see how those are shaking up in comparison to what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think Slitherwing, as we've seen so far, is always a huge percentage of the field. But yeah, we've done pretty well as a group so far.
Well, the thing is with Slitherwing is if 0 people bring it, it means it has 0 opportunities to lose. So technically undefeated so far, the only Pokemon on this list that you can actually say that about, which I think is pretty awesome. Porygon 2, you guys coordinated this, right? There's no way you didn't.
Yeah, it's not looking super great so far. We all had the same thought. We've only seen it once, which I guess isn't too unexpected, right? It's a good archetype that should be played more.
Well, definitely, too, being able to see that there's a lot more of Psyspam, your favorite archetype out there, and those kind of Pokemon. I feel like it was only about time that the conversation started shifting to Porygon 2, considering how it was in the past. But it's still interesting, because I feel like a couple of the other Pokemon out there to kind of support this Trick Room, like the Farigiraf and the Indeedee, are just still a little stronger.
Yeah, I really like Porygon kind of just as part of like that 3 Pokemon core with the Terra Poison, Porygon 2, Incineroar, and Amoonguss. Amoonguss gets to be a little more offensive in that one, especially Incineroar, pretends to be a sweeper every once in a while, and it's in that group. I think it's a fun trio. There's a lot of different ways you can finish the team, and maybe it's kind of one of those cores where people haven't fully figured it out yet, but I do think it's a little underplayed. We should see a little bit more of it.
Something that we're agreed on here. We have Gouging Fire on the list, so we haven't necessarily seen it yet, but I think that this is such a strong Pokemon. It's interesting because I feel like it's one of those really polarizing Pokemon out there. Talking to Dewey, he's like, I just don't think it's that great. But a couple of the people out there on the field with 5-0 and 4-1 records are piloting this Pokemon. And I think it's actually kind of disrespected. And if it is, it's a Pokemon that can just heat crash their way through your game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit of a hater here where I predicted because I think of all the Pokemon that weren't in the top 12 in the previous events, to me it stood out as clearly the one who should rise in the usage the most, right? And it's a little surprised to see it actually is part of the top 12 this week, but yeah, it's I really like its potential. As well as Pokemon where somebody is going to solve this, and I think especially one of those Howl teams is going to run somebody over. But it's just a little bit weird where we've never really had a Pokemon that's quite like it, and I feel like the teams with it just don't feel as complete maybe as some of the other archetypes so far.
That's definitely a good point, because it's playing the Pokemon, I definitely feel like there's a couple of points where it seems a little bit awkward. So if somebody has a team that's actually really well built around it, it can definitely kind of shine. But I think Howl is just one of those moves that, hey, all of a sudden you give your opponent that free turn with the Pokemon, and it can just be absolutely devastating. It's only me and Dewey on here that have the Roaring Moon, but that is something that we got to see early on in the day. And it's really interesting because out of all Pokemon, that one has been up and down forever, being called Roaring Mid before, and yet somehow it always still sticks around and makes its way back through the competition.
Yeah, I think it's at least Roaring B+ in this format where, yeah, I almost deliberately didn't predict it because I think Dewey and I had got the same tip, and well, I mean, I can't just copy his homework completely, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, it's looked really good to me where I think it's a fun Pokemon to be a greater part of the format. It's always looking right on the cusp where, I think, no one ever thought it was terrible. It just wasn't so good that they wanted it in the regionals team. But I think it's been fun that it fits in the meta a little bit. It's kind of a fun volatile Pokemon where you can kind of either set up really effective wins or kind of just faint sort of in embarrassing ways where I like swingy Pokemon as a spectator, or a little bit of chaos is fun.
Well, how do you feel about Fissure Ting-Lu as a spectator?
Oh, I'm a big fan. I totally understand everyone else who's not. But I was a little bummed when Ting-Lu kind of left the format to begin with, where I think it and Wo-Chien have such fun abilities, and it's a shame that neither of them seem to be able to hack it because they just don't do enough. Where I was glad to see Tinglu back. I don't know. I think Pokemon so much over the years has kind of just like had the offense scale out of control, and I wish there were a few more defensive tools to kind of like pull things the other way. And Tinglu's doing its best. You know, it's got a heavy bucket on its head, so it can only pull things so far. But good to see it back.
You know what the bucket's for? It's to carry the rest of the team. That's it. But hey, I'm hoping we get to see a little bit of it. As much as it's infuriating to go up against a Pokemon that has this fissure potential, and you know, I just love the chaos. I think it's a lot of fun, but I don't think that's going to be one of the most brought Pokemon out here, because looking at our top 12 here for day one, what people actually brought here, it's going to be Qianpao, of course, that Treasure of Ruin that is going to be on that top usage. But the most interesting part has to be that Gouging Fire at that 12th place spot, just sneaking on at that 16.7%. But more and more people kind of catching on that, hey, this Pokemon can be utilized.
I'm really excited to see how the Gouging Fire teams end up doing, because I think I could believe either side of the narrative, right? Either like it just kind of like become more generally popular and like it's going to have like a pretty wide deviation of records, or like it became very popular among like, you know, lower performing players. It'd be very popular among higher performing players. I feel like everything could make sense, so I'm kind of excited to get like the rest of the facts. You know, especially, you know, like I guess I'm thinking of the Pokemon next to it, right? Where Qianpao is like the day one hero, and then on day two, you know, it goes back to, you know, like, I guess like the stakes go back in the ground. It becomes re-imprisoned on Sundays. But I hope Gouging Fire is a little bit better than that. I just think like it being a bigger part of the format to me would make the format more fun. Like Howl teams are fun. I've enjoyed kind of people trying to pull that off all year. I think the other sets are fun too, where like it can individually be pretty scary offensively. Like Breaking Swipe is a cool move. It's frustrating. Has never really made it in the VG meta. There's a lot it could do. Or please work, Pokemon. I'm begging you.
I feel like another please work Pokemon that actually is in a really good spot to be working is the Farigiraf. So I know, talking about Charlotte, I thought it was going to be at like 20% usage for day two, and I was told that it was crazy, that I was completely out here, and sure enough, it was able to really show up. And now on the day one for this event, we have it at 25%, which I think is quite interesting, because Farigiraf often feels like it'd be kind of a little bit of an underwhelming Pokemon at points, but obviously with how it's been piloted lately and the new tools that people have and how they're building around it, we get to see more and more of it. And the fact that we're seeing so much of it on day one, I think is just makes that so clear.
Yeah, I think one thing that we're kind of finding as the format develops, and now we have like most of the available Pokemon, or most of the known Pokemon, I guess, available in this format, is that like abilities and moves that kind of just invalidate certain options that your opponent can pick are really powerful, because it makes turns more predictable and give you more control. And then Armor Tail ability is just so powerful, right? I think especially with, you know, Tornadus and some of the Trick Room Pokemon being so powerful that, you know, it's just really hard to maintain speed control every game. So people were trying to get around that by using priority moves, right? Even like, you know, Wolf's team that won the 2 regionals, you know, Grassy Glide is a big deal on that team. Well, you know, Farigiraf causes some problems for teams who are relying on that sort of thing, on top of being able to Trick Room itself, on top of being able to dish out pretty good damage. And, you know, I think like even going back, it impressed me in the World's Finals last year too, in a losing effort, where that was when I really started to realize, like, oh, you know, I feel like we just haven't figured out this Pokemon well enough. And I think it's been fun to see it succeed. You know, again, you know, it's a Pokemon that does things that no other Pokemon does, even though I guess it has some similarities with Indeedee.
Well, one Pokemon, too, that has been more and more figured out. Obviously, in past formats, it was figured out, and then it was super feared coming back into Scarlet and Violet, but kind of was a little underwhelming at first, was that Incineroar, but we're seeing a bit more uptick of it, and I think better utilized as well. We've gotten to see quite a few players using Will-O-Wisp on it, which I actually think is really interesting, because we have a lot of physical attackers out there right now, and that's such a good way to be shutting them down. And even just players getting more and more comfortable with it, because obviously early format, you see a lot of aggression, so something like Incineroar can maybe struggle when you just have powerful hitters on the other end. But now we're getting into something that can be a little bit slower. Obviously with Psy Spam, this Incineroar can match up well into it, and it seems just kind of better poised to become more and more living up to that standard of, oh no, this is the big cat everyone fears.
Yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time over the years fearing this Pokemon, but I really have enjoyed it, where I think I was fortunate I did not cast the regional a couple weeks ago, because I think I would have been a bad take machine about Incineroar, where to me in Portland, it just looked like, you know, like maybe the format had gotten a little too quick for it, and just, you know, like rotating through teams, spamming Parting Shot, I just think teams can kind of like outscale that. I think that's still sort of true, right? I think if you're just going in there and you're going to try to play this like it's, 3 years ago or whatever, it's easy to kind of just get left behind. But yeah, I think that fourth move slot and then also terrestrialization have kind of been how people have gotten Incineroar feeling like Incineroar again, right? Where I think the Terra Ghost is really cool. I think knockoff was a lot better this year than it has been in most of Incineroar's past formats, just because there's fewer held items that can't be knocked off. But yeah, I think it's been cool. I'm excited to see what people do. And Helping Hand, is another cool option I haven't seen a whole lot of.
Well, of course, this is what we have been seeing on day one, but we want to know that what you want to be seeing. We do have our community choice up in the Twitch chat now, so this is your opportunity for what match you want to see broadcasted to get your vote in. And pick a good one. I don't know which ones are up yet, but hoping we get a good matchup here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they did well with the last pick. We got I think the audience did the Jody Riley game, so hopefully we give them something equally great to select this time. But I've been pretty happy with all the matches today, so I think no matter what we get, it'll be a lot of fun.
It's definitely been interesting to see how Regulation F has been kind of squaring up since its beginning, because it's getting to a point now where I don't want to say it's stabilized, because I don't think that's quite right, but it's not quite as chaotic. But then you're being able to see a couple of the more this actually works well into the meta that's starting to develop choices coming out like this Roaring Moon. So I think that we're actually in a really interesting spot of the meta development, which makes me really intrigued with looking forward at the teams and who's going to be making it with day 2 on where exactly we're going to be landing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think this is kind of like the most fun part of the format to me, where I think the first events of the format almost are too open, where I think Pokemon as a game is more fun when you kind of know what meta you're going to be playing in, because then you can kind of tailor your strategy to beating other common teams. I think we're at a cool spot now where we know sort of the strongest threats in the format, but there's still a lot of room to innovate, where we're probably missing entire Pokemon and maybe archetypes that should be in the meta that we haven't discovered yet, and probably every team archetype still has adaptations to make, but we still have something to work with. Right? I think it's been a lot of fun.
100%, and I'm even in because we just got to see the size spam go, the mirror, even though there was quite a few different Pokemon choices on each to really make it different, about how you can individually approach that matchup. I think that also makes things really interesting, because it isn't just quite the, these are the exact same 6 and it's going to be super telegraphed. There's still a little bit of quirkiness to it. There's still a little bit of uniqueness to each match, that even when you are seeing repeating archetypes, there's things that are just a little bit different. Even when you're looking at the Dondozo Tatsugiri, it's still pretty telegraphed to where it was back in Series 1, but constant just pushing it, just that one little extra step makes it kind of curious to see how people are running it now.
Yeah, I think Dondozo is a good example where, for a while we were seeing the whole 2-2-2 thing. Even some of the Dondozo teams we've seen recently, I think are somewhere between classic Dondozo and that, where there's at least enough other Pokemon on the team that do support the Dondozo combination, but also are threatening enough on their own that they complicate team preview a little bit. It's if you sell out for Dondozo, it's easy just to kind of mislead and get run over, which I think is a lot of fun. And I think that's kind of been fun just with there being more power in the format as time has gone on in general, right? Where every matchup's a little bit more complicated, because we've hit a point in the year where now all 6 Pokemon on the other team are usually pretty threatening in their own way.
See, what Pokemon that I just wish was a little bit better, though, that I've really been trying to make work, is this Walking Wake. I feel like we've only gotten to see it on Sun archetypes, and the Sun has been a little bit struggling so far. But Walking Wake, Raging Bolt is having its time in the Sun. Gouging Fire is now doing things. You're telling me Walking Wake can't get a couple spots out here? What's this?
Yeah, I want it so bad too. I've been trying to make it work. I think that whole trio is so fun, where it's about as much as I've enjoyed a group of Pokemon in recent memory. And yeah, it's been fun to get to play with the other two. And I just like to be able to have a better win percentage when I'm playing with Walking Wake, right? Or surely there is an answer here. And when it works, it's so funny. Yeah. I was playing with the Terra Steel version, and one-shotting Fluttermane every once in a while is pretty funny. But it just, someone has to find a way to make it consistent for me, and then I'll just borrow that.
It hasn't been me, because I have been trying. I've had it on Sun. I have a global challenge team. I normally leave it on the bench, but hey, that's okay. And one day it'll have its day. But we've got to talk about that community vote, because the results are in. We're going to be seeing Eric Bartlett going up against Miles Davis, and man, this doesn't have what teams they have. That's what I want to know.
It's fun, it'll be a little mystery for us yet, but I think it should be a really fun match. I've kind of been watching the pairings as the day has gone on, and I can't remember exactly who they were playing against, but I know I saw both of these players with some tough matchups, or I'd kind of expected them to lose. So that they've both gotten to this point means that they're playing really well, and I'm excited to see what they bring.
100%. And at this point, too, if you're at this point of the competition, you have such a good record. You're so close to getting your spot in day 2. And of course, a win here would just put you one single match away. So, of course, we are still at the point where you can lose a couple, but of course, being able to secure a win now makes the next round just so much easier. You'll have a couple of opportunities to be closing out into that day 2. And of course, if you could be ending off with an 8-1 or even that coveted 9-0 record, you're in such a good spot for the next day of competition.
Yeah, I mean, it takes so much stress off tomorrow, right? Where the end of Sunday is going to be super stressful for anybody. So if you can start out the day with a little bit more slack, not only increase your chances of getting to move on altogether, but maybe keeps the adrenaline just a little bit lower early in the day. Let you save some energy. It's a lot of Pokemon over the course of the weekend. I think anything you can do to make it easier on yourself goes a long way.
100%. And of course, if you can just win your stream match, then they do the little highlight picture of you as winner, and then you have your new profile picture for any social medias you use. So that's also going to be a nice thing about winning this one out. But really excited for this. But I want to know, when we're looking at the competition, what has been, I said that the Walking Wake is a Pokemon that I've wanted to see more of. What has been a Pokemon that you've kind of been like, ooh, I wish I got to see a little bit more of this?
So I went with Wake earlier when Rose asked us a question, but I mean, I think there's a few of them for me. I mean, your Tinglu prediction is one of them, right? Where I just think the game would be more fun if we saw more of it to me. The other one, just because, as a old man VGCer, I can't help but miss it. I wish Cresselia was just a little bit better. I think it's a pretty distant fourth to the other 3 more common Trick Room Pokemon. I think it's almost even worse now, where I think if you're using it in like an optimal way, you probably need Ally Switch. Is a little bit gross.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that more people aren't trying it next to Registeel, just because I think, it resists fighting, it's immune to ground, it's pretty good there as you're trying to choose your iron defenses up. Maybe it's better for all of us that we're not seeing it in the format, but I miss Cresselia.
Yeah, unless we want to be here till 11 o'clock at night having some of these matches resolved, maybe it is better for us that maybe more people aren't on that. And if the next regional does go really long because of Cresselia Registeel matches, I think we can blame it on you at that point.
Yeah, I apologize, but I mean, thinking about it a little more too, we're seeing all the Will-O-Wisp and Incineroar. Lunar Blessing's pretty good against that. Saw a lot of Toxic Spikes earlier. I mean, Cresselia sort of helps with that. I mean, ish.
Ish is about it.
That's where Cresselia is right now. It's never like a great solution. It kind of helps with this problem. That's where it's at right now. It's going through a time.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those teams that if you don't have quite a matchup into it, starts to get really annoying. A Trick Room or the Lunar Blessing over and over just gets absolutely so terrible. But I think we can start talking about the matchup that we do have ahead of us, because we got our team sheets. And looking through this, I'm not seeing a Cresselia off the hand, but I do actually see a Walking Wake.
Twitch chat, you shouldn't have.
You should have. What? And we get to see a Heatran. I know Joe Brown will be super happy about that one. When you're talking about old head VGC Pokemon, I feel like Heatran actually perfectly encapsulates that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm kind of used to Heatran being the bad guy for me, where usually like that annoying Pokemon on the other team I couldn't remove. But I'm glad to see that too, right? Where it's one of those Pokemon where I just think there's so many good Pokemon in this format that, like, wow, Heatran being at super low usage to me feels really weird, but it also just makes sense, right? I mean, especially as a fire type Pokemon, there's just so much competition in this format.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued with this Walking Wake team, because we do see, I feel like Walking Wake, one of the issues with it is its damage output sometimes just feels a little lackluster. It's so close to being good, but it's not quite there. So you actually really do need the photosynthesis boost to be able to do just a little bit more. Or it also struggles with its speed stat, to where you kind of just need a little bit more speed so you can get a photosynthesis onto that speed. So I'm intrigued when we're looking at this team. We do see that Tornadus with that sunny day. So obviously this is something that can enable quite a few Pokemon on this team, which should be really interesting.
Yeah, I kind of love everything about this team, right? It's like exactly the team I was hoping someone would make. Or it's like sun focused, got the Walking Wake on there. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing very similar Walking Wake builds. I guess actually looks very familiar to me, where it's the Life Orb, the speed, with the photosynthesis option with the sun, and then the Terra type's a little different than what I'm used to, but I think similar effects.
Yeah,
so I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Which Terra type do you normally run on your Walking Wake?
Steel.
Yeah, I do fire. So I kind of wanted to go to Fairy. I don't know, but so I'm intrigued to see how the poison will shake up, because obviously being able to resist a flutter, if you're any of the dinosaur paradoxes, you don't want to stare down a flutter main. So being that poison type definitely kind of helps you in that regard.
Yeah, I kind of like poison more than steel in retrospect, where like I was like steel, especially on a sun team, right? I feel like I ran into too many situations against opposing fire type Pokemon where I just set myself up to get obliterated. Where like poison's neutral. I like neutral. I can do that.
Yeah, that's definitely nice. That's the one thing. If you're setting Sun and all of a sudden your opponent has a fire move and you're just a Steel Terra, you're kind of cooked. I guess you do make them have to pick like that 50-50 because all of a sudden if they do hit it into the non-Terra, it's going to be like quad resisted. But I'm definitely intrigued with the poison over on that type. And on the other end, we get to see a good old Qian Pao. We get to see the Raging Bolt. I'm still so undecided with the Raging Bolt if I like it or not, because sometimes it just feels so strong and other times it falls into the same wet noodle problem as Walking Wake.
Yeah, it's hard for me to be objective about this Pokemon. Where my favorite Pokemon is Raikou, so Raging Bolt as distant member of the family, perhaps. I have to root for it, right? And it's such a hilarious design. Where
it is so good.
I really want to believe in it. Where I love everything about it. But yeah, exactly. It just. Yeah, it definitely has like some danger of falling in that mid category, but I think I'm more believer or not, right? It's another Pokemon where I think the context around it matters a lot, where it can end up in situations where it's just not doing anything. But I think as long as Urshifu is in the format, Thunderclap alone is so attractive that you've got to at least give it a shot. Nowadays, it's fascinating. But you really got to worry if you have Raging Bolt on your team that you have a good Farigiraf matchup, because removing that is important. And some weird vaguely giraffe creature on vaguely giraffe creature violence there.
I say I'm just a fan. So even how I feel about Raging Bolt as a competitive Pokemon, the design is absolutely top tier. I think in the next generation of Pokemon, they should give more Pokemon long necks, and I just think that's going to be winning all around. But interesting, yeah, I feel like the uprise of Farigiraf was definitely bad for Raging Bolt. So going on in this matchup, obviously, we actually have a lot of priority to be worried about at this point, because there's no Farigiraf on either end. So things like the Qian Pao, the Raging Bolt over on Eric's end, in comparison to an extreme speed Dragonite, this Rillaboom over on Miles, that can definitely be a bit of a different game.
Yeah, I think it could be a big deal that there is no Farigiraf and Miles side too, just because Eric's team really lacking in the speed control element. I believe there's literally nothing. So lots of control moves, right? Even though you can't control speed directly, with the Amoonguss and Incineroar and the threat of Sucker Punch and Thunderclap, it's not like you can just attack willy-nilly uncontested, but no traditional speed control, right? Where with Tornadus on the other side, I think that's going to look like a pretty attractive pick in this matchup. Where if you get the Tailwind up, there's kind of nothing that can stop it, and then even Rillaboom's Fake Out becomes much scarier when it's not going to have to worry about anything else.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see exactly how that'll play out. One thing that I think we already know how is going to play out, of course, is our Twitch community bracket for picking which you think is going to be the most winningest Pokemon. And hey, the last round, are we really surprised that Fluttermane was able to take the vote over Rillaboom? Absolutely not. But I believe our next vote is going to be the Tornadus going up against the Urshifu, which is actually funny because this is the pair. This is the duo, and you're splitting them up?
Yeah, this is like a betrayal, right? The allies, having to fight against one another. I know what side of, it's weird. I was going to say, I know what side of this I'm on, right? Because I think any Pokemon where their best attacking move is Bleakwind Storm is hard for me to vote for. But, Tornadus can play more easily on fun teams where Urshifu kind of just is oppression in Pokemon form. So, I don't know. I think I'm Team Tornadus on this one.
I don't know. Even if there's no Tornadus on the team, a Choice Scarf for Shifu that's able to Rapid Strike you right in the face is just absolutely terrifying. So that is a tough one there, but I am hearing that we actually are going to be doing the rest of the top 8 in the poll. So make sure you got 3 different options to be picking out here. I'm curious because the other ones I don't think are quite as set in stone when you're looking over at the polls. The Incineroar versus a Single Striker Shifu and the Ogerpon Wellspring over the Farigiraf. I feel like that one should be the Wellspring Ogerpon, but I do feel like there's the world of, haha, giraffe Pokemon. Let's vote it out, which also makes sense because it is such a not fun Pokemon to go up against sometimes.
Yeah, I think from a design perspective of these 8 Pokemon, Farigiraf is my favorite. Again, long neck Pokemon, right? I think even looking at this kind of objectively, which of these 2 Pokemon do I think is more likely to win the tournament? I think it's pretty close, right? The last time we had a regional in the U.S., there were 2 Hearthflame Ogerpon in the finals, and Farigiraf was there. The Wellspring Mask Ogerpon was missing. So, recent data would say that, Farigiraf has a pretty decent chance there. I feel like, the other matchup, Incineroar has maybe just a bit of an advantage.
A little bit. Our last one, the Tornadus versus the Urshifu, hearing that the Urshifu was able to take that one, so there's that. But yeah, Incineroar versus the Dark Urshifu, I feel like, I don't know, because right away, I want to say that it's Incineroar, but honestly, with how good this Dark Urshifu has been in the meta, especially with the re-rise of Psy Spam, this actually does so much.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I think Incineroar is definitely going to be the safe pick in the sense of like being represented on more teams. But Urshifu is scary. I think I'm a much bigger fan of the single strike version just because I think it's more fun to play and to watch. There's a lot of teams we've seen so far. I feel like it matches up really well versus Incineroar, everyone has a plan against it. So I think to me, it's the toughest of the four.
That is a tough one, especially too when I'm looking at that final one with the Farigiraf versus the Ogerpon. I want to say like, hey, it's going to be the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, but the thing is, and you called it out correctly, that when we are seeing that later day 2, that we are seeing more of the Hearthflame Mask, and I feel like the Wellspring Mask is more of a day 1 choice, but we get to see how much stronger Farigiraf is on like the day 2 with the team composition. So I don't know, that'll be interesting, but Incineroar did take down Dark Urshi on that last one, and we'll have to wait a little bit for that last result here, as now we do have our players on stage ready to go, and we can talk a little bit more about the matchup. I just love seeing the Walking Wake on that graphic, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, a bunch of Pokemon I really enjoy here. So, props to both of our trainers here for bringing some fun Pokemon. And it should be really interesting to watch how they interact, right? Where I think some of the fun of Miles' team being a little bit off of the established metagame so far is that I'm not too used to seeing these Pokemon face off with one another, right? So It should be really fun to see how this plays out.
Well, that's exactly it. Seeing exactly how these Pokemon face off against each other, I think it's going to be absolutely amazing. And of course, we didn't talk about the typical options over on Eric's end because we can talk about them now, but these are all Pokemon that we've seen before, and I think that this composition altogether is pretty strong. Of course, the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, a reason why it is so strong is because it does have this follow me and the potential to take these special attacks really, really well, and that can definitely be a little bit problematic when you have a Walking Wake because, of course, special attack moves, you're not going to be able to do your Hydro Steams, and you have to be relying on those Draco Meteors that then can, hey, just lower your own special attack.
Yeah, definitely this team is like, in general, a little bit more the vanilla ice cream of rosters, but it is really powerful. Just as a note to the boost, it should be Dazzling Gleam in that first slot, Fluttermane there. But yeah, look at them, both of these trainers have really exciting teams. I think it'll be interesting to watch the way they interact, where like on Eric's side, we have like the more conventional way of gaining power where there's like a bunch of high stat Pokemon who are versatile versus Miles' side of the field where, it's more about team synergies, right? Where the Pokemon start out weaker, but if you can get all of the field effects going at the same time, they might be able to become more powerful.
I want to talk about this fun fact. Loves both forms of Typhlosion equally. Do you love both forms as equally? I don't know. I'm an OG stan all the way.
I think I am too, where I was really excited when it got a new form just because I was a Typhlosion guy when Pokemon Gold came out, and I don't know. I think it's tough to... I think with all first partner Pokemon, right? It's like you form an attachment to the one you play with first, and then I think, it's...
Yeah, I have memories of going through Pokemon Crystal and the Typhlosion always evolving right when I was at the Team Rocket base by the Lake of Rage when you're going like underground there. So it's just the Typhlosion is so cool, but no Typhlosions here to be seen. So we can talk a little bit more about the Walking Wake and the Pokemon that are around them to support them. And this is just a really special attack sided team when you're looking at things like the Walking Wake, the Fluttermane, and the Heatran. So this is definitely something that they have to be pushing past the Ogerpon on the opposing end.
Yeah, it should be a kind of a difficult matchup for that Ogerpon where, I think all of these Pokemon are threatening a high amount of damage on it. So I think it's probably still a Pokemon you bring just because I think Walking Wake, just by virtue of being uncommon, kind of scares you in team preview a little bit. But yeah, it should be a lot of fun. The Heatran's going to bring that Earth power to make things a little bit more difficult for Incineroar, as will Walking Wake in general. So we've seen trainers kind of come at it with a lot of different ways of trying to handle these really common Pokemon like Fluttermane, like Incineroar, and I guess Heatran, mentioning also kind of a niche pick, but pretty good against both of them.
%. And here, favorite Pokemon, Dragonite. Honestly checks out. We get to see the Dragonite plushie, the Sitting Cutie. We get to see the Dragonite on the team. And I feel like Dragonite, when you have a favorite that is actually strong and competitive, it's definitely really, really nice. I know I get attached to Pokemon that are, hey, I actually get to use them competitively and viable, but when you do have this Dragonite that is not facing off against something like Factura, it's actually so strong. And this one, it is going to be the Choice Band as well as Outrage as a 4th move here. So it's one of those Pokemon too that, hey, all of a sudden, the Fluttermane on the opposing end's the only thing that actually is going to be immune to that hit. The Moongus if it wants to Terrasilize. Other than that, it could be hitting a lot of powerful damage into a lot of things. So I'd be intrigued to see if Dragonite, if it's something that is brought to this.
Yeah, I think it'll be important for Eric not to lose that SE game plans here, right? Where I think one of the things that's really scary about Dragonite is if you just don't mess with it, if you kind of just ignore it, it doesn't work, right? Outrage, one-hit KOs a majority of the Pokemon in this format, right? Where it doesn't really need much time in order to make things happen. I think the other thing Eric said will help a little bit against it. At least Chin Pao as normal has that focus sash where as much as getting sashed isn't wonderful, it's certainly a lot better than just getting clean knocked off the field. Inversely, you have to be very careful when Chien Pao is on the field because you don't want to power up the opposing Dragonite. That will for sure guarantee that anything other than the Fairy-type Fluttermane just gets flattened.
It's like the conversation we were having backstage of, hey, if you have this team that's kind of the same archetype, do you really need to bring your Pokemon to set it up if your opponent can bring it for you? So definitely have to be careful that that Chien Pao is not necessarily changing any of those damage rolls in a way that maybe is not favorable to you with that Dragonite. But of course, I'm just hoping heading into our game that we'll be able to see the Walking Wake, not the Dragon Broad off the rip. That will be the Dragonite and Tornadus, Raging Bolt and Ogerpon on the opposing end.
Well, I'm happy to see this beautiful Raging Bolt here, and I'm really curious to find out what Eric has in the back here. It's sort of an interesting matchup with another 2 Pokemon here who are super Chien Pao bait, but there really aren't a lot of other Pokemon in Eric's team that Chien Pao supports, so if he does have it, it looks like he does, when he gets it on the field and how he uses it, it's going to be an interesting challenge in this matchup, because it is very easy for that ability to backfire in this matchup.
I'm looking into this as well. There's a lot of ways that Miles can be threatening damage on this first turn. Of course, too, Thunderclap, you can't do that into a Dragonite if it wants to go for the E-Speed instead, so you have to be so careful with that, especially too if the Tornadus does go for a setup move like this Tailwind, it's going to be doing absolutely nothing. Just the move timer ticks down to see where the Terrasalization is going to start things out.
Well, I like this. A very aggressive start to the game now with the Terrasalization, looking to focus down perhaps this Tornadus and make it pay for perhaps getting that Tailwind off or prevent it from perhaps later in the game using Sunny Day.
Body aspect, of course, special defense boost, not anything that'll help it out maybe too well against the Dragonite, but hey, you will be able to power off a powerful Ivy Cudgel into the Tornadus slot, bringing it right down low, but not taking a clean hit and Air Slash. So little damage thanks to that special defense boost, and now not hitting for super effective. That's going to be a Power Draco Meteor into the Dragonite, a clean one-hit KO.
That's just an overwhelming first turn there, where just a piddly Air Slash no longer super effective against his Ogerpon, and then having its damage reduced by the special defense boost after the Terrasalization. For that, you lose an entire Pokemon and most of another, and Heatran coming out here doesn't seem like the best solution to the situation, where certainly at least avoiding or unless there's any Terrasalization of its own, at least currently weak to this Ogerpon attack. Raging Bolt might have its special attack reduced, but I think could easily finish off this 6% of Tornadus' health. This is looking bad fast.
Oh, 100%. I would have loved to see a Tailwind on that first turn if you are going to be clicking anything other than Extreme Speed with that Dragonite to make sure you can be trying to fire off and attack over onto the other end. The Outrage could have been so impactful, but it's all said and gone. Is Terrasalization coming out on Miles' end? It will be that Heatran, of course, into the Grass type. You want to make sure you're not going to be targeted down by a powerful Ivy Cudgel into that spot, and this way you can make sure it is a resisted hit.
At least Heatran's looking pretty safe now, where it resists most of the attacks from these Pokemon in the field. Tailwind comes up, so maybe it's a turn later than we were expecting it, but perhaps that'll pay dividends later in the game.
Super effective hit into the Raging Bolt, but of course the Assault Vest. That is Assault Vest and critical hits, and that's just going to be bringing it just down below half as Ivy Cudgel now targeting into the Heatran. Terrasalization, it's not going to be doing much damage at all, but Snarl not going to be picking off the Tornadus, which may be fine because then now you don't get a free swap over on Miles' end, and that is going to be lowering the special attack of that Heatran.
Yeah, I think I love that Snarl not picking up the knockout if I'm Eric, right? Where Terrain is not like super threatening offensively, potentially able to use a Sunny Day for that, which I think would be pretty decent value, right? But otherwise, it's now reduced special attack. Air Slash is the best thing it's threatening. I mean, I don't think you're too upset about that. And the terrestrialization now committed. It's great for a Heatran against the Pokemon who are immediately on the field, but kind of where do you go with this, right? How do you win the game from here?
And now you can't even target a Earth Power on to that Raging Bolt thanks to the Follow Me coming out from the Ogerpon. Sunny Day, it is going to be also boosting the Raging Bolt over on the other end. Special defense boost, funny enough. Now Earth Power into the Ogerpon. Considering its -1 special attack and the increased special defense, it's not much. Snarl will finally get that final KO over onto the Tornadus, but the Heatran, it's just getting lower and lower. Now Miles is down to his final 2 Pokemon. No opportunities for a switch to reset the Heatran.
Yeah, I mean, this is scary if you're Miles now, right? Where to reveal your final Pokemon, you haven't seen either of Eric's in the back. And unless, Walking Wake's going to come out here, excited to see it, but, it's going to have a lot of work to do here, right? Where it has to deal with this opposing Ogerpon, which is going to make it difficult to do too much with its water-type attacks, and Raging Bolt's still sitting there threatening Snarls.
The thing with the Walking Wake is a Draco Meteor into that Ogerpon can actually threaten a lot of damage, considering you have the Photosynthesis and you have that Life Orb. But then you are going to be sticking with that -2 special attack for the rest of the game. And if the Raging Bolt is consistently setting off these Snarls, it's a Walking Wake that, even though it's set up in the best position you can put it in with that Tailwind and that Sunny Day respectively, it's still in a really bad position to succeed this time around. And Ogerpon with the Spiky Shield will stay safe past this turn.
It blocks the Draco Meteor too. Miles is thinking just what you were, but that Spiky Shield is perfect to slow that down.
And Earth Power into the Raging Bolt between the 2 special attack drops and that Assault Vest doing nothing. And Snarl now is going to be lowering that special attack of that Walking Wake as well. It's already a Pokemon that needs that little bit of help, and these Snarls are not going to be helping whatsoever.
Yeah, in a weird way, it feels like Raging Bolt's kind of dominating this game. We're just like sitting there hanging out, snarling, but that's 3 levels of reduced special attack on Heatran. If Walking Wake successfully uses Draco Meteor, that'll be 3 levels of reduced special attack there as well. This point is kind of feeling like no matter what's in the back on Eric's side, Heatran and Walking Wake are going to be so worn down by the time they get to them that it's not going to matter.
Oh, and that's exactly the problem, right? This is where we'll get to see that Follow Me coming out from the Ogerpon and kind of pinned into the Draco Meteor to try and be doing anything to it. We'll get to see that once again. And with that special attack drop from that previous Snarl, not even enough to be picking up the KO at this point. Now at -3, Earth Power still not even enough to be picking up this KO. And Draco Meteor in return, that is going to be so much more damage coming out from this Raging Bolt.
Oh no, Raging Bolt really showing off against its fellow Paradox Pokemon here, picking up another knockout, that Draco Meteor, and as Heatran's trying its best, but its special attack is just so low now.
This poor Heatran, and now, I mean, at this point, you just got to start thinking about where you're going to be taking this for Game 2. Not even going to lie about that one. And it's interesting because a couple of the pieces that Mile has on his team can also be setting up Eric. So we get to see that Sunny Day and the Photosynthesis boost, and it's just a really tough situation. And even if you do have Pokemon that aren't going to be immediately threatened by damage, they are threatened in different ways, like we get to see with that Snarl. So you have to think about a different win con kind of going on into the match.
He's kind of an awkward ending here in the meantime, where I think I guess I was assuming on Miles' side, he's probably just trying to pick up a knockout so that he can figure out what other Pokemon Eric brought and get a little information. But I was thinking you'd probably want to target Ogerpon and try to pick up that knockout with it only being at 15 hit points, where you need a critical hit to finish off Raging Bolt at this point, probably.
Yeah, it's you're doing Pebbles for damage, and even if you're getting Pebbles in return, it's still stacking up a little bit more. Maybe we can see the crit so Miles can have a little bit more information in that next game. He definitely certainly has a couple of turns to try and go for that, considering how little damage is done in return. 3 HP on the Ogerpon, though. You're not getting any more information this turn around, buddy.
You waited 1 turn too many for Ogerpon surviving again. I guess the good news for Miles is that only 1 more Snarl, and then his special attack can't go any lower.
That's true. Then you cannot actually do any less damage than you're already doing. And hey, do we think a Heat Wave can be picking up a 3 HP Ogerpon at this point? Because you could go for the attempt at the double.
It scares me that the answer could be no.
Well, at this point, just another Ivy Cudgel. I've seen this turn before. We're gonna we're gonna get a little bit more damage. Snarl won't pick it up, and here's finally that last opportunity for Miles just to take a little bit more information into the next game. Finally, congratulations, Heatran, you got this KO.
I feel like Heatran really earned that one, you know? I think,
Honestly.
It was sent out in a difficult situation, it fought hard. It's on the board, not a 4-0.
He grinded through everything ahead of him, right? This poor Heatran, for better or for worse, has sat here, just been snarled, and has never given up. And honestly, I think that's really inspirational.
Yeah, I think we can all learn something from this Heatran. That's what you have to do. It's a Pokemon from yesteryear trying to fight today. It's an uphill struggle for it, but it did its best.
Yeah, and I think it's about to be put to rest now with the Chiampao over on the opposing end. This is going to be something that does actually threaten some damage with this Ice Spinner. And we can finally see Battlecat. You got your information. You have a little bit more to try and piece together this game plan. And back to the drawing board for this walking wake.
So things got a little bit off the rails there. I think the thing that I would go back to is really just that first turn at the game, right? Where, Eric picked up a knockout and almost all of another Pokemon for very little in return. Like, he committed his Terastallization is really the only meaningful resource that he gave up. You can't lose turn one by like 160% of a Pokemon's health bar and expect to win a game.
Yeah, I would definitely love to see an adjustment going on for it, because I don't think Dragonite was poorly posed in that battle. It was just not put in the right situation, considering we didn't get to see the Tailwind. Miles is the only one on these two teams that has some sort of speed control. Both trainers, of course, have access to priority, but this Dragonite, it doesn't necessarily get threatened by some of the priority over onto the other end. So in that case, why not be setting up to go for that speed? Because something like a really powerful Outrage can do so much. We got to see that both the Raging Bolt and the Ogerpon kind of just got to sit there. They will not be able to sit there for long if you're throwing out a Choice Band Outrage their way.
Yeah, I think one thing with Miles' team that's really important, like, there's so many special attackers in this team, right? It's really just Dragonite and Rillaboom who aren't super reliant on their special attacks. So there's an important lose con there, right? If you just kind of get trapped with Raging Bolt like that and getting snarled down, there's a lot of ways for Eric to kind of switch around and just stall out the game. I think that Tailwind turn one makes a huge difference there, right? Where maybe you're a little concerned about like a Flutter Mane switch into an Outrage, but even that would only be a 50-50, right?
Yeah.
I think otherwise, Tailwind Outrage there, worst case scenario, you're trading 1 for 1. And if you get the Outrage into the Raging Bolt that first turn, I mean, that game's completely different, right? I think you just have to play a little bit more proactively.
Well, even if you are scared of something like a Flutter swap into an Outrage, you do still have something like Ice Spinner, which can actually still be threatening some damage, especially since you are that Choice Band. So I feel like anything is just better than not being able to fire off an attack at this point. You even have Earthquake on your side, so that is something that could actually deal some significant damage to the Raging Bolt, considering you are going to be attacking on that physical end of things. So I feel like if you do give an opportunity for this Dragonite, I do think it's actually a Pokemon that can really pop off in this battle, and I'd really like to see that game too.
Yeah, I think I would too. I think the other thing for me is like, I would either like to see it played much more aggressively at the beginning of the game, or like maybe you bring it in the back or something. I think it's just so important to this matchup to like continue to threaten some amount of physical damage that giving it up early makes the game really complicated.
All right, well, heading into game 2, we will see an adjustment. The Tornadus nowhere to be seen. New best friend Flutter Mane by side, whereas on the opposing end, it will be the Incineroar to start things off.
I think this is a better lead for both sides in some ways, right? Where the combination of Incineroar and Roaring Bolt, normally pretty scary, kind of bad actually in this particular situation, right? You can't fake out Flutter Mane unless it Terastallizes, and you actually can't fake out Dragonite either because of the inner focus ability. So this time, a lot more damage being threatened the other direction, where Raging Bolt likely to be too spooked to try and pull off what it did that first game, but there is no Tailwind option, so it could certainly try, and I doubt that with it getting that special defense boost from Photosynthesis last game, it seems like it could probably pretty easily survive an attack from Flutter Mane.
Yeah, but this Dragonite doesn't necessarily need to go for something like a slower move when it does have that extreme speed as well. That could be. So you could get the extreme speed and a Flutter Mane to be dealing some damage. But Terastallization, that'll be coming out from Eric into Terra Electric. I feel like this is always so goofy when you get to see this on a Raging Bolt, but a way to be threatening a little bit more damage. Not the only one, though. Terastallization coming out over on Miles. And if we were worried about taking a super effective hit from a Dragon move, we no longer have to. Into that Terra Normal.
Yeah, both players realizing maybe the volatility of the first turn of the first game wasn't ideal for them and playing more conservatively. Takes that Moonblast so well there, no longer weak to it, and wow, what a sturdy Pokemon.
What a champ, and firing off a Thunderbolt now into the Dragonite. it is going to be taking a hit to just its Earth health. Earthquake, it'll be targeting everything on the field, including your own Flutter Mane. That is going to be a 1 HP survival over on the Raging Bolt, and Incineroar, sure, it has been damaged, but it does get out alive.
Yeah, that was a huge earthquake, though. The 1 hit point survival there from the world's friendliest street lamp. Raging Bolt just barely able to survive after that terastallization, reducing the damage to the Moonblast, but not from the earthquake.
And where things get tricky on this next turn, too, is you are choice banned. So you cannot go for an extreme speed, and if you even get the opportunity to attack, whatever Pokemon is by your side is not going to be faring so well. So that's definitely a tricky situation, and having done so much damage to your Flutter Mane, it's not safe in front of this Champ Power Raging Bolt, which it could take one of those priority attacks. Now it can't.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a fun turn, right? Because I think there's a pin in theory here with both Thunderclap and Sucker Punch picking up knockouts on these true Pokemon. So it seems unlikely that either side is just going to play that out, right? It's a little too obvious. So like, well, who do you think you can get away with attacking if you're Miles, if anyone? And then, yeah, I mean, can you switch safely? Is Eric going to try to call the switches? There's a lot of, this could be oh, did neither of them do it?
We're just going for it. Dazzling Gleam, that is going to be picking up that final KO on to the Raging Bolt here. No priority in sight to try and take care of that Flutter Mane. And now Qian Pao, they will be able to fire off an Ice Spinner. It can take down that Flutter Mane, but now since it has been damaged, this Dragonite can take off the final KO. This is not how I expected this one to turn out.
Not at all, yeah. The invisible Farigiraf here helping out, stopping all the priority moves, and 3 Pokemon go down that turn.
Absolutely incredible. And now that is Eric down to his final 2 Pokemon, Incineroar, as well as that Wellspring Ogerpon that was able to do so much in that first game. But wow, this Dragonite's definitely been doing so much. And if there's the Tornadus in the back here at this point too, this is the opportunity. You can go for the Tailwind, and you won't even damage your own partner Pokemon this time.
Finally, an opportunity to avoid hurting his friends. So yeah, this kind of like creates a scary situation here where that Tornadus does have the covert cloak item in order to stop the flinch from Fake Out. So I believe there's no way to avoid a Tailwind Earthquake combination picking up this Incineroar, and then there's just 1 Pokemon left to deal with.
Well, that's exactly it. And hey, the Earthquake, that'll be an easy pickup onto the Incineroar at that point. And at that point, with Terastallization already spent, I'm assuming that the Wellspring Ogerpon can be dealt with. A little bit of chip onto that. I mean, if you're going to be taken down at the end of the turn anyways, even if you do not get anything else other than chip, it is better than nothing, because this Incineroar is going down. Just a little bit of damage onto this Ogerpon here, but it's the only final Pokemon remaining now on Eric's end of the field.
And Dragonite, not content just with ignoring those Intimidates, had to get the BM critical hit to finish it off.
Oh, 100%. Ivy Cudgel now into the Tornadus. Even with that little bit of chip from the Fake Out, not enough to be picking up that KO, and now you can double target into this. Of course, Air Slash, just a little bit more accurate than that Bleak Wind Storm. And no Snarls. You can do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Dragonite wisely perhaps getting out of here to avoid that lock-in. And it's Walking Wake once again. We might get to see it pick up a dub.
Let's go. Air Slash. It's going to be bringing the Ogerpon way down low. And the flinch on top of that. I think this was pretty done anyways. Eric not willing to give Walking Wake that KO on stream deserves. Decides to throw in the towel. It will be going to a Game 3. I love how different these 2 games panned out.
Well, that was a lot of fun, right? Where and that turn where both Sucker Punch and Thunderclap could have gone off and then neither did. It was absolutely game-changing. Miles makes a very difficult but fantastic read there where I think Eric just expecting him to make a very different move than what he made, and Miles took full advantage.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because those turns are always so difficult to be planning out, because all of a sudden, if you do go for these priority moves that are contingent on your opponent readying up an attacking move, and they do a swap, all of a sudden you could be finding yourself on the back foot. But all of a sudden, if you start overthinking, then it can also become difficult. So Miles just going for the I'm just going for it play. It just works out so well. And I feel like when you are in those situations, sometimes it's kind of what you have to do is, hey, sometimes you just click the buttons that if it works out is going to put you in a winning position.
Yeah, I kind of love how we played the game. We've been talking of Walking Wake, but I felt like Miles had the true spirit of Walking Wake the way he played that game too, where he's just like so offensive and reckless the whole way through, but he was able to pull it off, right? Where, I think it's really tough game 2, I think, to recover from if you're Eric, where even though I think it, you're gonna look back like, well, he easily could have won that game. And sure, but I think because of that, like, it'd be easy to tilt here. Where like, wow, like I can't believe I let that one slip away. I think it's important for him to like, take a few seconds, like, all right, that was a little silly, it's Pokemon, strange games occur, and just play game 3 like it was game 2, I think.
Well, I think even on Miles' end too, because obviously looking out from Eric's end, there is a difference, like in that priority turn where you could have been closing out or making things a lot better in your advantage. But even when you're looking at Miles' end, that turn where it was the Earthquake that so heavily damaged his Fluttermane to even put him in that position, he actually didn't pick up single KO on that turn. I'm assuming that he thought he would have gotten that Raging Bolt. He was off by 1 HP. Maybe if the turn plays out again, he will get that KO the next time. But also going for something a little bit more safe, like an Outrage or an Ice Spinner at that point, won't be putting your Fluttermane in that position to where it's actually so dangerous on that next turn of battle. So you also got to be thinking about that if you're Eric too, because you're not guaranteed to be finding yourself in that same Sucker Punch Thunderclap mind game in that next game.
Yeah, I feel like there's fans of a certain Geo video everywhere who really enjoyed the crazy Dragonite Earthquaking, but it's not the most consistent way to win a game, right? And yeah, I agree with you. I think if I'm Miles, like I'm a little bit back to the drawing board myself, where like it was 2 different turns where he had to make pretty crazy reads, give himself in a position to like not even just win that game, but like to be in it at all, right? Like I think if either of those turns go awry, it's just over. Yeah. And I think kind of just relying on being able to make that many hard reads correctly without a single error to win a set, it's a tough way to be, right? And I guess the team like this, I'm gonna guess he got here by making quite a great deal of reads correctly. But the deeper you get in the tournament, the harder it is just to kind of outthink people.
Well, these two players are definitely pretty deep in the tournament and at the 5-0 record heading into game 3. Only one of themselves is going to put themselves at the 6-0 and only 1 game away from making their way in today. To sound the alarms, we're heading into it. Dragonite Fluttermane once again, but Eric, the one forced to pivot this time. Chien-Pao is going to be leading it off.
All right, so Chien-Pao out here. It seems like most of the Pokemon that Miles has selected so far kind of struggle in that matchup, so I kind of like that. But once again, we have Fluttermane facing down a couple of Pokemon where it's looking pretty threatening.
That's the thing, right? And the Fluttermane too, at this point, a spread Dazzling Gleam, you'll still be breaking the sash on that Chien-Pao, dealing a significant amount of damage, and the Ogerpon can't follow me away. The Dragonite too, I mean, it can still be threatening quite a decent amount. You could be even just getting around that follow me with the Ogerpon if you want to be going for the Earthquake yet again and put your Fluttermane in that precarious situation. So it's definitely one of those things you have to be really careful about, because you could really easily lose that Chien-Pao on the first turn.
Yeah, I mean, this whole turn is pretty scary too, right? I mean, you'd love to just like double protect here maybe and see what Dragonite's locking into, but then what, right? Where you just aren't the safe switches to pull that off, where both sides probably gonna have to make a read here.
Terrestrialization, get yourself into that normal type, and of course being out of the Dragon Flying type for an Ice Spinner, so wise here. You learn from the first match. You're not letting yourself have any weaknesses here. Chien-Pao though, protect on this turnaround, and hey, as you called, it will be that double protect, but then where now? You see the Terrestrialization, feel like it was pretty telegraphed at that point. You see the Fluttermane, what it wants to be going for, but what do you do from this point on?
Yeah, I think this is kind of a fun trade of an next turn here. I guess we'll see what Dragonite locks into. It is Outrage, so, in some ways the most difficult move to deal with here. I think Eric's probably happy to see it isn't Extreme Speed, but it puts kind of a strange spot where, you can't anticipate what target Dragonite is going to attack because Miles doesn't know either.
And at this point too, assuming that Eric did not bring the Fluttermane as he has in any of the matches, we don't actually have a resist for that Outrage. I do think it was funny that it was targeted into the Spiky Shield slot, so you will be taking a little bit of damage. But beyond that, it is stuck. So means a couple of things. You do have an opportunity to be firing off an attack into the Dragonite before it does anything at this point, which I do think is going to be nice. Dazzling Gleam, of course, bringing Chien-Pao, actually not even quite 2 sash. It will be taking that 3 HP, but Dragonite also notably going to be hanging off. An Ivy Cudgel targeted into the Fluttermane. It'll be a KO there, but now this Dragonite does have an opportunity to attack.
Yeah, it's going to pick up something here, but really close trades here. It's going to be the Chien-Pao. That's 3 hit points, not going to do any better for it than 1 would have. And Ogerpon and Dragonite, the only survivors of a very challenging turn.
Hey, honestly, I don't mind getting the Chien-Pao out of the way, though, considering that the Sucker Punch that it could be pressuring, as well as something like that Ice Spinner. I think it's one of those really dangerous Pokemon. But we are trading one priority threat for another with that Raging Bolt hitting the field. And the Dragonite is so low at this point. No speed over on the other end can help it. And locked into that Outrage, I mean, Dragonite kind of doesn't look great at this point.
Yeah, unlike locking in any other move, right? You know, Dragonite's going to do its thing, so it's sort of unavoidably just bait the Thunderclap here if that's what Eric wants. And I guess I think the return damage is so high, he sort of has no choice, right? I don't know how you don't pick that up, which I assume then means a free tailwind for Tornadus. I think we've seen previously that Ivy Cudgel without a crit isn't quite enough, and a Terrestrialization on Eric's side going to perhaps change the math on this a little bit.
That's what you can hope for, is that the math be math, and you'll be able to do a little bit more. Terrestrialization from the Wellspring Ogerpon is going to be coming out. Of course, that special defense boost from that Embody aspect is going to be rising. Tailwind, so whatever the final Pokemon is, will be able to have the speed on its side, but that's not going to matter against the priority. Thunderclap just had to do the littlest amount, and will clap the Dragonite right back to its Pokeball.
Yeah, I mean, might have been kind of a rough game for Outrage there, where Dragonite does a grand total of 3 damage on its way down.
It did more than it did in that first game, but yeah, that was definitely a tough spot. No crit coming out, so the Tornadus is going to be surviving another turn here, and now we'll be able to see the final Pokemon, Walking Wake. Now, the Terrestrialization has been spent here in the Walking Wake. We'll have to see. This is the opportunity to show us something that this Pokemon can offer, why it maybe deserves to be on at least a talking level with its buddies Raging Bolt and Gouging Fire.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be a serious comeback. I mean, like, I assume like a Sunny Day Draco Meteor would probably pick up Raging Bolt, but I mean, that's still a long way to go with an unrevealed Pokemon in the back, and Tornadus kind of already on its last legs.
Well, that's exactly it. So, and as soon as you use that Draco Meteor, your special attack is going to be diminished for the rest of the game as well. So you can try and piece something together here since you do have that speed, but as much as I have my fingers crossed the Walking Wake could show up big here, it definitely is not in a great position up next to what it's up against. The Tornadus will be protecting past this turn, so not looking to have that Pokemon go down this time around, but the Follow Me from the Wellspring Ogerpon. We'll have to see how much damage this Draco Meteor can do without the Sun. It already has been damaged a little bit, but without that Photosynthesis boost, it's not going to be enough damage.
Oh, and the problem, too, with Raging Bolt still being in the field. I know it's going to be a Draco Meteor, by the way, so why bother with Snarl? Just pick up the knockout. Easy.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about mitigating the damage on the opposing end if they're KO'd and just completely dealt with. And that is going to be the Tornadus left all by itself, just that littlest bit of health. And that is going to be Game 3 going in Eric's favor.
Yeah, really well played set by him. Tornadus going to miss an Air Slash on the way out to just add a little more salt in the wounds. But really well played set and a really fun set by both sides.
100%, with great adjustments coming out from both trainers throughout this. So congratulations once again. The Air Slash miss mattered. I'm just kidding, but no, Eric Bartlett putting himself now at a 6-0 record here at the Knoxville Regional Championships.
Yeah, it's a really well played set there. I thought he did a good job to play poised, where game 2 got a little crazy, and I think it would have been easy to come out of that and make some errors, but did a great job of resetting, played a really smooth, risk-free game 3, and I thought that was a fun set the whole way through. You know, Eric was just really in great control the whole time, and Miles' team was so much fun, right? Like, played such a fun, aggressive style with some Pokemon we don't get to see all the time. Glad we got our Walking Wake appearance. Just a really fun set.
100%, and that Dragonite, I'm sad that we didn't get to see Outrage do more once we did get to see it. It definitely is a Pokemon that, even though it can threaten a lot of damage, if it doesn't quite have that speed behind it, it kind of struggles a little bit. And then it's tough because you also needed the Flutter Mane to, hey, break the sash, get around the Follow Me. So a little bit tough at that point, but hey, we did get to see great ideas coming out from both trainers, and a 3-game set means all of us win.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of fun, right? And I guess we see once again, you know, I think it's a weird matchup where, you know, the Raging Bolt is just so oppressive to nearly everything on Miles' team except for that Dragonite. I think it was really important for the Dragonite to be effective. And yeah, 0 damage in game 1, 3 damage in game 3. Just tough to win the set from there.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, this Walking Wake needs so much help to be dealing some damage with the Draco Meteors, and the Raging Bolt on the other end's like, hey, anything you can do, I can do better at this point. So just a little bit of a tough position. But I mean, this team of the Wellspring Ogerpon and the Raging Bolt, and even just like the other 6 in general, it is definitely a really tough squad to be going up against, especially when you have a team like Miles that has these special attackers, does have Pokemon that, you know, maybe aren't going to appreciate the priority. So it was definitely a tough spot. And for him to take that second game and actually have that turnaround that forced Eric to be pivoting in that game 3, I think was really good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed Miles has gotten to 5-1 with this team, right? It looks very difficult to pilot, where there aren't a lot of easy switches and kind of a lot of setup required within games, despite using so many frail Pokemon. I just feel like every round's got to be really challenging for him, where most games are probably easier to play for his opponent. His side's definitely spooky, whereas a lot of things you're not used to, and I think that's a team sheet where I'm going to wince a little bit once I see it. We're like, oh man, this is a game I'm not prepared for. But props to him for getting so far. And hey, he only needs to go 2-1 the rest of the way, and we'll see him tomorrow.
100%. And when you have a team that is a little bit more difficult to pilot, I think it's really impressive as well. And you have to be making some really big calls right with this team, as we got to see in that game too. So being able to make your way through the field to that 5-1 record, I think is just so good. But I mean, you can play something that requires those big reads, or you can play something that is just proven to be some of that good stuff, and play the Raging Bolt Wellspring Ogerpon. Pays off well for Eric.
Hey, some of us have been slightly Raging Bolt doubters, but it looked awful good in that set.
It definitely did, but now we'll have the opportunity to head over and talk to Eric about a 6-0 record.
Thank you, Sierra. Thank you, Scott. I am currently joined in the lounge with Eric Bartlett, the winner of Swiss Round 6. Eric, how are you feeling after that 3-game match?
A little rattled, I'm not going to lie. I guess everybody at home knows the absolute blunder that I made in Game 2, but like we said before the cast, we don't have to talk about it because they already know.
We're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about other things instead.
Exactly. No.
Can you go over a little bit about your team build, Raging Bolt?
Yes.
I'm personally not a Raging Bolt believer, but it seems like you are a Raging Bolt believer. Yeah.
I don't know. That's kind of a bad take by you. I'm gonna be honest, because Raging Bolt has been the absolute MVP of today. I think I've brought it pretty much every single set that I've played in, and it's been putting in so much work. So, I mean, if you want to buy in on Raging Bolt, I think we can still allow you.
Now's the time you'll let me buy in on Raging Bolt?
Yeah, exactly. We could still give you a pass.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Raging Bolt did do a lot of work in Game 1.
Correct.
I absolutely love that position where you just had, Ogerpon and the Raging Bolt out on the field the entire game, just hitting Snarl, just lowering the special attack stat. What were your thoughts going into that, and why did you realize that, hey, I'm just going to continue to Snarl?
I mean, I think, what was it, Walking Wake, that was also in the end game. So I was thinking that, okay, if Wake wants to do anything on this board, it's going to want to have to click Draco Meteor, and my Ogerpon, was I boosted that game? I don't remember, but I know that to do anything on the board state, Walking Wake was going to have to lower its special attack, and I had Fluttermane in the back, but I mean, I guess it got to a point where, he set up the sunny day for me, so I mean, if Raging Bolt wasn't going to KO with Draco, then the Photosynthesis definitely helped out. But yeah, I mean, Heatran, my idea was that, okay, I want to get rid of Tornadus. I was kind of shocked when the first Snarl didn't KO, because I was like, oh, that's right, I'm -2. But it was actually a good thing, because it allowed me to keep spamming Snarl, and Tornadus was kind of dead weight on the board too. So my logic was okay, if Walking Wake comes out at full power, then whatever, it kind of has to click Draco Meteor into something if it wants to do anything.
Right.
And then Heatran's stuck at -3 or whatever, so it's just going to be stuck there spamming Heat Wave, Flash Cannon, Earth Power into an Ogerpon.
You lowered it all the way to the
+6, yeah.
To the -6, yeah.
Yeah.
-6.
All right, yeah,
so
-6.
That barely did anything at all to your Pokemon. And then we're not going to talk about Game 2. You already mentioned we're not talking about Game 2. Game 3, what kind of adjustments did you have to make after, being forced into this Game 3 position?
Yeah, so I figured that, my opponent was probably leaning okay, Dragonite was doing pretty well. It threatens a lot of pressure. It has a lot of good moves that it can click here. And Fluttermane, being booster speed, actually, threatens a lot of things too. So my idea was I kind of want something that can threaten both of them, and Shenpao was okay, if he wants to commit E-Speed, then I can always Terra Ghost. And my idea was okay, I can double protect, and then I can scout to see what Dragonite's gonna click. If it doesn't click a priority move, then I'm good. I can just do whatever I want, kind of. And when he locked into Outrage, I was oh, this is fantastic, because if he doesn't hit Ogerpon, then Shenpao 3 HP, whatever, who cares? But now he's locked into Outrage, so then my Raging Bolt, who's faster anyway, so it doesn't have to contest with priority, can just Thunderclap, KO it, because it's stuck, it can't switch out, and then Fluttermane just got KO'd by Ivy Cudgel. So I figured it was going to be Torn and the Walking Wake in the back, so a properly supported Raging Bolt was just going to clean up.
And it did. It got you the victory there. Are there any matchups that you're kind of not sure about going into it with your team, or are you pretty comfortable with all matchups right now?
I've played a pretty wide sampling of teams today. I've played a couple Tornadus, sort of Ogerpon, Rillaboom teams, so I've seen that kind of comp a little bit. I played a pretty scary Psy-Spam matchup earlier with Regidrago, so I think You know, one thing I'm surprised I haven't hit yet is Gouging Fire. I thought Gouging Fire was going to be a big thing at this regional. I think it still is. I definitely saw some people playing next to me with it, so I definitely expect to see it at some point, whether it be today or tomorrow. Crossing my fingers, but I mean, that's one matchup that I have yet to play, and I'm curious how that one's going to play out.
I also don't buy into Gouging Fire, so I just don't think I'm a believer.
I don't know if I'm a Howl set believer, but I think the Dragon Dance Clear Amulet set, that one's fire.
I've actually talked to people about that set,
Yeah.
and it actually seems really interesting because in the past, what I've seen is with the Howl set, you're boosting the attack stat, but I don't know, it just didn't do that much damage. It just got intimidated into like almost a -6 situation, right?
Yeah.
So maybe I'll agree with you there. I'll buy into the Clear Amulet Dragon Dance set.
We gotta at least get you on the Raging Bolt bandwagon. Like,
I'm
we gotta at
buying
least
in right
get
now.
you on that one.
I'm buying in right
all
now.
right, all right.
I've locked
we don't
it
have
in.
a problem. We're good. We're good.
I'm gonna change my caster prediction. I'm gonna put Raging Bolt.
Yeah,
on there.
ask him if you could change it.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask.
Go ahead and put Raging Bolt.
Eric, congratulations on your 6th round win.
Thank you.
Puts you at 6-0. What are your goals for this regional championship that you want to set for yourself?
I mean, I've pretty much hit my minimum goal, which is like get points, because I've kind of had a shaky past couple of regionals, like finished 5-4, barely got points at one of them, didn't quite make points at the other one. So getting points was the bare minimum to at least get myself back on track for Worlds. But obviously I want another day 2. I want another, I mean, my best finish this season is top 16, so I'm hoping to push beyond that, but just getting to day 2 would be a fantastic start.
You're 1 win away from locking yourself into day 2. May I ask you how many championship points you're currently at?
I am at 323.
323, so almost a little over halfway to a Worlds invite. Best of luck here. I hope that you are able to make it through to day 2, get championship points. Maybe you'll win the whole thing. I don't know.
We'll see. Only time will tell.
Eric, before I let you get ready for your round 7 match, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to make to any friends or family?
I would like to shout out all the DMV people that pulled up, all the DMV locals. You guys are awesome, and some of my best friends in this community keep getting me better at the game every single day. Shout out to the Goblins, shout out CV, shout out the neighborhood, all the team building partners that I do stuff with. So thank you guys all for just getting me to this point. Like, I'm so thankful for that I have such a great support network in this community.
And I am thankful for you for spending time with me in the lounge here.
Thank you, Dwayne.
No, of course.
Thank
it's great to have you. It's always great to hear the
warms my
insights,
heart.
right?
Warms my heart.
Yeah, it's always great to hear from the insights. Again, I'll let you go back, get ready for round 7. We're going to go ahead and throw it to the casters here and get ready for round 7.
It's such a good interview, and Eric's saying that the goal was to get points. You're 6-0 and you're playing really good. How about let's set those a little higher, right?
Yeah, I mean, if ever there was a time to move the goalpost, it seems like it, right? Where CP locked. So I mean, I'd like to see what he can do, right? Where I haven't seen Eric play feels like many years, but I was really impressed, right? Where like he very easily could have won all 3 of those games, and I was like poking fun of himself a little bit for game 2. I don't think that was like that crazy of a misread, right? Where especially you're up 1-0 in this set, right? Like, I mean, like maybe he didn't need to push the tempo, so he shouldn't have, but like, if ever you're gonna like, make a risky read, it's the right time for it.
And you know what? If it was a blunder, every player has one of those once in a while. If anyone tries to tell you otherwise, they're lying to your face. Not everyone has the blunder stream, but everyone has the blunder. So don't worry about that one. You got the win. We can put that all in the past. But something else that Eric and we talked about, they're not Gouging Fire believers. Forgot how that one came up, but hey, I still am, okay? I still am.
Yeah, down with the haters. Yeah, I mean, so we get Gouging Fire intel, though. Okay, so we shouldn't be rooting for Howl. We should be rooting for Dragon Dance. Okay, taking notes.
Yeah, we're adapting. We're learning for next caster predictions. I don't know if we're allowed to just put like the text Dragon Dance here. If we could, I actually was going to do Fissure instead of Tinglu, but that is a completely different story. But I actually do not think in any of our caster predictions we had any of the Pokemon that we just saw in that last match.
No, that's not great for us. I mean, I think some of it too. I mean, like, I think if we'd predicted anything on Eric's team, that would have been a little bit cheating. They're all pretty high usage, but
that's true.
Yeah, I can't imagine why more of us didn't have Walking Wake. As much as I would have liked to have predicted it, I guess.
Do you see the amount of damage the Draco Meteors were doing? I have stuck with Walking Wake through all of the teams that I've had since the beginning of the regulation, and I did not put it on my caster predictions because I just don't believe enough.
Hey, I'm just excited. I was talking about wanting, things from yesteryear like Cresselia. I think both sides spamming Draco Meteor on one another is still pretty old school, right? So I'll take it.
That's true. That's true. And we got to see Heatrank come back, though we did get to see why maybe it's been a little bit pushed out of the meta there, of course. And I do really like as much as sometimes I'm not necessarily the biggest Raging Bolt believer, I do have to say this Assault Vest and Snarl set is actually really difficult for some teams to be overcoming. And I think that we have actually gotten to that point in the meta, which is why we do get to see a little bit more things like Registeel and these setup Pokemons. We do get to see a little bit more Snarl out there. It's to kind of slow things down a little bit, and I think Raging Bolt's actually really well poised for that job.
Yeah, I think it's funny. There's actually, I feel like half a dozen different Pokemon that could feasibly hold Assault Vest and use Snarl for you, and I think which one you select matters a lot. And Raging Bolt has, I think, been the most common Pokemon in that role, and you kind of see why there, where it was really just a huge problem, that whole set. I think any team that's very reliant on special attacks, especially if they don't have their own Draco Meteors to throw the other direction, really just have a lot to get through there. And I just, I have to comment too, I just love how it looks after it terastallizes, where it just, the terastallization hat being, 800 stories in the sky is fantastic.
We need to have a community voting for the best Pokemon and Terratool type duo one day. That's the vote that I want to see, because a couple of them are really cute. Like you get the little Chi-Yu with the Terra Fairy, and it just has the little heart on the tiny little fish. It's so cute. But the real community vote that we have going on right now, it is the best Pokemon that we got out here. And Incineroar beating out Single Striker Shifu the last time around. But of course, Twitch vote going up between that Wellspring Ogerpon and the Farigiraf. I feel like if this happened before that last match, maybe it might be a little bit closer. I think after that last match, I think we might just have a runaway victor.
Yeah, I mean, Ogerpon earned it a little bit. It looked pretty good in that set, and I guess I'd argue the Wellspring Ogerpon has looked pretty good every time it's been on stream so far. I think even in losing efforts, it's like it was just that close, right? It's never looked like an anchor.
100%. So, hey, Farigiraf would have been good in the stalking priority at that point, right?
The ghost of Farigiraf haunting that second game, really changed the outcome.
100%, but I'd be curious once we start getting a little bit closer down, not looking at that top bracket, because I do think that Fluttermane's probably going to be running away with this. I think we're still very much so at that point that Fluttermane is just that A tier, like that cream of the crop Pokemon. But between something like the Incineroar and the Wellspring Ogerpon, assuming that does win, which it just did, I just got word. Breaking news, Ogerpon Wellspring Mask making its way to the next round. That's going to be the one to watch between that and Incineroar.
I guess the next matchup's pretty exciting too. We've got Fluttermane and Urshifu here. Certainly the first two Pokemon that go in a lot of people's team builders, so be exciting to see which one of these two comes out on top.
Do not forget how Urshifu Rapid Strike completely fell off at the day 2 after last event. I think Fluttermane takes this. I think Fluttermane just fires off a Terra Fairy Moonblast and just absolutely destroys this Urshifu. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I complain about that one. As much as a little bored of Fluttermane, it can knock Urshifu right out of there for us. And then Ogerpon can perhaps rise up from the bottom bracket and save us from our tyrant Fluttermane.
I feel like that actually is the only pairing that we could maybe see something other than Fluttermane. I think the day 1 usage of the Ogerpon is just so unbelievably good in enabling a lot of teams that wouldn't be able to survive otherwise. This Raging Bolt, I don't think it would be nearly as good if it's not paired up to something like this Wellspring Ogerpon. I feel like the Incineroar can be like the glue for a lot of teams, but the Wellspring Ogerpon is like the super glue, the crazy glue that actually really holds it together. The next step.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to be careful talking about glue on stream now, but I think these two Pokemon, but they're both just such great elements to include on your team, right? Where I think they're both like the best choices. Like, well, I need one more Pokemon, but I don't know who I want. Yeah, get in here, where I think you're never upset you have either of these Pokemon on your team.
Yeah, in that whole, I need one more Pokemon, what do I do? If it wasn't a Fluttermane, you'll almost always throw it in that 6th slot. So that beating out Urshifu Rapid Strike, making its way into the grand finals, no surprise there. And I believe our second semifinals is going to be the final one that we do for a little bit. So between Incineroar, that Wellspring Ogerpon, here it is. I do think Ogerpon should win, but I do feel like a lot of recency bias with, oh no, the big bad Incineroar coming out could make a little upset here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what I want to do, too, because I know with the Fluttermane Rillaboom, I was trying to appeal to everyone's sense of friendship with that first partner Pokemon. But I want Incineroar to lose, so I can't use that tact again. I think more recently, we all had our fun adventures with Ogerpon, right? We had to save Ogerpon from those mean legendary Pokemon in Kitakami. You can't betray Ogerpon now and root against it, can you?
I feel like some people certainly have. Don't get me wrong here. Well, you could throw that same argument. People in their Incineroar running through the past series together. You know, they got their fake out, they got their parting shot. I mean,
yeah, but
they're
it's a
best
heel
buddies.
Pokemon, right? It's the bad guy. It's supposed to fight and lose so that the hero can rise up.
Maybe that was the whole thing about Ogerpon the entire time, you know? But hey, no. We got Fluttermane, we got Ogerpon into the grand finals. So vote Ogerpon now if you want to see something other than Fluttermane win.
Yeah, and don't we all, right? Let's vote for the world that we want to be in.
Exactly. So that final match is going to be going off after round 8. So if you care about making sure that Ogerpon Wellspring Mask be winning, make sure that you're tuned in so you can get your votes in. But as we're waiting for our next round on stream, pairings are up. We just got to, you know, go crunch all of those numbers. We're going to look at a couple of tweets. So you're talking about good friend Ogerpon.
Yeah. This is so cute. I saw this before. It's still so adorable the second time where what a fun Pokemon. I just love everything about Ogerpon. It's a cool friend. Its animation bashing people with its club is hilarious. No notes. Perfect Pokemon.
That hoodie and shirt combo also goes hard, honestly.
I would probably buy this.
Yeah, no, that is top tier merch. So this person should merch design for Pokemon. I'd buy this in a heartbeat. Super, super well done. Looking at our next tweet. Is it going to be more cute Ogerpon pictures? No, we get the Snorlax champion. We have arrived. Great memories here as Owen won his first senior regional. Let's go. You love to see that history and being able to, that's why I like some of the locations like being repeat locations, because you have that history coming back to these events.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot of fun too, where, you know, again, you know, it is the friends you make along the way a little bit, right? You know, we're all playing for championship points and try to be the world champion, but yeah, it's about the experiences, right? Someday we'll all look back and really enjoy this. And you know, Snorlax looking pretty cute there too. You know, it's no Ogerpon, but you know, looking comfy wearing its playmat there.
Yeah, that shirt would also go hard, honestly. Champion with the Regieleki. I know there's some people that would definitely be all over that. Lou. But we're going on to our next tweet here. We love regional championships a bit too much. Yo, the pizza party? Fantastic. Love that.
Yeah, you know, hopefully they'll also have the stream open on their phones. You know, it's we're getting credit for one viewer here, but look at all of them.
Right? So I'm assuming that everyone now is having pizza parties while watching the regional championships. So it is my headcanon that the stream actually has like 6 times more viewers than it does, because everyone's, you know, out with their friends. You know, you can't be at your friends at a regionals. You can at least be there watching the regionals.
I'm pretty sure that's canon. Yeah, and yeah, I'm a little jealous. You know, I would also like some pizza and soda.
Yeah, right? That'd be maybe dinner tonight. That's we'll convince the other casters. I feel like that's good. But our fourth and our final tweet here. Happy to watch Homies play at Knoxville today. Hey, yo, let's go. Also, happy Black History Month. Love Slim as well. Great person, great player. And hey, you always got to root on the friends, right?
Yeah, good to see Slim here. And also see what we're all playing for, right? Where some good-looking Pikachu medals that'll go to a handful of deserving trainers.
100%. But hey, we're about to see more deserving trainers up here shortly here. Of course, we've gotten to the part of the day. We got win-ins.
Well, finally. So yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. You know, a lot of trainers won on stream and perhaps will be in, but from now on, we'll know for sure.
100%. So we are going to be taking a short break so we can get other casters here. I think just one other caster, but as well as get our players situated. So stay tuned. It's going to be our next round after this.
I have a lucky item. It's in my fanny pack. I keep it with me. It's a little incubator that has the Pokemon egg in it. It looks like the in-game incubator. And then my ritual for getting ready for these is I build a team and I take a step away. I'll take 6 hours, go hang out with friends, go get some dinner, and then I'll come back to it. And if it looks good to me, that's what I run.
I do have a pre-tournament ritual. I grab all of my Mimikyu. I also have a bag and a poncho, which is not currently with me, but we all just psych out and we just get ready for the first game.
I don't know that I have any specific good luck charms, but something I do like to do for regionals is set my mind on a deck way in advance, and then instead of worrying about trying to figure out like what the best thing is that day, I'm just gonna get really good with whatever deck I chose and get a month's worth of reps in so that I know what my matchups are rather than trying to figure it out on the fly.
My good luck charm before or during a tournament are actually plushies that my daughter gave us. So we travel as a family, and they make sure that I always have my little Galarian Ponyta and my little Umbreon that go with me wherever we go.
Before the tournament, I usually just like to really not play any Pokemon before. I want to just clear my head as much as possible, just so when I go in fresh and having fun. Burnout's the worst thing, and I like to just cleanse a little bit before. Plus, I have Tink as my good luck charm.
I always ride with my friends here, so we always try to listen to the Beach Boys on the way here, and that's always really helped us. One of the first cups my friend won, we listened to the Beach Boys for probably 2 hours straight on the way there, so that really kind of has become the ritual now.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful, and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Hello trainers and welcome back to the Knoxville Pokemon Regional Championships. A super exciting best of 3, and now we are getting to the most exciting part of the day, our win-ins, finding out the first of the trainers that are going to make their way to day 2 of our competition. I'm Sierra Dawn, back on the desk, but joining me this time, I got Jake Muller. What's up?
Hello, how are you,
Hello.
Sierra?
I just watched like the best set of Pokemon. That was fantastic.
Really fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a good
Great.
one to watch backstage. Rose and I were watching it the whole time, and it was hard to tell who was going to win until the very end there.
Yeah, it was a good one. But how are you, Jake?
I'm great. I've been having a great day so far. Some lovely Pokemon. I've got to work with all of you and Rose and Scott. It's a really fun day 1 here in Knoxville.
It's always fun when I get to cast with everyone, right? So you're the last person on my checklist for today.
Same.
So absolutely perfect. But I'm excited too once we get into our win-ins, because these are where the matches are the most exciting. Because there is stakes for every match, don't get me wrong, but this is the opportunity to lock and seal your spot for day 2.
It feels so much better playing rounds 8 and 9, knowing that you've already made day 2. You can't lose out and just barely miss out on making that second day of competition. You're guaranteeing that you're sticking around, getting that chance to make it into top 8 in that bracket stage later on tomorrow. And this is the first chance trainers have to, make that jump.
And looking over at our Swiss standings for which trainers are leading the charge here, of course, 6-0, you are just 1 away. Joseph Agarte, James Evans, Martin, Igas, Sohaib, Logan, Eric, Mia, all at this 6-0. So any of them, well, half of them are going to be getting their way into day 2.
Yeah, which is really exciting. We'll have at least 3 players locked for the second day of competition after this 7th round. And of course, we have plenty of players at 5-1 who are looking to win their next 2 of their next 3 matches. 5-1 is still a very strong position to be in. Of course, only 7 players out of, 450 that have made it to 6-0 so far. And there's got to be a lot more than that fills in day 2. So plenty of chances left for our players.
Yeah, it's not over. This is just the first opportunity.
Yeah.
Once we hit round 9, then it'll be a little bit more of a dramatic, oh, this is your last chance, your last opportunity to be making their way there. But really, really exciting to see, especially to some of these people at that 6-0. We got to see Mia earlier on, being able to continue on forward with our high spam team. Eric, of course, we just got to see. So really, really exciting stuff. And of course, Joseph and James, both players with names that definitely don't need too much explaining to how they've been able to perform in events so far in America.
Their reputations precede themselves at this point. Joe is a multiple regional champion, James is an NAIC champion. So I think at no point in a tournament do you ever want to find yourself playing against them, especially this later on when the games get that much more important.
And so Habe as well coming off. I believe it was Charlotte, a really strong performance as well. So being able to see the back-to-back, I always think is so impressive because that was only 2 weeks ago. That was not too long ago. And of course, being able to make your way, these are long days. And if you're trying to switch things up, you could find yourself in a position where you just don't really have that time. So seeing the back-to-back performances really, really strong here. And I'm excited, specifically looking at this. We're going to be focusing on Martin and Logan next. So 2 players at the 6-0, and I think those would be so great to get into.
We're going to get to see a great battle between those 2 trainers. Some other notable matches here in round 7. Eric, we just saw on stream, is going up against Sohaib. Mia is taking on James Evans. Joe Ugarte is facing Andrew Gauk. And Aaron Traylor, who we saw earlier today, is playing Justin Tang, our defending champion.
There we got some cougars of matchups. That is absolutely sure. So that'll be super, super exciting there, especially too. I feel like Aaron Traylor has had the gauntlet of schedules. He played up against Aaron Zhang earlier. He's going up against Justin Tech. I mean, incredible. Hey, if you want the day 2, you got to earn it. He's definitely making his way through.
I mean, there's no easy matches, right? Everyone here is very capable of making day 2. Everyone here is capable of making it into top 8. And especially once we've gotten to these later rounds, we are facing someone who's not only capable, but has proven that they're, a win or 2 away from that day 2 of competition. Like, everyone's going to be fighting for those spots with everything they've got in them. And so at this point, every match is really tough.
100%. So I'm excited to see what these trainers have for us, because something that's been really fun is I don't really think that anything has been necessarily too wacky when we're looking at the teams from Knoxville, but I definitely think that a little unorthodox for some of them is trainers are exploring these different Pokemon options and finding new ways to be kind of team building. So we're having a lot of the old, but also some of the new, but not in a sense that it doesn't necessarily click. So I'm excited to see what Pokemon have been paving their way through this competition, because I believe this matchup is a Gyarados. I haven't seen that in a second.
No, Gyarados hasn't been around for a while, so it's going to be really cool to see how Gyarados plays out. I think the best way to go about it, if you're trying to use these newer strategies or Pokemon, is kind of pairing them with things that are more tried and true, where you have something to maybe fall back on. One thing we've seen kind of going around is like an Incineroar, Porygon 2 Amoonguss combination. And then besides that, that was one popular team that had, like Tinglu Komao, which are not as popular in this regulation just yet. When you're relying on a backbone of those 3 Pokemon, there's not a whole lot that can go wrong.
Yeah, that's why we get to see that maybe it's just going to be kind of the same core brought to some matches. Like you have your flex Pokemon like, oh, I'm going up against this archetype that I kind of needed to answer to. Here's this one Pokemon. This is my Psy-Spam matchup. This is my Dondozo matchup. But other than that, you can just have such strong cores going on forward that you don't really need to deviate too far from that.
No, you don't. And that's kind of what defines a good team, right? If you have kind of a set core that you run a lot, but options to change things up, either when you see a certain team archetype at team preview or even between games, one thing didn't go well because maybe your opponent had one little tech for your main core that you have to now try and handle. But that kind of flexibility is really important when you're deciding what kind of team to bring to an event.
And I think is one of the biggest different makers between the consistency we get to see from some people. I mean, Riley Factura at this 5-1 right now.
Yeah.
This is a team that is just a strong core. And even if it is a little maybe like outdated in terms of there has been stronger Pokemon that have come out and there has been stronger archetypes out there, still having like a strong core group of Pokemon is like that is valuable in itself, right?
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you have that much experience, there has to be some kind of trade-off where I'm using these newer Pokemon that might be slightly better, but I don't have nearly as much experience using them. So I have to kind of relearn how to play a certain team. And so until you kind of cross that threshold, I truly understand why not. You just stick to what you've been good with.
And speaking of teams, we got some for our next match. Exciting stuff. So I do think the Gyarados is the craziest thing out here, but this should be a lot of fun because we get Gyarados on the 1N, something to really kind of slow things down. And then we have Gouging Fire on the opposing end, one of these Pokemon that can try and slow down the opposing team with something like a Break and Spite, but can also pump up your own team with this Howl to raise your attack.
That was when Gouging Fire first started picking up steam. It was pretty much entirely because of that Howl set. There's a lot of Pokemon that are very good right now that are physical attackers, but maybe don't have a great way to boost their own attack. When you're going for that Howl, the Gouging Fire is boosting the attack of its partner and also itself at the same time.
Yeah, well, while we're getting our players set up for the VGC, of course, this is not the only game that is played at these events, and Chip took us through a couple of the steps if you want to start playing the Pokemon TCG.
I'm here at the First Steps area with one of our volunteers this weekend, Marty Schmidt. Marty, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm having a great time.
So this is the First Steps area. It's one of the very first things people see when they come in to a regional championships. Would you like to explain to us exactly what goes on in this little area behind us?
So First Steps is a program designed to teach brand new players who are not familiar with the card game, maybe supporting parents who just are driving their kids to the events, or say spectators or their first time coming to a Pokemon event. Gives them an opportunity to participate in a free activity. And what we do is we walk them through building their first Pokemon card deck and selecting Pokemon trainers and supporters and energy, and then we walk them through kind of a modified first game. So,
teaching them the basic rules.
Teaching them the basic rules, absolutely.
That's awesome. So they get to come through, sign up for a Pokemon player ID.
Yes.
And then get to look at some cards and pick them out and build their first deck.
Absolutely. I really try to push them finding a local league where they can go and take these new cards to participate in with them and talk to them about the advantage of having a player ID and how they use it in the Pokemon community.
And so when someone comes up here, they don't have to know anything about the Pokemon TCG, right? And in fact, I would say most people probably know nothing, right?
Absolutely. Though we do have a lot of VG players who collect the cards but never play with them, and it's an opportunity for them to get to see how the cards work.
Absolutely. Well, Marty, I really appreciate your time. This is a great place to come when you're at a regional championships. If you're looking to learn the Pokemon TCG, make sure to come by the First Steps area.
Well, Jake, they talked about people who, like VGC players, that collect cards but not necessarily play the TCG. Or do you fall in that group?
A little bit, yeah. I have some at home. I don't think actually played a TCG game in my life, but I've been very tempted sometimes. I could benefit from First Steps for sure.
You should. You'll have to wait till it's another caster group on desk, and then you'll have to run over and learn it. It is a lot of fun, and I do love that you can kind of showcase a couple of the other things that you can do if you're at a regional. Of course, watching the matches, there is all the side events, being able to do stuff like First Steps to actually learn maybe a little bit of a different game, or even if that's your first game, if maybe you're here to support friends or family and don't necessarily play too much yourself. So definitely one of those things that really shows that there's a lot more than just the main grind of competing if you want to come out.
It's all of that. They like juice up the whole venue with like Pokestops and gyms. So if you're a Pokemon Go player, you can get a lot of that. It's a lot of just the community aspect of it too, which I think is really hard to replicate at any other type of event. You know, the regionals and international championships and world championships, those are all really big deals for us in our community. And so everyone here is here to just have a great time, and it's really infectious.
Yeah, I know on the broadcast end, we focus about that main grind, that main part of our competition is, of course, when we get to see shots like this, that is why a lot of people come out here. But it isn't just that. I'm trying to convince my mother to go to Vancouver and like play VGC. I'm like, I'll give you Tailwind. I'll tell you the 2 buttons to click. You don't have to understand what they do, but like you could. I don't think I'm getting very far, but.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's a lot more difficult. Maybe we need like a VGC First Steps, the regionals. That could be kind of fun.
That could be really fun. I'm trying to, you just give them common team archetypes and go from there. I don't know. That, hey, production or not production, the organizer,
we got you.
We got you. But it's time to get into the main grind, the main part of this event, which is going to be that competition. And it's going to be Martin Villegas going up against Logan Mazer. And we got quite a bit of the good stuff Pokemon here, but a couple of the spicy picks to kind of really round this out, which I'm a really big fan of.
I really like the Gouging Fire on Logan's side. There are 3 things that would take great advantage of a Howl boost. in the form of Ogerpon, Qianpao, and King Gambit. I really like Howl with King Gambit, especially because it's not the Sword Stance version, it's going to be the Assault Vest King Gambit. So you're combining that with a really, really bulky Pokemon that has the chance to stick around for a long time and take really great advantage of those Howl boosts while also deterring Intimidates with that Defiance.
I really do like the Assault Vest version of the King Gambit, but definitely finding out that maybe you don't deal the damage you want to. So seeing that combined with the Howl, I think is so strong. And when we're looking at Pokemon that have kind of been sticking around, that Lando Eye, this is definitely has some great coverage that can really catch you off guard, especially when you do manage to get it into a position that has the Tailwind with a Tornadus. So I'm excited about this team in general. Even Gouging Fire Qianpao. You want to be scared of a lead? I mean, that can be absolutely terrifying considering you can get that Howl boost, but also that sort of ruin to lower defenses. That's incredible. And that's going to be actually the Stellar Terra type for the Qianpao. So really built for all of that damage.
It really is. The Stellar Terra will boost the damage output from that Qianpao to pretty extreme levels, especially if you do get a Howl boost with it as well. And so Logan believes Gouging Fire is the greatest Pokemon, is trying to, convince the rest of us that that is also the case this weekend. Doing a pretty good job so far. Hasn't lost with it yet.
Do you see the Pokemon plush on the desk as well, the Victor Bell?
Yeah.
Is that bringing back some memories?
No! I'm getting flashbacks.
I do think Gouging Fire actually is a little bit slept on, so I'm intrigued. I'm with Logan on his journey to try and prove it is the greatest Pokemon. And of course, trying to take him down, our team. This definitely has a team that has a couple of those Pokemon that Gyarados, it's kind of been by the wayside a little bit, but I feel like Gyarados is actually a pretty cool Pokemon in the Intimidates that it has, but also has something to really slow down Pokemon, like that Thunder Wave. It's not a priority Thunder Wave, so you do have to, play by normal rules. But if you can make it through your point in the turn, which Gyarados does have a decent amount of survivability to it, that Thunder Wave can be so pivotal.
One thing I like about Martine's team here a lot is that he has 3 different means of speed control, and when you're running Regidrago, that can be really important. You have Thunder Wave, you have Tailwind, and you have Trick Room, all of which can provide Regidrago with the chance to attack first in different ways. And a team like Martine's, it seems like Regidrago is kind of like a big checkmate piece on this team, where you have 2 different follow me's, you have 3 different speed controls, and there's not really anything that gets any kind of setup moves on this team, so you have to imagine those big Dragon energies with the Dragon Fang are kind of the end goal here.
I am a fan of this Regidrago set as well, as opposed to being the Dragon type to do more damage, or to just have just a Terra that resists. You have that Terra Steel, but combined with that Terra Blast. So instead of being in a position to where all of a sudden the best you can do into a Flutter Mane is something like the Earth Power, you actually have something that could be really handedly dealing with that. So I think that'll be really, really cool. And fun fact, enjoys using speed control strategies. I feel like that is, very well seen with the fact that we have the Trick Room option. We have a Tailwind option. We got these Thunder Waves. So I do love that. I also, the Tailwind Trick Room combination, Zoom Room. I don't know if that's, I think that's a good name for it, right?
Yeah, why not? I think Thunder Wave is something we just haven't seen a whole lot of at all in Scarlet and Violet. It's been a move that had a lot of popularity back in, say, the X and Y, the Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire days. But since we don't have, the Prankster Thunderous throwing Thunder Waves around anymore, it's been something that's fallen to the wayside, but it is still a very powerful move. Of course, not only do you get the speed control, but you also have that pesky 25% chance to be fully paralyzed. So that can also come in handy, especially combined with the Waterfall. Maybe get some, flinch paralysis chance going there.
I missed it the first time around, but what's really interesting is we actually do have a Stellar option on both of these teams. I feel like Stellar Terrestrialization has been kind of underutilized, as it definitely is a little bit weird. A huge part of Terrestrialization is the defensive aspect that does come with it.
Right.
But having the Stellar type, when you do have Pokemon like the Qianpao and the Urshifu, I think is just so well put. And seeing it onto that single strike variant Urshifu, I think is absolutely amazing, especially with that Terra Blast. I'd love to see it maybe come out, that's fingers crossed, but what we're going to be seeing instead is going to be the other modes these teams have. Indeedee Regidrago coming out for Martine to start things off, and that is a Gouging Fire in King Gambit for Logan.
This Regidrago already in a pretty decent spot. I think there's a very distinct lack of spread damage on Logan's team other than the breaking swipe from this Gouging Fire that you're seeing right now. So pairing Regidrago with a redirection user like this Indeedee should be able to protect it from a lot of damage. I think unfortunately leading it into Gouging Fire means you do have to worry about that breaking swipe. Indeedee also heavily threatened by King Gambit as well. So under certain different circumstances, this could have been a very strong lead from Martine. So I very much understand the pick. Just happened to not be the most optimal conditions here, because now this Gouging Fire and King Gambit, especially King Gambit, really, King Gambit are threatened by almost no damage on this turn.
And Breaking Swipe, sure, it's utilized to lower the attack on the opposing end, but coming out from a Gouging Fire, especially with the same type attack bonus attack, this actually can be doing a significant amount. So now you are putting the Regidrago in a little bit of an awkward position, as that is a Pokemon you want to have as much health as possible to be taking advantage of that Dragon Energy. So Terastallization coming out, I'm not too surprised at that whatsoever, into the Terra Steel.
Yeah, and making sure it's not going to be taking nearly as much damage from those Breaking Swipes.
A Follow Me, though, not going to be helping too much against the spread damage attack coming out from that Gouging Fire, as of course this is going to be hitting both targets significantly less thanks to that Terastallization, and the attack drop is not going to be mattering for these Pokemon whatsoever, with the Regidrago being a special attacker. And now, since it took so little, that is going to be a lot more damage dealt into the Gouging Fire onto the opposing end, taking away a huge threat from the get-go. Now the King Gambit, it won't be boosted by any Howls. The Kowtow Cleave, that will be enough to be picking out the KO on the Aditi to at least have the one-for-one trade.
You're trading KOs there, but you really don't get a whole lot out of that Gouging Fire. The Breaking Swipe, because of the Terastallization, does very little damage. You didn't get to nerf the damage from Dragon Energy very much at all, and you're most importantly not getting any Howls off here. This King Gambit will not have the option to boost its attack in this game because the Howl is gone, and now Ogerpon and Tornadus are the last two for Logan, neither of which really heavily threaten this Regidrago right off the bat, especially because it is now a Steel type. Bleak Wind Storm will not be doing too much damage, and Indeedee, with the Psychic Terrain, has blocked any option for Sucker Punch coming out from King Gambit as well.
At this point, too, it'll be Tornadus for Logan's end, but the Ogerpon, the Hearth Flame, coming out over onto Martine. So this is definitely something that can be pressuring a lot into the King Gambit over onto the opposing end. And even if it does Terastallize to get out of that Fire typing, it's still going to be a neutral hit, and Ogerpon hits like a run. So definitely really powerful attackers over on Martine's end, and the Tornadus seems a little passive at this point.
It does. This Regidrago having the two Follow Me users next to it on Martine's team is proving to be a bit of an issue for Logan here. The King Gambit on Logan's end is actually Terra Fairy, which could end up coming in handy. The issue, though, is that because Martine has opted for Terra Blast on this Regidrago, like you called out, Sierra, if you Terastallize, you just get smacked by a Terra Steel Terra Blast instead. And so it's a really rough spot to be in for Logan, because this Ogerpon, now, again, it's not like the Swords Dance kind of set, but it does still have the option for Follow Me. It can't Terastallize, but like you said, again, Ivy Cudgel hits like a truck regardless of whether or not you get that boost.
And that will be the Terra Fairy, as you called out, coming out onto the King Gambit at this point. So you're not going to be getting hit by one of the Dragon moves from the Regidrago whatsoever. Nothing actually at this point, as the Protect coming on out, making sure that this Pokemon is going to be safe through this past turn. This does allow the Tornadus to go for the Tailwind on this turn and get that up relatively for free, but this opposing Ogerpon still outspeeding this King Gambit. Thanks to the Terastallization, will take the hit, but the Kowtow Cleave going into a Protect means it's not really going to matter for that King Gambit.
It's not going to matter, and that's a great turn for Martine. Knowing that the Ogerpon is still faster than King Gambit in Tailwind is nice, because now King Gambit is not going to be able to attack before Ogerpon. You would probably need something like a Bleak Wind Storm speed drop in order for King Gambit to get an attack off here. And the Regidrago, again, if Martine wants, he can just, Follow Me and protect that Regidrago from any damage. The Terra Blast now is the only thing you have left on that Regidrago to damage a King Gambit, so that's the Terra Fairy coming in handy here. But at the same time, if you just Dragon Energy the Tornadus, it probably gets knocked out anyway, and you save the King Gambit for later on. Psychic Terrain is also still coming in very handy here, because Sucker Punch is just completely off the table.
And it will be the Follow Me to make sure a hit attempt going into the opposing end is not going to be doing much, especially too since the Rain Dance coming up from Logan would be mitigating an attempt at an Ivy Cudgel. Kowtow Cleave into the Ogerpon will bring it just below half, but here it is, the Terra Blast, the Terra Steel into that Terra Fairy King Gambit. It was super effective hit. The King Gambit already on its last legs, and now Logan is down to his final two Pokemon.
Great Terra Blast there. The King Gambit, again, is holding the Assault Vest, so it cannot protect itself. Logan would have had to swap out that King Gambit if he wanted to protect it from getting knocked out this turn. But if you're swapping out as you're going for Tailwind, you're not really taking great advantage of those Tailwind turns, and you also just run the risk of Martine opting for Dragon Energy anyway. Ogerpon coming in here is Logan's last Pokemon, so it's a kind of a double reason for that Rain Dance we saw this turn. We got the nerfed damage from a possible Ivy Cudgel on Martine's end, but more importantly, boosting the Ivy Cudgel damage coming out from Logan's Ogerpon, which now is actually a pretty big threat to Regidrago. The Ivy Cudgel being boosted by Rain means that the Steel-type Regidrago, which no longer resists Ivy Cudgel, has to worry about it. But of course, we still have the Follow Me coming out from Martine's Ogerpon as an option as well.
Yeah, and that is exactly how that's going to transpire. Making sure that the Regidrago can be seen as safe as possible. Not going to do much against that spread damage of the Bleakwind Storm, and 100% accurate in the rain will be enough to actually take down that Ogerpon. So that is going to be key here for Logan to have an attempt to try and take care of this Regidrago. As Ivy Cudgel now in the rain into the Regidrago. It's going to be a double KO on this turn.
That was really nice from Logan. That rain dance really coming in handy here. I think on the prior turn, you might be tempted to think it was solely just a block damage from Ivy Cudgel on Martine's end. But the Ivy Cudgel coming out from Logan's water-type Ogerpon means that it is so much more powerful into that Regidrago slot. The Terrestrialization coming in handy earlier on because of that breaking swipe, but actually coming around to hurt Martine in the very end because it now took neutral damage from that Ivy Cudgel, and Gyarados is the last Pokemon remaining from Martine. Not actually can't do damage at all. Ogerpon has the water absorb, so there's actually no chance for Martine to do any damage to that Ogerpon for the rest of this game.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the trickier situations with the Gyarados, especially as it is a supportive set. Even if there was no water absorb over on the opposing end, you just wouldn't be able to outdamage at this point anyway. So that is going to be a conceded battle for Logan to take game number 1. And I feel like that was a quite interesting set because I feel like there was just a couple of key turns where things really could have turned the tides there. I feel like with that Hearthflame Ogerpon, maybe a little bit more aggression to try and make waves there could have been absolutely key, because unfortunately Logan was able to just set up a win condition with this Tornadus and this Wellspring Ogerpon that could just run through the rest of the squad.
Earlier on, it looked like Martine had a bit of an upper hand there because the Regidrago with the double follow me next to it was looking really strong, but Logan did a great job kind of navigating that early game and mitigating the amount of damage that could possibly come out from this Regidrago with that Assault Vest King Gambit, with the Terra Fairy coming out as well, even more dissuading use of that Dragon Energy. And once the redirection Pokemon went down, the Regidrago no longer had any friends left to protect it.
I feel like we just saw a case of the wrong supportive Pokemon coming to this set. I feel like the Tornadus would have actually been a lot better poised. Martine's fun fact was liking to adapt these speed controls and playing around with these speed controls, but unfortunately losing out that speed war in this match, as it was only Logan that brought his speed control option. And the Tornadus over on Martine's end having Sunny Day, all of a sudden you can enable your own Ogerpon Hearthflame. You can shut off these accurate Bleak Winds from the opposing end. You can shut down this Ogerpon. So I feel like that could be something a little bit more interesting to see going on in this next match.
That's true. The Sunny Day option would be nice, not only to boost the power of those Ivy Cudgels, like you said, but it kind of just messes with some of Logan's game plans. If we look at Logan's team, the Landorus benefits from the Sandseer Storm accuracy being 100% in the rain. The Ogerpon obviously benefits from the boosted power to Ivy Cudgel. The Tornadus has 100% accurate Bleak Wind Storms. The King Gambit takes less from Fire-type moves. And so there's a lot of things that you might want to have the sun up, or the rain up for, rather. And if Martine does opt to bring that Tornadus, you have ways to mess with that game plan.
And I think that's going to be the biggest thing, is even if Martine got to be a little ahead at the beginning of that, Logan being able to allow to set up his own game plan and not really having any way to stop it from Martine's end just meant that Logan was in a position that you could be winning the game. I feel like a late tailwind can definitely be underutilized at some points in the matches, but if you have that later in the match after your opponent gets through your lead, that King Gambit and that Gouging Fire, that could be so tricky. And Martine also does have to respect that Gouging Fire and King Gambit lead, because he had ways to be neutralizing that Gouging Fire from the start, but if you change up your leads too much, that is a lead that can all of a sudden put on a lot of pressure. It is.
Gouging Fire plus any physical attacker can be something that can just run over a game from turn 1 if you're not too careful. So I think you do really have to respect that. We are going to see the Tornadus mix up, though, coming up from Martine alongside the Urshifu, neither of which came to that first battle.
Both of the Stellar Terrestrialization Pokemon not making their way into that first match, but going on into this game 2, we can see, too, where that Stellar Terra sometimes maybe hurts in the fact that you can't get out of a or defensive typing here. Of course, the Qianpao definitely would not appreciate a close combat from the Urshifu on the opposing end, even though it does have the Focus Sash to at least get past one of those hits. Notably as well, no Indeedee, so we do have priority options coming out from the Qianpao.
We do. The Sucker Punch is on the table for the time being, but the Urshifu on Martine's side being the single strike, fighting dark type, you certainly don't want to Sucker Punch that slot this turn. Tornadus probably going for a Tailwind, so maybe save those Sucker Punches for later on. A Howl plus an Ice Spinner or a Sacred Sword here would be a lot of damage coming through, and because the Qianpao does have the Focus Sash, There's no way it can be knocked out before it attacks at least once. Of course, the Tornadus can't attack before Chien-Pao without Tailwind.
And the Tornadus protecting on this turn, breaking swipe into that Urshifu onto the opposing end is going to be dealing some damage. Of course, if it is a close combat too, the attack drop will do something, but instead U-turn. That's going to be getting rid of the Focus Sash over onto the Chien-Pao, and a chance as well for Martine to be pivoting to a different Pokemon that might prove to be a little bit more useful and take a Sacred Sword coming out for the Chien-Pao.
Yeah, you have to be careful. This Sacred Sword will do a lot of damage because of that Sword of Ruin ability that Chien-Pao has. The thing that makes it the most popular. Ogerpon coming in Urshifu's place will take the Sacred Sword under half. That's at least good. You're not, one more Sacred Sword won't be able to knock it out. And now you do have the option for something like the Tailwind and a powerful Ivy Cudgel, especially because the Gouging Fire on Logan's side has not yet gone for a Howl. You still have a little bit of time before those attack boosts start stacking up.
And this is where things will be interesting as well, because if you do have to be spending the turn with the Tornadus to go for something like that Tailwind, that is something you kind of had the option for last turn, but maybe fearing an Ice Spinner from the Chien-Pao protecting past through it. So now if you want to be setting up the Tailwind, that is not going to be enough damage coming out from this Ogerpon to deal with both of these threats out on the board. So it's one Pokemon. You have to be taking that turn. That can definitely put you back a little bit. But we are going to see our first Terastallization of game number 2 here, and that is going to be that Harsh Flame Ogerpon, embody Aspect, and get that attack boost.
Yeah, crucial attack boost coming through here from the Ogerpon. You have to imagine it's probably a Tailwind coming out from that Tornadus as well to set up this Ogerpon to do some big damage. Plus 1 attack from Embody Aspect, and of course dropping the Mold Breaker for that attack boost.
And now the Chien-Pao protecting it. Tailwind will give Martine the speed advantage going on forward into game 2, at least for the next few turns. But Ivy Cudgel, no attack boost in the world is going to help you pass that protect. And now the Breaking Swipe coming out. That is going to be putting it back to just a neutral attack at this point.
It is back down to neutral attack, and more importantly, it is almost definitely in range for a Sucker Punch from this Chien-Pao now. Because it took that Sacred Sword on the switch, that means that Ogerpon is now, really not very healthy, and we haven't seen Martine's 4th Pokemon, but given what we've seen so far, I'd be kind of surprised if indeed he was there. So there's going to be no more protection from that Sucker Punch, and Tornadus will have to try and deal with this Chien-Pao itself if Martine wants his Ogerpon to not be knocked out here. So it was a pretty solid position with the Tailwind and that Embody Aspect boost, but the Breaking Swipe coming through here neutralizing that.
Follow Me at least will get past the Sucker Punch, as it's not readying up an attacking move, so this move will fail. Of course, now this opportunity for Bleak Windstorm, not enough to actually be picking up the KO onto the Chien-Pao. They're bringing it real slow, and no Follow Me is gonna get you past that Breaking Swipe. That will be just enough damage to take the Ogerpon down.
I think that's a very fine trade if you're Logan. Your Sucker Punch does fail because of that Follow Me, but you still get the KO anyway with Breaking Swipe. Your Gouging Fire actually doing a lot of damage here without even going for a Howl, just getting these Breaking Swipes out. The Tornadus is now very low, probably in Sucker Punch range itself. And the Urshifu, because it is holding the Choice Scarf, it's not running a priority move. So you have no way to attack before this Sucker Punch if that's what Logan wants to continue going for. And Gouging Fire, again, still has those Howl options. We haven't seen anything that's in the back for Logan yet, but you have to imagine there's at least one more thing that can benefit from Howl as well. So I'd call this a pretty strong position, even though Tailwind is still up for Martine. That speed advantage is in Martine's favor. Logan has the Pokemon advantage and has a lot more potential for damage.
And that's the scary part at this point, and the scary part about this Chien-Pao over at this point here. And Martine, sure, you've had powerful attackers, you've had that speed, but it just hasn't necessarily panned out, and that's part of the scary part about something like the Gouging Fire. Sucker Punch, that is just going to be the tiniest amount of damage that I think I've ever seen a Chien-Pao do. Wicked Blow, Gouging Fire not taken out, but the Bleak Windstorm will be a double connect. That is going to be the damage needed to take it down.
That's a big Wicked Blow there. I like that play a lot. You might be more tempted to just KO the Chien-Pao before it can attack with that Urshifu, but getting that Wicked Blow damage means that Bleak Windstorm is enough. And thanks to Tailwind, the Tornadus is able to KO that Gouging Fire before it can go for another Breaking Swipe, possibly a Howl, any kind of damage coming out from that slot. And with the Sucker Punch coming out into that Urshifu, it was a pretty pitiful amount of damage, but at this point, I think you take anything you can get, especially because this King Gambit is one of your last Pokemon, which really hates facing down an Urshifu.
Well, that's exactly it, but now Tornadus and King Gambit hitting the board. This is where you also have to be making decisions, because you do have your own priority, but it is the final turn of Tailwind over on Martine's end, which means he does have one more opportunity with this Tornadus to be going for an attacking move. before you have to be looking at maybe setting up your own tailwind again. So that's where you really do need to be making the decisions.
It's also really hard to Bleak Wind Storm when a King Gambit is on the field, because if you do happen to get that speed drop, you activate Defiant and give it +2 attack. That is disastrous, really, especially a Assault Vest King Gambit that really can't be boosting its own attack. If you're doing that for it, then that kind of defeats the whole purpose of the King Gambit there.
Well, it'll be the Tornadus that is swapping out as well at this point. Regidrago hitting the field and coming on in. So now there is going to be the potential from that, but the Urshifu not swapping out does mean it is going to be locked into the Wicked Blow for this point on. And with the Terastallization into the Dark type coming out from this Tornadus, it is definitely damage that is not going to be too significant into either of these Pokemon. King Gambit with the Sucker Punch, though, an attempt to be taking care of the Tornadus is gone. And the Wicked Blow now, that Tornadus not even to half.
I like that play a lot. The Bleak Wind Storm coming out here means that Urshifu should be knocked out. A great turn for Logan, because now that Urshifu is gone, there is not a whole lot left that can damage this King Gambit. Again, Martine's Regidrago does not have Earth Power, which is kind of the more standard coverage move. It is running the Terra Steel Terra Blast. So there's no way for Martine to damage this King Gambit with anything other than resisted attacks. And when you're an Assault Vest King Gambit facing down 2 special attackers, both of which only have resisted attacks, that is absolutely prime scenario here. This King Gambit's going to be very, very difficult to KO if you're Martine.
And that's exactly the thing with the King Gambit that is going to be so tricky, and why we get to see the Assault Vest and just that power that it could be having at this point. And of course, we do have to see from Martine, if you do want to go for an attack, you're not really doing much to the King Gambit at this point. But also, if you don't have the speed on your end, you could be just leaving your attacker out to dry. So that will be the tailwind to at least set up to start dealing some damage. But met in return, Logan making sure that he's not going to be losing the speed war on this one. Regardless, the Regidrago does go first. Oh my goodness.
That's sad. That is so sad. Kowtow Cleave follows up and almost KOs this Regidrago. So I think either of these Pokemon are now in range for a single attack from this King Gambit. And Logan did a really good job, kind of prioritizing which 2 things to knock out first. The 2 Pokemon Martine lost first in the second game were Hearthflame Ogerpon and Urshifu Single Strike, 2 of the best answers to King Gambit in the format. And with those 2 gone, that just leaves King Gambit wide open to clean up this game.
And that's the tricky part. And where, as much as I do like to see that Terra Blast with that Terra Steel to be able to hit into something like the Flutter, all of a sudden you don't have an option to be hitting into this King Gambit. Even if you did, that damage wouldn't necessarily be the most.
Right.
Sucker Punch into the Tornadus, that will be enough to clean up that KO and the connected Bleak Wind Storm. It will be Logan to take this into a 2-0 and make his way into day 2 of Knoxville.
Yeah, Logan is our first player here in Knoxville to lock their place in day 2. Big congratulations to him. That was a very, very well played set. I think the coolest part of that is that we saw Gouging Fire do, it accomplished a lot without using Howl once. That's kind of like the calling card for Gouging Fire lately, has been that Howl set. But Logan's showing off that, breaking swipe damage is actually nothing to scoff at. You're getting the same type of attack bonus because it is a dragon type Pokemon. It has a pretty hefty attack stat on its own, even if it's being trained to be on the bulkier and faster end with that booster energy supportive set. But the Gouging Fire putting in so much work with those breaking swipes, getting some chip damage on targets that needed it the most, and setting up the rest of Logan's team for success later on.
And it doesn't even feel too bad with the breaking swipes not being anywhere close to taking a KO till, the 3rd, 4th time.
Yeah.
If you're making sure that the damage isn't being done back to you in return. And so I think that was really well balanced, and why Gouging Fire can be definitely one of the more scarier Pokemon to be going up against. And I think Logan just played it really well, honestly, considering it never really seemed like Martine had a window to be going onto the offensive. Having to play defensive from the start, being scared of that Sucker Punch from the Chien Pao and having to follow me, having to swap out the Tornadus to not be taken down by the Sucker Punch. And if you have your opponent playing from, hey, I'm trying not to lose, as opposed to putting out their own pressure and trying to win, I think that speaks volumes to how you're able to play and navigate this match.
It did just feel like Martine was on the back foot pretty early on in that second game. The Ogerpon coming in and taking that Sacred Sword, even though it was still over half of its HP remaining, it put it in a much more vulnerable position, because once you start having to take into account these priority Sucker Punches, especially boosted by a possible Howl or a Sword of Ruin, the Ogerpon gets much less safer, and that was one of your main ways to deal with this King Gambit. So if you're Martine there, I think you have to prioritize keeping that Ogerpon and eventually the Urshifu a little bit more healthy, and not let yourself just kind of be unable to take down the King Gambit later on.
100%. And as a Pokemon that has the speed with the Choice Scarf for the Urshifu, it also feels bad sometimes, and that's what you get locked into, because that is a totally different game too if you maybe had the Sash over onto that Pokemon instead, to where you could switch the attack. You could then threaten one of those close combats into that King Gambit, because there you'd have an answer. But of course, when you have all of these different ways of having some sort of speed or utilizing the speed control on your end, even outside of Tailwind, you ultimately have to give something up, and that's what we got to see here.
That is kind of what made the end of that game so much safer for Logan, is Logan brought the King Gambit in after the Urshifu had already locked into Wicked Blow. So at that point, you can't really ignore the Urshifu still, because it's still a very powerful Pokemon, even using resisted Wicked Blows. But it made the King Gambit not even like so much safer, but just safe at all. If it was able to close combat the King Gambit, it would have just been wiped out, because the Terrestrialization, I think, well, he still had an option, because he turned the Tornadus into a Dark type on that turn. That also just made that much safer too. Like, you happen to have the Dark Tornadus, which isn't something we see too often, and now you have the Wicked Blow resist, so perfect.
Yeah, that works out, I'm sure too. Like, you can't get Prankster taunted, so that's cool. I'm assuming one of the more primary uses.
Right.
But hey, getting a resist on your team as well, I think that is... You know, that's just A-okay.
Of course.
It'll be good. It'll be good. But with that 7-0 as well, I mean, you made your way into day 2. But realistically for Logan, you can just look at winning 2 more, go into day 2, 9-0 record, kind of clean.
I mean, that's the dream, right? You come up day 1, you go 9-0, set yourself up for a great day 2, because again, those records do carry over. You don't just make day 2 and then start from 0-0 on that second day. You're going to carry over that record. So players that qualify for day 2 in this 7th round at 7-0, their last 2 matches today are still very important, because every match counts equally in terms of your final record before the top 8 cut.
The most important thing, though, Logan said that he was out to prove that Gouging Fire was the best Pokemon. Do we think that there wasn't enough in the match to prove it's the best Pokemon, but do we think that he's doing Gouging Fire justice in all this?
Absolutely. I mean, he played it very well. And I think, again, it's cool to call out that he didn't really fall into the I have to go for Howl to set up my Pokemon kind of trap, because it is a very good thing that how Gouging Fire is capable of, but it's not its only benefit. And the breaking swipes are great. We didn't get to see Heat Crash at all, but that's a great source of damage as well. And so I think he played that Gouging Fire very well in this set, and is taking it to day 2 so far.
We didn't see anything other than breaking swipe. Once.
Yeah.
We never saw the Burning Bulwark. We never saw the Heat Crash. Never saw the Howl. We talked so much about this Howl and nowhere to be seen. But hey, proving that it's a Pokemon that you can do more than one thing with, because if you're not locked into, oh, I need to get this Howl up, and you actually have different options. I mean, that shows a good Pokemon right there.
Yeah, I mean, Logan showing you can teach an ancient dog new tricks there with that breaking swipe, so.
Aren't they not legendary dogs, but legendary beasts? Because
you can teach an ancient beast new tricks.
Thank you. We have to keep it consistent.
There we go.
per the Pokemon lore. But I think when we're looking at Martine as well, I mean, you're still at a 6-1. You still have your opportunity to be cleaning this up. And I do think that this was a little bit of a tougher matchup, but obviously some really strong tools here. Regidrago, we got to see that, hey, that is a Pokemon with the Dragon Energy. When it got set up in the right position, it could do some massive damage. So.
The Regidrago is cool too. It's the second one we've seen on stream today, and unfortunately for both players using it, they weren't able to take home a win in those sets, but it kind of goes to show it's still something you have to take into consideration. The Dragon Energy boosted by Dragon Fang is very terrifying if you're able to get it into a spot where it's able to fire them off without being threatened by more damage into that slot. And I think like Martine's team is set up well for that, right? You have the 2 redirections, you have the 3 speed controls. It just didn't get to show it off as well in this prior match.
Yeah, Logan navigated that match so well, and he's also in the lounge here for our post-match interview, so let's head on over to that.
Thank you so much, you two. I am here with the winner of that last match. We've got Logan in the lounge. First off, congratulations. How's it feeling right now to be here, knowing you got another day 2 ahead of you?
Thanks for congratulations. It feels really good. Long time coming, I feel. It's just a lot of day 2s. Haven't always performed the best on day 2, but hopefully this time I can turn that around.
Yeah, because you're coming off the back of a day 2 at Charlotte, and actually with a team that feels pretty similar. So what did you take away from your Charlotte performance that you felt like you needed to adjust for this upcoming tournament?
Well, the big thing that I took away from Charlotte is that Hearthflame was a big problem for the team, right? And so It may not have appeared as much in the matchup that was just on stream, right? Because I specifically made some preparations, made some adjustments, like Tornadus really helps that out. I had a Rocky Helmet gouging fire back in Charlotte, so I wasn't able to outspeed that Hearthflame and get a breaking swipe off before it's able to land an attack, so I made an adjustment there as well, and that really helps out that matchup. So that Hearthflame is the biggest takeaway, really, especially since that won Charlotte and then Liverpool last weekend as well. So yeah, those were my big 2 takeaways.
So outside of the Hearthflame Ogerpon, knowing you had to make some adjustments for that Pokemon, what else was kind of on your radar heading into this event that you felt like you needed to prepare for?
Definitely Dark Urshifu as well. That was also in the last match as well. So really 2 bad matchups in that last stream. So that was a fun set. I didn't necessarily prepare as much for the Dark Urshifu. I figured I can just play around it as well as I did. Tornadus, again, really helps with that. It's just Bleak Wind, just flying coverage, is able to hit both Ogerpon and that Urshifu. So it's just a pretty solid addition to the team.
Okay, so talk me through, right at team preview, you're seeing what your opponent has brought. How are you already preparing yourself mentally?
Well, at first I look at the team sheet and I see Ogerpon, Hearthflame. I'm like, okay, I made some adjustments for that. We're all good. And I see the Tornadus. I'm like, okay, it might be a little tricky, right? And I see Urshifu. I'm like, it's probably Rapid Strike. Oh, it's Single Strike. Oh no, this is pretty bad. And so I just have a lot of possibilities flying through my mind, right? And I'm looking at the rest of the team and seeing, okay, how do those help support those Pokemon? What threatens my answers to those? And I said, my Dark types are pretty good. King Gambit, Qianpao. I didn't bring Qianpao to game 1, but really, those were my big keys, I figured, and they proved out to be pretty useful. And obviously, Gouging Fire, the absolute goading fire all the way. Breaking Swipe, getting those attack drops. Just, I don't think I howled in that set very much, or at all, but Howl has really carried me throughout this entire day.
So Gouging Fire is definitely something that people have looked at and said, well, now I have to prepare for this. So is that something that you were worried about, knowing that you had a Gouging Fire on your team that people would look at and go, but now I know how to play into that?
Yeah, so at the start of the format, Regulation F, one of my friends, Calvin Nissan, Gazzoni, he was really on that Gouging Fire train since day 1. He said, this Pokemon's going to be great. And everyone was like, nah, dude, what are you talking about? But he stuck with it. He built a team. Then I got roped in along somewhere in the process, got the team. We worked on it a little bit together, but mostly his doings. And so we were just playing with it, and then people started using Gouging Fire a little more, and like, oh no, people are catching on. This wasn't supposed to happen. What are we supposed to do? But it's just a comfort pick. I think there's a lot of things in this meta that are really good, but have a lot of weaknesses because everything's good, right? If everything's good, then nothing's good.
Mm-hmm.
So I just figured Gouging Fire was one of the more consistent teams out of all those teams that are pretty good. It has, I would say, one of the less amount of weaknesses overall, but overall it was just, I feel comfortable with the team.
It showed when you were playing through what you said was a very difficult matchup for yourself. So now that you are 7-0, you've locked in a spot for day number 2, and you're saying like you're hoping that this goes better. But
hopefully,
what is maybe some of the worries you have like heading into the second day? What do you feel like has been holding you back for these last few?
Well, I would say for starters, and I would try to finish not 7-2, because my previous day 2s, I've always made it in at 7-2. I would start off 7-0 or 6-1, and I would end up making it to 7-2, right? And so it's just like the endurance of day 1 really gets to me. And then other than that, I just like get enough sleep the night before. Just make sure I'm all rejuvenated for day 2, not worn out at all, because I think that's been what's mostly holding me back. So hopefully we can change that.
That's the thing I feel like we don't talk about enough, is that these day 1s are long.
Yes.
Like, you've already been playing for how many hours now?
7 rounds. We got in at like 8:30 Eastern, and it's what time? It's already past 5, so it's like that's seven hours already for seven rounds. So long, grueling process. Gotta stay hydrated. It's like I have a bag full of water bottles just to drink throughout the entire day.
That's a great tip. That's a great tip right there. Stay hydrated through the event, and also make sure you're taking care of yourself.
Yes.
What are some things that you like to do in between rounds that you feel like maybe resets you or rejuvenates you for the upcoming round?
Well, in between rounds, I really like to just go talk to my friends, see how they're doing, focus on them more so than, how I've been playing. Obviously, review my games and see, okay, this is what I did wrong, this is what I did well, this is what I can work on right. But don't spend too much time thinking about it unless it's a really big pressing matter. Mostly just having fun with other people. That's the big reason why I come to events, really hanging out with the friends I made along the way. But other than that, it's like taking a step outside the venue is also, good for a breath of fresh air, gets, some of the headache away, I guess, fresh air is always good, right?
Yeah, definitely a great way to clear your mind. Yeah. But I'm sure you have a ton of people that are supporting you. So just so we can let you get ready for that 8th round of Swiss today, any shout outs you'd like to make to the people that are here with you?
Well, obviously, big shout outs to Calvin again, Gazzoni on Twitter. He put a lot of effort into this team, and I just kind of took it, helped him make a few adjustments, but really, his team is what's been carrying me this whole time. And other than that, big shout outs to my parents. They were very willing to let me pursue this hobby when I was younger, drive me to events, and I wouldn't be here today without them. So, big shout outs to all of them.
That's amazing. Well, Logan, congratulations again, and best of luck in your next round.
Thank you.
All right, casters, back to you.
Thanks so much. That was so wholesome at the end.
Yeah.
And a takeaway too that I wrote down was goading fire.
So far, so good.
Hey, if it works, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's in day 2. Not the only one at day 2 either at 7-0 record. So maybe they're on to something.
It seems like it. I think gouging fire kind of had a very slow rise. It kind of gained popularity in terms of people talking about it a little bit ago, and now it's finally kind of catching up to that. And like you said, there's at least 2 of them in day 2 already, and there's only like 3 or 4 people that have qualified for day 2. So that's a pretty good rate.
Yeah, that is actually like an incredible, like Raging Bolt fans in shambles right now. Gouging Fire is on top. Of course, like you want to be on top because when we're looking at what you can win at the tournaments and what is on top of that prize pool, it's pretty good. It's pretty clean.
A lot of championship points, but also $6,000. That's a lot of prizing, Sierra. I would be happy to have that.
That is so many water bottles to hide in your backpack.
You'd be hydrated for years.
You'd be so hydrated. Like, I wonder if it's like your mind's just unlocked being that hydrated. Imagine how good you could be at Pokemon with that amount of water bottles.
That would be insane. I don't know. Honestly, like part of staying, like focused and ready to play throughout the whole day is being hydrated. So maybe it's a pretty good investment.
Yeah, the PA threw me off there, I'm not going to lie. I think I'm not the only one, though. But yes, we're talking about the prizing, what you can be winning at these events here. And I mean, it's not just the $6,000, too. I mean, when we're looking across the board, getting a top 16 finish, of course, if you're that close, you want to go for that $6,000. You want to be going for that 72 boosters. You could open up the Pokemon packs and then learn how to play the TCG.
True.
But
That's a crossover.
Right. But there is going to be a lot of people walking away with some good stuff.
Of course, and that's what makes, being one of the top players coming to these regionals, worth it sometimes, is that you got to pay some expenses for travel and whatnot, but if you're, practicing really hard, building great teams, you have the option, or the opportunity rather, for it to all pay off, if not even more so than the investment. And so beyond the chance to qualify for the World Championships, which I think is the main motivation for everyone attending these tournaments, you get some nice payouts too if you're up at the top tables.
100%. And I mean, if you're just using this money to fund your next travel and then like use a little bit of that to then win another 6,000, use a little bit of that to then win like 15,000 up at like the upcoming EUIC or NAIC, I mean, that's also pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it all kind of snowballs, right? If you're getting the chance to go from regional to regional, from IC to IC, you can get some pretty good paydays there if you're doing pretty well.
100% here, but hey, if you had that 6,000, what would you spend it on?
Ooh, I don't know. I'd probably try and go to the international championships. EUIC coming up. I've only ever been to NAIC, so to get the chance to maybe head out to Europe or down to Latin America would be really fun.
I mean, there definitely is quite a few events coming up for anyone who had to miss out on this event or wondering what's up next. As, of course, the internationals are always so much fun. There's going to be one out in London in April, and then, of course, New Orleans for the first time out in June. But, of course, there's other regionals that are going to be taking place across the country that you can try and make your way out to. Vancouver, I guess Vancouver out of the country. That one's going to be out in Vancouver, Canada, but a lot of really, really cool events. And it's getting scary if you don't have the points for Worlds, but it's not too late to get out here and compete.
Never too late. And even if you don't, have enough time to get your Worlds invite for this year, I think attending as many events as you can to kind of get that experience if you're a newer player. Being at events is an entirely new monster you have to tackle if you've only been playing online since you started VGC. So just get out to as many events as you can. Maybe get more of a feel of how regionals flow, the amount of time between rounds, how much time you have as a little break in between your matches, and then maybe set yourself up for the next year. Maybe fight for a Worlds invite in your second season if you get the chance.
100%. And the events are just so much fun.
Oh, yeah.
Getting ready for next year's competition, but also so much you can do. And of course, the Masters division isn't the only one out there. Of course, we have our juniors and seniors and the parents that accompany them. And Dwee had an opportunity to chat with one of them at the event.
Hi everyone, Dwee Ha here, out on the floor at the Knoxville Regional Championships. Joining me right now is Tom Velewald, a Pokemon player as well as a Pokemon parent. Tom, background for you, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Sure, so I've been playing Pokemon since it first came out in 1998. And, I had a group of 10 friends or so, and we'd always play every week. We'd have a ladder system, and we played really competitively every week back then with the Chromatics, era. Link cables on Game Boy and everything like that. Went to my first Pokemon tournament in 2000, or 1999 and 2000, and then I ended up playing 2006 Journey Across America and competing in VGC ever since 2009, which is when we met, actually.
That is actually when we met. We met in 2009, but you actually have children now competing in the juniors division. How has that been?
It's been amazing. We saw this as an opportunity for us to have a family adventure to sort of travel around the country and the world. And so we set out with the mission last year of getting the kids to qualify for the World Championships, and they succeeded. So we had quite a few fun trips.
Yeah. Of course, Avery, the current North American International Champion, is your son. How does it feel to watch Avery kind of grow up and become this champion that you've competed for so many times?
Yeah, definitely. I never had that level of success, but I mean, seeing Avery achieve that at such a young age, it was incredible. I think seeing how he's, even from his first regional that he went to last January, seeing how he's evolved and matured and learned how to play the game, and the friends that he's made. I mean, we have lifelong friends from competing. Now they're developing lifelong friends as well. So I'm just seeing this happen all over again, and it's been a lot of fun.
You have two kids competing right now in the juniors division. What has been some tough things to go through with, raising these children to be the best that they can be?
Yeah, I think, telling them that they're not always going to win. I mean, that's just how it is. Consistency is very, very hard in VGC. And I think making sure they understand that, as long as they're trying their best and having fun and really being good sports, which is what's most important to us, that's what's most important to me. And I think, so working with them to say, hey, do your best, practice for this, but if it doesn't work out, I hope you're having fun, and they are. And I will say that with how much the formats are changing right now, trying to keep up with that and make sure they understand all of the new things that are coming at them has been the most challenging thing for us.
I'm going to ask you a question right now. Who do you think is better, you, Avery, or Glenn? Like, if you had to play against Glenn or Avery, would they beat you?
Yes, Avery would beat me. In fact, and Glenn probably would too sometimes. I think what happens is when I practice with them, I will tell Avery, hey, you should be doing this or doing that, and he's already at that point now where he says, no, here's what I should do, and he sees things and sees win conditions that I miss, and it's been mind-blowing.
How much input do you have on team building with your children? Like, do they have a lot of free reign to choose the Pokemon that they play, or do you also have to suggest Pokemon that you think are going to be great for their team fit and playstyles?
It's a little bit of both. Definitely, I can't just throw any team at them. You have to figure out what works well, what do they like, what Pokemon do they like, but also what play styles do they appreciate. So a lot of times it's a collaborative process. They'll tell me some things that they like. We watch a lot of YouTube and see what other players are using and look at some rental teams. And then we just browse teams sometimes and say, hey, what looks good to you? And they'll tell me one or two things they like a lot. And then we'll start to mold that around what works best for their strategies.
One last question before I send you off to go be with your family. Are you having fun in Knoxville right now? Is the whole family having fun in Knoxville?
Oh yeah, we're having a great time. This is a great event.
Great to hear. Thank you so much, Tom. We'll be right back with some more Pokemon action after a short break.
I got into Pokemon because a local grocery store sold packs of the trading cards, and I really got into collecting them, watching the TV series, and only started playing the game years after that. I love Mudkip. When I was a little kid, my friend told me Swampert was the strongest of the Hoenn starters. I went with him, and I find the line really cute too. I first heard about the regional series from a fan site, and I found out that there was going to be one in Newark, New Jersey. It was relatively easy to attend. My dad was super supportive, took me there on the bus. I honestly had a great time for my first event, even though I didn't have the strongest team yet. It was very straightforward. And after that, found myself just wanting to go to a few more events until, while I was still in the seniors division, I got a surprise victory in one of my first few events. And after that, just like, wait, maybe I have what it takes to succeed after this.
Jump Across has worked so hard for so long. One of the most consistent players in North America.
I'm an immensely competitive person. I want to be one of the best in the country and one of the best in the world, and I've been chasing it for so long. It's part of why this victory after a couple of second places, as even earlier this year, means so much to me, to prove that I really am one of the best in North America.
Take a bow, Jump Across.
I think getting a trophy at an international is really my next step. The last season, I was able to finish top 8 at 2 different internationals and lose, good sets in top 8. But I really want to move on to top 4 and get that trophy.
One of the most accomplished players that we have out here without ever getting that championship title.
Something that I've learned, I think going with your gut is immensely important in Pokemon. If you think your opponent's going to do something particular, you have to respond to it. You can't second guess yourself. Going with your gut in as smart a way as possible is really important, and you don't want to fall into your opponent's trap when you know they're setting it for you.
Is that enough? It is! Jump Across gets the knockout!
One of the people that helped motivate me to chase this result is my good friend Simone Sanvito, who won an event in Europe a week ago with the same team that I was using today, and for a long time I've seen him as somebody that's around my skill level, give or take a little bit. So being able to watch him win his first regional, I'm going to do the same thing a week later.
No matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, be courteous of their state of mind and, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you return a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
That Sprigatito and Lechonk interaction is everything.
It was adorable. I loved it.
It's everything I live for. Alongside, of course, the amazing battles that we have here at the Knoxville Regional Championship. We have 4 players that have locked in their spots in day number 2, and we have just 2 rounds left to see who's going to join them as we start to close out day number 1 at the Knoxville Regional Championships. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined once again by Jake Muller to bring you through this round number 8.
Yeah, gonna be great.
Ooh.
Again, we have those 4 players locked into day 2. We're going to see another player make it into day 2 in this round 8 match. But of course, we have so many players that are still fighting for those slots. Anyone that is 5-2 or better right now still is alive in the tournament, trying to make that second day of Swiss tomorrow morning here in Knoxville.
I love that we got a chance to talk to Logan a little bit, because you heard from him. These days are long.
Oh, yeah.
They are grueling.
They are. And obviously, we're casting them back here. We're having a great time. But if you're playing out here, we've already played 7 rounds. It's, getting into the evening, but you still got 2 more. It is a lot of mental energy that you have to expend to these events. So
yeah,
props to all these players that are out there doing it.
I was just at Liverpool last weekend. I got to round 7. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like starting to fall asleep at the table. Not only am I jet lagged, but we already had to play through 6 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah.
And I had on multiple occasions had to tell my opponents, like, I'm so sorry if I yawn. It's not you. I am jet lagged. I am very tired.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a very fun experience. But it really is a super, super long day. And look how many players we still have. Like, that's the trading card game. They have so many players here as well. Their days are even longer.
They are, yeah. It's even rougher too for them. But and that's kind of why you show up, right? You show up to play those 9 rounds, possibly with a chance to play even more on Sunday at these day 2 events. But you mean, you know what you're getting into, right? I don't think anyone that attends a regional is like, you know, I'm going to play like 1 or 2 and then be done. Like, I think we get the chance to play these 9 rounds, and even no matter what your record is, it's just a really great time regardless, because everyone's here to just have a good time playing Pokemon, 9 rounds of it. And once you get to that 9th round, you can celebrate that your day 1 is complete.
I went 4-5 at Liverpool. I was happy to just finish the day.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, if you can make it through 9 rounds of Swiss, give yourself a pat on the back, a nice big hug.
Oh yeah.
And a great night's of rest, because you have made it, and that's a really, really big accomplishment. And I think that's something that, like, a lot of players, they have such high expectations for themselves when they go to their first event.
Yeah.
But like, try to enjoy it. Try to just play through the day. That's a huge deal.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the goal is to win, right? You want to go, I know if you can,
Winning is fun.
and make it to day 2. At the same time, like the fun part is the actual like playing Pokemon part. So even if you're going 4 or 5 at a regional, as long as you're having a good time while you're doing it, kind of recognizing maybe things aren't going my way, but hey, I still got the chance to show up and play Pokemon with all these people that love it just as much as I do, and that's a big win, if you ask me.
And you played in a couple of different games, too. You did a couple of Go regionals, so like, how was that experience for yourself?
It was great. You know, we had that fall where we didn't have VGC at regionals, and there was one in my hometown, so I was just like, you know what? I love Go. I played some of the online, Go PvP circuit, and I went to Arlington regionals back in 2022, and I got 9th, which was really cool. My first Go regional, so got myself in the back there for a little bit. But it was a really good time, right? Like, I have a bunch of friends in the Go community as well, and beyond the actual competing, it was just fun to hang out at a regional setting with them. Because Go is newer to the circuit than VGC or the TCG. So it's really fun to get to see all these Go players who weren't as involved with the official regionals and ICs and Worlds and whatnot before, get to see firsthand, how much fun we get to have at these events.
I know. I feel like the Go crowd is always the most electric when I'm watching the finals, the top cut.
Yeah.
It's so exciting to be there in the crowd watching these players. They give so much personality, so much energy, and everybody's there cheering them on. That's really how you can tell how close-knit of a community that really is. So it's really nice to hear that from your perspective, too, playing.
I mean, even casting one of the rounds earlier today, something happened in Go, and I heard a loud cheer from the audience, even here listening to the VG game. So it's a great community that really, really loves Pokemon Go, and that's kind of what makes it great, right? Everyone's there supporting this game that they all love and getting to compete at the same time, which is great. I'm very happy that Go got to join us at our events here.
Me too. And now I can't wait to see what's going to happen with Unite. I hear that Unite is having some qualifiers this weekend, and we get a chance to see Pokemon Unite at the International Championships, particularly UIC, that's coming up in just a couple of months. So I can't wait, because sorry, I don't know if the Go community can hold a candle to the Unite audiences that we get at the ICs.
I mean, I'll talk up the Go community in terms of representation at regionals for their, very enthusiastic cheering. But at NAIC last year, I was in the crowd watching the VG stream, and the Unite stream was a couple streams over, but they were filling the room with their cheering, and it was if you've ever been to an international championship, those rooms are very large. But at any point in the room, you could be at this corner or at this corner, and Unite was exploding with cheering, and so that's really fun too.
That is definitely super fun, and I've definitely heard some big pop-offs for the TCG as well.
Oh yeah.
I feel like they're actually having quite a bit of meta diversity right now. Maybe if you're not running Snorlax.
I know too little about TCG to make an informed comment there, but let's go with that.
You know what's amazing though? Like when I've looked at the TCG or I've looked at Go, I get to see a lot of Pokemon we don't see in VG.
That's my favorite part.
That's so fun,
Like,
right?
we were watching backstage and we were talking about the things that are good in Go, and we were like, wait, Lickitung is good in Go?
My jaw dropped to the floor. I'm like, no way.
Like, not only is it
Lickitung
good, it's like the best. Like a top 3 Pokemon, probably. I don't know.
Frigibax apparently is like also very relevant in Go right now. Chargebug.
Whiscash, Skarmory, like
Couldn't be us.
Bastiodon, all these things that just like have never been viable in VGC, much less good, are like running the meta in Go, which is hilarious to me.
Or like over in Unite, you can play as Hoopa.
Yeah, that's fun.
We're never gonna get that.
Unfortunately.
I think it's a good thing actually that we will never get that. Yeah.
Hoopa's pretty tough.
Yeah, I think it's probably probably a good thing we're not getting that. But we do have another match that's going to be coming up very, very shortly. But hey, tell us what you have enjoyed about these events so far. Are you a TCG fan? Are you a Go fan? Are you a Unite fan? Do you have favorite players you're cheering on? I want to know. So maybe we'll be able to show off your tweets on stream. I'm just saying, like, shameless plug for the social medias.
We've had some
that
great
you
wins
see.
so far.
Yeah.
Of course, all the ones at prior events too, but some of the ones we got to go through earlier today were really cute. So keep sending them in, y'all.
Yes, we want more. More, please. No, but yeah, I can't wait to see what's going to happen. I think as well as these events have gotten bigger and bigger, I wonder how many more like kind of spicy picks that we can get. Is there anything actually that's like left? Is there anything left in the field right now that we haven't really had a chance to see yet? Because we saw the Gyarados.
Yeah, that was a big one. I can't really think of anything too wild that was out there.
Yeah, it's been kind of like a centralized meta. You know what? I noticed this in Liverpool as well, actually, looking at some of the usage data, that Liverpool was quite centralized.
Yeah.
There were a lot of the same Pokemon and the same usage on day number 2. Like, if you take a look at day 2 usage, all the way across the board, maybe it's mostly like 20%.
I mean,
Outside of like Fluttermane and like Ogerpon, but
Scott described it well earlier when he said Fluttermane was at Fluttermane % usage. Like, it's the best way to describe it, because Fluttermane's always going to be on at least half the teams, really. And at a certain point, it's just like, well, there's not a Fluttermane on this team, so I'm going to play it next round. You can't escape it for too long.
Where's my Sylveon friend at?
Sylveon is just not ancient Fluttermane.
No. Hear me out. Hear me out.
I'm ready.
Hear me out.
Okay.
Terrafire.
Okay.
Sylveon.
Sure.
With Hyper Beam.
Okay. Is that it?
In Trick Room.
All right.
With Terra Blast.
And Hyper Beam.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
where are we going?
And Hyper Voice.
Yeah.
I'm trying so hard here.
Stop trying to make Sylveon happen. It's not gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. Someone's gonna make it happen, or I will have to try again to make it happen.
Oh no.
I want it so badly.
All right, well, while we take some time to try and make Sylveon happen somehow, we're going to take a quick little break here in Knoxville, but please don't go anywhere. We'll have round 8 for you real
and
soon.
And Sylveon.
Maybe, probably not.
Nah, I'm trying.
Coming into the events, I knew I had a good team. I had laddered a lot with it, and I just had a lot of practice. I knew that I had a competitive advantage on a lot of people because my team building was something unexpected. So I wanted to ride that as much as I could and just do the best I could possibly do.
I'm really excited to see that team again. The previous time it was on stream, we kind of both underestimated a little bit.
The biggest Pokemon that I was worried about coming into this event was Terra Fairy Heatran. It's a really good Pokemon because it resists fighting and can deal with Pokemon like Iron Hands, which is why it's been able to gain so much popularity. And my team just doesn't have a good answer to Fairy-type Pokemon in general. So it was a struggle for the team, and since it's relatively popular, I was a little worried coming into the tournament. It was mostly about executing. Just needed to execute well on the day. I knew that a lot of times my opponent would have a lot less understanding of the matchup than I did, so I just needed to play it well, and that's what I did.
Michael has just been playing out of his mind.
Yeah, Rogov was definitely my hardest matchup in Top Cut. He just had a really good team that was well-rounded and had the Terra Fairy Heatran that I was worried about, so I had to just play much more aggressive to be able to beat him. I was able to beat him in top 4, but in Swiss he had easily trounced me.
Como survives body press. Michael Zhang is advancing to the finals here in Sacramento, California.
I think Riley had actually played my friend Donald, who was using the same team previously, and because of that, he may have had some misconceptions about the matchup, but in both games, I had known from turn 1 that I had probably won the game.
Connects into the Como-O, deals the damage, but not a critical hit. Como-O survives, fires back at Iron Head, and Michael Zhang takes down Riley, becomes your Sacramento, California regional champion.
Honestly, I still can't believe it. The biggest thing is that it validates a lot of things that I've been working on. You know, team building. I've always had a weird style of team building, and last season it ended up being a lot of 6-3s, and I ended up making day 2 of NAIC, but I never got that one result. So it does validate a lot of what I've been working on, and I feel that I played super well throughout the course of the tournament, so all of that just feels really, really good, and I hope to continue to compete at a high level in the future.
Welcome back to Knoxville, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us as we get into round 8 of day 1 of Swiss at the Pokemon VGC Regional Championships. I'm Jake Muller, still joined by Rosemary Kelly. And Rosemary, I must know, in those 5 minutes we've had in our little break, what Sylveon sauce have you cooked up for us?
Okay, listen, I went back to the lab. I had to really think hard about this one.
All right.
But, you know, you could go like Adamant 252 attack for Sylveon.
Okay.
It's get play rough, right?
Sure.
But you can also use Trailblaze to boost up your speed.
Okay.
You also get dig, so like invulnerable, kind of love that. No one's gonna be expecting it.
That's true.
Also make a
No one
cute
will
charm.
expect that.
So like you could just accidentally
somebody get her.
infatuate your opponents. But listen, if all else fails, you got last resort.
I mean, I think at this
Slap
point,
a weakness policy on it. There's your global challenge team.
Sylveon surely is a last resort, isn't it?
Moving on.
All right, let's bring it back in. We are here in Knoxville. We have our players that are doing very well here, most likely not with Sylveon, unfortunately.
You're mean.
But we have 4 people that have qualified for day 2 already. Those 4 being Joseph Ugarte, Eric Bartlett, Logan Mazer, and James Evans. I think not at all surprised for all 4 of them. Logan is coming off of a day 2 in Charlotte, and the other 3 players have certainly day 2'd many regionals before in the past, and so great first 4 players there, but we are fighting for those last few slots in day 2. Everyone else below number 4 right there.
Yeah, 5 through 16, they just need one more win right now, and then they're able to secure a spot in that day number 2. And we, of course, have all those players that are sitting at a 5-2 record that are still in contention as long as they win out from here. So I'm really pumped to see who's actually going to be matching up against each other, and will we get a chance to feature on stream, because there's so many amazing trainers right now that are sitting at that 6-1 record that I would love to see.
Oh, there we go. Only get to see one, unfortunately, and it will be Fiona Shimkovich versus Kyle Livinghouse. two players who are pretty well known throughout the community and have had success at the regional level before. I believe Fiona made top 4 at Fort Wayne last year, which is a really big finish for her. And Kyle, I believe, was a regional champion maybe a few years ago over in Memphis, to the other side of Tennessee, but hoping to replicate that success here in Tennessee. Of course, Logan Mazer, Eric Bartlett, Joseph Ugarte, James Evans, those are our 7-0s playing each other, hoping to boost their records even higher before day 2, get themselves even closer to that top 8 cut. Followed up by Mia Gray playing against Miles Davis and Sohaib Mufti playing Rushiel Bakar. Those are both 6-1 matches as well, hoping to make that last push for day 2.
We did see Mia on stream earlier, that Iron Crown and Indeedee still playing it so strong and might be able to get that 7th win to be able to move forward. But Fiona versus Kyle, I'm so excited because you talk about the legacy that both of these players do have in the community, and I love that they're continuing to create that for themselves even through these more recent events.
Of course. I mean, these are two players that I think anyone would recognize as, you know, having the potential to make day 2, make it into top 8, and make a further push. So seeing them make it this far is not surprising at all. And it's going to be really fun to see how they match up here, because they both are I think, a lot different in terms of teams they like to bring to events. As far as I've seen from Fiona, she likes to play a lot more bulky teams, which give her the chance to kind of elongate games and give her more spots to, you know, kind of outplay opponents with, you know, more defensive and slower plays, whereas Kyle we've seen bring a lot more offensive teams at times, but also was a big user of wheezing back in the past couple regulations, and so a lot of variations between teams for these players.
Yeah, I want to see how exactly they've defined themselves in Regulation F, because I feel like all bets are off right now.
Yeah.
So many things are viable, so you could really start to cook up whatever you want and really see if you can make it work. I felt a not Sylveon joke coming there, but you know, I prepared myself for that.
I was letting you. I was giving you a break. You know,
I appreciate
we've
the
talked
break.
about Sylveon enough.
Yeah, I know. What a shame. But yeah, like I think like when you think about actually just team building in Regulation F, where do you start? Like, what do you feel like is the first thing that you look at to go, well, this is how I'm going to build a team?
Sylveon.
You could build around one Pokemon and like pray and hope that you can actually make it work, or you can start with like an actually good Pokemon. I'm so sorry, and build around that.
No, I mean, I think the best way to go is probably identifying something you think is really good in the current metagame, whether that's starting from a team that's already very good and maybe making some changes from there, maybe swap a Pokemon out, swap an item, a move, a Terra type, or you can try and pick, you know, maybe one certain Pokemon that you think is strong into the current metagame and then build it out from there. Like, for example, let's take like Blood Moon or Saluna. That's been something that's pretty good recently and something that I think excels when it is able to fire off very strong hyper voices when it has speed advantages. So in that case, you think, oh, I could probably build Trick Room around it. We've seen players train it to be a little bit faster and make use of Tailwind. And so I think if you have, you know, one thing that you want to use because it's like a comfort pick, it's a favorite of yours, you think it's just good into the current metagame, you can start from there and, you know, identify what you need to set it up for success and pick those Pokemon afterwards.
Can also start with an archetype too, right?
Yeah.
Like I think we're seeing a lot of great success with things like Trick Room. We've seen the Psychic Spam really start to take off as well. You could look at a weather team, so rain, sun, do your best with snow.
Yeah.
I would love to see if that can actually continue to sort of take some strides forward, because that's an archetype that feels so underexplored right now. But something like that can also help to give you some inspiration to make a team.
Yeah, it's cool. There's so many different ways you can start building your teams and kind of give yourself the chance to be set up for success at the regional level. And we're going to hear from Dwee, who has already talked to a few of our players that have qualified for Day 2 here in Knoxville.
I'm here with Joseph Ugarte, who just won his win and in, currently undefeated 7-0. How's it feeling, Joe?
Definitely feels good. You know, 7-0 is definitely not anything you'd complain about, right? It definitely feels good. In Liverpool, the previous week, I was actually able to go 7-0 as well. So, you know, kind of hoping to kind of keep up that consistency, and same team, everything. So feeling really good about it.
That's great to hear. Are there any matchups that you're scared of going into, you know, the rest of the tournament, day 1, day 2, maybe top cut even, that, you know, you don't think your team might have ready?
To be honest, like, the only team that feels like kind of hard is Como. So as long as I don't play a Como, like, it's all good, you know?
Sounds good. One last question for you, Joe. What's your goal that you're going to set for yourself here at the Knoxville Regional Championships?
I'd like to win, actually. I feel really confident about the team, what I'm using, and I'm going to give it my best shot to take it all home. You know, I'd really like to get a win this season. So,
thank you so much, Joe. I'll let you go prepare. That's it. I'm here with Eric Bartlett, who just won Swiss Round 7, securing your spot in Day 2. How are you feeling?
Relieved. That stream set was definitely really difficult, and I had to play a good friend of mine and a really strong player, so I was really happy to get that win. Really, really close game. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good.
Can you tell us a little bit about what happened in Swiss Round 7? Like, did anything come up?
So I was playing a Tailwind team, but definitely a little bit more scary of a Tailwind team because he was using Hisui and Arcanine. And the Arcanine kind of caused a lot of issues for me because it kind of clicks Rock Slide into my entire team, and I had to kind of dance around that. Also, like Amoonguss, and like, there was a lot of stuff going on, like between speed control, Amoonguss stuff, and just being able to pivot around the terror that is Choice Band Arcanine. So I'm glad I was able to pull it out because I kind of got lucky in Game 3, but I made a prediction that I think was going to put me in a good spot, and unfortunately the critical hits, so we take those, though. We 100% take those.
We talked about this during our interview just a little bit earlier, but goals for Day 2. Now that you're undefeated, currently 7-0 in Swiss, Day 1, you going to update your goals or still top 16?
I'm hoping to push as far as I can. That's really all I can say, is just hoping to close out these last couple rounds with some good games and, carry the momentum into Day 2.
Thank you, Eric. I'll go ahead and let you go relax for a little bit before your next round.
Thank you.
I'm here with James Evans, who just won round 7 here of Swiss at Knoxville, punching your way to Day 2. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling really good. Honestly, I didn't expect much from today, so to go 7-0, I haven't done that in a very, very long time. It feels amazing.
Can I ask you what team you have and maybe any sort of spice that you have on your team?
All right, sure. So I'm using a team revolving around Gouging Fire. It's got Rillaboom, Fluttermane, Wellspring Ogerpon, King Gambit, Landorus Incarnate, and of course Gouging Fire. I will say there's a bit of heat on it. Obviously, a lot of people are running Howl on their Gouging Fires. I like mine a lot. Howl, I OHKO'd King Gambit with Rillaboom, and that, I feel like that says enough about it. Like, it's very good.
All right, maybe we'll see it on stream tomorrow. You're making it to Day 2. Do you have any goals set for Knoxville Regional Championships right now?
Right now, it's kind of just do my best. I'm going into this tournament with very little expectations. I had very little prep, just very little time to do it. So right now, I'm just here having a good time with my friends. So hope to continue that on into Day 2.
It's definitely showing. I mean, you made it to Day 2. Congratulations. I'm going to go ahead and let you relax before the next round. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, more Pokemon action here at the Knoxville Regional Championships.
Train hard, go hard, I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah, I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way, high stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up to the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Content as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. Immortalized.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Knoxville Regional Championships, where we have just moments away from being able to get into our round number 8. So we've been vibing, we've been chilling, we've been grooving to the music.
Welcome to Dancing with the Casters, everyone.
That'd be a hit TV show.
It would. Honestly, it would be a hit because it would be really bad.
Yes.
That's what it would be.
Yeah,
it would be
exactly.
like people thinking, oh, okay, at least maybe I can't dance, but I'm not as bad as them.
Yeah, like, see, it's a confidence booster. For anybody watching at home, I've got 2 left feet, he's got no feet, and that's why we're sitting at a desk. So yeah, it'll be a great time. Honestly, though, that music, I feel like there's been so many incredible music collabs over the past couple of months.
Oh yeah.
Hatsune Miku, Project Voltage, hello?
Yeah. They've all been really exciting. There's not been a bad one.
No,
there just
I know.
hasn't, and there never will be, probably.
I know. I've just been digging it too much. I think like too, when you look at some of the other collaborations that have happened, it's just like the Pokemon brand is so big now.
Yeah. It's like, it makes it so fun to be a part of too. There's so many cool collabs with, music, fashion, any kind of like merch you can imagine.
Oh my god, I could go on forever.
Yeah. Oh man, I know you could too. You're pretty tapped into all that.
I follow all the beats, everything. I mean, listen, you've got the music, you've got the merch. If you want to, you can go listen to some of your favorite songs on Spotify or YouTube on the official channel. So definitely go check those out. There's some really good ones that are coming up, I think, with there are a couple other artists that were collabing, not just the Hatsune Miku, but there's a whole other project list that has like 15 other songs that are getting released throughout the year. I feel like Joe Brown would know more about this than I would, but there's
his expertise.
Yeah, I know. He would know. He would know. We're gonna ask him and get back to you on that one. But there's a bunch of them. There's a couple of recent collabs that have happened for clothing. Fendi just did one.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
I know. Fendi did one, so like you can get like handbags and sweatshirt. How do you not know this? It's in Go.
I vibe, I'm out here vibing. I've been wearing the same I've been wearing the same like unknown shirt in Go for a while. I think it's fun.
I know it is a good vibe. I always know it's you because of how your character looks.
Yeah.
So I always know when we're in a raid together.
Exactly.
I know, yeah. But you could have also gotten the merch in game. So I am definitely rocking the Fendi sweatshirt in Pokemon Go. But there's Yoasobi. That's right. Thank you, Joe.
Oh, I did know about that one.
Yeah,
that does
so
sound familiar.
Good. Oh my gosh, go listen to the song if you haven't yet. They're amazing. Do it. You will not be upset.
There we go.
Yeah, you will not be upset. It was Beery Beery. Yes, thank you, Joe. Yeah, great, excellent content.
Beery
you should
Beery
listen
Beery.
to that.
Steel type damage getting halved. It's not Beery, but it's close enough.
You know what's? Well, I think it's worse that I didn't know right away that you said it wrong. I just registered as like, oh yeah, of course, the steel type berry.
Totally.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that song is a bop. That very, very much appreciate that one. Trying to think of like some of the other recent stuff that's come up.
There was a collab with Ed Sheeran not too long ago, yeah?
That's true. Oh, Music Game, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's actually the Ed Sheeran song Celestial is at the end of Scarlet and Violet. Spoilers.
Oh, fun.
It is the end and it is the end song. But
speaking of End of Scarlet and Violet, Terrapagos is there greeting us.
Oh, true. You know what? That DLC was really fun.
It was.
It was
Highly
very,
recommend.
very fun. Yeah, y'all should go play that. Go play that. Go play the epilogue. Mochi.
No.
Mochi.
Nobody played that song.
Mochi.
We'll have a Mochi epidemic on our hands.
Petron song is a bop. That's the best. That's the best one to have battle music for. That and like Kieran 3, I think.
I'm more of a Cassiopeia guy.
We'll have to see what Fiona picks for her music as we load into round number 8. We can start to focus on the teams that we have at hand. And the one thing that all eyes are on right now is that Suicune. I cannot wait to see this in action.
Suicune is something we really haven't seen too much of. In fact, we've really only seen its past Paradox partner, Walking Wake, get some screen time so far. But Fiona proving that Suicune is still up to the job. It is running that Scald, Icy Wind, Snarl set. So 3 attacking moves that that do damage, but also have some disruption elements to them as well. Suicune will be next to Hisuian Arcanine, Baxcalibur, Fluttermane, Rillaboom, and Landorus Incarnate form. So there's a lot of setup for some very strong Pokemon here. This Suicune particularly should be very good at making sure that its partners are attacking first with both Tailwind and Icy Wind.
I really love that you have that as a form of speed control, but then Suicune can also kind of hit like a truck, so you do have that going for it. Fiona is a fan of the Johto Pokemon, Lugia and Suicune. No, so she's literally using one of her favorites.
Yeah.
Which
and
is
her other one isn't
honestly
legal,
even better.
so she's doing the best she can here.
Yeah, I know. It's, well, maybe not yet. I don't know. We'll have to see. Lugia has actually been pretty good in the past. I remember John Hu actually ran a Lugia team.
Yeah, like the Aeroblast critical hit set.
Yes, exactly. That was so fun to watch.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that one. But we also have to take a look at Kyle's team. Kyle is using the exact same 6 that he used to get top 16 at Charlotte just a couple of weeks ago. So very locked in with his team. This is a team that he has clearly practiced with a lot and is hoping to replicate that success or better at this event.
We're seeing a bit of a resurgence in Chi-Yu popularity, not something we've seen for the past few regulations, but both Kyle and Mia earlier on today running this Choice Specs Chi-Yu set. Kyle's will be joined by Urshifu Single Strike, Fluttermane, Tornadus Incarnate, Glamora, and Ogerpon Wellspring Mask. This Glamora is also something that's been picking up since the release of the Indigo Disc DLC because it did gain access to Meteor Beam, which is a very, very powerful rock-type attack that also boosts your special attack.
Enjoys clicking Blink Wind Storm and Tornado. Get him off the screen! Get him off the screen! Kyle, blink twice if you're okay.
Is Tornadus holding you hostage, Kyle? We're here to help.
Yeah, I mean, listen, as long as the Bleak Windstorms hit, you're feeling great.
Of course.
But it's not 100% accurate. Unless you, I was going to say unless you set the rain for yourself, but he doesn't even have that.
He has Sunny Day instead.
Yeah.
I think that's a cool combo, though. Like, Sunny Day with Fluttermane plus Chi-Yu is kind of terrifying, frankly. Like, I do not want to be facing down a Specs Chi-Yu next to an Icy Wind Fluttermane while the sun is up, because that is a lot of damage you're about to take.
I want to call out something really interesting, though, on the Hisuian Arcanine on Fiona's team. It has the Rock Blast, which I think is a move that we don't see super often on Hisuian Arcanine. A lot of the time, if you're looking at the same type of attack bonus option, it's going to be Rock Slide. If you go for a second one, it's usually Head Smash.
Yeah.
You just take a ton of recoil. So interesting to see the Rock Blast there.
Rock Blast is cool. You have the option to attack and KO things through Focus Sash, which I think is the main benefit to using that move. And maybe even like damage around a substitute as well. You break it with the first one, do some damage with the second. But no Arcanine right off the bat here. We do have Fiona, who is starting the game with the Fluttermane and the Suicune going into Kyle's Tornadus and Urshifu.
So there's speed control options on the board for both of these players. The Suicune does get access to the Tailwind. The only thing about it is it's not Prankster. So Kyle does have the edge in that regard where he could very well go for like the Tailwind right away and just get it up and off the ground.
Suicune doesn't have Prankster, but it is incredibly bulky. That's the main reason to use it, is Suicune has very, very high HP, defense, and special defense to its name. And so even though it can't get that priority Tailwind off, it should be able to stick around, get a Tailwind off, and then further increase the speed control with Icy Wind. And so that's kind of the main reason why you want it to like stick around for a while. Possibly go for some Scald Burns here too. This Urshifu would not appreciate being burned.
No, it would not. And it's nice too because you're still doing a considerable amount of damage with the Scald regardless, but it's time to just hit the go button. It's going to be the Fluttermane that gets that Terra Fairy to help boost up some of its fairy type attacks. And it is the booster energy as well, so you have to be really nervous about the damage output of this Flutter. The Dazzling Gleam comes through. It's going to bring Urshifu right down to its Focus Sash, and will be easy cleanup for later.
Yeah, any one attack will do 1 HP damage to this Urshifu. Bleak Wind Storm coming out, Fluttermane dodging it. That could be big because as it did Terrasilize into that Fairy type, it will take resisted damage from this Wicked Blow, and that could be a difference maker there.
Yeah, and especially if you were looking for something like a speed drop with the Bleak Wind Storm, that's something that could have very much helped out now that Suicune has also got the Tailwind set up.
Tailwind does go up for Suicune and not for Tornadus, which means that if Fiona's Fluttermane will have the chance to attack before this Urshifu, Sucker Punch probably not enough to KO it here because that Bleak Wind Storm did miss, and the Fluttermane did Terrasilize into a pure Fairy type. So a great Tailwind there from Fiona's end. This Urshifu now down to its Focus Sash means it cannot be knocked, or it can't take any more attacks before being knocked out.
So Kyle's going on the defensive here. You see the Protect and the Detect come through from the Tornadus and Urshifu respectively, just trying to stall out some of these turns of Tailwind. And you just have to buy yourself that valuable time because, as you said, the Flutter Mane's just not in a range right now where you can pick it up. So if you can force Fiona to have to use a couple of turns to switch around, that'll really help to try to get yourself back into things.
I like the double Protect there from Kyle. You do stall out one turn of Fiona's Tailwind, and if you do opt to go for Tailwind on this coming turn with your own Tornadus, you get the 2 turns of staggered Tailwind at the end. You know, it's kind of something we hinted at earlier, is that if you can get Tailwind set up such that yours expires after your opponent's, you're in a much better position after that first Tailwind goes down.
And we have seen that in our previous stream matches, that it has paid off in dividends for some of our trainers to be able to stagger that out. So we do see a nice chunk of damage into the Suicune, but Fluttermane's able to follow that up for a double knockout. Kyle's going to have something in the back that's able to stall out these final couple of turns of Fiona's Tailwind.
I really like the Sucker Punch into the Suicune there as opposed to the Fluttermane. Fluttermane is low enough that most things on Kyle's team should be able to knock it out, but getting any kind of damage into that Suicune will be very meaningful because, again, it is a very, very bulky Pokemon. Now, Glamora comes out. You have to imagine the possibility of a +1 Meteor Beam might be enough to KO Suicune from here. A Grass-type attack from Ogerpon probably does as well. And also, more importantly, Fiona has only 1 turn of Tailwind remaining here. So if this Suicune and Fluttermane don't get anything done on this coming turn, it'll be much more difficult for Fiona's Tailwind to be made use of.
And you can just go for double Spiky Shield here then if you're Kyle.
Right.
Just stall out that final turn and then all the going is good. You have those 2 turns that you talked about for the staggered Tailwind, and Glamora is really scary, especially if you're able to use that Power Herb and the Meteor Beam combo. That special attack boost can really get out of hand. So Fiona's thinking ahead. You're going to switch out this Suicune, be able to bring it in just a little bit later, and you are a little worried having that Ogerpon on the field. Rillaboom makes a nice switch in here to be able to take a move from that Ogerpon comfortably.
Rillaboom, one of the best defensive swaps into Ogerpon, but Fluttermane will get the chance to go for at least one more Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam. Thankfully for Glamora, it does resist it and gets to fire off a Meteor Beam here. That Power Herb will allow it to attack on this first turn after the special attack boost.
And I love that Kyle didn't just play it safe either. Just decided, hey, I've got to start getting some damage down. And it is going to be into the Rillaboom, which does not take that super well. That's already going to be taken down to about a quarter HP. And, of course, the Fluttermane also gets knocked out for its struggles. Kyle is in a much better position now that he's been able to just go on the offensive here on this final turn of Fiona's Tailwind.
I love that you called that out, because if Kyle did opt to double Spiky Shield there's not a whole lot he could have lost by going for these attacks. The Glamora, based on how it attacked before the Ogerpon even on Kyle's side, probably would have also outsplit the Suicune and KO'd it with that Meteor Beam, which would have opened up the Ogerpon to go straight for that Ivy Cudgel into Fluttermane. Even though the Fluttermane was Terra Fairy, it does not have a boosting item in terms of its damage output, and so the Dazzling Gleam there, not a huge damage threat like we saw. Ogerpon able to easily take that Dazzling Gleam, finish it off with an Ivy Cudgel, and now you have 2 more turns of Tailwind left if you're Kyle to make use of this Glamora's boosted special attack.
And at this point, too, like, the Rillaboom is in such a precarious spot. Lander is here. It would love to get a substitute up in the face of both of these Pokemon, but it's still going to be very difficult to do based on the offensive pressure of the Glamora and the Ogerpon.
It is, though the Glamora did use its Power Herb already and does not have an attack that can do even neutral damage to this Landorus anymore. So a really smart fake out into Ogerpon, which is the bigger threat into that Landorus.
And this is going to be a free and easy substitute here for the Landorus as the Rillaboom gets knocked out now. Nice fake out, but the substitute, yeah, I mean, you definitely love to see this if you're Fiona, but how does Kyle get around it now? You could still crit with Ivy Cudgel.
You can crit with Ivy Cudgel, like even the Landorus did take a quarter of its HP away, so if there was any question as to whether or not Ivy Cudgel would KO before, now it certainly does. You still just have to worry about this substitute though. Glamora at +1 special attack may be able to break that substitute even with a Sludge Bomb, which is resisted, which would then of course open up the Ogerpon for a KO with Ivy Cudgel. But since Landorus is carrying Sludge Bomb as coverage, you are threatening both Glamora and Ogerpon with super effective damage with this Landorus. And you also kind of have to take into account Suicune has Snarl. you have the option to mitigate that special attack boost from the Meteor Beam, which would possibly allow Landorus to survive a Sludge Bomb, have its substitute not be broken. And if Landorus gets attacked by the Glamora and the substitute doesn't break, I think Fiona just kind of instantly wins this game.
No, it was such a smart preservation of the Suicune because it is also in a position, actually, it's actually a little sad. It's not in Citrus Berry range yet.
Yeah.
It didn't activate that yet, so you almost wish, well, I think that it had been activated a little bit ago, but Terrestrialization has yet to be used on Kyle's side. So one way you can get around that weakness to Sludge Bomb, just get rid of the grass typing. There's nothing that you need to really worry about right now to have the other ability, the water absorb ability.
Yeah.
So just get the body aspect boost.
Sludge Bomb comes through here into the Landorus from Glamora with the +1 special attack boost is enough to break the substitute. So based on what this Ogerpon is doing, Horn Leech comes out from Suicune, able to KO it, especially thanks to that grassy terrain power boost, but also because of the special defense boost. Landorus probably can't even 2-hit KO this Ogerpon anymore, so this is looking very good for Kyle.
Yeah, it really is. And after such a rough start as well, missing that Bleak when the crit, though, does not feel good. But you're able to follow that up with a double hit into the Landorus and just take it out.
The Tailwind does end, though, for Kyle, so this Landorus should be the fastest thing left on the field. If you are able to KO this Ogerpon, I don't think that Glamora can KO the Landorus from here, but thanks to that Embody Aspect special defense boost, it might be very close. That was a critical hit Sludge Bomb that still only did maybe like 40 to 50%, so it's going to come down to whether or not this Landorus can KO Ogerpon.
Well, Ogerpon's going to protect itself this turn with the Spiky Shield. The Earth Power now not going to be able to hit its mark, which leaves Glamora to go for an attack. And the Sludge Bomb into the Landorus is actually quite a big chunk of damage, and it gets the poison. If it wasn't going to be a knockout on the next Sludge Bomb, it will now because of that poison recoil.
That is a nice little poison there. I think it's just kind of insurance for this game to be over in Kyle's favor. Based on how much damage that Sludge Bomb did, it looked like one more should be able. It did just over half of Landorus's remaining HP with that first Sludge Bomb. But a very smart spiky shield there from Ogerpon, not only protecting it from damage, but getting a little bit of recovery from that grassy terrain. And because of that, the Glamora will be freed up to go for one more Sludge Bomb and bring Kyle a 1-0 lead here in round 8.
That start of the game looked pretty bad for Kyle. Like, I don't have any other way to put that, is that it just felt like he was already on a back foot and had to figure out a way to weave back in some momentum.
It was tough, right? Because Suicune was on the field. It's really hard to get meaningful damage into Suicune on the first turn of a game, especially if you don't have super effective damage threatening it. The Urshifu and the Tornadus on Kyle's end got some good chip damage onto that Suicune, and like you called out, Rosemary, importantly did not activate its Citrus Berry. So that meant that the Suicune was much easier to take down later on, sitting just over half of its health remaining instead of right around 3/4 of its health remaining, which could really just set up that Ogerpon and Glamora. I think the smartest thing Kyle did there was, stagger these Tailwinds, get the Glamora and Ogerpon on the field with at least 2 extra turns of Tailwind compared to Fiona's team.
Yeah, but that Bleak Wind miss, it all comes back to that is really what I identify as one of the ways that Kyle really had to adjust the game plan. Otherwise, as you called out, like you Bleak Wind damage helps to potentially put that Flutter Mane into Sucker Punch range, and then you just get a huge KO onto a big piece of Fiona's team. Other than that, though, Kyle preserved that Ogerpon so beautifully and was able to get a nice KO onto the Rillaboom before he was able to actually get something like a Grassy Glide into a terrestrialized Ogerpon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kyle Fiona kind of had to fake out the Ogerpon that turn, which left the Rillaboom vulnerable to that Sludge Bomb. And at +1 special attack after the Meteor Beam, it would have been more than enough. And that, again, that Meteor Beam coming in really handy here, because without that special attack boost, I don't think you break the substitute on the Landorus, which was very important, and I don't think you 2-hit KO it there with Sludge Bomb at the very end of that game.
Now, looking ahead to game number 2, do we see any adjustments from either player? I feel like the 4 that they picked feel right.
I kind of agree. The Landorus on Fiona's end was actually looking very threatening under the right circumstances. Just happened to turn out that Kyle had a little bit more left in the tank than Fiona did when that Landorus hit the field. I think that Landorus threatening Glamora really heavily is very important. The Glamora on Kyle's end is the Terra Grass, which means that even if it terrestrializes, Landorus can hit it super effectively with the Sludge Bomb. And it's really funny to me that Glamora, I think in the prior regulations before the Indigo Disc DLC was released, it was a very kind of unassuming Pokemon. Pokemon, it was there to like spread toxic spikes,
Yeah.
get some mortal spins off. But now thanks to the Meteor Beam Power Herb combination, it's actually turned into just a straight up sweeper.
If you live long enough, you live to see yourself become the villain. I guess is how they say that. But it's going to be a little bit of a switch up here for Kyle as Urshifu is left behind for this lead. It's the Water Ogerpon.
I like that a lot. Water Ogerpon matches up very well into both Suicune and a non-power boosting item Fluttermane, especially when you do opt for that special defense boost from Embody Aspect if you Terrastallize. But even without that, you threaten a lot of damage into Fluttermane with Ivy Cudgel. You threaten Suicune with a Horn Leech. It's a pretty good chunk of damage without that Grassy Terrain boost this time. And more importantly, you kind of prevent Suicune from going for those Scalds because of the threat of the Follow Me Water Absorb.
I love this play, though, here from Fiona, because essentially what you're doing is you're protecting the Fluttermane, so it's not going to take any damage. You know that Suicune has that natural bulk to be able to tank a hit like this Bleakwind Storm. You get the speed drop, though, which does sting a little bit as the Horn Leech is able to make its way through first. But more importantly, you do get that Citrus Berry recovery. So it does look like Suicune is able to hang around for just a little longer, but take a look at how much damage it actually took from that Horn Leech. That might just seal the deal.
That is a lot of damage from Horn Leech, even without that Grassy Terrain boost. And that's kind of the pitfall of Suicune, is that it took those two attacks. Bleakwind Storm, Horn Leech is a good chunk of damage, but then what do you get in return? You get an Icy Wind for pretty pitiful damage on Ogerpon that will just be healed up by a single Horn Leech, and then Icy Wind on a Tornadus that is just going to Prankster Tailwind anyway. It's one of the pitfalls of using Suicune, both now and in formats past, in that it does stick around for a while, but can at times struggle to get anything done.
Ooh, this Protect here too, that's gonna deny a knockout as the Fluttermane was attempting to go for a Moonblast into that slot. Maybe also expecting that the Ogerpon here could very well just go for another Horn Leech into the Rillaboom, but instead it's the Fluttermane, and that's going to take like 80%. Ogerpon is going to be back up to full, and while the Rillaboom is able to make the switch in here, it's in a very vulnerable spot in front of this Tornadus.
I love that Horn Leech. You're tempted to go for Ivy Cudgel there into Fluttermane because it's a little bit more damage, and you also have the chance for the critical hit. But without the critical hit, you're not going to KO the Fluttermane most likely. And because the Rillaboom swapped in there, you got the boosted damage onto that Horn Leech, which meant that Ogerpon is now all the way back up to full HP, facing down again this Fluttermane that is not going to be able to boost its own attack, or special attack with an item.
Yeah, now we see the Tailwind come through from the Tornadus, and the Moonblast, well, it's able to, oh, it's not even going to be a knockout here. So it's able to get that Tornadus really low, but the Fluttermane now gets knocked out for all of its troubles. So the Rillaboom is going to have to put in some work here as the U-turn comes through, does help to limit some of that HP on the Ogerpon, but it's still above 50%.
It is. It's going to get that Grassy Terrain recovery in the next couple turns as well. So this Ogerpon proving to be an issue for Fiona already. We did see it also outspeed the Rillaboom even in Tailwind. So that's going to be... No, the Tailwind is from Tornadus. Never mind. Of course it outsped. For some reason, I thought that Fiona had the Tailwind up there. Disregard that, but again, it's a big deal, right? Rillaboom comes back in. It will be able to threaten with a Grassy Glide or a very powerful Wood Hammer, which probably KOs Ogerpon from here, but you still have to worry about the Tornadus. And I really like that Kyle is kind of refusing to use Tailwind until it's absolutely necessary. What he did by not using Tailwind until the third turn of this game is it means that Tailwind lasts so much further into the game, and you're not wasting Tailwind turns and you already have speed advantages.
Yeah, now this Landorus is just in a very difficult spot. You can go for the fake out here in the Ogerpon, so you at least deny the Ivy Cudgel for one turn, so you have to make the most of this one. As the Bleakwind Storm comes through, now Ogerpon doesn't get a chance to move, but the Sludge Bomb here to pick up the Tornadus. Kyle gets to bring something else in to that Tailwind now.
Yeah, Tailwind still has 2 turns remaining. Ogerpon did not have the opportunity to attack that turn, but the Bleakwind Storm, meaningful damage on both of these targets. This Assault Vest Rillaboom took it pretty well, but now you have to worry about this Glamora. You got the Glamora back in with Tailwind up. Meteor Beam will be able to KO Landorus if it connects. Might come close on Rillaboom.
We actually saw it did like 70% or something.
Yeah.
It was a lot, even though it has an Assault Vest.
Yeah, I mean, if you double target it with like Meteor Beam and Ivy Cudgel or something, that's enough for a KO. You obviously have to worry about this Landorus. It will threaten a KO onto Glamora with a single Earth Power. But given the fact that you have access to the Meteor Beam on this turn, there is really no safe swap for Fiona with this Glamora on the field.
No, Suicune doesn't want to take that either. So it's going to be very difficult, I think, to try to stall out these last couple of turns of the Tailwind. You also don't have many protects on this team outside of something like the Landorus. So you're leaving yourself really vulnerable to knowing that like either the Rillaboom has to switch out here or it's going to have to take an attack.
That's what's going to happen here. Suicune comes in for the Rillaboom, not wanting to take a Sludge Bomb or Meteor Beam. And a Terrestrialization coming out, the first of this game? Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to actually see the Fluttermane go for the Terrestrialization earlier on.
Yeah.
And now you're really looking at something potentially like the Landorus to have to take that Terra maybe after the Tailwind has expired just to be able to boost up some of those Sludge Bombs. But it's going to be a Terra Grass here and Glamora really save itself from something like that Earth Power you were talking about, but it's Meteor Beam time. See if it can actually connect onto its target.
Power Herb will activate, meaning that the charge turn required for Meteor Beam is no longer, but Meteor Beam actually misses the Suicune. A really unfortunate turn of events there. Meteor Beam, I believe, is 90% accurate, so even though you still get the special attack boost, that does not get lost because of the miss. You miss out on that damage, and that's a big turn for Fiona there. I like the Terra Grass a lot on Glamora. If for some reason Landorus gets Earth Power that slot and Ivy Cudgel doesn't KO, which like it will from that slot, but the Terra Grass there means that the Rillaboom does not threaten anymore with grass type attacks. Suicune can only rely on Icy Wind for damage instead of Scald, and Landorus of course will not be able to KO it with Earth Power. I believe there's still one turn of Tailwind remaining, so this Landorus still being threatened by Ivy Cudgel, and of course Glamora threatens a lot of damage with those +1 attacks. I imagine it may not be able to KO Suicune from here, even though it is at +1 just because Suicune again is very bulky, but in a very powerful position here.
Yeah, at least you also have removed the Citrus Berry too, so you know that what you see is what you're gonna get in terms of the HP that the Suicune is dealing with, except for maybe grassy terrain healing. But it's time for another Terrestrialization. It is gonna be the Landorus getting that Terra Poison, so you've got the Sludge Bombs that do get that increased power now, but is it gonna be enough to be able to deal with the Glamora before it can deal with your partner? Suicune is able to hang on with a sliver of HP, but the Ivy Cudgel, that Landorus hangs on by just a thread to get this Sludge Bomb down into the Glamora. And that's a huge knockout.
That is a big Terrestrialization there, both offensive and defensive in this case. If you hadn't Terrestrialized the Landorus there, Fiona's Landorus certainly would have been knocked out by an Ivy Cudgel, and you get the boosted damage from the Terrestrialization to KO the Glamora, while your Suicune also survives the Sludge Bomb and gets to set up Tailwind. So now Kyle has lost his Glamora and is now down to his final 2 Pokemon, and because the Glamora has also Terrestrialized already, the Ogerpon will now be vulnerable to these Terra Poison Sludge Bombs.
Yeah, this is a huge turn here for Fiona, and like especially with those survivals, you can see that there's the Fluttermane in the back. This booster energy is going to give a photosynthesis boost to Fluttermane's speed, so that could help out a little bit.
That's actually major. I think that might allow, it certainly allows Fluttermane to outspeed Suicune even though Tailwind is up. It might be very close to see whether or not this Landorus is able to outspeed Suicune. I think if Landorus is trained to be, as fast as it possibly can be, it will be enough. But a lot of players are opting to be a little bit bulkier with these Landorus, especially because you have this defensive Terra Poison option, which means that this Fluttermane might still be the fastest thing on the field here. We're going to see the Landorus protect, not wanting to risk it yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, but you're going to see the Ogerpon kind of feeling the same vibes over there, so going to go for the Spiky Shield as well, but Fluttermane is in fact faster than this Suicune, even in the Tailwind, so you get a chance to get this Dazzling Gleam down, but Suicune is so bulky, it's going to hang on with just a little HP, but that Icy Wind drop on the speed of the Fluttermane means that this Landorus can just go for the gold.
Oh, wow, that's a crucial survival there from Suicune. That's exactly why you run Suicune, right? It's because that you have these opportunities where Suicune gets to use its max bulk to survive that Dazzling Gleam, even though the Fluttermane was able to outspeed and get a crucial Icy Wind off here, which will certainly allow Landorus to survive, or rather attack first, get the Sludge Bomb off to KO Ogerpon, and now Fluttermane does not have the chance to knock it out before it can attack.
Yeah, a Fluttermane is just not going to be able to do enough work here. So even with this, with this Snarl as well, just to add insult to injury to that Fluttermane's output, this should be another, or just another game, I think.
I don't know, this Rillaboom is the only thing left for
Can Rillaboom just go for the grassy glide though? Fluttermane's not necessarily known for its physical bulk.
It's not, and it's taken a little bit of damage from that Snarl and the Icy Wind. It might be very close, actually, just because this Rillaboom, I don't know, with the Assault Vest at -1, so we can, or rather, Fluttermane probably can't KO it, right? Because it's the booster speed set as well.
You say that, but we've seen some things, so I don't want to call it until it's totally over yet. But Rillaboom gets to go for the Wood Hammer. It's going to connect onto the Fluttermane and knock it out. So we are going to a game number 3. Fiona tying up the series.
That is the exact reason to run Suicune. Like I said, like you're in a tough spot there with the Tailwind going up and Fluttermane still being faster. But Suicune is so bulky that a lot of times you're in a position like that Kyle was with the Fluttermane. You see 2 Pokemon in the red, you know, very little HP left. You think, oh, Dazzling Gleam. Fluttermane's very strong. Dazzling Gleam easily just KOs these. But Suicune able to stomach it and get off that game-winning Icy Wind instead.
Dazzling Gleam always feels like it does way less damage to me than you think it's going to.
Right.
But I definitely give credit to Suicune's natural bulk in that situation, but I always feel like when I see a Fluttermane, I'm like, oh, I wish you do a little more. Like, if I'm using the Fluttermane, I always wish it does just a tiny bit more.
I bet
this
Sylveon
game was
Hyper
close.
Voice would have KO'd there.
Yeah, I'm telling you. You gotta think about that for the next time. Just budget Fluttermane at this point.
I mean, I do think the beginning of this game was very well played by Kyle. Going for those Horn Leeches early on meant that Ogerpon stayed very healthy. You took advantage of the Rillaboom swap and got a lot more power out of that Horn Leech thanks to the grassy terrain. But Fiona turned it around really well. Once the Tailwind ended on Kyle's side, that gave Fiona the room she needed to, you know, stomach the blows from this Glimmora. I think that Meteor Beam miss actually coming in pretty clutch there, because if Suicune goes down there, I don't know that there's a way back into this game. But even after that, Fiona took advantage of that very, very well and played to all of her outs extremely well.
And Kyle also still made that very close. Despite the Meteor Beam miss, you're really banking on like Ivy Cudgel crit. Like you still had outs to go for that would have been able to get you that game win. But absolutely, Fiona navigated that endgame beautifully. And sometimes it is a miss or a crit that you're looking for in order to try to seal up a game.
Yeah, I mean, if that's your only option, you got to play for it, right? And that's exactly what Fiona did. I really like the Terra Poison on Landorus, both in terms of just generally speaking in team building, but she used it very, very well in that game, both offensively and defensively, which is exactly what you want out of your Terrestrialization.
Whoa!
But we're moving into game 3 here in round number 8 in Knoxville, and the Chi-Yu and the Arcanine, both of which make their first appearance in this set.
I am so excited about seeing both of these Pokemon in particular, because I was like, you know what? I feel like they've both kind of figured out the 4 that they want to bring to a game.
Yeah.
But this was kind of one of those wild, out-of-the-box choices that completely changed the game here.
It works out well for Fiona in this case, I think, because the 2 things that resist fire, one of which double resisting fire, the Arcanine, are out on the field in front of this Chi-Yu, which is a great place to be. The Suicune especially is able to stomach really any hit from it and slow it down either with Icy Wind or Snarl.
I think the other thing that you look at too is that the Arcanine actually blocks this Tornadus' ability to go for something like a Sunny Day.
Yeah.
Because think about that, you're just going to be boosting up this Arcanine, despite the fact that you might have wanted to be able to set the sun for your Chi-Yu or your Flutter in the back, or even to mitigate some of the Scald potential here from the Suicune. It's just going to be a Terra Steel as the Dark Pulse into the Arcanine. It's just a one-hit knockout.
Whoa.
No way!
I forgot how much damage Choice Specs Chi-Yu does. We haven't seen this thing around in a while, and that is a clean one-hit KO on a neutral Dark Pulse. Arcanine, a generally pretty bulky Pokemon too. That's a lot of damage, Rosemary.
Remember though that a lot of the Hisuian Arcanine that we've seen as of late have been Assault Vest.
Right.
So it must be heavily invested into its offense, and of course that Chi-Yu was very hungry for a KO. Now it is so set up for success here. This Chi-Yu is locked into the Dark Pulse, so at the very least Fiona can play around that, knowing that that's what the Chi-Yu has to go for. Bleak Windstorm is gonna miss a Suicune, but look at how much damage it does to this Landorus.
Earth Power will connect though. No speed drop from that Bleak Windstorm, which means Chi-Yu will be KO'd. No more very strong Dark Pulses coming through, and Suicune also has a chance to attack here. We'll get to Icy Wind with Tornadus and lower its speed by 1 stage.
Is that going to be enough though, right? Like when you look at the speed interaction between the Landorus and Tornadus, you're really hoping that that's going to drop the Tornadus enough that this Landorus can try to pick up the KO.
I think it has to be, right? The Tailwind is up on both sides, and now that
I would
Tornadus,
assume.
yeah, and now that Tornadus is also a Steel type, you just Earth Power it.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no protection from Tornadus now from this Landorus on Fiona's end. Urshifu does come out for Kyle, though. If you're in a position where you need some offense, this is a Pokemon to call on.
It is, for sure. And especially now that that you know it has the Focus Sash, it can tank a hit. And that's going to be the biggest importance here for this Urshifu. Try to knock out this Landorus, get rid of a big threat. But this Suicune is still at full HP, and it also has the Terra Grass. So that is something that you have to consider playing around.
It is. Suicune has a lot of defense at its fingertips here. The Urshifu comes in. I don't know that a Wicked Blow is able to KO either of the things on Fiona's end of the field. The Bleak Wind Storm missed. You know, it wouldn't have done a whole lot of damage to the Suicune, but when you're facing a Suicune, any bit of damage you can get is appreciated. So that might come in to be a little bit unfortunate for Kyle later on in this game, based on how much damage he might be able to get off into this Suicune later on.
Well, the Tornadus is going to leave the field. Kyle wants to preserve that for later, potentially get another Tailwind up when you're able to take the Suicune down. And Fluttermane now going to be revealed as Kyle's 4th and final Pokemon. Really nice as well because you're getting rid of the speed drop onto the Tornadus and bringing in a Pokemon that has that booster energy speed. The Urshifu goes for the Sucker Punch, though it's going to fail because it was going right into the Rillaboom. And so this Icy Wind is able to connect onto both the Urshifu and the Fluttermane and drop their speed.
Great turn from Fiona there. The Landorus does interfere a lot of damage from that Urshifu, especially because the Bleak Wind Storm might have put it right into Sucker Punch range. So a great swap there into Rillaboom, denies any damage from Sucker Punch, and puts Rillaboom in a spot where it still threatens a lot of heavy damage. Of course, the Wood Hammer should probably just KO the Fluttermane outright because of the grassy terrain boost and just the high base power of the attack. Urshifu's Focus Sash being broken by the Icy Wind is also huge. Not only is its speed dropped by 1 stage, making it slower than this Rillaboom, but a single strong attack would be able to KO it from here. It's a really nice turn there from Fiona.
Yeah, super, super nice. And we've seen how much that Wood Hammer can do. Of course, it was into a Fluttermane that wasn't sitting at full HP, but Wood Hammer still packs a huge punch. And so this is going to be a very critical turn to see if Fiona can just take one more knockout. Fluttermane is going to leave the field, though, and so it's going to have to be the Tornadus that takes its spot. At least you have the resist.
Yeah, that's nice. The Terrestrialization there means that a Icy Wind or a Wood Hammer will be resisted by this Tornadus. Wood Hammer instead going into the Urshifu for no damage because it did opt to go for a Protect, not wanting to take any damage on its own. Suicune goes for Snarl, really hoping to lower this Fluttermane's special attack, but he'll take it into Tornadus as well.
Yeah, you will. Now those Bleak Wind Storms are going to be way less impactful versus something like the Rillaboom, who would have to take a super effective hit. But at this point, you're stalling out the Tailwind. Now Kyle gets to bring in his own Tornadus to set it up with Prankster. And you just hope that that's going to be enough to be able to get this Fluttermane back into position. But it did lose its booster energy. That's not here anymore.
It lost its booster energy, but it was already at -1 speed from the Icy Wind, so it kind of just didn't have the booster energy anyway. I like the swap a lot from Kyle, knowing Tailwind was about to end. You have the option to go for it one more time here with your Prankster Tornadus, regardless of any speed drops from Icy Wind's prior, but actually go straight for offense with that Bleak Wind Storm.
I like that better because if you're expecting Fiona to go for another Tailwind to try to set that up, then you could go ahead and stagger those turns, but it's not going to matter anymore if that Fluttermane gets taken out as soon as it hits the field again. A Wood Hammer, plenty, as the Scald into the Tornadus isn't going to do a whole lot, but it does get the burn and going to start to chip away at that Tornadus's HP.
That was almost just an impossible position for Kyle to be in. The Wood Hammer Scald combo into that slot was pretty free, considering the Urshifu had protected in the prior turn. Wood Hammer, maybe not enough to KO Urshifu if it had stayed in the field, but Scald certainly would have picked it up. So you kind of just have to pick whether you want Fluttermane or Urshifu to be your last Pokemon standing. In this case, Kyle chose Urshifu, which I respect. The Fluttermane being the speed boosting set, and without the option to Terrestrialize for the extra damage, means that it's probably not going to be able to output a whole lot of damage at all. But you still have to worry about this Suicune on Fiona's end, which, I mean, Wicked Blow can crit through, but you can't crit through a burn, unfortunately, and this Suicune has so much bulk. Not to mention the Wood Hammer is coming out from Rillaboom as well.
Yeah, Wood Hammer has just been absolutely packing a punch here for this Rillaboom, and you're now down to your final 2 Pokemon. This is all that Kyle has left, and you have to consider when you're about to weave in something like the Tailwind. That's going to come out now, knowing this Tornadus has already been kept in check so well by things like the Snarl and the Burn. The Grassy Glide, though, into the Urshifu, gets a chance to do some damage, but of course the Wicked Blow in response is able to take out that Rillaboom. Now the score is even. We've got 2 Pokemon apiece. Suicune sets the tailwind for this Landorus in the back.
Landorus will be able to come in here and threaten a KO with Earth Power into either of those Pokemon. Again, Tornadus is usually a flying type, immune to those ground type attacks, but because it did opt to go for the Terastallization early on, Landorus will be able to KO it with a single Earth Power. However, you still have to worry about Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch from Urshifu will be able to KO Landorus, most likely because of that Bleak Wind Storm damage early on. You have to wonder whether Fiona wants to try and possibly go for some Scalds here with the Suicune, maybe get some extra damage or a burn on this Urshifu. You can even try and get, cheeky with a Substitute coming out of Landorus. I think you do have to worry about Tornadus going for Bleak Wind Storms again, but if you have the option to get an Icy Wind off with Suicune, that makes the job so much easier. There's so many different things Fiona has at her disposal here because of this Suicune's defensive capabilities.
But the Bleak Wind Storm is going to come through first, so you are able to land some damage into the Landorus, and critically, you're going to drop its speed. That's really important for the Urshifu to follow that up with the Wicked Blow to knock out this Landorus before it's able to get another attack. And Kyle is breathing a sigh of relief. The Scald, though, comes through into the Urshifu. As long as it doesn't get the burn, you're feeling good.
That is a huge, huge turn for Kyle. The Bleak Wind Storm speed drop means that Urshifu attacks before the Landorus gets that huge Wicked Blow off, and there is no Earth Powers coming out from that Landorus. It will be Suicune against the world here. The grassy terrain goes away. There is no more chip recovery every turn. And honestly, I still think there's actually a chance Suicune can close this out. I believe it still has its Citrus Berry intact, so it is very healthy. And it looks like Urshifu may be in range for one more Scald. Nice turn of events there, the burn not going off. But Sunny Day will actually reduce the damage from Scald, so a very smart play from Kyle.
Yep, because look at that. What a bulky Suicune. That is a Wicked Blow that brings it down into the range of getting that recovery back from its Citrus Berry, but it still looks like it's about to take 3 hits to knock it out. But that is a critical Sunny Day.
No, it doesn't.
No burn. So that Urshifu is hanging on for at least one more turn.
Huge Sunny Day from Kyle there. You might be tempted to go for more chip damage with that Bleak Wind Storm, but I believe it was at -1 special attack from a Snarl, so that would have been very little damage. And Sunny Day instead there means that Urshifu will be guaranteed to get off one more Wicked Blow, which should be enough damage to put Kyle ahead and take this third game, thanks to some crucial non-burns from those two Scalds into Urshifu.
Yeah, but the detect here is so nice just to make sure that you aren't going to be taking another attack. Tornadus, it also buys it some time to try to hit the Bleak Wind Storm, but Suicune is going to dodge that with some quick feet. We got the Icy Wind that's able to come through onto the Tornadus, but look at that. It just does such minimal damage. Thing that you got to do, though, is try to stall out this Tornadus, kind of knocking itself out to its burn.
The burn chip is going to be important here. If there's a chance that Fiona has, it is because the Tornadus on Kyle's end has that burn and will be taking passive damage every turn. But I really like that protect play from Kyle. There's no chance we can KO the Tornadus that turn because of the sun. And now you have the Tailwind option from your own Tornadus. But Wicked Blow, not able to KO Suicune. Bleak Wind Storm comes through, still not able to KO. Suicune hangs on with 9 HP.
And the Icy Wind to come through into the Urshifu is going to be enough to knock it out. So it comes down to Tornadus hitting this final Bleak Wind Storm.
Hitting one more Bleak Wind Storm, and the sun actually paying huge dividends here because a Scald probably not able to KO Tornadus from this range because that damage is mitigated. It is truly down to whether Kyle can connect one more Bleak Wind Storm to KO this Suicune.
But the Icy Wind, you still get the speed drops. So you're buying yourself some time for this Suicune to be faster once the Tailwind on Kyle's side expires. With the Scald, though, too, you're waiting out this Sunny Day. You just maybe want to try to get a crit with the Scald in the sun.
Even in the sun, that's probably still Suicune's biggest source of damage. I imagine Scald plus burn plus maybe one more burn is enough, but Snarl comes through here. A little bit of damage into Tornadus. We'll see if it connects one more Bleak Wind Storm. Did it miss?
It missed! No way! Bleak Wind Storm is going to miss. The burn is going to bring this Tornadus down into what looks like one final Snarl hit, but it doesn't even matter. So he can just go for the Scald in the sun, and just like that, Fiona takes this series 2-1.
Wow, that is one of the closest endings I've seen in a long time. That's Scald coming out from Suicune to finally end this match. But Bleak Wind Storm showing off why it might not be the most reliable of attacks. Unfortunately for Kyle, had some rough breaks with the Bleak Wind Storm and the Meteor Beam misses. But Fiona, again, capitalizing perfectly on every chance she was given, playing to all of her outs, going for those Scald burns, going for the Icy Winds to get the speed drops. That was crazy.
That was a wild end game. I cannot believe how that ended. It definitely stings to see that if you're Kyle, because you had a lot of bad luck go just totally wrong, but you still have to play for that out if you're Fiona, and you get it. If you get it, you get it.
I mean, that's what else do you do, right? You come to this tournament to have fun and you see your friends and whatever, but when you're playing your games, your goal is to win. So you see your chance to win, you take it, and that's exactly what Fiona did, booking her spot in day 2.
Credit to Suicune.
Oh yeah.
I looked at that end game and I'm like, you know what? No, you're right. Like, that's really close.
Yeah.
On paper, you're like 2v1, of course.
2v1 against an Urshifu, no less. Like, there are very few Pokemon that can take a couple wicked blows and still be around
Suicune
after a
could
couple
take
turns.
3.
Yeah, it looks like it. It was wild.
Wow, what a great series that we just had. That is round number 8 of Knoxville concluded. We have one more round. Fiona has just booked her ticket into day number 2. Kyle still has one more chance with the final round of the day. But let's relive some of these moments. Dark Pulse already just one-hit knockout onto the Arcanine. It felt like Kyle was just so far ahead after seeing that knockout come through.
Yeah, starting the game off at 4-3 is massive because you're getting a big damage threat. That's a Choice Band Arcanine that's threatening a whole lot of damage into the rest of Kyle's team. But thankfully, Fiona was able to stomach that loss of that Pokemon early on with the defensive backbone that was this Suicune Rillaboom combination. Of course, these Wood Hammers dealing so much damage throughout the course of this set, proving that Rillaboom is a threat on both ends of the spectrum.
It is, but it was that bulk that eventually ended up allowing, I want to say even Rillaboom actually gave most of its support through the grassy terrain.
Yeah.
Like, it actually helped out so much in terms of that Suicune being able to survive long enough, but I will have to say too, Fiona also did get a little bit of bad luck in this game. You got that one-hit knockout onto the Arcanine. Maybe you're expecting that to be a bit of a damage roll there. It might not necessarily be a specific KO, but you also have to factor in Beads of Ruin, I guess, is something that would definitely help to boost up some of that damage. But yeah, I honestly, it's always going to be a roller coaster when Bleak Wind storms are involved. Meteor beams as well. You love to see the big pop-off. Like, that's a great match to win. And you just booked your ticket into day 2.
Exactly. That's an exciting match to win, regardless of the stakes, right? It's a very, very close match. You want to come out of that on top. But of course, when winning the match means you also guarantee a spot in day 2 of a regional championship. How can you not be that excited?
Yeah, I know, and especially because I feel like Fiona has worked so hard over the last couple of months to try to get a success like this.
Yeah.
So I'm sure she must be elated to finally see the fruits of that labor.
Yeah, and of course, anytime you make day 2 at a regional, it's an accomplishment worth celebrating.
Yeah.
It is not easy, folks. It is so hard to get through 9 rounds with 7 wins against a field as strong as we have here in VGC in 2024. So huge congrats to Fiona, and of course, condolences to Kyle. Bit of a rough pill to swallow losing that match, but going into round 9, 6-2, you still have a shot at making day 2, as does everyone else that has their 6 wins going into round 9. So I think if anyone can turn that around, it's Kyle. Done it multiple times before.
You get the bad luck out of the way now, right? You just got it out of the way. Like, round 9 hopefully is going to be smooth sailing. We did have a couple of other players that locked in their day 2 spots after this round as well. We had a ton of players that were sitting at 6-1.
Yeah. I mean, there were, at this point, the field is getting narrower and narrower. After 8 rounds, we have, probably 10, 15 or so players that have guaranteed day 2 that will be joined by even more going into that 9th round. Again, it is 7 wins to make it into the 2nd day of competition here at any regional championship, specifically here in Knoxville today.
Well, we did have one player that for sure got those 7 wins under her belt. It's Fiona, and she's ready for that interview over in the lounge.
Thank you, Rosemary. Thank you, Jake. I am here with Fiona, the winner of Swiss Round 7. Fiona, how are you feeling right now?
Very stressed out. That was very scary. It was like misses left and right, and things barely surviving. It was just so stressful.
What kind of emotions were you kind of going through as you started realizing, okay, I just won? Like, I saw the emotional reaction. It was an amazing emotional reaction. Like, tell me about your thought process there.
Oh my goodness. So when I saw the, I don't remember what missed. That's crazy. But earlier in the game,
storm.
Early in the game. I missed the. That's what happened. The speed drop on my Landorus. I was like, oh no, I think I lose now, because I would have KO'd the Urshifu. I was trying to call him not sucker punching my Landorus there, and I'm like, oh, I just need to hope Bleak Wind misses, and it missed, and I'm like, think it missed twice.
You hung in there. It was the
Yeah.
perseverance that got you through that match, and that was super exciting. Let's talk about your team. There's some interesting picks on your team right here. First things first, Suicune.
Yes.
Why did you choose Suicune as your Tailwind setter instead of the more traditional like Tornadus or Iron Jugulus or any other Pokemon that sets up Tailwind?
So I've been using Suicune since Series 10 Sword and Shield when Dynamax wasn't around, except I had it with Zacian. Now I don't have a Zacian with that, unfortunately. So yeah, that was my kind of Pokemon to use, and I figured since, Fake Out is very popular with, Rillaboom, not really the best thing to sit in front with your Suicune with a Rillaboom, but like Incineroar and stuff like that, and then all of these Iron Crown and DD teams, you can just snarl them down, remove the terrain with Rillaboom, and then you can get Tailwind up later, get Icy Wind to, if you're playing a mirror like that one, like I showed, you can get Icy Wind speed drops and try to get stuff in your favor. And yeah, that's pretty much.
That paid off for you very well. I mean, Suicune was the last Pokemon standing for
Oh my
you.
goodness.
Hisui and Arcanine as well, with the option of Rock Blast. Can you tell us about your thought process on building Rock Blast, Hisui and Arcanine, instead of the more traditional Rock Slide where you have the flinch chances, or the Head Smash that just guarantees a lot of damage?
So with Rock Blast, I found Head Smash in testing. Well, I originally had Terra Blast Fairy, and that was good in last regulation, and now I felt like it's not that great anymore. And so I'm like, I've tried Head Smash. That move just misses for me. It's got like same accuracy as Hydro Pump. That move will just miss, or I'll take a ton of damage and then just be in a terrible spot. The reason why I chose Rock Blast is to cheese Xianpao's. So I only played one, unfortunately, and it never came into play of like Rock Blasting it. But it is pretty neat. And I looked into damage calculations and stuff like that. And if you get 3 hits, it actually does a good amount.
Which is the average. That's the average amount of hits that you're going to get, yeah.
And then for Xianpao, if you hit it only twice, it'll still KO it.
Well, I mean, it's definitely working out for you. Game 3, turn 1, your Hisui and Arcanine got knocked out immediately by Chiyu. Can you tell me about what you thought in the moment, as well as, were you panicking at that moment?
So I wasn't panicking. Like, it was annoying that I lost my Arcanine turn 1. I considered trying to go all in Terra Normal, but their Chiyu is Terra Ghost, so like if I just do that, then I just waste my Terra, and so I honestly thought it would take a Choice Specs Dark Pulse. It doesn't. Now that I know that, I'm not going to do that.
Well, of your team, who would you say is currently the MVP of your team?
Rillaboom.
Rillaboom?
Easily. Rillaboom has been so good. I just get into positions where I can either fake out and like get that positioning with Landorus, get that substitute up, or just get a lot of KOs. I find Landorus in this format I think is really good right now. I thought it was overrated early, but now I think with the meta settling a bit, I think it's starting to come up all Landorus. Honestly, it's like Glamora as well. That's why we saw Kyle's team. I think those two are very similar in which they break the traditional fire, water, grass core. And with Landorus being pretty quick, it's faster than Urshifu.
Yep.
It's faster than some Ogre Pawns if they want, like it was faster than Kyle's in that case. If you want to go like the slower Wellspring one, then you can go that. But I just found it was really good.
Rillaboom did great. Rillaboom got some very important knockouts for you. We're going to go ahead and let you get ready for round 9, the last round of Swiss today. First things first, congratulations on winning that thriller. Do you have any shout outs that you want to give out right now to anybody watching at all?
Okay, so the first shout out I'm going to give is to Alexis. She helped out with creating my spreads. I'm not very good at building spreads by myself. I just play the game, and once I learn my damage calcs after a few games, it's like, okay, I can make better plays. I find that's how I improve. I also want to shout out the people who drove me down, Jesse and the Kentucky crew. They drove us down from Nashville to Knoxville. I flew into Nashville last week. I actually built this team on the plane, funny enough. I theoried a lot of common cores like that one and some other ones, and it's working pretty well. Even though I didn't play that many practice games, it still felt like the flowchart was working. Shout out to the Poland crew. I'm on Team Poland in World Cup. I love all of you Polish people, everybody. Shout out to Team Canada as well. I'm Canadian at heart, so.
I feel like Sierra should be interviewing you right now.
Yeah, really, yeah.
Any other shout outs?
Shout out to my mom. I know you're watching as well. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed, and her boyfriend Phil.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, well, they just announced that round 9 pairings are up, so I'm going to go ahead and let you get back to the tournament. Thank you so much for joining me. Fiona, congratulations making it to day 2 after that thriller of a match. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to the casters as we get ready for round 9 of Swiss here in Knoxville.
Thank you so much, Dewey, and congratulations once again to Fiona for locking her ticket into day number 2. And with a Pokemon like Suicune, as we take a look at our top 12 graphic, there's no Suicune.
No, I would be willing to bet.
There's just none.
Fiona's probably one of the very few people using Suicune here in Knoxville, but if you look at this top 12 graphic, there's, I mean, maybe Rillaboom can KO it with a Wood Hammer, but like nothing else on this list is able to one-hit KO it, which I think is just a testament to how bulky Suicune is. Actually, maybe Raging Bolt. I don't know. It's a very strong Pokemon too. But basically, Suicune's just very, very bulky, matches up well into a lot of the popular Pokemon, and is able to disrupt a lot of game plans with that combo of Icy Wind and Snarl, which is really cool.
But I mean, you heard Fiona say that Rillaboom is really the MVP of the team.
Yeah.
And that is a Pokemon that I feel like does sort of take a sidekick position when we take a look at a team like this, and it's like, ooh, like the Suicune and the Baxcalibur, like of course, like such fun Pokemon, but you can't ignore that the Rillaboom did put in a ton of work with something like the Wood Hammer, and that Assault Vest really kept it alive.
I was surprised she named that her MVP, but I guess it kind of makes sense just looking at how that match played out. There's a lot of Frigoraph going around, which will block the fake outs from that Rillaboom, but if there's a team that doesn't have Frigoraph, maybe people are kind of assuming that, you know, fake out or priority spam is going down because Frigoraph is going up. You can really take advantage of people being less prepared for it, and not to mention, like you said, Rosemary, those Wood Hammers, those Grassy Glides can put out a lot of damage.
Yeah, fake out's very underrated. I think people should put it on their team more. Not because I want to run Frigoraph or anything, but genuinely very good to help set up that partner Pokemon. Well, Suicune is sadly not on the community prediction bracket either, but you guys are also, you also missed your Rillaboom opportunity. I just want to point that out, that I haven't seen this since we checked in on it when you were voting between Fluttermane and Rillaboom. And to no one's surprise, it's Fluttermane and Ogerpon Wellspring in the finals.
We did see Rillaboom KO Fluttermane last round, so maybe we should go back in reverse.
I really think that we should do this differently next time. Who would take the KO?
There we go. Which KOs each other?
Yeah, I think Rillaboom wins that one. I think... I don't know, actually, between Nornidus and Urshifu. That one's a little
gotta
tough.
hit a Bleak Windstorm.
We're just going to move on to the finals now, which is Fluttermane and Wellspring Ogerpon. So you can vote right now on which Pokemon you think is going to win the entire regional. You have had a slate of matches at your disposal to influence your decision and vote here. Please... not Fluttermane. I'm begging you. Please.
We are Ogerpon supporters here behind the desk.
Please, not Fluttermane. I love Wellspring Ogerpon. She is such a friend. Fluttermane is like the mean girl at your high school. And and Ogerpon is like the nice shy one in the corner. Please vote for Ogerpon.
Is Ogerpon like Katie and Fluttermane is the plastics? Is that how this is going here?
Maybe. So she could also be a mean girl.
That's true.
Technically, if you look at the I don't know, we'll have the jury's out on that one too because of the Pecharunt DLC epilogue.
That's a tough call, though. Like, between those two Pokemon, they're like kind of the best two in the game right now. There's not really a bad pick. I mean, if one's going to win, there's a pretty strong chance they're both on the same team and both winning anyway. So maybe you just pick both at the same time.
Or you can work together and chat and we just get, like, a tie.
There we go.
Hooray!
No, we're just rigging the vote.
Maybe a little bit. Sorry. Not actually sorry about that at all. Vote Ogerpon. Yeah. Woohoo! But yeah, I think like we'll have to wait and see. I think Fluttermane and Ogerpon are both so splashable that it just does feel like you have to have one or both on your team right now.
Yeah, it's so easy to fit them on teams. The damage and utility they both provide is almost like close to unmatched. It's why we've seen Fluttermane and Ogerpon both so high up on those usage graphics throughout the whole year.
Well, one game that does not have to take a look at Wellspring, Ogerpon, or Fluttermane yet is the Pokemon TCG, and we got a chance to actually talk to some of the judge staff that are helping out with our junior and senior division. So let's head over to see what Chip had to say.
Chip Ritchie down here on the floor near our juniors and seniors division players with one of our TCG assistant head judges this weekend, Bobby Clark, helping out with the seniors division this weekend. How you doing, Bobby?
Doing great. How are you doing, Chip?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for asking. We spend a lot of time on our broadcast, of course, talking about the Masters division. It's all the matches that we get to show. But there's so much more happening at a Pokemon Regionals throughout the weekend than just the TCG Master division. In fact, over 250 kids playing in the juniors and seniors division this weekend, right?
Yeah, we got a lot of kids this weekend. They're having just as much fun as the Masters, let me tell you.
I would argue more fun, potentially.
Yeah, like as you can see behind us, there's a lot of kids back there, and they're all having fun in their individual matches, and it's amazing to watch all their experiences go through and the fun that they're having each match.
Yeah, so you have a ton of experience judging the Masters division as well, of course, but working with these kids, is there a lot of differences between what goes on in a Pokemon TCG tournament when you're working with juniors and seniors versus when you're working with the Masters players?
Yeah, and Masters sometimes show up to a tournament and maybe their first time, but juniors and seniors, it's more frequent. Like, there's a lot of kids that show up to a regional like this, and it's their first tournament. They've never been to a local, or there's some that maybe have been to one local, and their friends told them to come to do this, and it's fun, do sides, and they ended up in the main events. And it's surprising the differences that you see between Masters and kids, because they're learning things for the first time, and they're having fun while they're doing it.
Yeah, that's awesome. And also, not only we have lots of Master Division players that it's their first time. When juniors and seniors are doing things for the first time, it almost feels more special as well because it's the first time they're experiencing maybe a win or maybe experiencing competing in any way like that. A lot of Masters through their life have had that experience at some point. Is there any cool stories about kids that, have experienced that for the first time?
Yeah, actually, there's a couple times, it actually happens pretty frequently where a child will win. It'll be, let's say juniors or seniors, it could be both. And they'll win their match, and they don't know what to do with their match slip. So we teach them how to fill up their match slip. That's one, and then they realize it like sinks in. They won the round, and then they're like, "What do I do with the match slip?" And we can take it up when they want us to take it. And it's like, no, you're going to take your match slip up because you won, and that's the accomplishment of taking it up. And then it like sinks in, and you see their eyes light up, and it's like, wow, that's cool. So they're so excited, they leave all their stuff at the table and want to run and take their match slip up. So of course it's like, pick up your stuff first. Let's get everything together. You can celebrate all you want. Let's take that match slip. And then there's a couple that were so overwhelmed. I'll walk up with them to help them take it up because it's just so cool to have that feeling and go through those steps with them when they're going through their first time. So
yeah, how special. That's absolutely incredible. I want to ask you a little bit about the decks and stuff as well. We talk a lot about the meta in the Masters division, what we expect to be popular at any given event. Does that, bleed down to the juniors and seniors? Do you see a lot of the same stuff you see in Masters, or is there any more variety?
There is, but the breakdowns for Masters usually are different for the juniors and seniors. So the same decks are represented, but the graph slides a different way. So like I've noticed, I've done juniors and seniors a lot this season in particular, and I see a lot of more Chimpao decks over in the kids versus the adults. Lost Tina is prevalent, so there's a lot of Lost Tina, and then every so often you find a Snorlax stall in there, here and there. So they're prevalent. They're all there. All those decks that you see online, and Mew's out there too. So Mew has not gone away. We got, 2 more tournaments, this one and 1 more, and then bye-bye Mew. But it's been a great run, great deck. And the kids play the same decks. They idolize some of the Masters. Some, they see results from other tournaments, and, they hang around other players and their shops competitively or semi-competitively casual. They just pick up. And then you get total random decks too. I've seen unknown decks. I've seen a new stall deck I know it's popped up in Masters too, but there's some kids are playing that new stall deck with the Pidgeot and the Luxray.
Yeah.
So that's a newer one that's popping up. So yeah, they tend to follow the Masters for the most part.
Makes a lot of sense. We talked a little bit about the younger players, people who are playing in their first regionals, but there's also fierce competition in the juniors and seniors division. Do you see that a lot from the top level players?
Yes, the top level players going from one tournament to the next. I'll see them at every tournament. They know me by name now, which is pretty cool. Even if I bounce around from one division to the next, someone will come up and say, "Hey, are you in my division this weekend?" I'm like, "No, I'm not in your division," but I'll cheer them on because it's a different division. So it's good seeing the kids come from one tournament to the next and win and lose, and and as a mentor in the position that I'm on, we're trying to help the kids grow because that's our future. That's our future Masters pool. So we want to encourage them. They're going to lose. They're going to have tough times. They're going to misplay, and that's part of our job. We're helping them. I'm helping them to move forward so that when they make those mistakes, go forward, move on, and win the next one. Go see at the next tournament, and next thing you know, they're just doing better and better and better.
Do you have any tips for any parents out there that might be watching that see this happening, see hundreds of kids competing and say, hey, I think my child might be interested in that?
First step, go to your local store. Find a local store, go to that store, and inquire about a Pokemon League. Find a Pokemon League. You can go to Pokemon.com and look at the store locator and find a store. Go in, meet some of the kids, find out what their league night is, and that's the starting point. And this is the secondary where it's a little bit higher competition, but it's still fun. Regardless if it's your first, second, or 10th tournament, this is fun at all levels. The kids always have room. You can always sign up. So when you see the signups going up, sign up, join it, have fun. If you don't like it, you drop and go play side events, but at least you've been part of the atmosphere. This is all fun. And all these kids, I guarantee you, are out here having fun. As you've been watching, you've probably been seeing some excitement behind us, so.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Bobby. I appreciate the time. We'll let you get back to it. Take care of anything you need to.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない While your passion is the fire always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is the fire always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
The Charlotte Regional Championship was the largest competition to date, and it's time to take a look back at what went down. With a staggering 838 players in day one and different tools being utilized in Regulation F, it seemed nothing was quite off the table with some truly unique picks in a field of truly talented players. One of those players, Wolf Glick. He's so back, but instead of reinventing the wheel, he was piloting a more traditional team paired up with Factura for a near flawless run to the finals. Meeting him there was Nicholas Donnelly. He pushed through the competition to achieve his first day two and first top cut. It was only Wolf Glick who had managed to best him not once, but twice. Going into game one, Nick looked to open up with pressure right away, but Wolf wouldn't back down thanks to his Hearthflame Ogerpon. Game two started off on a critical note, with Nick losing momentum with his Ogerpon taken down, but he wasn't out. Better positioned, Nick cleaned up the second game in the set, giving him one final opportunity to take down his tournament demon. In game three, Nick launched a powerful Blood Moon to one-hit KO Wolf's Ogerpon. One threat was eliminated, but Wolf had an array of threats on his squad, and Urshifu with a big KO set the pace for Wolf Glick to take the set, making him the Charlotte Regional Champion and earning his invite to the World Championships in Honolulu.
And with that attack, Wolf Glick becomes your Charlotte Regional Champion, 8-time winner.
The
no
king
way.
is back, ladies and gentlemen.
The events are getting bigger and better every time, and it's not too late to get involved. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out more.
I first got into Pokemon when my parents got me the Pokemon Blue version for the Game Boy, and I've been hooked ever since. I love it. My first starter Pokemon was Squirtle back in Pokemon Blue. This was around 1999. My earliest memory was when I was a little kid, and it was Christmas time. We had school off, and I could not wait to play my Game Boy. And I just remember drinking hot cocoa and catching a Haunter. If I were a Pokemon, my type would be Ghost, Poison, like Gengar. I go by Gengar Boy, and I love that Pokemon. I've really learned how to just be a more nice and friendlier person, because at the end of the day, it's still a community. We're hanging out with friends, and we also meet a lot of people we don't know. What drives me to compete, it's just preference. I love competition. I just love winning. I love the feeling of it. And it's a game that I'm good at. Well, I try to be good at. So, if I have more wins and losses, then it's just a fun activity.
Both Wolf and Riley winning regionals in the 2015 season.
Oh yeah, I looked up to Wolf. Yeah. He's a really good player. He always plays optimally. I look up to Alberto too, my friend, and Gio as well, and Chase. Number one goal is definitely to just play optimally at every event that I go to.
Hello, trainers, and welcome back to the Knoxville Pokemon Regional Championships. It has been a great first day of competition here, and now only one more round of Swiss on day one. Last chance for trainers to make their way into day two. I'm Sierra Dawn, joined here by Scott Glaza. This day has flown by, honestly.
Yeah, it has. I think almost every round has been like such a nail biter. It seems like every match is going to 3 games, and something like kind of flipping at the end of the 3rd game too, where it really has been a very exciting first day of play.
That last game too, or round 8, Fiona versus Kyle Livinghouse, that was absolutely incredible. And just down to the wire in that game 3, that of course is going to put Fiona in a spot for day 2, but not the only one. Here are a couple of other notable trainers that are also making their way there. James Evans and Logan Mazer, both undefeated now at the 8-0. Only one of them will be able to say that, though, at the end of the day in this next round. Yeah, and then below them you see some of the trainers who are 7-1, also have punched their ticket to tomorrow, including our defending regional champion Justin Tang. So yes. We did get one of the trainers, actually 2 of the trainers to watch correct. Good job, team. Yeah, there we go. That's, it's a good day when we're doing the good predictions, and we have so many good matches happening for our final round 9. We are going to be looking at Jimmy Friedel going up against Aaron Zhang, though, but honestly, this is one where I just wish we had a camera going around the floor to catch all of these matches. Like, this is going to be so good.
Yeah, we were very indecisive trying to figure out what match would wind up on stream this round. I think I'd really love to see all of these, but it should be a lot of fun here. Good to see Aaron Zhang on stream, the other side of the camera this time.
Not the only one, though. Len is going up against Lorenzo. Of course, Len, one of our loved casters, also a huge connoisseur of this Garchomp and Corviknight and Tyranitar, all these funky Pokemon, and sitting at a 6-2 record with that, actually has an opportunity to make his way into day 2, going up against a Milotic of all things. So that would have been a lot of fun, but hey, we can only pick one, and we had to bring on Jimmy and Aaron as both trainers fighting for their chance to make day 2.
That should be a lot of fun here. See, what I think will be a really fun matchup where there's a lot of similar Pokemon on both sides. So I think the key for these trainers, especially in that first game, is going to be finding out the differences in the way their Pokemon are trained and how they can take advantage of that.
100%. And looking over at these teams, I think that Jimmy's is quite interesting in the fact that we get to see a couple of different options here for the Trick Room, noticeably that Torkoal. It's one of those Pokemon that having that ability to make your own damage stronger and just being so slow can really help you out in up against opposing Trick Room teams.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too, where we've seen Aaron 6 already, and it's kind of more of a Trick Room hybrid team. This one's much more firmly a Trick Room team, right? I think Torkoal really changes the complexion of a team. The Farigiraf moveset also something that's a little bit interesting. We see a helping hand there, which is a little different approach than what we've seen from the previous Farigiraf, so I think that will be fun. And then also the no psychic terrain expanding force, which is not something we see too often.
Yeah, maybe let someone else set it for you, But of course, you always love to feature that hometown hero living in Knoxville. I mean, we've gotten to see people kind of defend their home turf before, so definitely there's going to be a lot of people here rooting for Jimmy in this 9th and final round here in day 1.
Yeah, I think it should be really fun to watch too. Where I gotta say, I guess we're hoping for the best for Jimmy. I think Knoxville's been a surprisingly fun city, but he's going to really have a big challenge with Aaron on the other side of the field. We see a very similar looking group of Pokemon, but I think the key thing in this matchup is going to be that Tailwind and Iron Jugulus, not just because it means that Aaron has the Tailwind option, but also because it sort of implies that these Pokemon are trained a little bit differently, right? Where you're not going to use Tailwind next to a full team of minimum speed Pokemon. So yeah. I think probably both trainers are assuming there's a decent chance that, the Farigiraf, Ursaluna, Incineroar, Amoonguss part of a team. Some of those Pokemon likely are quicker on Aaron's side, so he's got to be careful in Trick Room, where in this case, Trick Room may not be to Aaron's advantage, and you see him using Brendan's team just like his friend Aaron Traylor was earlier today.
Production just sniping me on the closest second on that one as I went and Googled just to make sure on this one, but hey, honestly, this team was really good that we got to see Brendan Zhang using, and there was some really good reasonings about a couple of the options as well. So I'm not necessarily surprised to see Aaron bringing this team to the event. We got to see that success last time, and Aaron is one game away from making it into day 2 and try to continue that going forward.
That should be a lot of fun. If you're a frequent listener to his stream, you know how well Aaron knows this game. Certainly, one of our strongest analysts and just an all-around fun guy. So we'll try not to root too hard for him, but I can't wait to see another exciting match.
Players decide to know people will root for the Iron Jugulus. That's going to be hitting the field. Farigiraf going to be partnered up next to it. That'll be the booster energy for the Quark Drive. For this one, the speed will be heightened. And looking up against the Ogerpon and Urshifu on the other end, both trainers definitely have a way to be pressuring in to start things out.
Yeah, both sets kind of largely are Trick Room heavy teams, but both of them opting for their fast modes instead. No time for Trick Room, we gotta go fast.
Hey, you want to make sure too that you have both of these options kind of available, right? Because you have one team that can be outspeeding, and all of a sudden, because these are speedy options that can be pressuring a lot of damage and maybe trying to take out a Trick Room setter or one of those powerful Pokemon that you want to be using in that Trick Room setting. So being able to have that little bit of respect here going on forward, but I don't know, the Iron Jugulus on the other end, it's one of those Pokemon that can definitely, hold its own, and having access to the Tailwind, you could really just make sure you win the Speed Roar outright.
Sort of an awkward spot where Aaron would also need to terrestrialize that Farigiraf if he wants it to survive the turn, most likely. First, we'll see a terrestrialization on the other side of the field as Ogerpon hoping to either pump out a little bit more damage or maybe just remove its weakness to those flying type attacks like Air Slash from this Iron Jugulus.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure that you're not being taking that super critical hit. That's going to be a critical hit coming out from it, but not being super effective will take that a lot better, especially with that special defense boost. Ivy Cudgel now, that is going to be a lot of damage, but no critical hit. It will be surviving through that turn. Farigiraf not going to be as fortunate as the Wicked Blow from that Urshifu will be a clean one-hit KO.
Oh, that's a really rough first turn for Aaron there. Doesn't get the speed control up. We've seen a few games like this, right? I think the last time I was up here, I feel like the first game of that set was very similar, where the Tailwind option didn't go for it, traded some damage, and we'll have to see how this goes. So things to keep in mind here, I guess. The terrestrialization was committed on Jimmy's side. We see this Ursaluna now, and we know that the Iron Jugulus could go for a Tailwind to try and help out. However, the problem with that general approach is that the Urshifu, it's a little bit different than we normally see, right? And not the Focus Sash we've seen. Instead, it is the Assault Vest. So, how well do you know your damage calcs into an Assault Vest Urshifu rather than the Focus Sash version we normally see? And then, I can assume that a Hyper Voice isn't going to pick up a one-hit knockout here. So with the Follow Me Ogerpon right next to it, sort of a tricky spot for Aaron.
Yeah, you have to then be picking on what you're trying to value here, and knowing that there is the potential for that Urshifu to be swapping out into a move that can be doing a super effective hit into this Ursaluna, it is still tricky, even if you Terrasilize. Of course, the Terrasilization into the normal type coming out here, this is going to be for that damage, making sure it is boosted as much as possible. Tailwind coming out, no follow me from Jimmy's end. We'll have to see if it's the spread attack. It is Hyper Voice going off into these Pokemon. One holding the Assault Vest, the other with that special defense boost, and neither of them is going to be taken down. Now we get to see that Ivy Cudgel fired off in response, and it looks like it could just be a double up into this Ursaluna. First attack is not going to be enough to get there, but the close combat follow-up will.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. A second quick knockout for Jimmy there, and Aaron's quickly down to 2 Pokemon. He does have that Tailwind advantage, but there's an awful lot of Pokemon to go through on Jimmy's side of the field, especially now that Aaron's going to have to plan out his endgame without knowing the 2 unrevealed Pokemon.
It's one of the issues with the Iron Jugulus is you can get your Tailwind, and at this point the Iron Jugulus has been kind of sitting there, but we got to see how little that Air Slash did with the boost coming out with the Assault Vest on the other end. You could go for a spread damage Snarl, but at that point you're hitting into 2 Pokemon that are just completely fine taking those special attacks. So it kind of feels like when you have so many Pokemon to be getting through at this point, that it's a little bit of a tough position. It will be interesting to see what the 4th and final Pokemon is here, though.
Yeah, I can't imagine what Aaron has that could realistically close this one out. I think he's probably taking some time here. I mean, obviously, there's no decision to make. There's only 1 Pokemon in the back. But I would guess he's probably more thinking about next game rather than this one because, yeah, I mean, the combination of Amoonguss and Iron Jugulus, there's just not a whole lot of offense there.
No, it's the same issue we got to see earlier with some matches, more of a supportive Pokemon in the back that you can't really do too much with. So what is interesting is this Amoonguss is packing 2 attacking moves, emphasis, quotations around attacking with the Pollen Buff, but we do get to see the Sludge Bomb, so no Protect. It does have a little bit more attacking options, which I think is interesting. I don't think in this match it's going to be anything that is necessarily too pivotal, but hey, there is that option here. Maybe this is the speediest, strongest Amoonguss that we've ever seen before.
Yeah, I mean, the Amoonguss we saw earlier when Aaron Trailer was using his version of this team was putting a surprising bit of damage, but, you know, solo Amoonguss taking on the 1v4 Dream seems a little optimistic here. I think likely both players are thinking ahead, but for now, Ogerpon using the Follow Me to try to keep this Urshifu safe for one more big Wicked Blow.
And Rage Powder going to be trying to keep the Iron Jugulus safe here from the Pokemon over on the opposing end. Air Slash, it will be more than handily enough to be taking care of the Ogerpon down at this point. What's interesting over about this Amoonguss too is it can like take a couple of hits here. It does have the Citrus Berry as well to be getting some of that health back. So brought just down below half here, will be able to regain that up.
Yeah, so not totally over there. Nice turn for Aaron to kind of at least try and move back into this game a little bit. But Fluttermane going to come out now, and you know, even with the Tailwind active on Aaron's side of the field, that Fluttermane easily going to outrun Amoonguss at least. So unless Iron Jugulus could somehow get a one-hit KO in this Fluttermane, which seems pretty unlikely, you know, a Dazzling Gleam and a Wicked Blow combination perhaps could be pretty devastating here. You know, maybe Iron Jugulus capable of knocking out the Urshifu before it can attack, but there's still an extra Pokemon in the back, and somehow this Iron Jugulus is going to try to find a way to survive this turn.
Into that Farigiraf being that final Pokemon in the back, it's definitely a Pokemon that can be dealing some damage. Air Slash, no attempt into the Fluttermane, instead taking the Urshifu down once and for all. And now the Fluttermane, that is going to be the spread damage, Dazzling Gleam. That will be enough to take care of the Iron Jugulus. Amoonguss is just slowly but surely being chipped. I mean, if you just go for the craziest spores and the craziest sleep turns, hey, you do hit super effective into the last 2 remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, got to do everything you can, right? But yeah, this Farigiraf coming in here is not ideal for Aaron. No. You know, the Psychic type attack's going to be very powerful against this Amoonguss, and while Amoonguss can heal its partners on you know, most players' version of this Pokemon using Pollen Puff, it can heal itself when there's no Pokemon to switch out with, and that is not a lot of health left to work with for Aaron's Amoonguss.
Absolutely not, and that'll be the first turn of Mandatory Sleep here coming out from the Fluttermane. Now, actually, with the Tailwind, the Amoonguss will be the fastest thing. So, hey, we got to see some crazy things on stream. I don't know, maybe this Amoonguss is the craziest thing ever, but it does just look like as soon as one of these Pokemon wakes up, it's going to be done, especially with the Tailwind expiring that turn.
Yeah, at least some interesting information for both players now, understanding a little bit more about Amoonguss and Farigiraf's relative speeds, but it's hard to imagine Aaron getting too much out of it, other than information out of this, especially because Farigiraf is going to wake up right away.
Yeah, it does not want to deal with this whatsoever. Expanding Force, super effective. That's going to be taking the Amoonguss down. But Aaron does have a chance to think about how he's going to adjust in Game 2 in light of the really clean Game 1 that Jimmy was able to offer.
Yeah, excellent game from our hometown hero here. Jimmy kind of just dominated that one, right? And Aaron's going to have to play the beginning of this game better if he wants to play himself into this set. You just can't trade like that in the first turn. I think Jimmy beat him really hard on turn 0, where it seemed like Aaron was probably expecting Jimmy to go with a very different strategy with his lead Pokemon. And Jimmy's immediate aggression kind of just tore through Aaron's team. You know, lost Farigiraf for nothing, took a ton of damage in return, and then ultimately didn't have the ability to really take advantage of his own Tailwind enough with two very specially defensive Pokemon out, with the Assault Vest on one and the Terrestrialization on the Ogerpon, which increased its special defense.
Yeah, it was definitely just a team that was just not set up very well in light of what Jimmy was able to bring. Because in Ursaluna, especially one that is trained to a point where it can be acting first in these Tailwind situations, is so terrifying. But it just was not in the spot where it was able to really hit that damage that you would need coming out from it, considering how Jimmy has built his team with a lot of respect to these special attacking Pokemon, which just makes it to be a really, really tough situation. And there's a lot of supportive things over on Aaron's end, but only a couple Pokemon that are really meant and built for this damage. If you want to count 2.5 because of the Farigiraf with the throat spray to be able to get a Power 5 for voice, you could do that too, but it's really just the Ogerpon and the Ursaluna for really just powerful attacks.
Yeah, I really liked what Jimmy did. I really like everything that Jimmy did in that game. But one of the things I really liked that Jimmy did in that game was kind of just leaving the Iron Jugulus alone too, where it could have been problematic if it had hit a few air/flinches perhaps, but otherwise it wasn't really threatening much damage. Snarl didn't matter at all with the Pokemon that were out in the field, and I think that's one of the weaknesses of almost every Tailwind Pokemon in this format actually, is they kind of just hang out after they use Tailwind, often to the disadvantage of their trainer, where them getting knocked out so you get the free switch would be better. Jimmy kind of just focusing down the other slot over and over was a really smart way to approach that first game.
Yeah, at least when you see something like the Tornadus, then you have the potential for the Bleak Winds. However, if you feel about that move, it is something that could definitely be doing some damage. And Snarl can be so detrimental to a team, but not with what Jimmy brought to be leading things out here. So that's where you really have to be kind of looking at this next game into what you want to be doing to try and eliminate it. Going into our Game 2, definitely a lot of a different lead here coming out from both players actually. Both bringing the Wellspring Ogerpon. Aaron is going to have the Amoonguss to start with Farigiraf for Jimmy on the opposing end.
Yeah, I think this could be a great turn 1 for Jimmy once again, where I think he kind of brought this time what Aaron was probably expecting in Game 1, where Jimmy could safely get Trick Room up if he wants to, and then kind of adjust from there. Aaron's a little more neutral, right, where I think in or out of Trick Room, this duo can handle a lot of things, but we saw how much damage that Expanding Force did to Amoonguss last game, so still slightly a tricky position for Aaron here.
100%, and looking at even the Pokemon that Jimmy had at the back too, we got to see that he went for a very different game mode this time around. So whether Aaron's expecting that fully or how he's prepped his 4 Pokemon, I think it's going to be huge. Well, I'm going to have an opportunity to catch one of those third ones as Amoonguss swapping out. That will be the Iron Jugulus, still brought out to play and hitting the fields here in our Game 2.
Nice little switch there from Aaron, avoids any potential super effective psychic type attacks, and gets the Swords Dance off. I assume this is going to be mostly uncontested, so Aaron could be well on his way to turning this one around.
Horn Leech from the opposing end, that's going to be a good chunk of damage coming out here, but the Expanding Force is going to be none, of course, immune hitting into that Dark-type Pokemon. So now you have to look at the fact that there is this +2 Ogerpon over on Aaron's end of the field, because you want to make sure that it's not running through your own team. Yes, it took a lot of damage, but it can threaten that right back with its own Horn Leech. That would be doing significantly more and assumingly picking up a one-hit KO.
Yeah, this is a really tense turn, right, where I think whatever Aaron chooses to target with this Ogerpon is really important. He's got to get a knockout, I feel like, with this. You're missing into the opposing Ogerpon's Protect, for instance, and giving up a free Trick Room, probably just loses him the game right here. Very important target. If he can pick up a knockout, if he can start getting Tailwind up again, probably there's a path for Aaron here, but critical turn, and the opposing Ogerpon using Follow Me is going to ensure that if Jimmy wants that Trick Room, he's probably going to get it.
A Snarl at least will just deal a little bit of spread attack, but notably dropping the special attack of the Ferrograph. It definitely has the potential to deal a little bit of its own damage to Trick Room once given. Hornleech, though, even at that +2, and with that little bit of Snarl Chip, not going to be enough to be picking up that KO, but it will be clean up the hole. And honestly, at this point, too, you're making sure that Torkoal that Jimmy has in the back doesn't come in for free, so I don't necessarily hate not getting that hit.
Yeah, I think it might actually be better. I mean, it's going to cause Aaron to probably lose a little bit more HP with these Pokemon, but yeah, I mean, you have a snarled Ferrograph, so I mean, it's at least a little bit slowed down here. You're in a situation where it's much less free to switch in the game. I think Aaron's going to be very careful about how he picks up knockouts now, where, like, the more you can draw out this Trick Room, make things more challenging for that Torkoal, the better. And Aaron doesn't know what's in the back, right? There's actually nearly every Pokemon, I think, is still like a pretty reasonable thing that could be in the back, other than maybe Fluttermane. So how Aaron plays this really, you got to be careful, right? Where I think that with what we're looking at, I think, he's got to preserve Ogerpon, right? Its HP is going to matter a lot, but Aaron might be expecting something different. So it's going to be a really tricky turn for both trainers.
Yeah, and at this point, too, not even waiting for something to go down, but instead manually swapping this Torkoal in. Of course, the drought was at the sun, but Torkoal coming in, you want to make sure this is a safe swap, and it's not going to be taken down. Spiky Shield on the other end, though, from Aaron, so that's going to be one Pokemon that's not doing any damage whatsoever, and the double protect. This swap for absolute free.
Yeah, I think that was a really good swap. I mean, I guess it would have been somewhat free no matter what. A Snarl there perhaps could have made a pretty big difference, but really well played turn by Jimmy there. Gets the absolutely free switch in. Still going to have this Follow Me available, so Ogerpon can take something away from this Torkoal. And Aaron's in a really tough spot here, where you can't swing at this Torkoal immediately, going to have to knock out Ogerpon first. And two very powerful eruptions could be all it takes for Jimmy to move on to day 2.
Yeah, this Torkoal with the Charcoal, with the Sun, and not having taken any damage on the swap in. And I mean, like, a Snarl last turn could have been absolutely huge. It would have disrupted the amount of damage the Eruption was doing. It would have gotten the special attack drop, and you could have had maybe a little bit more survivability in these terms. But the fact that the Torkoal now can just go for that Terra Fire and just go for super powerful Eruptions, that's one of those things that's really tough. You already did your protects last turn, and here with the Terrestrialization, I mean, this Turtle's going on the offense.
Yeah, I mean, nothing else to do, right? He got in the perfect setup. I really like how aggressively he's played this. We've kind of seen some Trick Room players slow play their Trick Rooms a little bit. He went all the way their way, quickly as he could. Aaron just trying to get a little lucky maybe to get out of this, but the Eruption going to hit both these Pokemon. It's going to be a lot of damage for free.
For sure, that is going to be 2 KOs on Torkoal's tally, actually, as the first Eruption is going to be enough to more than get the job done, and that's going to bring Aaron down to his final 2 Pokemon, one of them being the Amoonguss. We'll have the opportunity to see the final one in this match, but switching up that game mode, being able to get this Trick Room and the Torkoal in the perfect spot. Jimmy's in such a commanding position.
Yeah, just a wonderful set by him so far. I think leading really well in both games and then playing very well from the advantages he got in Team Preview. This is still a tough spot for Aaron. He does have a great duo for Trick Room, right? It's not quite over yet, but it's still, Amoonguss facing no Torkoal, it's not a very advantageous situation. And because of the redirection potential of this Ogerpon, it's not so simple. Like, even if you Terrestrialize Amoonguss and try to get a Spore off, you're not necessarily going to be able to get it. And Jimmy's going to build up a huge lead here the way, right? A bunch of damage will come onto the other side.
That's one of the things about the Ogerpon that makes it so difficult to go up against, especially as an Amoonguss, because even if you try to fire off a Spore, you can get redirected because it's not a powder move on the other end, even if the Ogerpon is a grass-type Pokemon, and the Spore is just going to be completely negated. So it's definitely a really, really tough position, and the Eruptions here, it just feels like it can go completely full rain, and it's, I don't know, that's a tough.
Yeah, I feel like you have to protect the Amoonguss and just like see what you can get done with Ursaluna. Just hope that somehow you get in a situation where, you've done enough damage to Torkoal that Amoonguss can survive and Pollen Puff, but that's just asking for so much.
Amoonguss on this turn, that's going to be the Terra Fairy, as Ursaluna is going to be the one protecting this time around. See what this poor little mushroom can do. Follow me over onto the opposing end here. And that now is Eruption. We'll have to see how much this is going to do to the Amoonguss, if it even has the chance. This is not going to be a super effective hit anymore, but this is still a dangerous situation. The Amoonguss still no chance.
I guess it just doesn't matter, right? And certainly if Amoonguss was knocked out one hit, I don't think Ursaluna would have fared any better.
Oh.
It's not much you can do, I guess, where Aaron's solution to this situation was not to get into this situation. And wow, what a set Jimmy has played here against one of the toughest trainers around, and he makes it look easy, going to very cleanly find his way into the day 2. What a performance.
The hometown hero makes it to day 2. Another chance, an opportunity to try and push through the tournament. And honestly, if the games have been going like that one has, I feel like there's going to be a strong run here. I do like the choices that Jimmy's made on this team. Those little things like that Assault Vest or Shifu, I think just making such a big difference going on.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, we've seen so many Urshifu over the course of the day, but it's always been that focus sash, right? And like, well, you just have to break the focus sash and you can maybe pick up an easier knockout. But yeah, I mean, in that game, the first game was just so difficult for Aaron to get the Urshifu off the field. It was such a difference maker there. And then, yeah, in that second game, I think it was just really well orchestrated first couple of turns for Jimmy, where he guessed very well what Aaron's adaptations were going to be. And Aaron was just never really in either game. Just stupendous planning by Jimmy.
Yeah, I feel like it was definitely tough. I mean, I feel like that turn, if you could get that snarl, but then you would have to be you'd have to then be protecting that. Sure enough, there was going to be the swap on in, and all of a sudden, like in Trick Room, you're wanting to have these turns go by. You want to protect. You want to make sure your Pokemon's safe. And he also could have just been in a losing spot if Jimmy had decided to go to an attack for this turn. So that's just a tough call at that point too. I feel like it's one of those 50s that it's, you got the 2 paths, so which one's going to be the correct one? And it's easy in hindsight, but not knowing the Torkoal is in the back, it's tough.
Yeah, and I think it's easy to see how he would have come to that decision too, right? Because they tried to stall at the Trick Room, and giving a free knockout on that low HP Ogerpon at the time looked like a really bad idea, right? Like, oh, I could just leave that in the field and kind of use it as kind of a dead slot to try to stall out the game the same way that, you know, my Tailwind got stalled out the previous game. But Jimmy played so much more aggressively, and I really like that. You know, we've seen a bunch of Trick Room teams lose on stream today, in part because they kind of weren't willing to make those bold plays. And you see why Jimmy was the one who moved on to day 2, right? But something this is what you have to do, where, you know, Aaron played very passively, and he did a great job of taking advantage of it.
Well, that's exactly it too. I think Aaron was just in a, you know, you're screwed if you do, screwed if you don't situation. Because if he takes the KO, the Torkoal comes in for free. If you don't, well, then Jimmy can just swap it in for free. So it is tough. I feel like it was a tough matchup. And when you're looking at something like this Torkoal in the situation that Aaron's in, it's one of those, hey, what can you do? Sometimes if you don't necessarily correctly in the team or get one of those things right off the gate, so what can you do?
Yeah, I think Team Preview to me was the story of this game in a lot of ways, right? Where Jimmy kind of had the fastest and the slowest Pokemon, but Aaron had the, you know, the middle speed and then speed control, right? So in theory, you know, he slowly can guarantee an advantage in either direction, but Jimmy just never let him do it, right? Where by both games, you know, turn 1 in the first game, and I guess turn 3 technically, but really turn 2, he just had Aaron so pinned in game 2 as well by threatening so much damage, and Aaron just like never got the chance to get rolling. Just really well led both games, and yeah, I mean, you know, my heart goes out to Aaron there, where I didn't think he like played super badly. It just he just never really had a chance in that set, where Jimmy just did such a great job of anticipating what Aaron was going to bring to the game.
I know that Aaron's the protagonist of a lot of people's stories, but when you're going up against the hometown hero, the protagonist of a whole different story, I feel like the odds kind of stacked against you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe the Knoxville buff was just too much for Aaron to get through here. And yeah, I guess it'll be fun to follow Jimmy tomorrow, right? You know, see if he can bring, or I guess keep the trophy in Knoxville. But yeah, I think, you know, it's easy to imagine a world we does well, right? Where we haven't seen a whole lot of Torkoal. It's not a matchup I think a lot of people were like super aggressively planning for. And you see how powerful it is if it gets going, right? Pretty much the moment it got in the field, the game was just over.
Yeah, Torkoal is definitely one of those Pokemon to not be disrespecting whatsoever, and we're going to have the opportunity to talk to Jimmy now about the team and his day 2 run.
Thank you, Sierra. Thank you, Scott. I am joined in the lounge right now with Jimmy, the winner of Swiss Round 9, making it to day 2 of the Knoxville Regional Championships. Jimmy, how are you feeling?
Pretty good. Always great to make day 2, and then it's also super fun to get the winning in on stream and now getting interviewed, so can't complain.
You were talking to me a little bit before about how you watched Aaron a lot and what it meant to you to kind of like go up against him for the first time ever, and then that's the match that you had to win to get in. How are you feeling?
Really good. I mean, he's one of those players I've always looked up to. He's always performed well for a long, long time, and he puts out all that great content. Really good about teaching people. Great caster as well. Shout out to him for my parents. He streamed my last match in Knoxville last year, and my parents were like, oh, that guy's so great and whatnot. So it's not just like Pokemon players that love him.
Yeah.
He really like brings the joy to the game to all.
Let's talk about your journey so far. Hometown hero, you're from Knoxville. What does it mean to do so well here at the Knoxville Regional Championships, your hometown?
Really good. It's also like kind of funny. This is the third Knoxville Regionals, and it's the third time I've basically been X2, almost like moving on back before this day 2, and now moving to day 2. So it's kind of funny that, you know, the regional in my hometown I'm always like kind of doing well at.
That's what they call home field advantage, right? that's what home field advantage is all about. Pokemon keep bringing regional championships here to Knoxville, so Jimmy can continue to do well. Don't get me wrong, you're going to do well at other events too.
Oh, I mean, hopefully.
I believe in you, Jimmy.
I've had some good things in the past, but, you know, always good to look towards the future, right?
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk about your team a little bit, and then also your thought process going into the match. It seemed like you had Aaron almost beat with the leads. Like, what was your thought process throughout all of team preview, both game 1 and game 2?
Game 1, I was honestly kind of a little nerve-wracking, so I wasn't thinking too much, but it just felt like the Urshifu would threaten a lot of things on his team, right? You can't protect against it. Even if he leads Incineroar and intimidates me, I can just Wicked Blow through it. With a Factura from the back, I don't really worry about Fake Out as well. And then Water Ogerpon is also just a really, really good lead, kind of no matter what. You know, it's really bulky, especially once it gets the Terra off, and then it can still do a lot of damage. So it just kind of felt like a safe lead going into it, feeling out the matchup. And then game 2, since I got that game 1 win, I was kind of like, maybe I can get him with the Torkoal, you know? And so I just kind of went for it. I was like, I think I can do it. It was kind of scary having to switch it in there on its own, that like second or third turn, but you know, got a good read on the double protects and pretty easy win from there.
The casters were talking about it where when you switch in that Torkoal, you were almost offering it up, and there was a lot of damage potential possible coming over from Aaron's side of the field. Your Ogerpon did protect it with the Follow Me, but you essentially got Torkoal in for free and started erupting. I mean, who's been the MVP on your team so far?
Actually, maybe the Urshifu. Torkoal's been coming to a lot of matches, but I ran a very similar team at Charlotte, and one of the biggest changes was switching off a Gouging Fire to the Urshifu. With the Assault Vest, it's really, really bulky, and it throws off a lot of people. I really wasn't sure how much that Hyper Voice from the Blood Moon was going to do to it, and when I saw it do like just over half, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm fine. And so it's just kind of pulled through a lot. You know, playing the Trick Room team, a lot of people are trying to use Protects to stall out, and just being able to punch through them, you know?
With the Unseen Fist
kind
ability.
of takes out a lot of options from other people.
Your Urshifu also has Terra Poison with the Poison Jab. That's something that I haven't seen too much, especially on broadcast. Has that come into play yet?
Actually, it did in one of my earlier wins. I got to click the Poison Jab off into it's actually a Grass Ogerpon.
Okay.
But doing that let me live, you know, Dazzling Gleam from a Flutter and also take an Ivy Cudgel as well. So it hasn't been my most often Terra, mostly because it is that defensive Terra, but it has been useful. Not like must need every single game, but it's there when I need it.
So, Jimmy, you've punched your way to day 2 here at the Knoxville Regional Championships. What goals are you going to set for yourself for the rest of the tournament? Like top 8, top 16, win the whole thing? What you got?
Well, there's always the win the whole thing, right? If you're not shooting to win the whole thing, then are you really even trying?
I like that.
Yeah, but maybe more realistically, right? We can't all be winners. Top 8 would be super cool. I've hit top 16 at a lot of regionals just throughout the years, and so finally getting that kind of like top 8 into the final top cut would be super, super cool.
Well, thank you so much, Jimmy, for spending time with me. Before I let you go celebrate, you know, your qualification for day 2, any shout outs that you want to make to anybody out there watching?
Yeah, I want to shout out one of my friends, Colin Beer. He's actually running pretty much the same exact team today. Didn't make day 2, sadly, but he's been one of the guys that I've played with a lot, team built with a lot. We oftentimes run the same team, or we're kind of just like talking through things together, maybe use a couple pieces. Also, shout out to my friend Micah. He went with us to Charlotte, and he's just like always helping us get Pokemon in the game and whatnot. He's one of the guys that really likes breeding Pokemon, and so it makes things a little bit easier. He got that shiny Ferrograph for me, so shout out to him. Yeah, those are probably like the 2 main shout outs. Everyone else is great that I've played with, but those are probably just like the two big ones to not take up too much time.
For sure. Jimmy, thank you so much. Congratulations on making it to day 2. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to the casters for a quick breakdown. Take it away, casters.
What are we doing a quick breakdown on? Do you know? I'm kidding.
Someone break me down. Yeah, it's been a long day.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day. But no, we have our Twitch community vote. That's what we're going to be breaking down here as we try and figure out what the best Pokemon is going on forward. I heard earlier there was actually a lot of bandwagoning behind this Ogerpon, the Wellspring mask. And hey, it worked. Actually taking down Fluttermane.
Thank you, Twitch chat. I think we've picked the people's champion this time. And hey, you know, last match was a good one for Wellspring Ogerpon, right? The advantage of being on both teams is that you know, you're pretty sure to win.
Well, even putting that aside, what we got to see from the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon today, I actually do think warrants the call out on here, because we got to see it just paired up to other Pokemon, but you can't take this Ogerpon down, and it can deal its own damage. So I feel like that actually has had so much utility and has been really strong on a variety of teams to where this is a really decent call. I think any other Pokemon on here taking down Fluttermane is like, all right, chat, really? Like, this is hateful action. I know, I get this, but this actually does seem right.
Yeah, it's been a huge factor in every game. It's like even when it's losing, right? It's like the Pokemon where you can like see the path. Like, oh, you know, if Ogerpon had just had this slight bit more opportunity, it could have won the game for its trainer. Really is looking strong in this format. And yeah, I mean, it's a good choice. I'm just happy to see anyone that isn't Fluttermane win.
We've had Fluttermane for a long time. And I'm sure maybe in a few months we'll be sick of Wellspring Ogerpon. I'm sure there's some people that already are, but we've had Fluttermane since what, Reg B? Mm-hmm. It's been a while. I think this is long overdue.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we thank everyone for voting. It's a fun little activity here. And, you know, at least in the end, it's a Pokemon that most of us like.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good way of putting it here. But, of course, Ogerpon winning. I want to know the others' opinions of this one. So we're actually going to throw this back over to Dwee and the lounge to close out the day.
Thanks, Sierra. Thanks, Scott, for that impromptu breakdown. Yeah, we got some thoughts about that bracket. Let's go ahead and take it away.
I'm so happy. Oh my God, I'm so happy. You all did that. That's for us. This is a moral victory for everybody to win with the Wellspring Ogerpon. We did it, Chad. We did it.
If anyone's looking to run for office in this 2024 election, you got a campaign manager right here.
Yeah.
I'm happy to help, not Fluttermane.
As long as Fluttermane goes down, Rose is fine for basically propelling anybody to the front runner of that bracket, right?
Not my champion.
It's been an exciting day of Swiss. Besides that upset right there with Ogerpon versus Fluttermane, what are your thoughts so far on what's happened in day one?
Honestly, day one has been really exciting. I feel like we got a chance to see a lot of things on stream that we haven't necessarily had the pleasure of seeing yet. Like, we got a chance to see the Indeedee Iron Crown mirror matchup. We also had a Suicune on stream, a lot of roller coasters of emotions as well. So, yeah.
Lots of magnificent celebration caught on camera. That's just always so exciting to see when someone, you know, just can't contain their enjoyment. They're just popping off on camera, right?
I think Fiona's especially was really exciting. That was such a back and forth match that I think whoever won that match was kind of bound to be that excited about it. And seeing her that happy to make day two here in Knoxville was really fun.
Yeah, well, Fiona's not the only player that's made it to day two, but yeah, look at that. Look at all that excitement. You just have to smile. You just have to be so excited for that too, right?
That is the best victory dance like ever. And I really hope that our players take note of that, because I want to see more of that energy, that emotion. Like, okay, there's a right time and a right place to have those types of pop-offs, but I think in that particular moment, very acceptable. That was a hard-fought match for both players, but there are also inappropriate times to do that. But overall, I would love to see our players just celebrate those big accomplishments and those big victories more.
You heard it from Rose first. Feel free to pop off at the right moment, at the right time. Let's see the other day two Swiss players that probably popped off as well once they secure their spot in day two. Lots of names on there. Lots of very strong players still out in the field that have punched their way to compete tomorrow to continue and try to make their way to the top cut.
A lot of familiar faces, Dewey, for sure. Luca Treget, Justin Tang, Toller Webb, people that have been in the final 8, the final 4, even winning regionals in the last year. Luca Paz, another champion. Rajan Ball, someone we've seen in day 2 a lot. Joshua Lorsi coming off a big IC finish down in Latin America. So there's some great names here in this second day of Swiss.
I'm just happy to see Kyle Livinghouse also made it. Speaking of the Fiona matchup, I know that was a really tough loss to take, but we were saying Kyle is definitely one of those players that can still still find the win in order to make it into day number 2. So very excited to see him on this list of players.
Of course, shout out at the very bottom right there to our caster brother Len Duel, who made it to day 2 also.
Running Garchomp, his tried and true Pokemon that he believes in. But this is not all the day 2 Swiss players. This is just a small section of the amount of players that have made it to day 2. So there's more players besides these in the field. But you know what? Day 1's over, but day 2 starts tomorrow. Are you all excited?
So excited. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow, 6:45 a.m. Pacific time or 9:45 a.m. Eastern time. Tune into day 2 of the Knoxville Regional Championships. You saw a lot of action today. I'm super excited to see all the action unfold tomorrow. Tomorrow's the day where, like, it's the most exciting. Like, today was exciting, but tomorrow's more exciting. That's super exciting.
It's so very exciting. Very, very excited.
What are y'all looking forward to in day 2 tomorrow the most, besides Top Cut, the finals, and stuff like that?
Well, I mean, that's all exciting, but I think I'm really looking forward to seeing if there's any Pokemon that have been underexplored, I guess, that get a chance to break out. Because I feel like often we're just, I don't know, we keep seeing meta development after meta development, and it's always in those day 2s that people start to figure out some sauce and things start to rise to the top.
And especially when those things that do rise to the top in day 2 tend to have a big influence on future tournaments. So if you see something new pop up and get 1 or 2 slots in top 8, people take it a lot more seriously, and you might see it either recreated in future events, maybe like countered a bit in future events. So I think that's my favorite part as well, just seeing what rises to the top, seeing if it is kind of a repeat of past trends or some new Pokemon getting their chance in the sun.
What about you, Dewey?
What am I excited to see?
Yeah.
I'm excited to see exciting matches. I just want to see like 5 rounds of intense Swiss matches and then watch all of Top Cut and every match goes to like game 3 and then more pop-offs like that.
That would be the dream. Honestly, like more game 3s, please.
Of course, follow along the action. Use that hashtag PlayPokemon. Follow on social media at PlayPokemon, youtube.com/Pokemon, Facebook.com/Pokemon, and of course, Instagram.com/Pokemon. Use that hashtag PlayPokemon. We're looking through all the tweets. We're trying to see what tweets we're going to put up on broadcast. So if you tweet out using the hashtag PlayPokemon, there's a chance that you might see your tweets on broadcast.
Do it.
Please.
You heard it here.
Of course, follow the channel. Please follow us on youtube.com/Pokemon and on twitch.com/Pokemon. Sorry, twitch.tv/Pokemon in order to be able to keep up with all the action that happens here at any sort of Pokemon thing, right?
That's a lot of Pokemon.
It is a lot of Pokemon.
I'm here for it.
Absolutely.
Are you here for it too, Jake?
Oh, always.
Always?
Who isn't?
Not me.
Well, that's it from us here for day 1 at the Knoxville Regional Championships. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow for more exciting action here in Knoxville.